Chapter 49, 3 Gateways, 1. Kudududuk. The chain scythe flew around with Hansu as the center non-stop. And at the same time the dagger ripped through the air. Q. God damn it. Wang Yung grinned at his teeth as he heard the screams of his clansmen that came from every direction. God damn it, he's too fast. He knew who he was up against after the fight began. The guy who had messed up their plans as a whole at Central Island. He wondered why the guy who he had thought went to a different island was here but decided that it didn't matter. Since if his skills were the same as when he saw him then, it wouldn't be hard to catch him with his clansmen. Why would he have set up the net on the path up from Central Island if he thought that a full frontal clash was not possible? He had prepared it because he was confident in winning. And the biggest reason? That guy, for some reason, did not use any skills. And that was why he thought that he could win in a head-on battle. And their gears weren't even comparable to others, they also had increased their battle strength by consuming other adventurers climbing the tower. Nothing much to say about their teamwork too. But this was all a huge miscalculation. Why did he go to a different island if he was that strong? There was nobody to stop them when their clan swung their sword. Nothing much to say about the guys who were caught off guard since they worked from the dark. But that was simply arrogance. Thinking about it, it had only been 2 months since they got here. It just didn't feel that short because they had experienced a lot. No matter how many people they sliced apart for 2 months, they were still humans. On the other hand, if there was a thing called a human butcher, he was sure that that guy was him. It felt like he had gone through countless years of work where he killed people. Keeping distance with his much higher stats as the basis. Keeping an eye on the whole battlefield and moving in directions where he wouldn't get surrounded. It had naturally turned into a structure where they all chased his back. And then he would ruthlessly slice apart those who chase him with his chain scythe and his dagger. It wasn't that his attacks were weak even if he threw them from afar. There wasn't a single case where his attacks did not hit a fatal location. An attack which flew into a spot of sure kill. And because they couldn't not defend, the gap they barely closed widened while they defended. Their artifacts were unique and strong ones as well, but his scythe and dagger were so strong that every time they clashed weapons, their weapons would break along with their bones. God damn it. It was hard to hold him down even if they poured on skills because his resistances were high and every time they used a decisive skill, the skill would break as a light shone from his right hand. God damn it, will we be able to catch him before his stamina runs out? But Wang Yung didn't really see much hope. The time when the most amount of stamina is consumed is when someone goes through attacks as well as defending actions. But he was barely defending and only pouring out attacks. He didn't know much, but if his stamina was at the same level as his strength or perception, then those movements won't stop until all of them got ripped apart. Kududuk. Ueaka. Those with charging skills hold him down first. There were a few who could stick close by him. Clansmen who had charging skills. Wang Yung had regarded the skill very highly and had distributed the skill to his clansmen who had high defense and resistances. They were basically charging warriors. They had high defenses and resistances to go against their weapons and rip the enemy apart after getting close to the enemy with their defensive artifacts. He had 20 of these guys. If we can just tie him down, then we can kill him. It wasn't that blades did not work against him. Since he was bleeding from the occasional blades that got to him. Which means that they could kill him as long as they can surround him and hold him down. God damn it. He would have died if he had come up through the portal. But these were meaningless complaints. The only thing he could trust in was them. Maybe it was due to the fact that he had raised them with great care, but the charging warriors were going through the endless chain scythe and dagger and had gotten quite close to Hansu. Die. Kwaeok. A blade was ruthlessly getting close to Hansu. But Hansu already had every information about this guy in his head. Though it was hard to read the rune stats of a leisurely guy, he could clearly read the stats of someone who was fighting with all their strength. The images endlessly came one after another until the enemy's next movement was drawn in his head. Hansu followed those movements as he slashed at the side of that guy's sword with his dagger. Kududuk. His strength was not average and Hansu's hand, which held the dagger that deflected the sword, trembled as it started to bleed. And the attack which Hansu had deflected sliced into his own shoulder. Even if you can completely dodge or defend against an attack, you shouldn't do so. Since if you focus on defending or dodging the attacks of those who stick close to you, you will just get slowed down. And then you will just get surrounded by the enemies who are charging at you. Then you just die. Even if he allowed them to attack, he could not let them close the gap. Kududuk. The attack bore deep into his shoulder as it started to bleed. But he backed off quickly even in such a situation and strongly pulled on the chain scythe. And I'm not really losing out either. Q. Hansu held the chain scythe, which had cut through the guy's artery, and swung the chain scythe all around him again as he started to repeat the tedious work. Of course there were a few things he didn't forget to do. First, absorbing all the runes that were dropped as well as using the dropped artifacts for defense and offense. Second, slashing the justice of Dekratos from time to time at Wang Yung while mid-battle. His core was being a lord. And if Wang Yung had any form of survival instinct, he will pull some forces towards him in order to defend against the daggers that flew to him. And of course when the clansmen who should be attacking fall back to defend him, he gets a bit of a breather. I guess I cannot let the clansmen live. The guys who were under orders charged in like zealots. Wang Yung was ordering his clansmen even more ruthlessly as his life was starting to get threatened. So that they would bite if their arms were cut off and act as a meat shield if their necks were cut off. He was also losing health as well. There was no space for him to go easy. Dark Mad Lord. Let's stop here this time. Hansu made a cold expression as he tore through the Dark Mad Lord's clansmen at an intensified rate. God damn it, God damn it. Wang Yung made a soulless expression at his massacred clansmen and then shouted at Hansu while grinding his teeth. You bastard. What do you have against me to the point where you would go this far? He didn't know back then. But he knew now. That this guy was going after him ever since Central Island. He didn't know how Hansu had known of his existence, but he was definitely moving around while targeting him. And he could not understand this. You bitch. Why are you doing this to me when I haven't done anything wrong to you? Huh? We aren't like sworn enemies or something. Why are you chasing me this far? What sin have I committed? Is it because I killed people? Huh? Is that it? Or because I didn't follow the rules that you spread around? He could have saved his daughter if he had a little more time. And he could have found his missing son with this strength. But all of this had been blocked off. Because of this one guy. And he could only think of one thing. The uncanny rules that he heard from Gutai. This damnable guy, what is he for him to set such rules at us? Hansu shook his head at those words. I'm not killing you because you broke the rules. He wasn't killing them because they broke the rules. It didn't make sense to apply these rules to those who didn't want to be with him from the start. This was the same thing as getting hold of an American and imposing Korean rules to them. In these kind of cases, you could solve it by splitting up like Tessun did in the past. He also didn't have the leisure to chase them all down and kill them off because they broke the rules. Setting up the rules is after uniting everyone. It was a future plan and he had to find a different method to solve that. How would he govern over all those people? Then why are you? Wang Yang became absent-minded at the unexpected answer. Hansu muttered quietly. You guys are just stepping stones. There were a few things that he needed to do in his plans. If his plans were only uniting all of humanity, why would he have come? Ares or Chaldean would have come instead. There were a few things he needed to accomplish in order to solve the end that stood far above anything else. Even if he had to kill off everyone in the tutorial area in order to accomplish his set plans, then he would have done so. He didn't think that small sacrifices for bigger things were right, but he didn't hesitate if it was needed. But because they didn't want this, they had set up a plan which had the least amount of casualties. But the thing was, even if they tried to reduce the amount of casualties, there were occasions where casualties were needed to catch up to their difficult goals. And because of this, they reduced the targets who would be sacrificed. Deciding who had to die in order for them to get to the next stage. The guys who would have no other choice than to die even if they left them alone. Or those who had the possibility of causing the most amount of damage to humanity or committed the most sins, those who would have their death called for by others when they found out later. This occasion of was like that too. No matter how much we calculate, you can't get to the level of clearing the dungeon just by hunting. Since that dark mad lord exists, we will use him. Don't go easy on him. Receiving orders. Doesn't matter. Does the number of people who die by his hands change? It hadn't been 2 months yet and the time that they had calculated at which he would go into the final dungeon still had a month left. No, just like how Chaldean said, it wouldn't be possible for him to get to the level of clearing the dungeon even if he was to hunt for a month. And because of this he needed a stepping stone to get into the end. These guys were just chosen to become those stepping stones. In conclusion, he hadn't come here to give them judgment because they had broken the rules, they weren't dying because he was right and they were wrong. Maybe that's a bit too far. Since the number of people who have died in these guys' hands won't change. Don't think about it too much. Isn't it easier to think that you tried to kill me and we clashed because of that? Truthfully speaking, I think that's enough of a reason. You were just running towards your own goal and I the same. We just clashed while doing so and the one who got crushed was you this time. You have crushed others so well up to this point, why are you making an expression like you're suffering an injustice? Wang Yang made a lethargic expression at those words. This guy is just like me. He had been fooled. He had thought that when he tried to lead everyone in Central Island, that was his true character. He thought that he was like a hero who was advancing forward in the world which was collapsing. But that wasn't it. That was just the image which he was holding up. This was his true character. He was just like himself. Like how he could kill countless number of people in order to achieve his goals, that guy could also do that with no hesitation. Except he was much thorough than himself. Hansu suddenly thought of Kangti's words as he looked at Wang Yang. Wow. If everything goes according to the plan then you would become an amazing hero. No, listen. I'm saying that you can become an amazing person of superiority. If you do things properly then wouldn't you look like an awesome leader from the outside? Girls will be falling all over you too. It should be me who goes. Wang Yang made a focusless expression but then sighed as he realized that this was the end. Since his sanity had come back after his death got guaranteed. Well. This might have been said already when I started killing people. He had constantly killed people as he got stronger. With the sole reason of finding his son. And at the same time he thought of this. Because he was strong, he could treat others as sacrificial lambs. And this world did not have any rules or society to stop that but rather encouraged him. And this was the result of that. I could eventually be stepped on or eaten by somebody else like this too. From a point of view this insecurity had pushed him farther than his desire to find his son. It came much faster than I had thought. Wang Yang sighed deeply as he spoke while looking at Hansu. You won't save my daughter even if I asked you. He could only save his daughter if he were to put in a normal human being. It didn't seem like that guy would do something like that. And when Hansu shook his head as he expected, he sighed as he spoke his last words. If you find my son please look after him. Though it's a little bit too much to ask when you are trying to kill me. Hansu shook his head as he spoke at Wang Yang who was explaining his son's characteristics. There's no need for that. But if my plans work out well his fate may be changed. God damn it. What are you talking about until the end? Then Hansu's dagger aggressively sliced past Wang Gaiyang's neck. Hansu looked at the dead dark mad lord with a complex look and then got up while shaking his head. Just do some cleanup and move out. There wasn't much time. Hansu looked around at the 100+ corpses around him and then looked towards the starting location where he had come from. HNNG. Damn. When can we go? Jiangmai, who had been standing at the starting point with her clansmen, grinned at her teeth. While they were chasing him, they were caught by him when he suddenly changed his path and rushed towards them. The fact that they stuck too close because she was afraid of losing him was a mistake. Damn it, did he expect 1 or 2 people to follow him from the start? As soon as Changji saw them he spoke out. Good. Kahyu. Set up a barricade here. So nobody else can go past here. I will forgive you for following me if you do that. Block them well. She had followed out of curiosity but that curiosity did not win over her fear. since it felt like an accident may happen if she didn't listen. It had been over half a day of waiting here. Damn it. Should I just go? But before Jiangmai finished her thoughts, a blood-covered Changji was walking over from afar. What? What did you do? Hansu, who had the appearance of Changji, looked over at Jiangmai with a cold expression and then nodded his head. She really didn't follow. If she had followed him to where he had fought, then those traces couldn't be hidden. Since there would be traces of the soot that filled up the whole of the third floor. Then, it's okay. Since she wouldn't be able to figure it out even if she went. It's better to not know. You've done well, so go on your way now. As soon as he finished those words, Changji disappeared into the paths. And then Jiangmai narrowed her eyes. That's towards the outskirts of the tower. Jiangmai made a strange expression but then shook her head. She had been stuck here for too long anyway. It seemed like he wanted to hide something, but then it might really become dangerous once she tried to pry into it. It doesn't seem like he's the type that would let the person who figured the thing he tried so hard to hide go. She was curious, but she couldn't not distinguish between fire and water. If he had stopped them from following him, it meant that he didn't want to show them anything, but if he were to chase them down while they pried into it. I don't even want to think about it. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. There were things that she needed to keep as a secret even if she knew about them. Jiangmai took her clansmen as she proceeded forward at a very fast pace. And after a while a giant cross could be seen. Her sixth sense had told her instinctively that something happened here. But her only clue was her sixth sense. He had cleaned up things so well that nobody would have known that anything happened without the sixth sense. Well, it's nothing I need to know about. While Jiangmai was trying hard to suppress her curiosity, the fairy appeared in the sky again. Oh my. People came again. Then shall I start the explanation? About this cross, right? Oh no. It increased by 3 more. Jiangmai made a suspicious expression as she looked at the fairy. Chapter 50, 3 Gateways, 2. Hansu walked on the path and headed towards the outside. His target was the entrance to another island. The crossroad that led towards the starting point of the third floor was connected to the end of the second floor, but it was also connected to other islands. If you follow the paths, then you will reach the tunnels that are connected to the other islands. As he expected, he saw a door that had light coming out from the gaps after a bit of walking, and he saw a long bridge along with a giant island beyond it. And when he walked outside, he could see someone. It's a clansman of Tijin. Did he ask a favor? Hansu didn't know the details, but he knew more or less where Tijin would go. Hansu smirked as he spoke to the clansman. Did you form an alliance? The clansman nodded. Our lord formed an alliance with that Mihi. They are together right now. That person called Yurine separated because she said she was going a different way. Hansu just nodded. I just simply suggested a few things. Figure things out on your own. The clansman who had been messaging back and forth asked Hansu. Mihi is asking. When you will come back if you go now? Hansu pondered for a moment and then answered back. 1 month. If it's fast. As he said it, only if he was fast. He wasn't sure how long it would take exactly. I need to come out before the tutorial ends. If not, then it'll really be the end. It wasn't that they let them go to the next area just because the tutorial was finished. If they can't make it, then they would all die. The clansman made a sour expression. I guess you'll come near the end. 50 days since they had come into the second tutorial area. After 1 month it'll be the stage which was the final part of the tutorial. Hansu laughed as he nodded. We might not even see each other. Tijin's clansman nodded and then exchanged messages with the lord above and spoke. He says he'll be doing just fine, so have a good trip. The clansman finished these words as he walked inside towards the crossroad. Hansu laughed slightly, warmed up his body and then prepared his judgment and justice decretos. And then raised his head to look at the top of the tower, breathed in and out and stood at the outskirts of the tower. To think to do such a thing. The fact that he found it is amazing. Hansu thought of one of the final brigade's members, Ralph Lauren, as he shook his head. Ralph Lauren, he had been dragged into the other world while working as a professional rock climber. The only thing Ralph Lauren, who had been charging through the tutorial with ease due to his strength, stamina, and perseverance, thought of when he saw the tower. This world gave something amazing every time you accomplish something amazing. Wouldn't there be something if you reach the top of this tower? Anybody could climb up from the inside, couldn't they? Ralph Lauren did not have such simple thoughts. And after he had prepared inside the tower, he started to madly climb the outside of the tower starting from the second month and finally reached the top and got into the final dungeon, 3 gateways. And had came out after barely breaking through the first gateway. After not being able to even have an attempt at the second or third gateways. Phew. There indeed was information regarding the second and third gateways, but it seemed like it was written to tell me to not get killed. So I didn't go. I just came out after clearing the first one. The reward was good enough with that much. First I will go up. Hansu stabbed the Justice of Decratos once at a time into the tower as he slowly climbed up. Justice and Judgment of Decratos basically acted as mountain climbing gear as it helped him climb up to the top. Stab the dagger and step on top of it. Stab the next dagger in, grab it with the right hand, fasten yourself with the chain and then retrieve the dagger which you had stabbed in before. The action was simple, but due to it being repeated very quickly, Hansu climbed up the tower at an extreme speed like a spider climbing up a wall. Pedudug. And at the same time something started flying towards Hansu. Kaaok. Hansu looked at the disgusting looking birds which were flying towards him and then frowned. It looked like a bird but had a human's face with a wide mouth that had razor sharp teeth. These guys existed for those who climbed the outskirts of the tower instead of going up from the inside. Ralph Lauren. You were lucky. Ralph Lauren had started from the 4th floor when he climbed up, so he had to deal with much less dangers. But he didn't have enough time to go through the insides of the tower, so he needed to climb up from below while going through all sorts of random beasts. Since the time it would take to cross the final dungeon for him who needed to go through all 3 gateways would be longer than that of Ralph Lauren, who only went through one of the gateways. The expected time of 1 month was just a prediction, it may even take longer. Charge through. Kururuk. And soon the judgment of Dekratos, which was tied around Hansu's body, sliced through the air ruthlessly. When the clansman comes we will head out. Tijin, who had finished communicating, spoke to me. Tijin, who had seen me nod slightly, shouted loudly towards the surrounding people. Are you all okay? And everyone who was below the cross nodded their head as they breathed in and out roughly. A slight amount of regret was mixed in the eyes of the people who were gathered here. Since that cross was a chance to revive somebody they love. Tijin had hesitated as well. Who will you kill to revive somebody? And even if you did revive someone else they will be in a state of a tabula rasa, are you even able to advance forward by working their share as well? I won't stop you from doing whatever you choose but you cannot if you want to be with us. And a few people who could not stand it instantly left the group. Mihi did not stop those people. Since if she had someone she loved, and this was the last chance to save them then even she wouldn't be able to stop herself. And then Tijin looked at Mihi as he spoke. All the people here gathered after looking at you. Be the center properly. He had come here from Hansu's suggestion but he would have left right away if he didn't like it. It was the same for those who were here. There was almost nobody left who had hopes of Hansu joining back here. He has so many things to do. Will we be able to see him before we get out? He actually wasn't a great leader or something. Since he would go with them if they followed but will just leave them if they aren't able to follow. And there weren't many people who were of the level where they could follow him. As if Tijin's words gave her strength, Mihi smiled slightly as she shouted at the people around her. Prepare yourself. We will resume after 10 minutes. Hansu was Hansu and they had things they needed to do. I will keep as many alive as I can. Mihi clenched her teeth. That was the greatest resistance that she could do against this damnable world and the ferry. Save as many people as you can on the way up. And soon, about 200 people started to head towards a different area after getting through the third floor. It took a whole day just to come up here. Hansu retrieved the dagger he had been standing on as he looked at the small door at the top of the tower. A very real-like moon despite the fact that it was located a few thousands meters up on the top of a tower. And only a door was floating in the air, there were no other buildings behind the door. Hansu breathed in and out as he opened the door. Kikik. And soon he could see a dark area on the insides of the door. It's real huh? Hansu, who was going against the rough wind, stepped into the door and then closed the door. And then he looked around the darkness and then looked towards the weapons that were hung around his body. 7 double-edged swords and 8 blades. 18 medium and small-sized swords and the Dekratos set. 7 striped cape and other defensive gear. Nirmaha's ring and 8 smaller rings. 1 necklace around his neck and a circlet. These were all the best versions of their category which he could gain in the tutorial before the third floor. And even the demonic jade crystal as well as the philosopher's stone that he gained at the treasure hunt. Preparations were complete. Hansu touched his ear. As I expected, it's very inefficient. Kong Hansu strength, colorless 60.8%. Stamina, colorless 61.1%. Agility, colorless 66.7%. Perception, colorless 67.7%. Mana, colorless 58.7%. Magic, colorless 58.7%. Physical resistance, colorless 58.7%. Magic resistance, colorless 58.7%. The clansmen of the Dark Mad Lord were much stronger than other adventurers and there were over 150 of them. But despite eating all of those he could only raise his stats by around 40%. Even if it was inefficient, it was a number that could never be reached by simply hunting monsters. The amount he had raised by staying here for 50 days was a mere 25%. Even if he focused on hunting for the last month, he would have reached at most 50%. Since he had to decrease the efficiency with the Rune Eater Snake and had to raise the Nirmaha's ring as well. Though it's a bit risky. I'm going in. His stats were good enough to go through the second gateway of the 3 gateways so it was good enough. The first gateway was hard but it was just the reward for those who had climbed up the tower. According to Ralph Lauren's intel, the difficulty raised significantly starting from the second gateway and the problem with the runes will be solved if one could clear the second gateway. It's the start. Hansu jumped down towards the inside. These crazy times. Phew, they're all very zealous. Just to save somebody they know. Right. Jimin sighed tiredly as she looked at the few tens of people they had forced to kneel beneath the cross. Yurine chuckled at Jimin's words. Since it would have been hard for her too if her clan wasn't made of special forces. Standing on the same side as Tijin in Central Island was a stroke of good fortune. If not then she would have shared the fate of the 9 dead lords among the 11 of them. But why have you told us to suppress the non-clansmen? We have already reached the limit of how many we can have in the clan. Yurine laughed quietly as she spoke. Bigger sister has something she thought of. Let's see. Yurine breathed in deeply as she shouted towards the clansmen. Bring 9 of the non-clansmen people over there. Pardon. Yurine pointed at the cross as she giggled. And let's save these guys here. Pardon. These guys were lords. And then Yurine pointed towards the 9 people out of the countless in the cross. 9 lords who had gone missing along with Gutai in Central Island. She hadn't known if they had died or not but it seemed like they did since their faces came up on the cross. This is a jackpot. She didn't know if the psychic powers would come back or not. But according to the fairy's words they will have the memory and physique of themselves before coming in here. Which means the chances of them manifesting such things like the psychic powers were very high. She couldn't do anything about those she didn't know but how could she let go of these people who had the chances of becoming a lord? Uaak. Ok. Yurine made a content smile as she looked at the 9 people getting in the grave below the cross. Even if she didn't put them into the clan, what would they be able to do if she always looks after them with blades up against their backs? And with this the amount she will be able to control will increase tenfold, to 1000 from 100. Very good. A newcomer shouted towards Yurine at one of somebody in the cross while she looked at the 9 lords who were growing out of the ground. Oh yeah. Lord. This guy is probably a lord too. This guy. Yurine made a strange expression as she looked at the man who had just appeared in the cross. It means he just died. The clansman who had been speaking to Yurine nodded. Yes. I noticed him because I had come to the tower a bit earlier and I saw people move in a large group with this guy as the center. This guy is probably a lord too. It seemed like he had quite a lot of people, but it seems like he died in the tower. It wasn't weird even for a clan lord to die, since it was very dangerous. Since the third floor that they had gone through was that dangerous too. There was a chance where the injured forces from the second floor could die while crossing. Yeah. Then drag one more over here. And then another person was shoved into the grave as another man grew out of the ground. Jimin made a content expression as she looked at the 10 male and female lords in total. She asked the last guy who had come up because she wanted to know his name. Since she knew everyone else's name but didn't know the new guy's. What is your name? The man made a confused expression and then muttered out his name. Wang Yang. I'm called Wang Yang. But where is this? I was clearly with a he and Myeongdong. Wang Yang. Good. Yurine smiled contently again at the 10 people. I hope we can meet more people from now on. If an empty space appears, you need to fill it up. And that won't be much of a problem. Since there will still be plenty of people in the tower. From now on. I'll lead. Yurine laughed coldly. Chapter 51, Red Zone, 1. Kyuyuo. The stage which held the second tutorial. And the giant tower that was located above at the island at the top. A large amount of water was rising up to the tower. To be specific, all the islands were falling beneath the sea at a very fast rate. It had already been a while since the water came up to the first floor of the tower, and the slowly rising water seemed like it would go over the third floor soon. Chie Isaac. The blazing third floor started to get flooded by the poisonous sea as all the flames started to get extinguished. A situation where it won't be long until the whole tower would be submerged beneath the sea. And a small door that was located at the top of this tower opened as somebody came out. A man in a mess who was covered in blood. God damn it, for that thing to come out at the very end. It took way too long. Hansu grinned at his teeth. There weren't any artifacts that weren't damaged either. A few seemed to be in good condition, but they all turned into dust that scattered as if they had a problem with them. It seems I must renew them all. These artifacts couldn't be used in the red zone, where he will be soon, anyways. And it wasn't really a waste if what he had gained was taken into account. Hansu, who threw out every artifact on his body other than the Nirmaha's ring, estimated the time and then clicked his tongue. There's 2 hours left now. 90th day. 2 hours before the tutorial ends. After seeing the way the water was rising, everything would be submerged after 2 hours. Most people would have already set off. Hansu jumped off as he looked below the tower and dug his hand onto the wall of the tower. Kwajaduduk. The red, and not colorless, rune started to twist the laws of Hansu's body, and his hands, which had been strengthened by this, started to smash the walls. And Hansu kept that speed, from the rebound force of his action, constant as he rode down the tower. Go through from the 4th floor. The entrance which Ralph Lauren had come out from. And the tower's topmost floor. It'll be a bit tight. To make the ship. You needed the ship prepared by the ferry in order to go from the colorless zone to the red zone. Since this place would completely sink. Hansu ran towards the on the 4th floor as fast as he could. God damn it. Those bitches from the Clan Alliance. For them to really leave us and go. Gumption and the 7 others grinned their teeth as they searched around the insides of the jungle. Those crazy bastards, they leave even when they had room to spare. There wasn't much resentment about the ship made by the Free Alliance, which had set off 4 days ago, since they were the ones who chose not to get on, but they didn't know that the guys of the Clan Alliance would act like this. And because of that they were searching around the jungle like this. Hurry. We need to find the Kuran parasite and get it over there. Kuran parasite. They had gathered all of the other materials for the ship in the 2 days after the departure of the Clan Alliance, but they didn't acquire the Kuran parasite yet. And the ferry would only make the ship for them if they give the Kuran parasite to it. But one of the people running spoke while making an anxious expression. Hey. But the Kuran parasite is. Then Gumption shouted as he grinned at his teeth. Damn it. Then what? We can't make the ship without that. Kuran parasite. There wasn't much about it. It was so weak that it would die if you tapped it around a bit. The problem was where they parasite on. A 30 big giant crocodile that lived in the swamps of the inner parts of the wide 4th floor. It had kindly been written in the catalog for making the ship by the ferry that it lived in the inside of the Galapagon crocodile's mouth. Since there were basic explanations about the ship and the places to gather the material for it. They had promised themselves that they would never come back here after seeing an adventurer, who was trying to get the material, get his leg torn off, but for them to come back here like this. Damn it, there's nothing we can do. Gumption grinned at his teeth. They had to make the ship. A few people, who had gotten anxious after the Clan Alliance left, cut off a few trees in the jungle and tried to get to the by making a raft and getting onto the sea. The result was misery in itself. They had all died after getting infected from the waves of poison. You could stay afloat for a while, but if you sink then your whole body will melt. The fairy giggled at that as if it was extremely funny and spoke. Oh my. I told you to bring the materials because of this. I didn't even tell you to make it. I said we'll give it to you if you get the materials. Though the ship made by us looks a bit flimsy, it's the greatest consideration towards the comfort of the adventurer. There's 39 hours left now. And everyone who had seen this started searching the all around the 4th floor. Since they might really melt down if they aren't able to get the materials in time. This was already 2 days ago. And now there were probably less than 2 hours left. The Free Alliance and the Clan Alliance each made a giant ship that would still have space left after holding 2,000 people. They had become like this because they saw each of the 500 Free Alliance and the 600 Clan Alliance make a ship to carry 2,000 and had thought that they would take them and had leisurely hunted. If they had faithfully prepared the ship for a month, then they wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Damn it. We should have gotten the materials despite the dangers. Or we should have followed the Free Alliance. After a bit of running, he could see the shady swamp in the distance. Why did they make such a large ship if they weren't gonna take us with them? He had run in a hurry, but then he felt anxious again. If the monsters they needed to kill in order to get the materials were easy, then they would have done so already. But as if it wasn't only him who had thought this, the footsteps of 6 others behind him were slowing down as well. And at that moment a voice was heard above them. You aren't going to kill it? Then I shall do it. Yuck. When they looked up after getting shocked, they could see a man running between the branches of the jungle. And there was a very unique thing about him. He has nothing on his body. To have nothing on his body. Unlike the 3rd floor of the tutorial where everyone had been separated, the 4th floor was a large area where all the survivors could stay together. Of course it was a huge area, but they had seen a lot of different kinds of people due to the fact that the areas weren't isolated. And a few people out of the 2,000 survivors caught the eye. Like Park Jae-ungmai's special force clan that was famous for being a small group of elites despite her being a lord. The incredibly strong guy with the strange mask. But it was the first time he had someone run about without anything on their body. No. He has a single ring on. They didn't have any solutions, but this guy was something else. No, he didn't even know how to deal with this because such a unique guy had suddenly popped out. Well yet. Since there's more than one of them. Even before they could do anything, the guy who had finished talking ran into the swamp. They gazed blankly for a moment and then asked Gumshin. What are you going to do? Gumshin pondered for a moment and then opened his mouth. It seems like he's going to fight. We should go and see the situation as we. Boom. Before he could finish his words, a dark golden light penetrated through the swamp along with a giant noise. Kuuaak. And then a very loud scream that vibrated throughout the swamp exploded out. Galapagon crocodile's scream. When the surprised group ran over, they saw an unbelievable sight. The giant crocodile had its skull crushed and the man was pulling out the Kuran parasite from the insides of its mouth which he had split apart. The fuck? What did he crush it with? Skill. The thickness of his skull that they could see between the broken bones were over 50 centimeters thick, and it seemed like it wasn't normal bones from the shininess. But it had been broken apart like tofu. The 4th floor was indeed very large, but it wasn't so wide to the point where a rumor wouldn't get spread around. If he was that strong, then they should have at least heard about him at least once, but they had never heard about him. Is that him? He doesn't have the chain, scythe and dagger. And as they heard, that guy did not use any skills ever. There was probably a reason why he couldn't use it. But that shining light was definitely the effect of a skill. Damn it. I don't know who he is. Did he gain something through a fortuitous encounter or something? While Gumshin was shocked, one of the people with Gumshin shouted out even before he could stop him. Hey. Wait a moment. When the guy turned around, one of the people behind Gumshin shouted loudly. It seems like you don't have a ship either. How about going with us? We have everything but that parasite. Though they wanted to get a free ride, only a single Kuran parasite lived within each crocodile. And he didn't know what that guy did, but for him to have the strength to crush that giant crocodile with a single strike meant that opposing him in terms of strength was impossible. The Galapagon crocodile itself was burdensome. It didn't make any sense to go up against such a person who killed it with a single strike. But there was no need to actually fight. The ship they could make with the materials they had and the Kuran parasite could easily hold 10 people. It was enough for them 7 and that one man to get on. Oh. While Gumshin made a satisfied expression, a few people came through the swamp while gasping for air. What? You gained the Kuran parasite? They were all gasping for air and had lights shining in their eyes. They could only be anxious since they didn't make the ship while the toxic water was rising by the minute. They had gained all the easy materials in the 2 days after the clan alliance had left, but there were more people who had been wandering around the swamp due to the fear of it than they had thought. They had all gathered here as they heard the scream of the Galapagon crocodile dying. The man standing in the front shouted loudly at Hansu. Hey. Did you kill it for those guys? Then help us kill it too. And then Gumshin shouted in confusion. What are you talking about? We didn't tell him to kill it but rather gave a proposal. Do you think we're trying to get a free ride? We're willing to give him all the other materials. Then the man standing in the very front smiled. Then that's even better. Does it really need to be you guys? What? The man ignored Gumshin and then shouted at Hansu. We have all the other materials as well. But our ship is a 20-man ship. We just couldn't get the ship because we didn't have the parasite that the Galapagon crocodile was guarding over. Isn't it better for you guys to go to a bigger ship? The man spoke with confidence. As he saw it, the amateurs over there had only 7 people. The ship they were preparing were probably a 10-man. On the other hand, they had 13 people and had a bit more leisure, so the ship they had prepared was a 20-man ship of a slightly larger size. Wouldn't they be better? Gumshin grinned at his teeth at those words. It was just as he said. They looked at the ships that were crossing the dangerous-looking sea on the direction that the ferry had pointed to. It wasn't an issue of people on board. It was just that they would be safer the more materials they invested in order to get a bigger ship from the ferry to travel much more safely. The fact that a lot of people could get on was just a side effect. But it wasn't only Gumshin who had become desperate at those words. There really wasn't much time left anymore. You bastard. If you do that, then we have the materials as well. Let's go with us. With us. Damn it. Then at least get one for us each. We're all going to die. Hansu watched the chaos around him as he shook his head and spoke. I don't need those materials. What? I'll be making a 500-man ship. You guys use that by yourselves. Isn't this guy just a maniac? Making a 500-man ship for himself. Johan, who had been making the 20-man ship, was speechless. Chapter 52, Red Zone, 2. This bitch, is he saying that he's going to gain all those materials in the remaining time? Johan was speechless. It wasn't that you needed a large amount of materials for a big ship. Since though it was called materials, you didn't make the ship with those materials. Actually, the materials felt more like currency for buying the ship. But of course it wasn't easy just because it was like that. The more expensive the ship was, a core for which the difficulty of gaining rose exponentially was added into it. The Kuran parasite was the core ingredient for the ships with a capacity of 30 people or less. The ships which could hold over 30 people needed the red-spotted salamander's heart, and the 2,000 man-sized ships which the large clans rode on needed the skull of the volcanic bear, which there were only 2 of on all of the 4th floor. The core item needed for the 500-man ship was Nocrocrit Lizard's heart. The 2 clans which weren't part of an alliance and had made the ship received quite a large amount of casualties while hunting this guy. While Johann was thinking random things, Hansu shouted as he flew off. "Don't worry. I'll let you guys ride on it." "What?" Hansu smirked at the reply, which seemed like that they had misheard. Why would he let all 100 of them die after making the ship? These guys couldn't make the ship during the remaining time. If you want to get on, then go chop down some Arun trees and get some Kelk's mucus sac. That's the fee for the ride. I'll see you at the entrance. Hey. Hey. Hey, wait over there. Johann shouted out in a panic, but Hansu had already disappeared into the distance. Everyone looked at each other as if they were guarding against each other, but then started to speak out one at a time. There were 2 choices. To either gain the ride fee like that guy had said, or to make the ship and leave like that. What do we do? Shall we group up and fight? We need at least 5 20-man ships in order to have enough capacity for 100 people. We need at least 10 Kuran parasites. We can't kill 10 of them in 2 hours. Damn it. The fact that they had been gathered like had actually become the problem. They could easily catch 3 or 4 since 100 people were gathered like this. But they couldn't make ships for all 100 people to get on with that. There will be a bloody battle. God damn it. Johann frowned. Could that guy really gain all the materials to make the 500-man ship? Because then there was nothing much more to do. Since they will be thankful to him too. But if he said that to make us calm down, he may just make a 10-man ship and leave like that. Then we won't simply die. If that happened, then they will at least break his ship apart. But why is he telling us to bring these? Kelp mucus sac and Arun tree weren't part of the necessary materials. And the amount he had requested was quite a lot. If you take into account of the hardness of the Arun tree, then all 100 people still needed to work hard after splitting up. First I'll move. Since it was rather cheap fee for a ride. Please, let us thank you. Getting abandoned once was enough. And soon everyone dispersed into numerous directions. Kyuuo. Nocrocrit lizard. Hansu flew around and then whipped at the lizard's chin after making a tight fist. Boom. The dark golden light that had run up Hansu's arm gathered in his hands and then exploded. The lizard got hit in the head, tumbled for a while and then died. Hansu started to search around the corpse of the lizard. Let's see. I should take the part where the great arteries of the 3 hearts combine, right? 3 hearts. Which was why they didn't count. The part where the arteries of the 3 hearts combined, which there was only one of, counted. Hansu took out the essence of the material and then moved his position to the where he had came in from the outside. There were people gathering there with the Arun trees and Kelp mucus sac along with anxious expressions. Let's go. Everyone's facial tone changed but made a slightly suspicious expression too. They could only be sensitive since their lives were on the line. And they couldn't believe the fact that he had gained the materials for a 500-man ship in such a short time. Did you really get them? Hansu nodded as Johann, who had been standing in the front, asked with a slightly suspicious expression. Hurry and get over here. There's less than 30 minutes left now. Hansu then walked towards the toxic waters that had filled up to the lower areas of the 4th floor and started to stack all the materials he had gained. How do things keep coming out from that small pouch? He killed all them within the 2 hours. The people made expressions of fear. Numerous parts of different beasts' corpses were coming out endlessly. Uff. While the people made scared expressions while watching the toxic waters which seemed like they could rise up at any moment, the fairy appeared in front of their eyes. Wow. Congratulations. You gathered all the materials. First I will congratulate. Please hurry with the ship first. Somebody shouted loudly. They had realized that they wouldn't die even if they talked like that to the fairy. And the situation where the toxic waters may reach their feet at any time had made them even more anxious. There were 30 minutes left, but this was the time left for the whole 4th floor to get submerged. If they were even 5 minutes late, then the place they were standing at may all be submerged. The fairy smiled as it spoke. Oh my. Sorry. You're probably anxious. The ship you guys will ride on this. As soon as the fairy's words ended, all the materials melted and disappeared. And toxic waters starting boiling as a giant bubble appeared. Right before the bubble seemed like it would blow up, the sea split as a giant ship appeared. A ship the size of a cruise ship. While everyone was marveling at the high-class looking ship, Johann spat coldly at the fairy. You will control that? There isn't anyone here who knows how to control a ship. It was hard enough to control a modern yacht alone, how hard would it be to control that giant ship? Since the only ship control they knew was a pirate captain shouting while spinning the steering wheel of a strange-looking ship. *PR note, One Piece reference. The fairy just smiled at those words. Don't worry. We will sail the ship for you guys as a service the first time, so rest comfortably. Hee hee. The estimated date of arrival is 3 days. If you leave it alone it will go to the red zone, but if you want to change the direction then the controls are in the middle of the deck. The controls aren't hard. Everybody sighed in relief. They were able to barely escape 30 minutes before they were about to get submerged along with the whole island. But Johann frowned slightly. The first sail is free as service. And for them to allow them to turn direction. Doesn't that mean that there are going to be instances where they might have to change the direction of the ship? While Johann was making a rather dirty expression, Hansu's voice was heard from above. What are you doing? Get on. Bring the kelp mucus sacs and the wood. HNNG. Chiak. Uaok. It got all the way up here. Hurry and get on. Hurry. It wasn't that they were going to melt down right away, but they will melt down if they were to be submerged. As the toxic water started to melt the soles of their shoes, everyone flew their body up to the ship along with the mucus sacs and the wood in a hurry. Even if they were weak, they were people with superhuman physiques in the normal world. Getting onto a ship of this height was merely a joke. And when all the people got onto the ship, the sails of the ship flapped back and forth as it started to move magically. The giant ship then started to lead them towards the next area, the... Let's all introduce ourselves. I'm called Johann. Thank you for letting me on. Everyone gathered on the deck of the ship and started to introduce themselves. Since no matter how much they liked or hated each other, they were on the same ship and be with each other for 3 days, or more. And when it became Hansu's turn, everyone started focusing on him. Since he was the person who got caught in the eye the most. He didn't have anything on. He didn't have any equipment on him. But he was strong. Hansu spoke as he looked at them. I am called Kong Hansu. Everyone nodded their heads. And a few of the expressions brightened up. If a strong guy was a crazy guy, then it would be extremely dangerous. They had gotten on the ship due to their anxious minds, but if a guy this strong were to go crazy on a ship where they could not run away, then it would become very troublesome. But from the way he was acting, he was one of the few people who were still sane. Johann nodded his head slightly on the inside. So it was this guy. This guy was extremely famous. Since he had stood out since Central Island. But there was a question. There hasn't been anybody who has seen this guy in the tower. Even if they went to different islands, they were bound to meet on the 4th floor. Since that was how it was structured. But there wasn't anybody who had seen this guy prior to the 2 hours before the departure. And because of this they had thought he died, but for him to be alive. Well. There is no need to make trouble. There was no need to create trouble when they were going to be together for 3 days. As everyone's introductions ended, everyone looked around the ship with comfortable expressions and spoke out. Anyways, are we going to rest like this for 3 days? Everyone made blissful expressions. The 3 months of the tutorial was constant tensions and fighting. They could only feel comfortable since they were allowed to rest for 3 days in a rather luxurious ship. And as they went below the deck, they could see some delicious things as if they were services. But Hansu shook his head. The fairy had told them that they don't really lay their hands on them once the tutorial ends. But that was basically because there was no need to anymore. Tisk. I wanted to make a 2,000-man ship originally. He wanted to make the biggest ship, and probably could have made it with leisure, but his plans had been screwed because the difficulty of the third gate was higher than he had thought. 2 hours was far from enough time even for someone like him. Though the 500-man ship isn't bad. It wasn't that the amount of people the ship could carry was important, but rather the defenses and durability of the ship increased as the size got bigger. And because of this the people here had to do well. They need to pay for their own food. Hansu mumbled as he looked towards the distant sea. It's enough to make a 30-man ship, right? There's no reason to make a giant ship, right? One of the people who had been on the ship that was sailing towards the red zone shouted out loudly. Everyone then chuckled as they nodded. Their ship was basically a raft compared to the giant ship the alliances had sailed off on, but if you take into account that the few hundred of them had run around for a whole month, this ship was much better in terms of efficiency. As I thought, this is better than struggling to make a 100-man or 200-man ship. They didn't really feel like they had spare room since 30 people were riding on a 30-man ship, but this discomfort just needed to be held in when they were going to arrive in 3 days. Though the Free Alliance guys asked us to go with them. Those guys were very annoying because they had a lot of things they set limits on. And joining a clan was a bit unsettling due to the fact that his feelings would get changed by itself. This was better even if they suffer a little bit. Let's rest a bit for 3 days. Since we struggled hard until now. Everyone nodded their heads at these words. How much had they suffered in order to create this? They struggled a lot by going into dangerous hunting grounds and hunting by themselves. But this was still a smart decision. They laughed inwardly at the people who were still at the tower or have submerged under the waters. How would they trust the Alliance guys and wait for them? Their lives were on the line. Those guys had laughed at them when they were making the ship, but the ones who had survived in the end were them. It sounds like the story of the ant and the cicada. *PR note, a Jean de La Fontaine fable. And now they had to rest well with this as the reward. Since the life on the place they will arrive at won't be comfortable. Mountain range of the world tree, the name's really good though. While they were thinking of the name of the red zone that the fairy had told them, a fearsome sound came from the floor. Kuzak. Shoo. Shoo. Kududuk. Everyone made anxious expressions at the strange sounds as they rose up. Where's this coming from? It's below the ship. I'll go check. One person went below very carefully. And then came back up while screaming. Fuck. Some bastard is making holes on the bottom of the ship. What? Everybody freaked out as they bounced out of their seats. How could swimming across 3 days' worth of travel on a ship on this toxic waters be possible? And they had clearly seen the people who tried to cross on rafts. If this ship sinks then it'll be a massacre. Everyone madly ran down. And then freaked out at the 3-pronged spears coming up from below the ship. Everyone run towards it while swinging their swords crazily at the sight of the toxic waters pouring in. Fuck, block it. These bastards won't come inside. This bitches just keep jabbing from the outside. God damn it. Somebody go into the sea and get them off while we block them from here. Everyone flinched at those words. Jump into the toxic waters. They could fight to some degree. Since their bodies didn't melt right away even if they were toxic waters. But the probability of death rose by tens of times. Fuck, we should have made a bigger ship. Then the holes wouldn't have been made this easily and they could have used long-range skills to kill them off during that time. Damn it. Ack. Everyone made expressions of despair as they looked at the slowly sinking ship. Almost 10,000 tutorial areas. All the ships that started from different tutorial areas, that numbered up to a few tens of thousands if they were all combined, had the same thing occurring to them at the same time. Chapter 53, Red Zone, 3. Johann made a satisfied expression at the distant sea from the deck of the ship. It's nice. 100 people who consisted of 8 groups. They went into deciding where they would stay on the ship for the next 3 days naturally. A slight war of nerves had occurred since the good spots were limited even in the same ship. But even if they were a mere 100 people there were still differences. Him and his comrades were among the strongest of the 100 and because of this they gained the privilege to stay in the most comfortable part in the ship. This is it. Very nice. Johann, who had regained the superiority which he couldn't have while the Clan Alliance guys were around, smiled in good spirits. Though there was something that remained stuck on his mind. I just can't figure out what he is thinking. Johan looked at Hansu, who was standing in the middle of the deck while looking at the distant sea. This was a result that sprouted from Hansu not acting out despite being the strongest person out of the 100. He had let them on board but didn't really care about them. He's the problem. Johan pondered while looking at Hansu and then nodded his head. As I thought, there is a need to create a relation with that guy. Though he didn't really know how long they'll be together, if you say that they were going to be together for a while then there was nothing bad about having a good relation with that guy. No, it was actually extremely good. Since as long as he could show others that he was close to him, others will fall under them. Though their current influence was a bit on the bigger side, it was not that bigger than those of others, nor was it perfect. Two things were needed in order for them to solidify their influence. They needed to slowly pull in the other groups and create a rather good relationship with Hansu at the same time. Well, the two things aren't much different anyway. Once he unites everyone from the other party, then Hansu won't be able to ignore him anymore, and vice versa. If he were to get close to Hansu, then everyone else will listen to his words more closely. It seems like he's young too. There isn't a human in the world who doesn't like to be well treated. For that he needed to converse with him. Since he needed to find out about Hansu's tastes. It'll be nice if he likes something like women or something. Right as Johan got up from the deck and tried to walk towards where Hansu was, a noise was heard from behind. Abime. Huh. Johan frowned as he looked at the person shouting in the sea in the distance. He couldn't see or hear clearly because it was too far, but the sound got clearer as the ship approached more and more. Who is it? Damn it. Damn it. Save me. The ship passing by. What? What's going on? As the noise got louder and louder, everyone got out from their rest and then looked beyond the deck. A familiar ship that was half sunk and destroyed. People were shouting from above the giant ship that was smaller than the one they had but could still carry 50 people. It seems like they have gotten stuck on a rock while running away after getting attacked. They had stopped sinking because they were caught on top of the rock, but it was clear what would happen to them if they stayed like that. But they made a cold expression when they saw the people on the deck. I remember. It was hard to forget. Since they could remember the lines those guys had told them when they left them behind. You lazy bastards. You want us to let you on board when you were playing around while the others were working hard building the ship? Don't have any shame. Did you contribute a single piece for the construction of the ship? And where do you want us to use people like you? It seems the situation has changed. They could save them if they used the controls, but there was no need to direct their ship into the area with the rocks. And those guys were well organized as a group and strong too. Once those guys come over on this ship, then the balance will fall towards those guys in it instead. That wouldn't do. Johan laughed coldly and then shouted. Screw off. You bitches. You ha 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 ha. The other people started to laugh too. Since the view of others suffering while they were in safety was very pleasing. But while the people were laughing from this weirdly worked up situation, the ship started to tilt and turn. Huh? What is this? Huh? The people panicked as they looked at the center of the deck. And Hansu was turning the controls with a leisurely expression in that spot. A few people grinned their teeth as they shouted. What? Why are you turning it? They could not look over those guys if they took into account of the despair they had felt when those guys left them behind. But to go save them by turning the ship into an area where there might be rocks. But Hansu shook his head. It's better to have more on board. We should save those we can. Be friendly with them. The others shouted at Hansu's words. God damn it. Do you even know what's over there? That's a region of rocks. Being strong was being strong, but is he even allowed to ignore them all and decide on his own just because he has the power? Even if the ship was his, there were 100 people on board, so why would he take the path that lead to danger? Johan was flustered from a different reason. What is that crazy guy even thinking? Johan grinned at his teeth. He didn't want to give up all 100 people and Hansu. No, this was just the start. He might be able to get bigger once he got to the red zone. If he gets the 100 people and Hansu around him with himself as the center, his influence will increase in size like a snowball. But if that guy acts the way he wanted like that, then he had to give up one of the two. Since he can't tie them together if they hate each other. Damn. It is because he's still childish. There was no point of having a lot of people if they couldn't group up. No, it was actually worse. They had understood this in the tutorial stage already. And it was hard for them 100 and the people over there to mix. Since the enmity between them was big already. Why did they have to carry such people as them? It's not good. It's not good. Johan shook his head inwardly but then walked towards Hansu after fixing his impression. Why are you turning the ship? I'm not saying let's not save the people, but the inner parts of that place there is too dangerous. It's all rocks. And why are you approaching them if we don't even know what had turned them into such a mess? Are you trying to put 100 people in danger just to save 50 people? The people nodded their heads. Though they had thoughts of leaving the 50 people to die because they didn't like them, but the biggest reason, and the reason they wouldn't get hated for, was the thing Johan had said. Johan continued his speech. I understand that you are strong, but I believe you wouldn't be able to save us if the ship sinks, right? Hansu laughed and spoke. Are those two things the problem? Johan felt a little off from looking at the laughing Hansu, but he nodded. Though there were other reasons, it was a bit too embarrassing to speak out loud. Yeah. So we should. But even before he could finish his words, Hansu turned the control after shrugging. Everyone made expressions of satisfaction at that. The fact that Hansu hadn't ignored their words felt better than the fact that they had gained safety. It was the same for Johan too. Yeah. You aren't something that lives alone, isn't it good for the 100 of us to have a good relationship on the way? But there wasn't much reason why Hansu had changed the controls again. Well. They all got on anyway. Tuck. Tututuk. These bitches. Repeat what you said before. Johan frowned at the voices that came from the back of the deck. God damn it. The 50 who had gotten on the ship by throwing parts of the ship on the water and creating a path were staring at the 100 people who were originally on the ship. Though they were a few hundreds meters away, such a thing wasn't hard for them. But Hansu frowned. Don't be loud. It's coming soon. It was more advantageous the more people you had. What? Boom. Kududuk. Ududud. At the same time a noise of something getting destroyed and torn apart could be heard below. At the same time the expressions of the 50 people who had gotten on the ship turned pale. Fuck, didn't it follow other ships? What? You guys know something? While Johan frowned and asked the guys who had come over, Hansu jumped on top of the railings and looked below. It came. The things that blocked the path that lead from the tutorial area to the starting point of the red zone. These guys couldn't come out of the water. Since they could only live in the water due to receiving the curse of the toxic waters. They didn't really have a way of eating people from one look, but the choice they made was very simple. If they couldn't go hunting for people, they just needed to pull the humans down. These guys recklessly attacked the ships passing from the tutorial area to the red zone and created holes. Then once the people sunk, they would wait for the bodies to get marinated by the toxic waste and then consume them once they get soggy enough. The fact that these guys who just got onto the ship had survived was due to them being on top of the rock. The most threatening part about these guys was that they could not come out of the waters. And from the humans' point of view, they had to go into the toxic waters to kill them, so it would only be unattractive. They wouldn't even have gotten scratches if it was the 2,000-man ship, but a 500-man ship will constantly receive holes if those guys attacked. As he expected, the people who heard the noise below and went down came back screaming. Goddamn bastards. They're putting holes on the floor. Swing your sword or something at least. Damn it. How do you want me to fight them if the toxic waters are pouring in? At least cut off the trident. Johan grinned at his teeth within the chaos. Can we not even reach them? How were they going to attack the things below? Even if they were to use long-range attacks, then it will still take forever if they wanted to get rid of the guys sticking by the ship as well. And they couldn't jump into the sea when they didn't even know what was down there. Though they could resist the toxic waters for a while with resistances and skills, but it was still extremely dangerous. And they were holding on quite well because it was the 500-man ship. If it was a smaller ship, then it would have become a mess in a moment. Damn it. Those with reinforced skills come here. They had to jump in and get them off somehow. And the people with defensive skills such as reinforce would survive in the waters and be able to fight. Since reinforce, apart from raising the resistance, had also to a certain point the effect of blocking external matters. But the people frowned as they backed off. Damn it. I wouldn't go in either. Johan grinned at his teeth. He didn't even know how strong the things below were. And even if they were to get rid of the toxic waters, how would anyone jump into the dark seas where you can't even see everywhere? Most people were afraid of plunging into unknown depths. Hansu spoke as he looked at them. I don't need you guys, so people with reinforced skills go down below and remove the tridents from them. Since the newcomers have all gotten on, let's go pay for the meal. People with skills fight them by sticking close to the railings. What? Hey. What are you trying to do? Johan panicked as he looked at Hansu. The actions of Hansu, who was stretching his body while looking at the water below from the railings, was quite obvious. It means that he will go into the waters. Is he insane? Johan panicked. That guy was not a guy who could die in such a lame way. Though he was strong, there were still things called attributes. This was an extremely unfavorable battlefield if one didn't have a skill like a shield. But Hansu wasn't listening to Johan's words already. Demonic Dragon's reinforcement. Let's see how good it is. The reward he had gotten for clearing the third dungeon. The legacies that no one had numbered because no one had found them yet. Two golden and dark lights surrounded Hansu as if they were about to explode from his body, and when his body could not be seen after getting shrouded in light, he jumped into the water. Quay. And soon, with a loud explosive sound, a slab of meat of something and toxic water skyrocketed from the side of the ship. Chapter 54, Red Zone, 4. Chiaik. Hansu's body was covered in 2 different colors. And the toxic waters from all around tried to get in and melt down Hansu's body, but the red runes endlessly sent mana into the demonic dragon's reinforcement which covered Hansu's body. Good. It should at least be this much. Otherwise the suffering he went through at the 3 gateways wouldn't have been worth it. The reward for the second gateway was runes. Killing the endless beasts and surviving until one gets to red runes. But that was basically the preparation for the third gateway. If the first gateway was a place prepared to reward the person finding it, the third gateway was a gateway for those who were truly worthy. And the third gateway that had appeared in front of Hansu, who had reached red runes. Even if it was something that hundreds of people fought together, he still had to fight it alone. Even if it was something that they had just glanced at, as long as the testee had experienced it, then it will appear in front of them after getting adjusted to the red rune level. And the thing that had appeared in front of Hansu. A dragon, the most well-balanced existences. They had a different origin from humans and were of a different grade as well. And among those born as such that have chosen the path of the demon, the most twisted being. Their power was something that couldn't even be explained with words. Hansu had seen it before when he had been traveling about in the deep parts of the abyss. And the humans who had seen it guarding the path on the way to the crystal decided to invest 3 more years in order to go around by penetrating through the territory of 2 ruler races. Since they had no confidence in winning at all. Fighting 2 ruler races seemed better than fighting that thing. And he was very shocked when such a thing had appeared at the third gateway in a weaker state. Since he didn't know that the things he had seen in the past will come out in a weaker state or not. I almost fainted. Even if they were all at the red rune stage, if the races were different, then the difference between each other was tremendous. Though that thing had only been at 0.01% of the red rune, Hansu still had to put his life on the line and fight it. And the skill that had come out after a desperate struggle. Actually, this name was merely something that he had given it temporarily. Since the 0 numbering artifacts were things that only existed within the fantasies of people. The numbering series were the most outstanding things that the humans had found out and numbered. Of course there were people who had made such thoughts as this. And these things were called 0 numbering artifacts. And in Hansu's opinion the skill he had gained this time definitely had the qualifications for it. It's amazing. The number of runes within his body were jumping about crazily. Hansu, who was estimating on him the effect of the toxic water that was trying to burn his body, grabbed the neck of the cursed survivor that was charging at him as he nodded and then pulled out its spine. Kududuk. As the spine of the survivor who had the form of a merfolk was pulled out, the survivor was shredded into bits. 7. Good. Hansu sent in the power of the demonic dragon reinforcement within it and then threw it around in all directions. Garurark. The bone pieces which had a tremendous amount of force pierced through the waters and pierced into the necks of the merfolk-shaped survivors who were fervently piercing holes on the bottom of the ship. He didn't know what they were shouting because they were underwater, but their rage could be clearly felt. They flapped their tails and started to charge at Hansu in a crazed manner. Hansu just dodged their tridents and then swung his hands around and crushed their wrists. Kududuk. They screamed as they dropped their tridents. Hansu grabbed that trident with his right hand and penetrated the necks of those who had been charging at him in a straight line. He then twisted his body to pull out the trident that was embedded in its neck as he spread the spine that had come along with it all around like a projectile again. The merfolk who had seen this all hesitated. 12 out of the 30 of them had been eradicated just like that. And the attacks from above had been getting stronger and the work of putting holes on the ship was getting harder to do. The swords that had been coming out from the inside. If this continued then they would all get massacred before they could sink the ship. They looked at each other and then retrieved the trident as they started to retreat quickly. Trident. This is pretty useful. The durability of those guys were so good that it wouldn't melt in the toxic waters. Though the durability slowly decreased when in contact with air, but it was good enough to use for 3 days. Hansu gathered all 8 tridents that were sinking slowly as he swam to the bottom of the ship which they had put holes into. And he quickly entered into the hole where the water was quickly pouring into. Kwaeok. Hit its neck. It came in. Tuck. You should swing after checking first. Those with reinforcements, who had been attacking the tridents which were piercing the bottom of the ship, swung their swords out of reflex when something popped out, but then made shocked expressions when they saw that it was a human. Hansu shook off all the toxic waters and then approached a corner of the basement of the ship. Hansu's hands flew about towards the Arun trees. Kududuk. And soon a few planks that were a bit rough but still looked decent had been created. Hansu put that on the ground as he blocked the hole where the water was coming in from. Though it had been blocked off by the wooden plank, the water still came in because the holes were rather large. Hansu plugged it with the plank and then broke off the remaining Arun tree bits into the shape of nails and then pushed it in with his fingers. The material of the ship was really hard, but it wasn't so hard that the sharp Arun tree shard couldn't pierce it. When it had been blocked off to a certain degree, Hansu squeezed the Kelk's mucus sacs over it as he plugged in the gaps. Hurry. Let's do it too. Damn it. How did he push it in that easily? It won't go in. The people saw how Hansu had done it and quickly retrieved the materials as they started to plug up the holes like Hansu and nailed it. They couldn't push it in with their fingers like Hansu, but they were able to fix it in place somewhat by using their weapons as hammers and smashing it down. And then they squeezed the Kelk's mucus sacs over it to close the gaps. Damn it, it really stings. Use some healing skills please. Anyways, what do we do with the water there? The people looked at the toxic waters that had come up to the point where it splashed about with a slightly uncomfortable expression. Hansu spoke as he climbed up. If you leave it alone it will evaporate. You will breathe in the evaporated gas if you're in here, so let's all go up. It was okay above since the air dispersed it away, but your health will decrease if you breathe it for prolonged amounts of time in an enclosed space. Everyone started to quickly head towards the deck at those words. Since nobody wanted to breathe in the evaporated gas of the toxic waters, Hansu came up and breathed in deeply. Though my health decreased slightly, this is rather amazing. There were people who were cautiously looking at the sea on the top of the ship. The new 50 people and the original 100 people stared at the sea and then glared at each other after judging that the merfolk had all backed off. Hansu smirked as he spoke at that moment. Don't fight over there and look out over there. You can see some good stuff. Hansu finished those words as he looked at the giant tree which he could see in the far distance. A giant tree which was located beyond their goal, the red zone, which could be seen across the distance. Hansu looked at the dried up trunk of the giant tree that pierced the clouds as he mumbled inwardly. Dead world tree. The background and the foundation of that they were going to work on from now. And at that moment a loud shout was heard from the person who had been scouting at the tallest place on the ship. I can see the land. I can see the red zone. What? People rushed towards the deck at those words. And made expressions of joy. We arrived already. Johann also made sounds of joy. A land that rose above the sea could be seen in the distance. Damn it. I don't know what will come out, but it's better than this damnable sea. It was better to fight. Thinking of fighting against the guys who only pierced with their tridents under the water stressed them to death. Since they will get massacred before being able to see anything if the ship were to sink. People have to live with their feet on land. But while they were sighing in relief, the ship betrayed their expectations. We aren't getting off there. The ship followed the path that the ferry had set as it spun around the land in front of them and continued to sail across the sea. And everyone was disappointed as they saw this. It was an island and not land. It looked like land, but it seems like it wasn't the destination. As I thought. They told us it took 3 days. The people spat out disappointed sighs as they looked at the vast sea to the back of the island. But Johann was looking at something else at that moment. Is that possibly a root and not an island? Though it was covered with dirt, parts of the island which looked like wooden stumps could be seen. As if a part of a giant root had come out of the ocean and a thin layer of dirt was covering it. It just looked like an island since it was so huge. Johann made a sick expression after seeing that. Is it possibly the root of the giant tree over there? It spread out this far. The tree root, which had the form of a half-submerged island, looked very similar to the giant tree trunk that was holding up the skies in the distance. Well, if it's a tree of that size. It seemed like the parts of the root that was above the water is merely a very thin root of the tree. But he thought to himself that if it's a tree of that size the root should at least be this much. Is this the good stuff you were talking about? Johann, who had been looking at the island the ship had passed, asked Hansu with a bitter expression. It was clearly something which one could not see elsewhere easily. Since trees of such a size which devoured the mountain ranges with its roots and even had it spread above the seas couldn't been seen in the world where they come from even if they died and came back to life. But Hansu shook his head as he pointed towards something in the distance. That's the highlight of the show. What? Everyone looked at the direction Hansu had pointed to. A slightly different direction from the red zone they were heading to. When the people focused their gazes and searched around, they could slowly see something. Is that possibly alive? Something much larger than the tree trunk that they had mistaken for an island. The tree root which looked like the island was giant, but the thing they could see in the distance was at a different level. Though they were extremely far away, it still came into their eyes. The part that was submerged below couldn't even be guessed, but the back that was rising up from the waters was much larger than a decent island, and the fin that was rising above it felt like they were looking at an extremely tall cliff. The giant fin-like structure slowly moved across the sea and was heading towards the island they had come from. Though it had moved slowly, it was so big that the distance had been crossed in an instant. And the thing with the giant fin screamed out as it opened its mouth. Yuak. Wawak. Fuck. It had only moved slightly, but the whole sea shook. And the creature that had moved bit apart the tree root as it started to devour it. Pudududuk. Wawak. Hold onto the ship tightly. As the root that had run below the ship started to get ripped up by its mouth, the ship started to rock and roll like a wave. If it was a small ship, then that simple rock and roll would have crushed it apart. If they had been slightly slower at going past that place, then they would have all died without being able to do anything. While people were holding onto the ship with all their strength, Hansu was also making an anxious expression. Since though he had said it was a good view, that thing was definitely not something cute. The ships that started off from the 10,000 tutorial areas will arrive on one of the thousands of routes that spread out from the dead world tree according to the path that the fairy had set. Since the only place to live within the toxic sea is above the dead root. A structure where the people who started off from the tutorial would climb up from that location. Though it was a root, it was basically the size of a mountain range. That was why it was called the. And that thing constantly swam around the toxic sea and ate whenever a world tree root drew out. A fish of calamity. The result of genetic biology of demonic creatures of the natives of the that they created in order to defend their race from the harsh environment, and one of the 5 calamities that dried them to death. The place where the world tree had dried to death from the 5 calamities had simply turned into hell and had fallen down into ruin. Since a tree which had its roots ripped apart could not live properly. It had the ability to devour everything, but then it wouldn't have anything to eat anymore, so it as if it was farming, slowly going around and biting off the roots of the world tree bit by bit. A giant mutant that seemed like it was born to kill the world tree. The past he had seen it clearly. That thing had devoured the root next to the red zone. He had arrived in a mere 3 days. And of course, there was nothing much to say about the fate of the newbies and the veterans who were standing on that route. Hansu, who had seen the giant beast fish which participating in killing a world, stabilized his mind as he turned the controls towards the calamity fish which had devoured the tree root whole. It's now time for me to pay for my own meal. Kururark. The controls turned the ship aggressively under Hansu's hands. Since that thing had just filled up its stomach, it will slowly move towards next tree root that it will eat. Towards a giant starting area route, unlike the snack which it just had. About 2 weeks. I don't know for sure, but I don't have a lot of leisure. The thing he knew for sure was getting there and preparing to kill that thing. Since that was one of the duties he had received. Remember? You must revive the world tree. Hey. Fuck, what are you doing right now? Hey. Hi. The people looked at the direction of the ship and the direction of the giant beast and shouted at Hansu in panic. Is he insane right now? To follow such a thing when they have found it out of luck and could have dodged from it? Even in such a situation, Johan spoke to Hansu. I don't know what you are thinking, but shouldn't you head to such a dangerous place after agreeing with everyone else? I thank you for letting us aboard, but you should at least listen to our opinions when we are on the same boat. Hansu nodded at those words. I see, there are people who probably won't agree with this. Yeah. So I shall let you get off now then. I really need to go there, so what do you want me to do? People who want to get off, raise your hands. Hansu stared at the surrounding sea as he spoke. Chapter 55, Red Zone, 5. Kudududuk. A boat which was covered with wooden planks in numerous places had arrived at the location where a root could be seen. End root. The end part of the root where the world tree's root started at. Though it was an end part of the root, it was so big that it looked like a piece of land. We arrived. Hansu spoke towards the people who had been jumping onto the burning tree root. Hey. Go with smiles. And don't think about it too seriously. There's still 2 weeks left. If you keep climbing up, then you'll have your safety guaranteed. That's really comforting. Seriously. They could still see the images of the movements of the thing that they followed on their boat that ripped apart the island like tree root. Damn it. I should get away fast. Johan, who had yet to calm down his anger, looked at Hansu coldly and then started to ponder. What do I do? Do I stick with him a little longer? Johan glanced at Hansu. He has yet to push them away. And as he heard it, this guy seemed to have a weird psychic power. It would helpful if he took him. But Johan shook his head as he looked at the 150 people who were glaring at Hansu with eyes of resentment. I don't think we can go together with that guy. If they were to go along, it'll be very comfortable for the time being. Since he is definitely strong. But he could not control him. If that guy suddenly goes, I don't like everybody here. Time to kill, then they could nothing about it. He clearly figured this out from the earlier incident. They had no way of talking back at his words, which told them to jump off. And him going into the sea while covered in lights and crushing apart the merfolk solidified this even further. Does he have no weakness? If he could control a guy like this properly, then it'll be of great help. And it seemed like he could figure it out if he traveled alongside him a bit longer. But Johan shook his head. The valley has been dug way too deep to mediate between that guy and the 150 people behind him. Nobody likes somebody who increases the chances of danger. It was time to part ways. The head of a snake is better than a dragon's tail. PR note, he enjoys being a big fish in a small pond, rather than a lackey to Hansu the dragon. Johan, who had chosen the 150 people over Hansu, looked at Hansu and spoke. Let's go our own ways. Since you and us don't really seem to get along very well. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. I'm a bit busy now too. Hansu thought of his conversation with Keldian as he looked at the 150 people disappearing into the depths of the blazing roots and ruins. Well, you all probably know it, but there isn't anyone who knows about the 5 calamities very well. The 5 calamities were basically like natural disasters for those who crossed the red zone. It was not something designed to be killed but rather dodged or endured. And they didn't have the leisure to think about how to prevent the natural disasters. Since in the red zone one didn't have enough leisure to think about such things. One would spend time figuring out how to dodge a hurricane rather than how to get rid of it. And even more so if there are imminent dangers around them such as tigers and murderers roaming around. They had prepared with the knowledge of all the remaining humans, but that was not enough. From the red zone onwards, it is wide and vast, unlike in the tutorial. We can't prepare for everything even if it's us. Because of this you need to know about the calamity fish the best and find people who have experienced it and will help you. He had to think of how to act perfectly. But for him to do so the situation and intel was not proper. And because of this he had to find somebody who could fill this up with experience. Like people trying to climb Mt. Everest that after they had completed their preparation, were still looking for a Sherpa on site. Like an adventurer exploring the Amazon forest, even after getting a whole truck for preparations and plan for months, he would still look for a local guide. A third-year adventurer who would try to hunt the calamity fish, something that no one else would even think of attempting. She could be anywhere in this vast world since that woman had the ability to be anywhere, whether it is the end route, base route, middle route, or even the trunk. Of course one would be at that level if they spent 3 years in the other world, even if they had focused on hunting down the calamity fish. Well, it's normal for people to have gone up already. It actually seemed impossible to find her in 2 weeks, but Hansu knew a way to find her. She should probably be at the cross right now. It wasn't the cross of revival. Since such things only exist in the tutorial area. But the fact that it was made to find somebody one missed was similar. If you think of the reason why Camille Rowe was attempting the calamity fish hunting, then it is obvious that she would be around the cross at this moment. Thousands of giant crosses that the Helper clan had erected on every end route. It seems our direction is the same. Hansu looked at the direction where Johan had disappeared, but then looked at his boat. And then he jumped onto the boat and started to pull out all the planks that had been holding out the toxic waters. Kurururu. And soon the boat that had been enduring the 3 days of sails made large noises as it sunk beneath the toxic sea. Hansu, who had cleaned up everything, moved his footsteps towards the direction where Johan and the others had disappeared to. Damn it, though we've experienced it on the 3rd floor of the tower, it's really hot. Johan spat out curses. The fire that had been set all around them without anything to burn was constantly blazing. They had experienced this slightly on the 3rd floor, but back then they had hoped that the 3rd floor would end soon. But now they had to constantly live in such a place. It seems that water would be the biggest issue. How do we get food? They had hunted the beasts and traveled while eating the meat and drinking their blood on the 3rd floor. But the beasts here were different. Spat. I don't think I can eat this. My insides hurt. They had encountered many beasts on the way here already. Though it was easy to catch them because 150 people had gathered, but they could not eat it even if they tried. Damn, this is a problem. But Johan shook his head. There was probably a way, since they wouldn't leave them to die just like that. At that moment somebody next to Johan shouted out loudly. That? Isn't that the cross? What? At those words everyone's eyes flipped. The cross. The eyes of the people who couldn't find the chance to throw the people next to them onto the hole because they were suppressed by alliances or the clans started to shine. But Johan shouted out loudly. Wait. The fairy had clearly told us that there aren't any more revivals. Everyone calm down. If we fight here then we all die. Everyone made slightly disappointed expressions at those words. But let's still have a look at it. It seems man-made. Wouldn't it be dangerous? One person asked carefully. The cross. They did not know who made it but could guess why they had to some degree. Since it'll be hard for people who had experienced it in the tutorial to just pass by it. It was in order to attract people that it copied that cross and was made of steel. It's so blunt that it's even more confusing. But the answer to their worries was heard from above them and among them. Don't worry. Those who are careful are quite annoying. They need people to come to it. If they made the cross then why not go over and have a look at it? You could finish it off after grouping up. Everyone's expression froze at the man who had appeared above the blazing ruins in an instant. Since they didn't know how he had made his entrance. Did he run here from the cross? While people were being cautious of him, the man counted their heads in an instant and then nodded. Let's see, 148 people. Quite nice. For such a number to come in a group without a lord. What do you want? It was clear to them that this guy was someone who had come earlier. He looked stronger than them and there was also something very different about him from the people of their tutorial area. A foreigner, and he has no problem conversing with us. It seems like there wasn't any problem with them having different languages. The blue-eyed man chuckled as he spoke. Don't be too impudent. We are I guess something like a savior in your words. What? You see, the fairies don't come out from now on. So we act as some form of help. You are clearly an angel. You expect us to believe that? To help without anything in return. How did this guy expect them to trust him? The man shook his head at Johan's words and spoke. There are always people like you. People who are very suspicious. But remember. It's good to be suspicious, but if that pisses others off then it'll be hard to live long. What? You just need to thank the people from my group from now on. There's no reason to follow us, so just listen. What? Iris Valentine. She's the one who had created our clan 20 years ago and had gone up. Let's see. After that is, a steady backbone of the clan, Kyle Cooper. Baekjong sang. Ark Mariang, these three. You don't need to know about the details. How would these guys meet 3 of the 7 departed souls? The man who shook his head from side to side spoke again. And after this, give thanks to the other clansmen who prevent guys like you from getting killed. Keep going. The man laughed as he looked at the people's expressions turning darker. What? Does we want to have a go at it? Actually, even for him it'll be hard to win if everyone in front of his eyes charged at him. If he was alone, of course. The man spoke for the last time. You should least thank our 30,000 helpers running around in this shitty end route, though they were sponsored to do so. 30,000. The man smiled at Johan, who had replied to his words with a fearful expression. Well. Though only 6 to 7 people came to each route. But the man swapped these words back. It was more convenient to suppress these guys with numbers from the get-go. And in reality these guys, who had been making enraged expressions, prepared to pay attention with dispirited expressions after hearing about 30,000 people. They're chicks. Chicks. This was a clear evidence that these guys were beginners. Since those who had roamed around the red zone for a bit wouldn't get scared at hearing the number 30,000 but rather more at the names he had said prior to that. Well. That's why we exist. Whatever happened, he needed to do everything he was tasked to do so these guys don't just die off. The man looked at Johan as he spoke. There's a few things I must give you, but there are a few pieces of advice. Listen carefully. These are things to prevent you from just getting killed off. Speak. He didn't know what this guy and the other people were helping them for, but there was nothing bad about intel. The man continued to speak. The place where you guys are at is the end route. This is the place where newly hatched chicks roam around. And because of this it wouldn't really matter for you guys to argue here and there normally, but... The man looked around at the confused expressions and then spoke again. It's a quite harsh place, so there are a lot of people with different circumstances. So theoretically some people, who have no reason to be here, come down all the way to the end routes. He was speaking aloud in front of these guys, but he was also only about at the level of middle route. But those who are at the base route or the trunk, or even above that, sometimes come down to here, the end route. So the things you guys need to do is not to randomly quarrel with random people just because they move in small groups. If you don't want to get ripped apart. And it's even more dangerous to target somebody just because they're pretty. These people wouldn't usually touch the newly hatched chicks at the end route due to a few unspoken rules, but there was no one who would tell them to ignore getting aggravated. The man who had finished speaking rested a bit and then looked around. Let's see. Camille Rowe. Where did this lady go? If they were going to experience it anyway. Wouldn't it be better for them to get the full experience? And coincidentally Camille Rowe was nearby. These guys are pretty confident with their numbers, but they'll start to crawl on the floor once they see it. If those who were doing well in the tutorial think that they would do well here, then it was a very big misunderstanding. Once they were out here there were different rules and another power. The tutorial was basically a place where they toned down the difficulty so they can prepare for the other world, and in a place like this where one can get stronger day by day, 1 or 2 years of difference was very big. But at that moment Johan had spoken towards that man. Didn't you say that you wouldn't touch beginners? That you would get killed if you do so? At those words the man who was searching for Camille Rowe nodded. That's right. Then what's that? As I know that guy is a beginner just like us. HNNG. The moment the man looked at the direction where Johan was pointing towards, a fierce shockwave and screams resonated throughout the blazing ruins. Boom. Come at me. You bastard. No, seriously. What's the problem? I'm telling you I'll help you kill the calamity fish. This bitch. The people who were watching the ruins being destroyed shrugged their shoulders and looked at the guy who said he was from the Helper clan, and the man made a helpless expression at the unexpected situation. Hansu shrugged his shoulders after looking at Camille Rowe, who was charging at him. It seems like they didn't really tell me about her personality being nasty. Was the suggestion I gave her that unreasonable? It seems like there was a misunderstanding, but if things were to go on like this then they needed a serious talk with each other. Some preparations are needed, to talk seriously. Hansu started to cover his body with demonic dragon reinforcement in order to progress the talk. Chapter 56, Calamity Fish Hunting, 1. Kyuyo. Camille Rowe mumbled quietly as she looked at something gigantic in the distance. It's coming this time too. The newcomers wouldn't be able to see it, but her skill that was fitted for the perception stat at the red room level 50% allowed her vision to see things extremely far away. Camille, who had been shaking her head, looked at the things she had prepared so far. Oracle's poison and Ketelan's sword. Myron dagger and waterproof sheet. And Camille Rowe, who had been looking over the things she had prepared while grinding her teeth, sighed as she looked at the fins that could be seen in the distance. Could I really avenge them? She had been holding on to her life with the sheer determination to kill that thing for over 3 years. But there only one thing she had gained from this. Endless fatigue. It's tiring. It was basically larger than a mountain. There was probably no other organism that fit the name of Fish of Calamity better than that. She had went into and returned back alive from within its body over 13 times, but this wasn't because she got used to it. It was because she had gotten blocked at a line which she could not cross. It would be easier to break a rock using an egg. It felt like she was digging a mountain with just a spoon. And as she continued, the loneliness just amplified. Since there wasn't anyone who wanted to help her in her plan of hunting down the calamity fish. If a really strong guy, or someone who actually wanted to do it together existed. Camille, who had been making a tired expression, shook her head. No. No. If it was something that could be caught just like that, then she would have done so already. While Camille was shaking her head while clenching down onto her teeth, a voice calling her name could be heard. Camille Rowe. Right. At those words Camille made a cold expression as she surrounded her body with reinforcement and activated skill which protected her from sudden attacks. With this, she could defend her body against existences of the trunk. People who purposely searched her out are more dangerous than people whom you meet by chance. Camille Rowe, who had held up the short dagger from her waist, held up spear up towards her back where the voice came from, but then sighed instead. It's a newly hatched chick. She felt stupid for getting tense from getting her name called. She couldn't figure it out from his looks, but she still knew from one look. Not having any artifacts was secondary, he didn't have a which one needed in order to not starve in the... Even if he lost it, if you take into account that the Helper clan always supplied you with it, meant that this guy was a chick that hadn't even finished the Helper's instructions. Anyways, how did he figure out my name? But Camille's tension exploded again with the following sentence. There's a few things I need to talk to you about the Calamity Fish. Let's have a talk. Calamity Fish. And herself. There was only one kind of people who would come find her if you take into account these two things. Are you perhaps a Quadratus? Damn guys, are they trying to disturb me again? People who worship the four dirty beasts that gnawed upon the world tree along with the Calamity Fish. Of course they didn't have a good relationship with her who tried to kill the Calamity Fish. Hansu mumbled inwardly at Camille's words. I remember. They thought there were only 4 of these. He would have thought so as well if he hadn't heard the stories from the original inhabitants of this place, the Elvenheims. Hansu shook his head. I'm here because I have an interest in hunting the Calamity Fish. So I need your help. Camille was flustered. Does that thing really look that easy? The fact that he knew about the Calamity Fish meant that he had seen it on the way here. There was nothing surprising about it. Since it wasn't hard to see it as long as you don't get crushed by it. Actually it was hard to miss something so big. But to think of hunting it down after seeing it. Camille started to get slightly pissed. She had tried and only increased her despair. But this newly arrived chick was talking about the Calamity Fish as if it was going to the lake to fish. And even asking her to help. Camille breathed in and out deeply. Yet. Why am I trying to argue with a first year? Getting angry here was actually laughable. Leave. The moment Camille spat out a word and turned around, Hansu opened his mouth. Don't you have to save your sibling? If you hunt that thing, then the chances of your sibling, who might come anytime, surviving increases by a large amount. This bastard. Where did you hear about that? Did I make a mistake? Hansu scratched the back of head while watching Camille warming up her body. I failed the rapport. Kangti this bastard. Hey. It's simple. Just share a secret that only you two know. Then the female will loosen up her guard. Wait. Let's talk about it? Talk. Shut up. Boom. Boom. Camille's short spear sliced their air. Something which Camille had attained 2 months ago at the base route. The hardness and sharpness had saved Camille from dangerous situations multiple times now. Camille's short spear, which was filled up with, swung down at Hansu. She didn't really have thoughts of reinforcing the edge either. Since she just wanted to beat him down despite being quite infuriated. But her thoughts were completely different now. Kududududuke. This bastard. He's a beginner. The flying spear met with his fist and got deflected to the side. Camille looked at that scene with disbelief. With a guy who doesn't have anything on, damn it. This is really embarrassing. A guy who didn't have anything on his body. There was no beggar like this. But she could guess too as why he didn't have any artifacts left. I can't even imagine what you need to go through in order to gain something like that. This guy was not a normal guy if you just take into account of the fact that he had attained that dark golden reinforcement without anything else. You couldn't gain anything for free in the tutorial stage, which meant that in order to attain something like that, he had gone into an equally tricky place. All the artifacts that he had previously would have all been smashed apart. Kugikigan. Damn it. He blocked it again. Camille grinned at her teeth as she looked at her short spear, which was just about to lose its edge. That reinforcement's defense was so high to the point that he was blocking her spear's attacks with his bare skin and even dulling the edges of it. Damn it, the density of the magic force. One of the 3 factors that determined the value of the reinforcement. It amplified the durability of the weapon or armor that was covered with the reinforcement, and as well as the destructive power. For it to have such an amplification even when it was over bare skin. She wouldn't really say anything if it was just that. How high is the amplification of the runes? Asterisk PR note, how much stats are improved by the reinforcement? The second factor in determining the quality of the reinforcement. With just these 2 she could tell the quality of the reinforcement this guy has is high beyond reason. Since she had never even seen something like before. Camille, who had been fiercely fighting with him, bit her lips. She felt like dying from embarrassment due to the fact that she was fighting on par with a first year who didn't even have any artifacts, but she had to acknowledge what she had to. She could not win at this rate. But she had a hidden card which could turn the situation. With this much, if I use the special skill of my... Camille thought up to this point and then pulled back her body instantly. Hansu spoke to Camille, who had made distance from him and was glaring at him. Are you done? You aren't gonna keep going? Don't you have more things to show me? Camille clenched her teeth as she spoke. You think I'm stupid? You didn't even use the special skill. 3 factors that determine the quality of the reinforcement. First, amplification of runes. Second, magic force's efficiency and power. And third, something which every reinforcement had. If you say that the true worth of a reinforcement was determined by the third factor, the special skill, that you probably wouldn't be wrong. The Bloodjade reinforcement had the ability to use blood to create a very hard magic force, and beast reinforcement could change parts of the user's body into that of a beast. With such a reinforcement, she didn't know what the special skill was, but it was sure to be incredible, and he had yet to take it out. I feel like I'll die of embarrassment. Damn it. She acknowledged the fact that her battle strength was a bit weaker than the other third years. Since she focused on hunting the Calamity Fish while others were getting stronger. But for her to lose to somebody who came from the tutorial area. Okay. I accept the fact that you have a good hand. Actually, her mind was more at ease after accepting it. Since she just needed to think while ignoring the fact that he was a first year. But that was that, and this was this. Camille, who had calmed down, looked at Hansu as she spoke. You aren't thinking of beating down the Calamity Fish with just that, right? With just that trifling ability. She had thought that he didn't really have anything, but nothing changed even after she found out that he had something. No, this was actually more infuriating. since the fact that he had come here to hunt the calamity fish with just that battle power alone was quite absurd. If you could beat that down with battle power, then everyone would have charged at it and beaten it down already. The amount of people who had been eaten by the calamity fish over the past 20 years had reached tens of thousands. But nobody had the thoughts of getting revenge against the calamity fish, since they saw what happened to those who challenged the calamity fish. And those who had experienced it were just unlucky. If it was easy, then why would I have come to you? I came because it's hard. Help me. I have a plan anyways. He wouldn't have come to Camille if that was something he could beat down with strength. Camille's expression turned colder and colder. You really talk with ease. If you came to me thinking that I'll be of help to you, then you have a huge misconception. You think I have something great. It seems like he had heard something about her and come to find her, but that was a huge misconception. A person who tried hard to hunt the calamity fish. Those were nice words. But reality was that she was just a retard. But Hansu just shook his head. You have gone in and come out from the calamity fish before. I just need that experience and the preparations you have made. Camille smirked at those words. Ha! I have indeed gone in and come out before. But I have done just that. Camille, who had taken a breather, opened her mouth with a cold expression. I hope he gets lost after hearing this. It was tiring to go against him. Camille opened her mouth resolutely. Listen well. You bastard. On the first challenge we left behind 27 people inside that thing. Only I came out. The only thing we gained was how the scales felt like. That thing had gulped down the tree root that her parents were on. While she was away for just a moment, the root where her parents, whom had come with her and had lost an arm to save her and crossed the tutorial together with her, had been devoured whole. If Camille herself was a bit unlucky, then she would have been eaten just like that too. Of course Camille was filled up with rage and gathered 27 comrades in similar situations as her and proceeded with her plan. The result was misery in itself. But people in the red zone weren't really surprised. Since this was the estimated result. They didn't even laugh at her. Since nobody would laugh at a kid who lost after going against an adult. Since it was an obvious thing. And then, on the second attempt, I gathered 118 people who were filled up with greed and then went in. Though we did go in a bit deeper this time. And since 2 people had survived back, it was a huge progress, right? From the third attempt nobody helped me, so I climbed up and down as I prepared for it and attempted it 10 more times by myself. And I failed them all. What kind of help do you want from somebody like me? The only thing you have seen is the outer part of that thing. You presumptuous bastard? Huh? What do you know? She started out calmly, but by the time she finished she was close to crying. 13 attempts. She had searched the method to deal with it by researching its weakness and climbing up and down the red zone endlessly. And the only thing she had gained from this: defeat and despair. And the method to run away. She wasn't attempting for her parents' sake at this point. She was lying to herself in her head, but she already knew that it was impossible. There was only one reason why she was still trying. Since she thought that this was the most significant way to die in this damnable place. Wouldn't dying here while avenging be better than getting killed by someone's blade or getting ripped apart by a beast on the way up? No. It's not even that. Camille wasn't even doing that properly. If she really wanted to die while avenging her parents, then she would have gone in much deeper and into more dangerous places. But she was just a retard who couldn't even do that due to fear and was using her brother, who nobody knew of his arrival in this place, as an excuse and stayed alive. And in result, she was spending her time while stuck in between her ambition to stay alive and her impossible revenge. God damn it. Camille fell into a state of lethargy and lost her rage. Since the words she had spat out in order to stimulate that guy had twisted her chest. But Hansu shrugged his shoulders as he looked at that Camille. You failed that because I wasn't here. Don't worry. I need you and I can kill the calamity fish if you help me. Camille made an expression of disbelief at his attitude of just saying what he wanted to say. At the same time she felt like she was crazy. Because she felt like she wanted to trust this crazy guy once. Camille made a complicated expression as she looked at the guy who told her he needed her when everyone was ignoring her for doing such absurd things and was even telling her that he will fulfill her wish. Damn it. I must have been really lonely. To get attracted by such random words. At this point she was getting quite curious. To see what was his basis for his confidence. No, there was something she was more curious of before that. Let me ask you one thing. Why are you trying to kill that? The artifact that would come out once you killed that thing. Or revenge like herself. Camille was curious about that. As to why he wanted to kill the calamity fish. When Camille, who had turned lethargic after pouring out her feelings, asked with a tired expression, Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke out. I want try saving about 1 billion people. What? No. Is it about 1.5 billion? The chances of your brother surviving will increase by a lot as well. Good, right. This guy isn't some normal maniac. Camille made an expression of fear. If you agree, then let's start. Hansu smiled. Huh? The helper clansman, who had been making an astonished expression at the fight with Camille, looked at Johan and asked. He really came on the same boat as you? He's really a newcomer? Yes. Seriously. The helper clansman made an expression of disbelief and then looked at the 150 people as he spoke. Never ever piss somebody off by trying to copy something like that. That's an outlier. He can, but we can't? Though we are 150 people. The helper clansman smirked at Johan's words as he spoke. I wouldn't stop you, but I don't really recommend it. Damn it. Johan clenched his teeth at the clansman's words and then glared at Hansu with an expression full of annoyance. Chapter 57, Calamity Fish Hunting, 2. Are the arrangements complete now? One of the helper clansmen who had been looking at the sea above the 2184 cross, which showed the number of the cross, spoke as he loosened up his body as he saw that no more boats were coming down. We're done somewhat. We gave the juicers to Johan's guys earlier and gave them basic explanations as well. They'll be fine from now on. The most busy time for them, the clans, was now. When the people of the tutorial come in, they had to give them basic notices and then spread out again. And they needed to gather the basic information of every newcomer every year and organize it. How are the standards for the guys this time around? His comrade, who had been standing next to him, shrugged his shoulders at those words. You know how it is. That it increases a bit every year. Them fairies. They're only thorough in things like that. The man clicked his tongue. The fairies set up the tutorial so that the people would survive even if they were dropped in the end route here. And because of that the standards of those who go through the tutorial increase every year. The reason was very simple. Since the environment of the end route gets harsher as time goes on. Tisk. The number of survivors would increase greatly if the calamity fish didn't exist. The location of where the newcomers drop is becoming closer towards the center of the world tree since those guys keep gnawing down the tree roots. If you take into account the fact that the level of the beasts increases the closer one gets to the giant world tree, it means that the difficulty of where newcomers land after the tutorial increases every year. And since they needed to set the standards of the newcomers to fit that, the difficulty of the tutorial increased and the survival rate decreased. You need to stay on the boat longer as well. If that thing disappeared, then an amazing number of people out of those who are dragged here would be saved. Since the roots will grow back and the difficulty of the tutorial will get lowered to fit that. It is said that the survival rate of the first tutorial was 55%, which was much higher than now, when there were a lot of tree roots left. 14% of the people had survived last year, but it's only about 11% this year. About 3 billion more would come over but for the survival rate to be like this. The amount that had crossed over the past 20 years was about 3.5 billion. But the speed at which they were coming was increasing at a very rapid rate. As if something was pulling their world. Though the immediate survival rate had decreased, the number of newcomers had increased. But at this rate, in about 5 to 6 years from now all of humanity would be dragged here and then all get massacred in the tutorial. Damn it. The helper clansman made a bitter expression. Since the chances of his family being part of those who would get massacred was very high. If the difficulty of the tutorial gets reset because the calamity fish disappeared and the roots grow back, then the number of people will increase greatly, but sadly the calamity fish was not something humans could deal with. Well, it seems like some strange guys are popping out due to the increased difficulty though. And the man stared at the guy standing in front of Camille Rowe in the distance. The guy who had fought back and forth against Camille Rowe despite being a newcomer. No, he didn't even fight back and forth. Since the newcomer seemed to be much more calm even to his eyes. He didn't have any skills or artifacts. But he was still at that level. The rumors of this guy will get spread very fast. A scout might even come. The man who was standing atop of the cross mumbled inwardly as he looked at the guy walking towards him. Camille laughed absent-mindedly at Hansu's words. Damn it, whatever. It wouldn't be bad to fail for the 14th time anyways. She was going to make the attempt anyway. What difference would it make to take this ambitious guy along with her? Hansu opened his eyes wide at Camille Rowe's words and then looked at her. What are you saying? About failing? There's no time. We are definitely succeeding. If you failed about 13 times, then it's about time to succeed once. You prepared to escape from it as well. Perfect. Let's go. There's no time. There's 13 days and 18 hours left. If you take into account that thing's movement speed, then it'll arrive around N. But that was basically the time limit. It was better to prepare as soon as possible and kill it off in the distant sea. Since the amount of casualties will explode upwards once that thing goes insane at the last moment. Hansu got up from his seat as he finished his words. He's really confident to the point of damnation. He really makes one fall for him, goddammit. Camille clicked her tongue and asked as she looked at Hansu's back. What are you going to do first? Hansu shrugged his shoulders. I'm going to the Helper clan first. I should at least visit. Since I need to receive the juicer. He didn't have any intel, but the juicer was a necessity in order to not starve to death. Camille remembered what she had forgotten about at those words. Oh yeah, he was a beginner. She didn't even think about that because his actions were so off. Well, okay. I have some things to do as well. Camille got up from her seat and then walked towards the Helper clansmen who were guarding the cross. I really wish my sibling hasn't come yet. But sadly, the chances increased as time went on. Since the number of people who had been coming here over the tutorial had been increasing. At this pace, then all of the remaining people on Earth will transfer over to the other world in about 5 to 6 years. That was the reason why the 7 departed souls and many others who had the qualifications to go upstate at the red zone to search around. In order to find their family or precious people who could come at any time. The reason why that Helper clan was able to be maintained was very simple as well. It was something born from the combined minds of those who wanted to stop the random deaths of their family or close people. The Helper clan was the place that the minds of those who didn't have the leisure to search for their family because of the harsh environment they're faced with but wanted to stop such things as death from happening supported. Since they might be able to meet each other as long they are alive. That person called Iris is amazing. How did she think of such a thing 20 years ago? Iris had gone up already, but her clan had remained behind to keep accepting newcomers and were taking care of the newcomers constantly with the support of those in other red zones. Of course, in the most basic ways only. Since nobody could take care of anything further than that. They helped with the most basic survival tactics and preparations, but surviving after fighting against a beast or other people was all up to themselves. Camille greeted one of the Helper clansmen after she arrived. It's been a while. Can I check the catalog? And take care of this newcomer? You're a VIP, of course. Let's see. Then the clansmen started to check the catalog. Usually they would only give basic warnings and a juicer. But for those who supported them a lot, there will be some more special services. If you give basic appearances or a name, then the newcomers of the Helper clansmen spread about in thousands of end routes will search the person asked by a VIP. A person searched by a VVIP with a stronger backing will be checked to see if he was at the tutorial or not. Asterisk PR note, VVIP equals very very important person. The Helper clansman who had been searching around the catalog shook his head. It doesn't seem like they're here on this side of the routes. Though we can't check up the tutorial with the amount you supported. I don't know about the other routes, but all the intel will be gathered within 2 days, so come find us then. The man completed those words and then went upwards, with a few people behind him. And Camille knew the identities of those people. Those were the people who the VIP or the VVIP asked to find. She had confirmed that they weren't here, but this was vexing in itself, since there was no way to know if they hadn't been dragged into the other world or had died at the tutorial. But Camille shook her head. Focus on the calamity fish. Finding her sibling was not something she could do anyway. Camille spoke to Hansu, who had gathered the juicer and a few other things. Okay. Let's hear your plan. Hansu spoke with a very serious expression. Very simple. You will guide me and take me inside there. Then I will shove the hidden card I have prepared into a fatal location within its body. Shall I beat him up? Camille sighed, shook her head and then spoke. Well, that was basically the basic summary of it. Since you couldn't kill it from the outside. Though the problem was that he extremely simplified the process. Well. Okay. There's a lot of things to be prepared. I prepared the boat already, though it's a 30-man boat. If that thing arrived at land and started to eat, then there wouldn't even be time to get inside it. Since the heavens will be falling apart. You needed to quietly approach it while it was swimming quietly and then go inside its body. Well, of course, quiet is relative to what it would be, since huge tornadoes will be rushing around its body. Hansu shook his head. What are you going to do with a 30-man boat? Let's go with mine. What? I prepared a 500-man boat. Hey. You crazy bastard, did you just leave that behind? Camille shouted in shock. Why would he have done such a thing when there are so many people who desired boats? Hansu chuckled at those words. Don't worry. I've hidden it well. Let's go to the next subject. While Camille was shaking her head, Hansu checked the things Camille had prepared. The only reason why he had come to find Camille, since she had already prepared the things which you could only gather at the base root or the trunk. There were a lot of things needed to be prepared before going into its body, but a lot of time could be saved with just this much. Camille smirked at that. What would you know even if you saw it? Those things were things which you couldn't even see during the tutorial stage. At that moment Hansu looked at Camille and asked. Did you prepare Appen's body fluid? We need that. That was needed to create the which 127 alchemists had researched and finally created with the information received from the Elvenheim he had met at the Abyss as the basis. You know about that. Is he really a beginner? Being strong was being strong, it was a completely different problem from Intel. I have a psychic power. Let's ignore trifling things. There's no time. Hansu answered simply and then started to go over the material thoroughly again. Camille looked at that Hansu. Does he have a trait like a library? Trait. It supplied information about the things one didn't know, and once the level increases it will give basic information regarding what to do. I thought he would have a battle-related trait, but for it to be the library. She had thought that it was a battle-related trait because he was such a strong guy, but the library was a bit out of expectation. Perhaps he has two traits. That might be possible since he hides so many things. While Camille was thinking of this and that while looking at Hansu, who had finished checking Camille's preparations, laid down a decision. We should spread out and search in order to save time. Camille had prepared quite well, but this was not enough. The first thing we need to make is a liquid which the alchemists had researched in order to give a fatal wound after getting inside the calamity fish. Other things might not be needed, but this was a necessity. Let's separate and move. Since there are a lot of things we need to get. Hansu spoke out the things needed to Camille. Materials which Hansu didn't know where they were, but Camille, who had roamed around the routes for 3 years, would definitely know. Camille would definitely get them in time. For the things which would be hard with Camille's level to get, he had to go. While Hansu was making plans for the future, Camille nodded after checking the list that Hansu had told her. It's clear this is a guy that has got something. *PR, he's not just saying nonsense. The 17 things he had told her were things she didn't prepare because she wasn't sure, but were things that she had thought that might work at one point. I'll trust him once. Camille, who had finished her thoughts, quickly separated from Hansu and started to head towards a different direction from him. Though it's a bit tight. I can get them all if there are no problems along the way. The only problem was the distance she had to travel and the many types of materials she had to collect. She knew the location of all 17 materials, and it wasn't hard for a third year as herself because most of them were from beasts at the end route. While Camille was jumping with light movements, a loud voice was heard from some place. Camille. Your body is still amazing. It'll really burst at that rate. There's really a huge difference between Westerners and Easterners. She then turned her head towards the direction of the voice. Kong Jai-soo, you bastard. Whoa. Don't glare at me like that. We have a rather unique relationship between us. We've gone in and come out from within the calamity fish together. I shouldn't have taken in a bastard like you on the second attempt. For someone who had barely held onto his life and come out from within the calamity fish to become a quadratus. Camille grinned at her teeth. I'm still using the relic I got from within the stomach very well. Kahua. I thank you. Since it's all thanks to you. I've reached quite a high place thanks to that. Jaisu then proceeded to swing around the sword on his hand. A weird skill was applied onto the sword where the air which the sword had passed through shook. Are you going to disturb me again? As Camille grinned at her teeth, Jaisu laughed loudly. Wahahaha. What kind of misunderstanding do you have? If we really disturbed you seriously, then you think you can even attempt at the calamity fish? If we did it properly, then you would have died already. We just kept you alive because of old friendship. What? As Camille was flustered, Jaisu giggled as he spoke. Disturbing you is more like, well, we are followers, so we just touched you a few times because we couldn't leave somebody who tried to kill our god alone. But shouldn't it be time for you to accept it? That is basically an agent of God. You've seen it too. The insides of the calamity fish. Others don't know, but you and I know about it. I don't understand why somebody who had seen something like that wouldn't come into our quadratus. So are you here to ask me to join your quadratus again? Jaisu shook his head at those words. Nope. We aren't really interested anymore. What? Isn't it a bit shameless to ask for attention after 13 failures? It's not even fun anymore. I'm here because I have some business with that newcomer. Was he called Kang Hansu? As Camille's expressions froze, Jaisu shook his hands as he spoke. Whoa. Don't glare at me like that. It's not a bad proposition on his terms either. You see, a scout has come in from above. Camille looked at Jaisu with a slight frown at those words. Chapter 58, Calamity Fish Hunting, 3. Camille kept on looking at Jaisu with a cold expression. Search him by yourself. You probably came with your underlings anyway. And what are you going to do with your trade if not for this? Jaisu shrugged his shoulders at those words. Well. It's normal for her to not tell me. She was probably suspicious of what he was going to do. And how delightful was Hansu for Camille. She had finally met someone who was going to be with her after so long. She was pretending to be astute on the outside but she was probably rather excited on the inside. Since Camille's actions which he had seen for the past 3 years were pitiful and lonely. Tisk. That's a shame. If she told me then we can save some time finding him. Jaisu shook his head. He had come here with 2 objectives. One was the tourism business. The other was scouting. He had been preparing the tourism business because the reaction was better than he expected. He could find him quickly if he searched but everyone whom he had brought were preparing the tourism business so an empty gap would be created if he took someone out. Scouting was something he was preparing here and there while doing his tourism business, why would he waste manpower in that? There's no other way. I guess I'll run around a bit. His speciality allowed one to find the traces linking one person to another. He had been able to find Camille because of this and will be able to find Hansu as well. It will take some time but it won't be hard. Well then. I shall take a stroll around a bit then. I'll see you later. I hope you succeed this time. Jaisu, who had wished her luck when he basically knew that she would fail, disappeared. Camille then looked towards the direction Hansu had disappeared to and pondered. Should I tell this to Hansu? Jaisu was a 3rd year just like her but stronger than her. Since he had focused on getting strong unlike her and even had artifacts. And the number of underlings wouldn't be small either. But Camille just shook her head. Damn bastard. You should at least tell me your destination. She didn't have any methods of finding him and if he couldn't even handle such a thing he didn't have the qualifications to go in the Calamity Fish. And it would be very tight for her to gather every material that he had asked her to within the time limit. Which meant that she didn't even have time to deal with such things. The moment she bickers with Quadratus she would not be able to gather the materials. And he had told her. I believe in you. Camille then quickly moved in order to gather the closest material to her, Appin's body fluid. Hansu calculated the things he needed to gather and then nodded his head. The first thing I need to get is, which is the core ingredient of the hardening liquid. The hardening liquid required 28 materials to be mixed with the exact ratio. 9 of the 28 had been already gathered by Camille and he had asked Camille to gather another 17 of them. But he had to gather the remaining 2. And the other 26 ingredients acted like catalysts so a large amount wasn't needed but these 2 were ingredients that will act as the base. A very large amount was needed even if they were going to pour it down a fatal location within the Calamity Fish since it was that big. Hansu quickly rushed off into the distance. Kukuljia's heart. A material which could be gathered in around the middle area of the end root. The alchemists took into account of the fact that they won't have much time and had created hardening liquid with things one could acquire near the edge of the end root, where the Calamity Fish would appear, but for him to get something like these. The difficulty of this place was very high for it being within the end root. After a long run a giant lake came into view. A humongous lake that could separate 2 end roots. Surprisingly, this giant lake was something that the Kukuljia had dug out. A lake which the Kukuljia, which live in the toxic waters, had dug out from the bottom in order to mate in a place which was originally land. Hansu thought of the conversation he had with Keldian. Kukuljia is a creature which is somewhere in the top of the food chain within the toxic sea but even this may become a snack to the Calamity Fish if it's unlucky. Though these guys had evolved to have a toxin within their heart to retaliate against the Calamity Fish but, it's a joke if you take into account of the size of the Calamity Fish. A toxin which didn't work against humans but petrified a part of the Calamity Fish. And because of this the Kukuljia's heart, which has a large amount of this toxin, was needed in the hardening liquid. That's why you have to gather a lot of them, turn them into a concentrated extract, amplify it using the other 27 ingredients and pour it onto the most fatal location within the Calamity Fish's body. Anyways, these guys fear the Calamity Fish so they dig the root part of the world tree, make a lake and then create a spawning pool there. If you want to gather enough extracts for the amount you need, it wouldn't even be close to enough by searching around the sea. Go to that lake. And that lake is a warning line for how much the Calamity Fish would eat to a degree. The instinct of the Kukuljas are very amazing, they create the spawning pool right above the point where the Calamity Fish eats up to. It would be safer to make them higher up the root if they were so scared of the Calamity Fish so why would they make it around the end root area where it would be dangerous? You know how it is. There are another 5 great calamities under the middle and starting roots. Even a Kukuljia can't come over that. Hansu finished his thoughts and then watched the swaying lake. A giant weird looking fish which had the head of a bull and a human's arms and legs. It was so big that each of them exceeded 2 m in length. But the surprising fact was that the thing he was looking at was an infant. These guys grew up to 5 m long in adulthood. I'll get them one at a time. Hansu, who had seen thousands of them squirming around, poured the demonic dragon reinforcement onto a decent scythe he had found on the way to here and then slowly walked into the toxic lake. Splash. As soon as Hansu came in, all of the Kukuljias within the lake raised their bull ears. And then started to madly rush towards the origin of the noise and vibration. Though the food was still in a shallow place there was no problem. Since they could advance while eating through the root. Cock. Thousands of teeth-bearing fish gnawed onto the bottom of the lake as they charged at Hansu. Hansu reinforced the scythe he was holding with demonic dragon reinforcement and then slammed it down onto the center of the bull head. Kududuk. The Kukuljia's skull had made a cracking sound and had split in two but Hansu made an unsatisfied expression. Tisk. As I expected, it can't handle the reinforcement well. If the artifact was bad then it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the reinforcement and would lose its durability fast. Though it was a decent weapon which he had gained by hunting down some beasts on the way here, it still wasn't good enough. Since the end route was a neighborhood designed for beginners and did not have anything hidden. At least I should use it while I can. Hansu pulled onto the side and threw its body onto the land as whole. If he left it in the lake like this then everything including the heart will be chewed up by the other fish. Creating the extract from the heart was a job after the hunt. Quajaduk. Peduduk. And soon the thousands of fish baring their teeth got stimulated by the blood as they madly charged at Hansu. Kududuk. Hansu applied his demonic dragon reinforcement onto the side and then crazily swung it here and there and pulled numerous fish out. Chuchuk. The thousands of fish charged up with incredible speed across the water and then used that momentum to crash into Hansu and bite him with their teeth. The corpses of kukuljas were stacking outside the lake but Hansu's body was equally gaining injuries. And at the same time the scythe cracked as it couldn't handle the power of the reinforcement anymore. Chuchuk. A very large noise coming towards Hansu was heard as he was preventing the scythe from getting destroyed by adjusting the strength of the demonic dragon reinforcement. Shkuguguguk. An attack which cut apart all the trees near the lake as it flew. Skill. Hansu made a cold expression as he raised his scythe to block the incoming attack. Quick. The scythe which was filled up with the demonic dragon reinforcement blocked the flying attack but was crushed apart as the result. Hansu blocked off the single attack, jumped out of the lake and then looked towards the direction where the attack had come from. And a guy was looking at him while smiling in that place. Whoa. You blocked that. The man, who had sheathed his pulsating sword back into his waist, smiled at Hansu as he spoke. Hello. I'm called Kong Jaisu. Calm down, I'm not here to fight. You aren't here to fight, huh? Jaisu smiled and continued to speak after seeing Hansu looked at the destroyed scythe and mumbled. That was just a test. If you couldn't even block that well, you'd be useless. Well, you pass first of all. Here's a business card. Jaisu then threw a whitish object at Hansu. Having something like this makes me feel like I'm in the real world. It's actually made by drying the Pedro larva. Though it's a single use, it increases the regeneration speed on the area which you stick it onto, so think of me when you use it. Hansu shook his head while looking at the talkative man who had sent the attack with an intention to kill and then asked. Why have you come? He had consumed a large amount of his stamina from the fight with the kukulja. There was a need to go along with him for a while and regenerate his health. Jaisu spoke out. Simple. You've seen a lot of scouting before on T.V, right? Like headhunters. Well, long story short, I work at Quadratus, a group which is similar to a religion yet. That's a really untrustworthy line. Let's skip over the small details. Anyways, it's not easy following a god. You need a lot of money in Korea too, right? It's the same here. And we have a lot of different businesses in order to fill that up, and one of them is recruiting talented people and connecting them to clans above who don't have spare manpower for places like these. And we receive a reward for that. And starting from here, we do have currency, you know, dot. Jaisu then rubbed his thumb and index finger. When Hansu didn't reply, Jaisu shrugged his shoulders as he continued to talk. It's better to not decline. The person who set you in their eyes this time is a bit dangerous. Following him is a win-win for you and me. Jaisu then started to get cold sweat. The problem wasn't the guy in front of him. It was because this job was something that he had received from a person from one of the 6 pillars who had come to participate in their sightseeing which they were preparing. Goddamn gangsters. 6 pillars. 6 supersized clans who were fighting in the trunk of the world tree, unlike them who were just playing around the roots. And one of them, Kaltzmorin, the captain of the shock troop left by the previous adventurer Keldian Magus, had told him. Make sure you bring that newcomer guy. I'll pay you well. If you fail then. Well, please don't make me act out. I came here for a vacation. If we aren't careful then we might die. But unlike what Jaisu wanted, Hansu just shook his head. I'll decline. And at the same time Hansu made a cold expression. Tisk. So it turns out like this in the end. His objective was the calamity fish. A collision with the Quadratus was inevitable for him since the path of attaining the hardening liquid intersected with them who were preparing the sightseeing business, even though he wanted to dodge as many useless collisions possible. Since it turned out like this already. And it quickly. He had already calculated such things as this. As Hansu prepared to fight, Jaisu's expression froze. You fucking bastard, being arrogant because you beat Camille. Camille was a monster-like existence to the newcomers but was quite a weakling to those who roam around the trunk and the roots. TKS. This is my fault, huh? That guy was overestimating his worth since he had offered a scouting towards a new chick. He wanted to talk about it but seeing that it didn't work he gathered all the energy within his body and then poured it into his relic. Huh. Look at that retard. Over there. To charge at a newcomer who bickers with him. Kaltzmorin mumbled while looking at Kong Jaisu above the cruise ship which the Quadratus guys had prepared for sightseeing with the Chapter 59, Calamity Fish Hunting, 4. I should change the name to Package Delivery instead of Scouting. Jaisu mumbled as he covered his entire body with various skills. Though something like this had happened before, it had never become a problem. Since there was a very clear method. If he beats him up a little and take him, Kaltzmorin will solve it all. Tisk. You should have listened when we were talking about it. Jaisu clicked his tongue and started to pour in his energy into the relic he was holding. Camille and him were both third years but were at different levels. They were at similar levels when they came out from within the stomach of the calamity fish, but while Camille was focusing on useless things such as hunting down the calamity fish, he had focused on getting stronger. And the thing he had faith in. The skill that was on this thing he had picked up within the stomach of the calamity fish, was a step above artifacts you could find in the base root or the trunk in terms of strength. A strong undulation came out from Jaisu's sword as it rushed towards Hansu. Kaltzmorin frowned as thought of the last scene he had seen. That retard, is it that hard to bring a newcomer over here? Allowed one to see the viewpoint of the pre-selected person for 3 seconds when their emotions change rapidly. Though there were a lot of prerequisites, it was still a very useful skill since it allowed one to watch over somebody from a long distance. And the last scene he had caught could only be seen in a way where they were about to fight. TKS. This is quite troublesome. Actually, it wasn't bad to bring them after beating them up. There wouldn't be a procedure of struggling and bad feelings will just disappear once they receive the symbol of the clan. But the reason why they were scouting was because they didn't have the leisure to give the newcomer the symbol. They only give the symbol to those who are really strong and control the others with influence or money. Though they were scouting him because he looked quite strong, there wasn't a chance for newcomers, who were quite lacking, to receive symbols. At the end, it means that the clan has to go through another cumbersome procedure to use some dude that has hard feelings towards them. But the most annoying thing was that there was a chance that the Jaisu guy could get destroyed while fighting with the newcomer. What is this when I came here for a vacation? He wanted to leave that useless guy to die, but he was one of the supervisors of the sightseeing this time around. He had come all the way here because he had heard that the sightseeing that the Quadratus guys operated was very good, but if that guy were to die, then wouldn't he not be able to see all those good sights? Let's see. He was too lazy to act himself. If he told the nearby Quadratus people, then they will act by themselves. Kaltzmorin started to collect mana in his seed. Kayaayak. A few men were being chased by hundreds of dinosaur-shaped beasts. The man, who had been standing in the very front out of the ones being chased, turned around as he shouted loudly. We're using a very useful skill which you could get around the middle route. It was different according to one's mastery, but it allowed somebody to hide their presence. Of course, invisibility was part of this. And soon the 5 people running disappeared as if they were erased. Kayak. The beasts who were chasing screamed out in rage as the ones they were chasing disappeared. But they remained and searched around the area as if they had no intentions of going back. And the man sighed in relief as he saw the scene. This is really dangerous, it's almost deadly. Raptor-shaped beast who lived in herds on the middle route. It greatly cared for its young to the point where the whole herd will chase them down to the ends of hell to avenge the dead. Even if the one who had killed them crossed over the middle route area and into the base route. After a few days of repetitive work, the path leading from the end route to the middle route was filled with thousands of Gerdas. It was quite a grand sight, but the one who had completed this, Chen, just shook his head as if he was tired. Kong Jaisu, what is so hard for you bastard to bring a newcomer? He accepted the fact that that guy's job was important. The sightseeing that they were preparing was important as well, but they could not ignore Kaltzmorin's request. But shouldn't that guy have come after he had completed it? There were a lot of things that still needed to be completed in order to prepare a proper tour. They had to shove some more Gerdas onto the paths, prepare the cruise ship a bit more, and buy the silence of the Helper clan members too. We're busy enough already. He didn't like the way Jaisu carried himself, but he had to acknowledge Jaisu's ability. No, to be precise, it was more his sword than his ability. The people in charge of the sightseeing who had come here were 11 in total, including himself. Though it was quite a number, every missing person felt like a huge gap due to the large amount of work they each had to do. At that moment a small bird flew in. A single blue bird which flew into where they were hiding precisely. Though it had come with the full knowledge of where they were hiding, they were still not surprised. Kaltzmorin. It was weirder for that guy to not know where they were at his level. Anyways, to use the to that degree was a skill which created a small bird using mana and a message. It wasn't hard to acquire and learn, but using it well was extremely hard. He knew it as well, but if his comrades didn't help it with the same skill, it was hard to relay it properly. To make it arrive properly in a situation where the receiver wasn't helping needed extreme control of mana, but as he saw the bird which flew perfectly to their location, as if he was proving his position of the captain of the shock troop, he could only marvel. Soon the blue bird, which had arrived in front of Chen, blew up with a poof and relayed a message to them. And he slightly frowned as he read the message inside it. Though it's only a maybe. Chen, who had thrown it towards the other supervisors who were busy breaking down ships, shouted loudly. Stop temporarily. We pause our work here and move out. Kukulgia Lake was right next to the path they were blocking. It wouldn't take long for them to run over there. Chen, who had shouted loudly, took along the Quadratus followers under him as he started to run quickly. Boom. The absorbed mana as if it was about to explode. The runes on the sword, which was devouring the mana, shone radiantly until it couldn't handle mana any more than it poured out a skill as if it was exploding. A skill which cut everything in the way of the blade into two with the mana undulations on the sword. The amazing part about this skill was that it could cover both short and long distances. It could spread far or wide depending on the user's thoughts, and even compress down to the size of a single sword and cut a person in half. And the way Jaisu was using the blade currently was the latter. Unlike before where it was spreading out like a wave, the stuck onto Jaisu's sword as it charged forward to cut apart the opponent in half. An entirely different level from a mana reinforcement which was operated by a normal reinforcement skill. The mana reinforcement of a reinforcement skill increased the durability and sharpness of a weapon greatly, but it was inferior to an offensive skill which was focused on destruction. And Hansu knew this as well. The parallel cut was a skill that was quite high up on the rankings out of the skills you could acquire in the red zone. If that skill and the sharpness of the relic combines and he tried to block it just with the demonic dragon reinforcement, then he will receive large injuries. Jaisu's furious movements started to get stacked inside Hansu's head. And soon a virtual Jaisu had appeared in Hansu's head and it showed his next moves. Hansu followed that as he moved his body slightly off from Jaisu's attack parameter. At that moment Jaisu's eyes shone. He's caught. Parallel cut. The control of the area of effect was according to how the user wanted it. The extremely compressed skill exploded out the moment Hansu dodged. Out the people he had fought after gaining the sword, there were people stronger than him. But those guys had also lost their necks after getting swept up by the exploding skill the moment they dropped their guard thinking they had dodged it. Though you dodge quite well, you won't be different from the others. While Jaisu was making a content expression while looking at the skill that was sweeping up the surroundings like a wave, something unexpected happened. Boom. The ring on Hansu's hand absorbed mana aggressively and then struck back at his skill. Pachang. The moment Hansu's right hand and his skill collided, a sound of something breaking was heard as the parallel cut, which was aggressively sweeping up the surroundings, got crushed apart. Jaisu questioned his eyes when he saw this. Fuck. What is that? He had thought that it was something like a dispel, but it wasn't easy for a dispel to break apart his skill, which had a high mana density. No, there was no previous intel about Hansu holding onto something like this previously. Camille Rowe. This bitch. Was she not even able to pull out all of this newcomer's power? He had collected some intel regarding this guy before coming here. Since there were people who had come with him on the same boat. And within that intel there was information regarding his fight with Camille Rowe, but there was nothing regarding that ring. But Jaisu realized that it wasn't time for him to think about such things for a prolonged time. Godamnit. Hansu utilized the moment the skill was broken and was charging at him with a fearsome speed. Jaisu hurriedly tried to retrieve his sword, but it was too late. Damn. There's not enough time to use Parallel Cut again. Parallel Cut had high mana density and a lot of strength, but it took a bit of time to charge up. Jaisu hurriedly pulled up the power of his to its limit and used the special skill of the bronze reinforcement. And Jaisu's body instantly got dyed with a bluish tint. The skin turns like bronze as physical and magical resistances increase by a large amount, as well as raising the regeneration speed of health by a large amount. He didn't use it usually because it was a bit burdensome to use it with due to its high mana usage, but he didn't have any confidence after seeing the charging Hansu's hand covered in dark gold lights. Even if it was just his bare hands, his intestines will be pulverized if he was hit by it. At that time the ring on Hansu's hand devoured mana again and then charged towards Jaisu. God damn it. Really? But Hansu disappointed Jaisu's expectations. Quick. The moment the ring touched Jaisu's skin, his skin, which was tinted blue, turned back to its original form. And 3 of his defensive skills that covered his body got crushed apart like glass along with that. Hansu's punch then landed onto Jaisu's stomach. Tuong. Kahook. Jaisu flew backwards as he felt his intestines being twisted and turned. What is this nonsense? He can crush apart special skills along with normal skills. And his reinforcement was a problem as well. Though he had resistance and defensive artifacts, but the mana reinforcement of that damnable reinforcement skill was too powerful for them to be alright. Damn it. Where did he get something like that? Reinforcement skills held quite a high value for being very common. But if you were to think from a different angle, the mana reinforcement from the reinforcement skill was inferior to the strength of an attacking skill and the resistances were inferior to defensive skills. But that thing was beyond that level. Jaisu, who had mindlessly stood back upright while flying, was astonished at the sight of Hansu, who had caught up to him and was about to strike him again. If this goes on, then he will be beat up to death. Damn it, if I knew it'd be like this, then I would have prepared something like the feather. But where would he get something that expensive? Jaisu distanced himself from Hansu with as he hurriedly shouted. Wait. I'm just doing this under a request. I'm a victim too. Damn it. Do you think a medium-sized clan like us can decline an order from above? Though he had shouted it out in panic, it was true to some degree. What kind of strength would they have for them to decline the request of a captain of a shock troop of a huge clan? And you will really die if you don't follow us. These words had 2 different meanings. He might die under the hands of Kaltzmorin, but he will also die if he remains on the en route. Hansu, who had been charging towards Jaisu, made a cold expression. He knew. Since he had heard about the sightseeing business that these guys had started around now. Crazy bastards. A business created for those above who had increased their strength but weren't able to fulfill their twisted desire. Hansu looked at Jaisu with a cold expression as he thought of the tourists who came to see the event, of thousands of newcomers, who would be trapped here by the Quadratus, getting eaten by the Calamity Fish. Chapter 60, Calamity Fish Hunting, 5. You bitch. I already told you everything I know. Jaisu, who had already become a mess, looked at Hansu, who was trying to wield the that was stolen from him. For him to try killing him after he had puked out everything he knew. Jaisu, after getting pushed back as far as he could get, shouted loudly as he looked at Hansu. Yeah. You bastard. Do you know who will come once I die? The Kaltzmorin I spoke of earlier will come. Jaisu then pointed towards his forehead. A small pink eye symbol. It was the symbol of. You don't seem to know, but he's watching everything through this. If you kill me, then he won't stay still. Hansu snorted inwardly. When the thousandly eye of the man caught within jealousy was activated once, it could only see about 3 seconds. And light pink meant that it had a low mastery level. There was no way to watch over everything with that. But Hansu made a surprised expression. What? God damn it. Such a guy will chase me down. Jaisu looked at him and then laughed. Kahuhu. Yeah, you bastard. Hurry and run away. Since he had done this much, he will not be able to kill him. There was a large difference between beating him up without knowing and killing him even after telling him that there was somebody watching behind him. Since that would mean that he would be completely ignoring Kaltzmorin. And Kaltzmorin's personality was definitely not something that would let something like that pass by. Puke. Jaisu tumbled around from the shock of the back of his head getting smashed. Hansu had done this to make him pass out. As I expected. Jaisu laughed inwardly even while losing consciousness. Since the fact that he had made him pass out meant that he feared Kaltzmorin to a degree. That guy would probably run away as quickly as possible now. Within the blurring sight, Hansu was quickly moving towards the jungle. Run away. I'll definitely kill you. Jaisu's thoughts ended there as he passed out. But unlike Jaisu's thoughts, Hansu stopped his movements and then quickly came back. Acting is tiring too. Hansu looked at the passed out Jaisu on the ground and then stared up into the sky. Blue carrier pigeons, which were flying back and forth since a while ago. Soon this guy's comrades will come. According to the information Hansu had heard from him, the 11 supervisors, including himself, and their subordinates summed up to about 100 people. It was not a low amount of people at all. And another troublesome aspect. Kaltzmorin. Hansu muttered quietly. Actually, Hansu didn't know who this Kaltzmorin was. Since he couldn't remember him, it seemed like this guy had died before getting to the indigo or purple zone. One who could only snort around the red zone couldn't stay within Hansu's memories. There's so many things to remember already. There was only one important fact. That he was the captain of the shock troop of Lighthouse. That alone told him that he was a formidable fellow. Since that spot was not something earned through poker, he couldn't ignore the captain of the shock troop of Lighthouse. Which meant that it was impossible to gather the materials while receiving the disruptions of those guys. Hansu looked at the passed out guy on the ground for a while and then stood up. I should prepare a bit. The main point of the sightseeing business was quite simple. Gather up the beasts, block up the paths leading out and sink all the ships. If you do just these two things then the newcomers would not be able to leave at all. They isolate the end route like this and then go out onto the sea on the cruise ship and watch it devour the route. Of course the main show is watching the newcomers struggling above the route. There was no reason for backlash since the helper clansmen would have pulled out the people needed by the VIPs or VVIPs. First I must check which beasts have been gathered up. Hansu lifted up the passed out guy and then hit him in the corner of the jungle. Since he might be found before he came back. He then went into the forest as he ruthlessly used parallel cut to chop apart the trees and advanced through the jungle. The objective of Quadratus is blocking the newcomers from leaving the route which the calamity fish will eat up. They would have definitely gathered tons of beasts at each side of the Kukulgia Lake, which acted as the boundary line. Since they won't have to guard a large perimeter if they blocked along the Kukulgia Lake. Kayayak. Roars could be heard after a short trip through the jungle. Gerdas who were filled up with rage because they had lost their child couldn't get to stomp over the culprit. It was Gerdas huh? He hadn't known which of the 13 beasts with herd-like natures they were but after checking them it was the Gerdas. Good. Hansu, who had personally confirmed the Gerdas being near, quickly headed towards a different direction. And then quickly started to harvest something in the forest. Darren Vine's root, gathering some Amars. It would have been hard if he was bare-bodied but the was of great help. Dumbass. That's not how you use this. That guy had been using this by pouring mana into this and either exploding or compressing it to strengthen the sword but the true usage of the was not that. Stretch. As Hansu poured in mana, a free-formed blade grew out. This was the true usage. Something that the guy, who only knew how to blow it up or compress it, couldn't use. A free-form blade that required the mana control to be extremely fine to the point where one can do both things simultaneously. Hansu swung that blade in all directions as he cut off the beast's necks and collected the needed ingredients. The free-form sword of which the length and shape kept changing constantly aimed for the unguarded spots of the beasts. Let's see. I should need about 20 of them. Hansu, who had squeezed out the incense pouch of 20 Amars along with a few other ingredients, approached the Gerdas who were aggressively roaming around. The Gerdas charged at him but it was fruitless. Quack. Hansu was cautious to not get any of the blood on his body as he swung the free-form sword around. The stretched-out blade cut of the neck of the Gerda. Done. Though it would be better if he had the blood of the baby it would take too much time for him to find the hidden baby. Since the Quadratus guys will arrive soon. Hansu poured the blood on his free-form sword onto the prepared ingredients and then quickly put into the by his waist. It's troublesome if the scent gets spread. Hansu quickly moved his body towards the passed-out Jaisu after he had completed his work. He was still passed out. And above that Jaisu, a few blue carrier pigeons were flying around. They will arrive if they receive the help from the receiver but since they weren't receiving the help they didn't arrive. But soon his comrades will arrive. Hansu quickly approached the mess of a guy who had become bloodied from head to toe from the battle with him. But the injuries were healing at a rate that could be seen with the naked eye. If some more time passes and then he uses the regeneration rune, he'll probably be healed to the point he'll be able to move again. Hansu approached the passed out Jaisu. And then he quickly pulled out the mixture he had made, put it into the split wound on his thigh and then quickly shut the wound. It will take some time for the gap completely heal. And he didn't have the time wait for that. Let's see. Hansu fumbled around his pockets as he pulled something out. I'll return your business card. As Hansu stuck the business card which was made of the Pedro larva's hide onto his thigh, the business card melted down as the wound on the thigh closed up. Hansu, who had made a satisfactory expression at the completely healed wound, nodded and disappeared into the jungle after clearing up his tracks. Soon slashing sounds were heard as Chen, one of the commanders, and his subordinates appeared. Chen made a dumbfounded expression as he looked at Jaisu laid out on the floor. This retard, he really lost. Chen looked at Jaisu as he was seriously pathetic but then just shook his head. He wants to throw Jaisu into the Kukulgia Lake after taking into account the fact that Jaisu had worked so hard was still laid out like this but this guy was a bit special even out of the commanders. Since he was a guy who had been inside the calamity fish. Let's take this guy and go back. Damn it. He didn't want to report the situation to Kaltzmorin. He had to wake this guy up no matter what and make him report it himself. All the aid was on the cruise ship anyway. Chen took Jaisu and then quickly moved towards the cruise ship. When does it start? Kaltzmorin looked towards the distant sea with a content expression. The calamity fish was still quite a distance away but if you take into account his great eyesight and the size of that thing, it wasn't hard to spot it. The Quadratus guys are quite good. Getting a 2,000-man boat was hard enough but these guys somehow managed to station it right next to the route. Anyways. That's why there are so many tourists. If they had thought that it was dangerous from the start then the tourists wouldn't even have gathered. And a 2,000-man boat was at the level where it could withstand the waves created by the calamity fish. But unlike Kaltzmorin, the newcomer standing next to him, ALLA, was making a rather bitter expression. Kaltzmorin chuckled. Look at this kid. He was a guy that he held dearly. And that was why he had brought him along after paying the tourism fee. Kaltzmorin knew the reason why he was making such an expression. It hasn't been long since you came into our clan, right? ALLA pondered for a moment and then answered. It has been about 27 days. And when did you come to the other world? ALLA shrugged his shoulders. 1 year. Since I came through the last year's tutorial. Kaltzmorin smiled contentedly at those words. Only strong people could come into Lighthouse, one of the 6 pillars. But this guy had come into Lighthouse in 1 year and into the most dangerous shock troopers. If you take into account the fact that most people in Lighthouse were 3rd and 4th years, then this guy's talent was amazing. And that was one of the reasons why he held him so dearly. It's probably because he's still a 1st year. Such a thing like this would probably make him feel a little dirty. To shove down huge groups of people into the stomach of the calamity fish and watching it. Kaltzmorin spoke towards Alan. You probably know by now, what do you think of every day while you live? Alan shrugged his shoulders as he answered. Getting stronger. Kaltzmorin chuckled. Right. Surviving day by day isn't your goal anymore, right? Since you aren't at that level anymore. I was like you around that level too. But, you start to think differently right before you go up. There's nothing he should be scared of right now. Since they, who ruled over the red zone, were really strong. They had long been qualified to go up to the orange zone. But there was only one reason why they had remained here. Of course they won't start off from the rock bottom. Since there was still a gap from those who barely qualified to go up to the orange zone and them. And they would probably be able to rise above others faster than them. But that wasn't the important part. There won't be people who would tremble at the sight of them, and there might be people who he would have to run away from. He had to struggle to get stronger again and go back into dangerous places. Do you know what comes up in your head at this point? What comes up in your head? You start to get an idea that you have to rule as much as you get here and then go up. It was hard to remain in one place forever without going up due to the world tree structure. And when you become one of the clansmen of the 6 pillars, and the top within that clan, you start to get thoughts such as this. If we go up, then we have to struggle to get stronger and to survive. Enjoy as much as you can before going up. But this wasn't easy either. There was no way to fulfill the stomach. Since the only thing to eat here were nutritional fluids. There wasn't much need for sleep, and one would get fed up with lust after a day or two. He needed something more fun and intense. Something to fulfill this desire of the ones who will go up soon and become tired again. And the Quadratu sightseeing was something created for people like this. Watch the fire across the river from a safe spot before you go. It's worth the sight. You have to take a look at the face of the red zone, the calamity fish, before you go to. I look forward to it. It was quite a good sight to see dying people struggle. That alone wouldn't be enough, but there were thousands of people, and such a thing would become very grand once the calamity fish takes part in it. According to the ones who had seen it before, this was really a good sight. Shouldn't he have a look at such a wondrous sight before going up? At that moment he felt a presence approach him. Then Kaltzmorin clicked his tongue after seeing what had come. Did you seriously lose? He had told the other Quadratus guys just in case, but for him to really lose. While Jaisu was making an embarrassed face, Kaltzmorin wrinkled his nose at the very faint scent. A scent which normal humans could not smell, and only he, who had learned, could detect. And then he looked towards the origin of the scent. Jaisu's thigh. Kaltzmorin frowned his brows as he looked at Jaisu with an incredibly fearsome expression. You retard. Pardon. Jaisu was shocked at the sudden bloodthirst rushing towards him and replied unconsciously. Kayayak. A very faint scent breezed past the noses of the Gurtas. A scent which was created when the extremely agitated Gurtas pheromones and blood were mixed. It was clear what his scent meant. That the killer of one of their kind had been covered with their blood. The strong scent, which seemed like it was asking for revenge, was carried by the winds. And it was amplified thousands of times. Kayayak. Thousands of Gurtas which were roaming near the Kukulgia lake started to madly dash towards the origin of the scent. And Hansu laughed as he saw the sight. He couldn't gain a large amount of time, but this was enough for now. I should finish fast and go make some of that nutritional fluid. I wonder if that Jaisu guy is alright. He didn't know who Kaltzmorin was, but according to what he heard about his personality, it would be hard for him to ignore such a blunder like this. Hansu rushed out to complete the extract within the time that Jaisu had kindly bestowed him. Chapter 61, Calamity Fish Hunting, 6. Let's see. Hansu looked at the relic in his hands and then walked into the woods as he sliced a nearby vehicle tree with the blade of the forgotten sword. And then sticky sap started pour out from it. Hansu got the small remaining amount of Amar's incense, mixed it with the sap and then spread it on the forgotten sword until all of the surface was covered. It's done. Hansu walked up to the lake and resumed his previous hunt after covering his whole sword. Pagagagagak. The heads of the fishes got crushed apart from the countless blade slashes as they died off. Hansu nodded as he saw the fishes charging at him. At this level I can probably go and hunt the grown ones. It was an obvious fact that the adult ones had more of the extract within them than the baby ones. If he hunted the adult ones, then he could probably complete the extract in a shorter time. The reason why he had not done so was because he had no way of getting through their thick skulls and scales, but it was now more efficient to hunt the adult ones since he had obtained the forgotten sword. The location of the adults is in the deeper part of the lake. He needed some preparations to go there. Hansu pulled out all of the extracts from the heart and then started to run along the lake shore. After a long while he could see a plant with its roots submerged in water. A plant which lived by sucking onto the toxic water. Hansu rushed onto the lotus-like plant. Tututuk. He pulled out the kwesh along with its roots, opened it and then retrieved a handful of seeds. Hansu then proceeded to collect the seeds of a few more kwesh plants and then threw one into the water as a test. Pushishishik. Surprisingly, the small seed didn't sink when it entered the water and instead started to madly swell up. It swelled up by absorbing the water-soluble toxin which made the toxic waters toxic. Hansu got on top of the seed which had swelled up to the size of a human head. It started to sink slowly once Hansu got on top of it, but as he got off the seed it came back up with its buoyancy. Good. Hansu then proceeded to create a bridge along the surface of the water towards the center of the lake where the adult fishes would be living. At that moment a light shone in the distance behind Hansu. Huong. At the same time very hot air rushed towards him. Though the actual heat was weak, if you take into account the distance from him and the origin of the flame, then that location would probably be similar to hell. I should hurry a bit more. It's still quite more amazing than I had thought. Hansu quickly started to run towards the inner parts of the lake after checking his rear. Kuyuyuyu. Tens of Gurtas were laid out on the floor after becoming roasted by the dark red flame. And Cheng and the other Quadratus members gulped as they saw the sight. Though thousands of Gurtas were running towards them, the man who had created the scene in front of them was much scarier. Kaltzmorin, who had dark red flame swirling around his hand, looked at the Gurtas he had roasted and then turned around as he spoke. Let's hear it. Pardon. Let's hear about how you are going to deal with this. I've gotten curious as to how and why you guys do your job like this. We will take care of it. Then a few people ran down as they launched off the cruise ship. Boom. The 2,000-man cruise ship started to get further and further away from the land. The Gerdas who had run up roared in anger, but they could only roam round the edge of the water since they had no way of getting close to the cruise ship. Kaltzmorin stood still for a moment and then opened his mouth again. Are you worrying about my safety right now? I'm asking as to how you are going to perform the sightseeing. If this goes on, then all the newcomers will leak out. Can you guys block it all up? Jaisu stumbled as he carried his injured body and walked out. I'll solve it. If I run around the Kukulgia lake and lead those things, then the newcomers will see that end. Kududuk. Ayok. Jaisu screamed as Kaltzmorin's hand suddenly dug into his thigh. Kaltzmorin ignored his screams as he dug his thigh out and then pulled out a soggy reddish mixture. Kayayok. As the mixture came out from his body, the Gerda started to get even more agitated. Kaltzmorin threw that towards the Quadratus and then spoke. This guy is the guide, he can't die. Take this and spread it along the roads. Understood. The Quadratus felt cold sweats run down their backs as they looked at the shore where the Gerdas were going crazy. They had to carry this around and then spread it along the roads. Though they can bring back the Gerdas onto the roads if they spread this, but carrying this around meant that they had to keep all of those Gerdas on their tails. They couldn't even imagine the number of people who would die during this process. Damn it. It got screwed up real dirty. Chen looked at Jaisu with a resentful expression. But he could only go. If not, then he would probably die in the hands of Kaltzmorin instead of the Gerdas. It seemed like that Kaltzmorin, who was full of anticipation, started to feel worse and worse as the plans got screwed up. If we can settle the matter for now with this, then it'll be good. But Kaltzmorin destroyed Chen's anticipation. And what are you going to do about that Hansu fellow? Take responsibility and bring him over. I really want to see his face now. Understood. Chen clenched his teeth and then shouted. Plug up the roads first. Then, find that guy with the lake as the main location. The guy who had set them up like this wouldn't have hidden. He said he was going to kill the calamity fish, right? Since that guy was doing something in the Kukulgia lake, then he wouldn't be able to leave far until that was accomplished. Kaltzmorin then looked at Jaisu with a cold expression. You will talk to me for a bit. About what you failed. You. Jaisu made an expression filled with fear from those terrifying eyes. Kudududuk. Hansu stabbed the Kukulgia's skull and then quickly stabbed into the heart, pulled the heart out and then threw it into the selfish wealthy man's food jar. The efficiency fell in comparison to squeezing it out on land, but he didn't have the confidence to drag them onto land. Shkung. I've still almost collected it all. The by his waist had almost been filled up due to him hunting for almost 2 days straight. But there was still a problem. My stamina is too spent. The place where he could get the nutritional liquid was a bit far away from the Kukulgia's lake. His stomach was completely empty after fighting for 2 days straight without any nutriments. Slashing the sword once was getting hard. Kadududuk. The Kukulgia noticed Hansu getting weaker as they rushed towards him even more crazily. At that moment something cut through the toxic waters and flew towards him while making pegagak sounds. An arrow filled with the power of a skill. It's a skill of the targeting type. Hansu compressed the freeform blade and then swung it. Boom. He had deflected the arrow, but the injuries that had barely healed ripped open, due to him straining the muscles of his whole body, and spread around as the Kukuljas who smelled this started to thrash around more aggressively. A person who looked like a commander of the Quadratus was looking towards him by the lakeshore and was preparing a skill. It seems they have stopped the fire for now. Actually, the 2 days he had gained were quite a lot. Though it would have been nicer to have a bit more, it happened already. He had to solve the situation. I don't have the strength to have a prolonged battle. He was hungry, was lacking in stamina due to the long fight he had, and was losing blood as well. And Kukuljas were rushing towards him crazily from below. But he still had to complete the extract. I'll get rid of the guys who follow me. Hansu stepped onto the heads of the crazily rushing Kukuljas as he started to run towards the other side of the lake very quickly. And Chen grinned at his teeth as he saw this. Shoot out restraining skill so he won't run away and chase him. The other commanders made a bitter expression at this. You want to go in there? The bridge trick that Hansu had done wasn't hard for them. And hunting down a tired person was an easy task for them. But even with all this, it was still a bit burdensome for them to go into the lake which was swarming with Kukuljas. Chen shouted at those words. The conditions are still the same. And don't you know that it'll become more tiresome if you don't catch him while he's that tired? And say we don't catch him here, what are you going to report then? If he runs away to the other side of the lake, then it really becomes hard to catch him. Since the Kukulgia lake was as big as the vast end route. If he hid in the jungle, then things become really tiresome. Everyone gulped at those words. If they miss the chance to catch him while he's tired, then they have to meet Kaltzmorin. They could still clearly remember the scene where Kaltzmorin dipped Jaisu into the sea and pulled him back out like shabu shabu as he asked him about his responsibilities. If you guys want to take a half body bath in the toxic waters like this, then you can continue to idle about. Hurry and get along. Jaisu had only stopped at a half body bath in the toxic waters because he had the experience of the insides of the calamity fish. If they fail, then they might take on a full body bath instead of a half body bath. Fucker. We aren't even below that guy. But such a lame excuse did not work in this world where the differences in power were clear. Since they had signed a contract to bring that guy back, it was likely that they will suffer if they were to even discuss about it. The commanders, who were grinding their teeth, and the other Quadratus floated on pieces of wood or gwesh seeds as they quickly pursued Hansu. You bitch. I've almost caught you. I'll vent all my anger on you. Unlike them, who were running with not many obstructions, their target with a bloody body was being attacked by the Kukuljas. At that moment, Hansu suddenly stepped onto the Kukulgia as he jumped up into the air. A formless energy flowed into the sword on his hand as it instantly turned into a whip. Block it. At those words, the people who had been running activated their skills to guard their fatal spots and focused on regaining their balance. Pick. Pick. Chen made a confused expression at the whip that had swept around them. The glamorous attack just swept around their limbs as if it wasn't targeting their fatal spots from the beginning. It was extremely sharp, so their flesh was cut, but it wasn't in fatal locations. Cheng smirked as he saw this. Did he perhaps think that we will run away from fear when we got injured? Bleeding actually did make things a bit more burdensome, since Kukuljas will charge onto them if they bled. But Hansu was bleeding much more than them anyway, and this amount of injury would heal up before a minute was up. But the moment Cheng and the other Quadratus tried to rush in enthusiastically, something unexpected occurred. Kuyuk. The injuries got wider and wider as a large amount of blood started to flow out. Yuk. What is this? Heal. Use the healing rune. Damn it. It won't close up. Blood was pouring out from the injury made by the whip. And the Kukuljas, who had smelled the blood that had been spilled on the waters, rushed at them madly. Pudududuk. Wuk. Damn it. What is this nonsense? Cheng screamed inwardly in puzzlement as he struck at the Kukuljas charging at him. He was sure that such an option wasn't on Jisu's sword. Hansu made a cold expression at the top of the lake, which had become chaos itself. Now our situations are a bit more equal. The second power that had unlocked after it evolved into a red artifact. Once you were hit by the attack filled with the strange power of Nirmaha, then the injury will not heal while the power lingered on the injury and instead cause a large amount of blood to pour out. A top-rated skill which was fatal towards the guys who trust in their healing skills and fight recklessly. He had been saving it because the mana usage was very large, but this was the perfect time for it. But this isn't quite enough. He was still bleeding as well, and the Kukuljas were charging at him and them without distinguishing between them. It had just become even. And the fight was better the more unfair it was. Hansu ripped off the sap that was covering the blade with his hands. Then the scent of the forgotten sword, which had been hidden beneath the strong Amar scent, started to permeate all around. The Kukuljas who had smelled this flinched in surprise as they crazily tried to distance themselves away from Hansu. They could only be scared, since the scent was that of the fearful predator that ate them as snacks. Pudududuk pudududuk. As the scent, which could be smelled from hundreds of meters away underwater, spread, the Kukuljas made a huge riot in order to get away from Hansu. And Hansu used this timing to throw the seeds to create the bridge as he got out to the lake shore. Then he looked at the relic on his hand. This was an object that had been kept within the calamity fish for a very long time. Its scent could only be strong. He couldn't hunt properly if the Kukuljas ran away, so he had hidden the scent, but this was the most effective way in order to escape like this. Ak. Kwayak. They won't be able to come out. That place was dangerous even for him, since the fear of the predator that had appeared for a moment had increased their vicious instincts a step further. Hansu, who had been looking at the Kukuljas who were gathering onto the center of the lake in a crazy manner, hid the scent of the forgotten sword again as he completed the Kukulja extract. Hansu sighed as he looked at the mess his body had turned into. He had predicted that it wouldn't be easy, but it was extremely tiring. There was a huge difference between the beasts of the red zone and the people of the tutorial. Keldian. I might kick your ass if I see you again. Hansu, who had been thinking of Keldian, who had set up a strict schedule for him, thought of the next objective. Nutritional fluid. The reason why the wide World Tree mountain range became an area of dispute. And one of the other reasons why he had to heal this World Tree. If I collect that, then it'll be the end. Hansu looked at the Kukulja heart extract, which he had filled half of the pouch with, and then started to gather the Kwesh seeds. And soon Hansu gathered a few thousand Kwesh seeds and quickly rushed towards the location where the nutritional fluid flowed. Chapter 62, Calamity Fish Hunting, 7. Kaltzmorin clicked his tongue. The blue carrier pigeons have not been flying back for a while. This meant that everyone who had gone off had failed. I can't leave this to them anymore. He thought that he would be able to find that guy using Jisu's trait pretty quickly, but it seems that there was a lot of restrictions that made it so that he could not find the person he found earlier for a whole month. Well, he probably never thought of losing to a newcomer in the first place anyway. ALLA asked with a slightly confused expression while looking at Kaltzmorin warming up his body. You said you weren't going to move because you came for vacation, right? Kaltzmorin smiled. I came here to enjoy. I feel like that guy will make this fun for me. It's been a while since I found somebody who offended me like this. There's no satisfaction in smashing down timid people. Ringing those who offended you was truly fun and satisfying. I'm going. You watch for those who run away towards the plains above the Kukulja lake. Kaltzmorin left those final words as he quickly disappeared from the top of the boat. Hansu thought about his next objective as he erased his tracks. Since he had collected the Kukulja heart extract, it was now time for him to go to the next stage. I need to supplement it with nutritional fluid. One of the two core ingredients of the hardening liquid. Hansu took out the juicer he received from the helper clansman and then ran towards the end route between the sea and the Kukulja lake. In this place, if you ignore the few special cases within the World Tree area, it was impossible to satisfy one's hunger and thirst without the juicer. Hansu could finally see a greenish part on the center of some blazing ruins that resembled a vein after a long run on top of the tree root. Found it? The exterior. The root of World Tree was largely divided into the exterior and the interior. The interior absorbed the toxic waters from the roots and then sent it to the trunk, which acted as the main part of the tree. And the exterior supplied nutrition to all of the World Tree by purifying the toxic waters into the nutritional fluid. The exterior, which was made of tens of thousands of strands, spread out from the deepest parts of the World Tree roots and even to the outside. And the only place where the survivors of this place, which was always burning, could find liquid and food was that World Tree exterior's nutritional fluid. A large amount of people were using all their strengths and using the juicer like the helper clansman had told them. But of course there was a problem. Barely any comes out. Damn it. What is this? It barely comes out. You. What will this amount do to anyone? This machine, which had a few skills applied onto it, pulled out the nutritional fluid once one takes it and puts it onto the exterior. But if not much of the nutritional fluid flowed through the exterior, then what would the juicer do even if it had extremely good specs? As if the exterior was symbolizing the dried up World Tree, a very small amount of nutritional fluids were running through it. I need to find a thicker exterior. He had to scratch off quite a large amount of nutritional fluids for the hardening liquid. It wasn't hard to find a thicker exterior. Since if you follow the exterior up, you will find a thicker exterior where the other exteriors met up. But there were people on the thicker exterior already. We meet again. Hansu shrugged as he looked at the 150 people gathered. Johann and the others were driving out the other people approaching the exterior as they were filling up their nutritional fluid containers. Get lost. Don't come close. We will use this place first. The people who were driven out cried out in rage. You damn bastards. If you suck it all up, then what do you want us to do? Johann smirked as he laughed. If you feel wrong, then go up higher than us and suck it up there. Fuckers. The people cursed quietly. Who didn't know about that? But the higher they go, the stronger the beasts and people get. Of course it was more dangerous to go higher. So people realized it at once. That they had to get stronger no matter what and then keep climbing up. If they keep sucking out the nutritional fluid in the exterior above, then the people below will barely be able to taste the nutritional fluid. Which means that they had to persevere to get the nutritional fluid no matter what, get stronger and then drink from the exterior above where there is more nutritional fluid. Hansu shook his head as he saw this scene. How could there be unity if things go like this? It was basically the same as fighting for water during a drought. Actually, the fight to take over the nutritional fluid was even more intense above. And this is why I must revive the world tree even more. It was impossible to unite people when the amount of food was limited. It was already not enough, but if the people who will be sent in next year are taken into account, then it will really be insufficient. They will all starve like the communism of the old days and then all die of starvation. Unity was a job that was after revival of the world tree. Well, it's not to the point where they will starve to death yet. Which means that it wasn't time for him to care yet. Hansu landed in front of Johann, who was driving off the other people. And as soon as Johann saw Hansu, his expression scrunched up. Then he shouted loudly. Kong Hansu. Where did you hide the boat? Johann loudly shouted. We can't go up higher. There are beasts swarming up above. There was a reason why Johann and his crew were staying a bit below the lake. They had seen the calamity fish on the way. And because of this they tried to climb up as fast as possible as soon as the instructions of the helper clansmen ended. But they gave up as soon as they saw the beasts blocking their way. Since thousands of beasts were swarming around. The lake was even worse. And they were raising their strengths by collecting the nutritional fluid like this and hunting weak beasts because they could not die like this. But if they had a boat, then everything would be solved. Give us the boat. You don't need it? We will leave on the boat. They had rushed back to find the boat after seeing that the road was blocked, but they could not find it, as if this guy had hidden it. Hansu shook his head at Johann's words. He had to ride on that to hunt the calamity fish. Persevere well here. Don't think about going up. What? I'm going to kill that calamity fish, so I need to use the boat there. He's really insane. He had heard something like this when this guy was fighting that Camille woman. You want us to believe such nonsense? Just say you don't want to give us the boat instead. Johann grinned at his teeth. Hansu chucked as he looked at that Johann. Since he could guess what he was thinking. Don't do that. If he had let these guys off in a different place, then it would have taken a lot longer. He could understand Johann's intention, so he just shrugged and didn't really say much more. Since he had long gotten used to people telling him to put down the luggage after he had saved them too. While Johann was grinding his teeth, Hansu leisurely went up to the exterior and then plugged the pointy part of the juicer. Yuck. And then the juicer activated as it pulled out the nutritional fluid a drop at a time. Hansu then drank the nutritional fluid that came out from the juicer. Much better. Though the world tree had dried up, it was still the world tree. He had just drank just a few drops of the water of life that was provided through the exterior, but it already started to fill up Hansu's whole body with nutrients. The slowed down healing speed from the lack of nutrition quickly came back to normal as the nutritional fluid swirled around his body. Since I quenched my thirst, it's time to move. Hansu got up his seat. The amount he needed to gather was not possible to be gathered here anyway. There were two reasons why he had come to the exterior on the bottom. To replenish his spent stamina and to use it as the starting point to go to a bigger one. Even more so since this thing went up and down through the underground. Don't piss people off randomly and just stay here for a bit. The time was getting saved due to him having earned quite a nice weapon. He would be able to set off towards the calamity fish in just a little while. Hansu ended with those words as he followed the exterior into a corner of the jungle. Johann looked at that Hansu with a cold expression. I need to find a hidden boat. The reason why that guy could be so laid back was because he had the boat. Since he could leave at any time. Johann had to find the boat. But how? That guy was so cautious to the point where he was constantly erasing his tracks as he moved. And the dangerous jungle. It would be hard to chase. But Johann suddenly had a strange thought. Was something over there? If you follow the way he had come from, the lake was there. A guy of that level would have already been to such a place and came back, but for him to only come out now. Is something over there? There was a possibility. Since that guy had a strange psychic power. Then the reason why he had driven the boat to this dangerous place could be explained. Killing the calamity fish. That's definitely a lie. Is he trying to gain something here and then escape with the boat? And the fact that he had told them to stay here was even more suspicious. Johann cautiously gathered up a few people and shared his thoughts. A few of them actually made a doubtful expression, but then they agreed with Johann's thoughts of having a look as they created a search team to follow the path Hansu had come from. And soon they arrived at the lake, which was quite familiar to them. The lake of the monsters which had thrown them into despair. But there was a person who had gotten there before them. Who is that? There was a man who was meticulously searching around the lake in Johann's sight. The foreign-looking man searched around the route, but once he saw them he ignored them as if he lost his joy and started to focus onto the work he was doing. Damn it. They're all the same. Johann, whose pride had actually taken quite a toll due to Hansu, had actually gotten pissed at the attitude of the man ignoring them, but couldn't really say anything back because that man looked dangerous at just a simple glance. Even without the helper clansman's warning, he could still feel the strange bloodthirsty aura radiating from that man. Johann decided to ignore that man just like how he had done to them and spoke to the surrounding people. Since it looks dangerous, let's back off for now and then look for Hansu's tracks when that man leaves. Johann did not realize that this was a fatal mistake. The ears of the man, who had been ignoring Johann and his crew, trembled as he yelled out roughly. Hey, you over there. You know Hansu? Shit. Everyone was shocked at the sudden shout of the man. They didn't know who he was, but they didn't want to get mixed up with such a dangerous person. Johann tensed up but then thought that he didn't have anything to lose as he broadened his chest and tried to speak. We do, but then what are you? Puuk. Puuk. The broadened chest had to be folded back immediately. Johann looked at the man who had appeared in front of him in an instant and had smashed him on his stomach with a pained expression. What, did I even do wrong? Kaltzmorin looked at that Johann as he spoke. You bastard. Dare to look at my eyes when you're just a mere newcomer. You want to die? Kahuak. Damn it. With just that as the reason. It felt like his whole intestines were tangling up from just one kick. At the same time Johann realized why the helper clansmen told them to not piss off the people who had come in the previous year. Since the explosive movements that were combined with skills were hard even for their eyes to follow. Good. It was hard enough to look for his tracks anyways, you guys will help me a bit. He was about to explode from annoyance because that guy had hidden his tracks so well, but for these guys to get caught. Kahua. He probably knew that someone was going to chase him, but it seems like he didn't expect something like this. Kaltzmorin looked at the chicks with a cold expression. You got off here? Yes. Good. Kaltzmorin estimated which way that guy would have gone. He didn't know why Hansu was running around the jungle, but he probably knew that there were going to be pursuers. There's no way that he'd hide his tracks otherwise. Then there was only one choice that guy would make. Running away from him when Jaisu hadn't even told him about himself was an impossible thing. It was impossible to run towards the wide open plain above the Kukulgia lake because he had told Alan to guard that area. The only escape route then was the sea. If he went near the boat and then waited, then he would be able to catch him for sure. If not, then I can just break apart the boat first. Since I can kill him slowly once, he can't run away anymore. Though Hansu had hidden it, it wasn't hard to find the traces of the boat with the skill once they reached the place where they had gotten off. Johann, who had been looking at Kaltzmorin with a fearful expression, spoke. Anyways, will you really give us the boat? Once you find it? Kaltzmorin looked at Johann with an amused expression. These guys. Do they not have a very good relationship? From what he heard, they would have all died if not for this Hansu guy, but they were cooperating extremely well. He was going to twist the necks of a few people if they didn't comply, but he felt awkward to do so when they cooperated so well. Well. It's better for me. Kalt smiled contentedly as he spoke. Of course. You guys take the boat. He was going to destroy it anyway for the tour, but this was the time to give hope. They would cooperate better if there was a chance for survival. As if those words gave Johann strength, he steadily headed towards the location where they had gotten off the boat. And then he spoke towards Kaltz. It's here. Let's see. Kaltzmorin's skill, activated. Since the ferry's boats weren't hard to find due to their particularities. Tisk. It'd be nice to find Hansu with this. But there were too many different scents mixed in the last battlefield for that. But soon the confident face of Kaltzmorin scrunched up. This guy and that guy. Why are they all retarded? The location where the Aranan's chaser pointed to. He could feel the traces of the boat a few hundreds meters deep under the sea. But how would Hansu pull that up? The 500-man boat's weight was not something a human can pull up. Even if the amount of their muscles increased, there was still a limit with a human's body mass. Where would he find a rope to pull that up while withstanding the toxic waters? These retards, he didn't hide it, it just sunk. This meant that Hansu guy had gained a boat somewhere else already. A boat that the Quadratus guys had not smashed yet. Quadratus and these guys. They're really extremely frustrating. The important fact was that he had wasted time because these guys. Catching him would become much harder due to this slight change. Since when it came to pursuing someone, the difference between a few hours and half a day was the difference between heaven and earth. These bitches. Huiyuik. The thing that he needed the most currently was somebody to vent his anger on. The dark red flames started to float around Kaltzmorin as if they were reacting to his rage. Good. Hansu, who had sliced apart the beasts in the exterior located deep within the jungle and was pulling out the nutritional fluid with the juicer, nodded at the smooth process. There was no need to share it because it was an exterior located in a dangerous place, and he was also gaining runes steadily even while chopping apart the beasts. It seems like the work will finish faster than my expectation. Anyways, I thought that Kaltzmorin guy would chase me, but I seem to be wrong. Did he lose his way somewhere? But Hansu just shrugged his shoulders. I wonder why my luck is so good. It's good anyway. Once the materials Camille Rowe finds get mixed in, then it'll be completed. Hansu, who had been sucking the nutritional fluid out from the exterior, quickly moved towards the next exterior. Chapter 63, Galadriang's Relic, 1. Kurururu. Kaltzmorin was standing within the blazing jungle. This rat of a bastard. Boom. 5 days. He had searched around this area, looking for Hansu, for 5 days. He wouldn't have been this mad if there weren't any traces in the first place. But the most annoying thing was that there were very faint traces of him left behind. Sometimes a faint scent could be smelled, and sometimes the traces of the forgotten sword he had stolen from Jaisu were left behind. This made him even madder. Since he was just tailing his back even if he was chasing with all his might. God damn it. It would have been easier if he had brought some of his subordinates here, but he had come here for a vacation. But then he'd rather commit suicide than receive Alan's help. Since he'd lose face. Then Jaisu spoke cautiously towards Kaltzmorin. How about catching Camille Rowe? Camille Rowe. Kaltzmorin slightly frowned as he heard this. This was something that Jaisu had been suggesting for a while. Since Hansu's main goal was the calamity fish, he would naturally be dragged in if you catch his comrade. But there was a reason why Kaltzmorin had not done this yet. Damn it. Not being able to catch a single newcomer is enough face lost, but for me to take people hostage. If Amilsteden, from one of the 6 pillars, heard this, then he will laugh at him while holding onto his stomach. No, he would become a public object of ridicule to the clans of the 12 roots. But his rage was currently exceeding his pride. There were instances in his plan where he would not be able to catch a guy for 5 days. Well, if I take care of things well, there won't be rumors. Kaltzmorin asked Jisoo. How do you want to do it? You told me you couldn't use your trait yet. Jisoo laughed. Hansu might erase his tracks, but why would she? She would not think that someone will be chasing her. Since we almost finished the sightseeing preparation, we'll separate to find her and then send a blue carrier pigeon once we do. Kaltzmorin made a satisfied expression as he nodded. You be careful. You are the main actor of the second part of the tour. Remember why I take care of you so well. I know very well. You guys find Camille according to your plans. I shall continue searching for Hansu. If he gave up like this, then his pride would be damaged. Camille was a last resort. I will catch him before that. Jisoo nodded as he saw Kaltzmorin grind his teeth and send blue carrier pigeons in every direction. Hansu looked at his food jar container. A container that was full of the nutritional fluid and the Kukulgia heart extract. I've almost collected all of the materials for the hardening fluid too. Since he had some time left until Camille would finish gathering all the materials, he had gathered a few extra materials that he would use on the boat. As he saw flames exploding from place to place, it seemed like that Kaltzmorin had been enraged to no extent. It is pretty annoying. But it seemed like that Kaltzmorin wasn't that talented despite being the captain of the shock troopers. If Kaltz had raised his chaser skill, then it would have been harder to hide his tracks. Let's have a peek. Hansu adjusted the shape of the formless energy of the forgotten sword so that light would be diffracted. It wasn't that hard. He just needed to change the thickness a little bit. He then proceeded to apply mud onto his face as he started to look over the cruise ship in the distance along with his transformed sword that acted like monoculars. He knew of the cruise ship's location due to the heat that had come off during the Gerda's incident. In order to not get caught within their eyes, he had to stay this far back to look over them discreetly. Hansu frowned after looking over the location of where the blue carrier pigeons were flying and Kaltzmorin's movements. Look at these guys. They changed the target. He didn't think that Kaltz would have done such a thing due to his pride of being the captain of the shock troopers of Lighthouse, but it seems that his rage had overcome his pride. Let's move. He had collected all the materials anyway. The time had come for him to reunite with Camille. Let's see, she would be around the Aram mines or Kukuru burrows by now. A dumb person wouldn't know, but Camille was rather smart, so she would choose the most efficient route. Which meant that she had to be in one of these two. I have to find Camille before them. Otherwise it'll become troublesome. First I'll go to Kukuru burrows. Hansu carefully got out of his seat and quickly headed off somewhere. Kaaok. Camille madly slashed her short spear towards the Arams running towards her. Huong. The short spear endlessly slashed through the air. The respiratory holes of the Arams, who had the shape of a beetle, were sliced apart as they dropped down. Quajadudk. Camille split the stomach of the Aram, took out the secreting gland and then squeezed the liquid into a small bottle. I collected it all. Camille cracked the joints on her body. She had collected all of 14 ingredients out of the 17 ingredients Hansu had asked. My progress is faster than I expected, it seems like I'll finish in about a day. Camille started to head out of the mine after looking at the bottle of liquid. But at the same time she could feel somebody coming into the mine with her acute battle senses. Camille tensed up and focused. Aram mines were quite difficult for newcomers. Which meant that whoever came here was not a newcomer. But she sighed as she recognized the footsteps and breath and climbed up. You're here. Why are you here already though? I haven't collected it all. Hansu shrugged at Camille's words and spoke. The situation changed a little. Some annoying guys seem to have gotten on our tail. Annoying guys? Camille made a confused expression. If this guy, who didn't recognize how high the sky was, thought of somebody as annoying, then that person would be far beyond that. Who is it? Kaltzmorin. What did you just say? Kaltzmorin. He seems to be the captain of the shock troopers of Lighthouse. What the hell have you done while you've been away from me? Camille shouted with a flustered expression. She was a third year too, but Kaltzmorin was at a different level. If she fought him, then she'd just melt down without being able to do anything. No, why is such a guy on the end route? But there was only one important fact. That those guys will chase them. Camille made an expression full of despair and then spoke towards Hansu. Let's start up the boat. There's no time. She hadn't gathered all the ingredients, but if they waited here and then encountered Kaltzmorin, then they would both die. No matter how strong this guy was, he could not go against Kaltzmorin. Did you gather all the materials? Camille shook her head at Hansu's words. Not the Kukuru scales, mixed blood fairy breath and Orantal lights. Hansu started to pull some things out of his pockets after hearing Camille's words and spoke. It's Kukuru scales. I've gotten it on the way here. Focus on getting the other two for me. What are you going to do? Hansu looked at Camille and spoke. I'm going to buy some time while you gather the materials. Not a single material could be left out. Since an unstable hardening liquid will be made. Let's meet at this location after you gather the materials. I will bring the boat there. Hansu then told her the place they would meet up at. Camille looked at Hansu with a worried expression and asked. Isn't it better to collect the materials quickly with me? Hansu shook his head at these words. He had seen it on the way here. The net had been closed up much more than he had anticipated. At this rate they would be caught by the time they gather the materials and get to the boat. One person had to buy some time. There's no need to lead the others astray. He just needed to get Kaltzmorin distracted. Since Camille could handle the rest. Hansu then thought of Kaltzmorin. He had left traces around wide open spaces on purpose while running away. Very faintly. Only so that one could find them if they had a chaser skill. He had left olfactory traces sometimes, and other times he left temperature-related traces or footsteps. And he saw Kaltzmorin chasing him from afar with the transformed sword and then checked his reaction. The result was clear. The chaser skill he had learned is a type of scent chaser. That guy was chasing his direction with the changes of scent. Hansu thought up to this point as he ripped a piece of his clothing off, ripped it to shreds and smeared blood onto it. He then held onto it tight with his hands as he spoke to Camille. I'll leave it to you. Hansu ended with those words as he quickly started to run towards the jungle, and Camille looked at Hansu with a complicated expression but then also ran off to gather the materials. Kaltzmorin frowned at Hansu's scent, which had suddenly gotten stronger. He had hidden so well up to this point. Why is this? Kaltzmorin deducted the reason after a brief thought. The answer had come out. He has been watching me. The reason why Hansu had shown himself was clear. Since it was after they started chasing after Camille Rowe. If I knew that he would come out like this, then I would have done this sooner. Kaltzmorin didn't actually have a lot of expectations against that Camille girl. Since he hadn't thought that Hansu was a person who would jump out because of one hostage. He had told Jaisu to do this because he was so fed up, but for such a thing to happen. I'll gladly kill you. Kaltzmorin laughed maniacally as he chased the traces. The traces were very clear, unlike the ones so far. He had thought that these were traces to lure him in, but such a thing could be clearly seen. All his senses and the skill were telling him clearly that Hansu had just gotten past this area. Kaltzmorin made a cold expression after chasing these traces for a long time. If he set up a trap, then Hansu might not even be at the end of this chase, since he was much more formidable than he had expected. If that happened, then he was really going to find that Camille and rip her to shreds. Hansu might be different, but she can't run away from him. It would be quite a nice target to vent his anger on, since it seemed like Hansu valued her greatly to come out like this. I should tell the guys to find Camille first. Kaltzmorin flinched momentarily while he was just about to send a blue carrier pigeon to tell them to keep chasing Camille's traces. And then he changed the message of the pigeon as he saw somebody standing in the distance. Kaltzmorin walked towards Hansu, who was standing with a leisurely expression by the Kukulgia lake after sending the blue carrier pigeons. I really wanted to meet you, friend. I would have been really disappointed if I wasn't able to meet you this time along. Hansu chuckled towards that Kaltzmorin. I could only help you since you could not find me after all that. I even left hints. Though the hints had not been left behind to help him, but saying this was enough to stimulate him. And as expected, veins appeared on Kaltzmorin's forehead as soon as he heard Hansu's words. Because everything from having to run after a one single newbie to worrying to get disturbed for the sightseeing and faking a hostage wielding replayed in his memory. This fucking son of a bitch. But soon after, Kaltzmorin took a deep breath in and out. This guy was a fish that was already caught. Even if you have a boat that you left somewhere, I won't allow you to get over there. As long as one comes into his sight, they can't escape by running. He just needed to catch him and slowly smash him apart. You brat. Let's see if you can still say that while you're getting burnt. As Kaltzmorin approached him with flames surrounding his body, Hansu threw the gouache seeds in his pocket onto the lake as he ran away on the lake. And then he sliced his thigh. Then blood started to pour out as it spread out in the Kukulgia lake. Pujadadak. The Kukuljas were madly rushing towards him since he had covered the sword again. Kaltzmorin flinched at this and then mocked him. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to hold on over there? Others might be different, but he wasn't scared away from going towards the lake from the fear of getting bit by Kukuljas. He just needed to burn them all. Kaltzmorin stopped atop the Kukuljia's bodies as he madly started to run atop on the lake. Every time Kaltzmorin stepped on the Kukulja's head, their skulls were crushed like tofu. Hansu looked at Kaltzmorin and then laughed. Of course he couldn't lead him astray and then get to the boat on top of the water. That guy was clearly much stronger than him. Since he was on a different level from Jaisu or the other Quadradus guys. But there was no need to go atop of the water. The breeding lake was something that the Kukuljas, who originally lived on the sea, had dug out. The underground passage here is connected to the sea. Hansu finished his thoughts and then looked at the artifact on Kaltzmorin's neck rapaciously. If he has something like that, then he would definitely follow me, right? Keep my item safe. Hansu smiled at Kaltzmorin, who had the survival type artifact that was extremely hard to acquire, as he jumped down towards the lake where the Kukuljas were swarming in. This crazy bastard. Kaltzmorin grinned at his teeth as he saw this. Chapter 64, Galadriang's Relic, 2. Kurururark. Hansu ripped off the covering on his forgotten sword as soon as he sunk into the water. Quaaak. Then all the Kukuljas, who had been chasing him from the scent of the blood, were frightened as they ran away in all directions. And in the place they had run to, there was another target. But Hansu didn't care for such a thing as he started to swim away madly. If that guy was someone who he could kill with the Kukuljas, then he would have done so above the lake. Boom. And as he expected, an intense heat wave exploded out from above the lake. Tens of Kukuljas were roasted in an instant. The power of that attack could be estimated to a degree from the fact that the ones underwater had become like that. Hansu, who had covered himself with the demonic dragon's reinforcement, extended out the magic force of the reinforcement and then created it into the shape of the webbed feet of a duck. He then flapped his arms and legs and quickly started to head downwards. Deeper and deeper. So that the attacks above the water wouldn't reach him. Then soon the toxic water that Hansu was swimming through started to boil. He's following. He knew even without looking. Since the heat was slowly approaching towards Hansu. Hansu stabbed the wooden pipe he had prepared into the Chuyuyuk. Then the air he had gathered previously started to come into Hansu through his mouth. He had to breathe. Tisk. It'd be nice if I had a survival type skill. Survival type skills, or artifacts with survival type skills applied onto, made it easier to adjust to extreme environments. They just were extremely hard to acquire. Hansu thought of the artifact on the neck of Kaltz. An artifact that boosted the survivability of one when they are underwater or about to faint. If he has that thing, then he can breathe under the waters. Follow well. Hansu breathed air as he searched for the path. There should be traces around here. Finding the exit was easy. Since the location where the adult fishes, and not the baby ones, are swimming meant that it was closer to the sea. And Hansu had already looked over that location while creating the Kukulgia heart extract. If you follow the traces of the adult Kululjas, then the path leading to the sea would come out. Quaaaaaa. At that moment an extreme amount of heat was directed towards Hansu. Kurururu. Hansu frowned at the intent of the heat that was trying to boil him alive. Since he felt the magic force of the demonic dragon reinforcement being taken off in chunks. It would have been dangerous if I fought him above the water. The only reason why this was possible was because he was being chased under the water. Otherwise his skin would have been cooked red in an instant. Hansu didn't slow down his swimming speed as he swung the formless whip behind him. The waves that were transmitted through the liquid told Hansu numerous things. He could guess the guy's location to a degree without looking back. No, the flapping of the kukulja surrounding him told the exact location of that guy. Pot. The formless whip with the power applied to it flew backwards. Boom. The magic force of the demonic dragon's reinforcement collided with his skill and created a huge force wave. Thankfully, the reinforced whip was able to penetrate Kaltz's magic force and skills and succeeded in creating a very minute injury. Thankfully it's a reinforcement of the Inferno type. Inferno type reinforcements' offensive powers were extremely high in comparison to other reinforcements, but their defenses were a bit lacking. And as if Kaltz's skills were the same as that, his defensive skill masteries were a bit low and were of lower quality. Pasasak. The applied to his injury started to madly course through the injury and started to widen it. And as the injury got wider, blood started to pour out and the kukuljas who smelled the blood under the water started to madly rush towards him. Kuduk. Kaltzmorin clenched his teeth while swimming and then gathered a large amount of the power of reinforcement on his hands. Then he cinched his injury. Chiak. Blood squirmed around as it tried to come out, but there was no way to, since he had forcefully signed the injury and closed it up. The power of the hemorrhage tried to constantly widen the injury, but Kaltzmorin smashed the skulls of the kukuljas swarming towards him as he pulled out the pieces of bone, used them as needles as he stabbed them in between his injuries and then cinched it again. Hansu clicked his tongue as he looked at that sight. That's one tough guy. Doing such a thing meant that he had no intentions of going back up. The will that wanted to catch him no matter what. Kaltzmorin, who had closed the injury to an extent, stepped on the kukuljas rushing towards him as he tried to get closer to Hansu. Shall I give him a few more presents? Hansu pulled out a few gwesh seeds from his pouch as he stabbed them through with his whip. Like a skewer. And before the seeds could puff up he swung the whip and threw them towards Kaltzmorin, who was trying to approach him. This time, he applied instead of. Since it was a bit hard to use them both at the same time. It was too inefficient and too monocostly to use both power destruction and hemorrhage when his attack wasn't a direct attack. Koong. Kaltzmorin clenched his teeth as he saw the whip flying towards him again. He had to block it no matter what. It'll become very troublesome if he were to keep getting injured by that vicious object. Kurururu. Kaltzmorin brought his defensive skill to the limit as he poured the flame of the magic force towards the whip. If the magic force of the attack was the same as before, then it will melt against his flame. But Kaltzmorin was shocked that actually happened. Shururuk. The flame of the magic force disappeared as if it was erased. Hansu's whip had become weaker as if it was also affected by the skill, but it was still flying towards him. Soon the whip broke through his defensive skill like it was glass and then penetrated his body. Pushishik. God damn it. What the hell is this? Did he have to get stabbed through like this constantly? But Kaltzmorin, who had been hit by the whip with a nervous expression, suddenly made an evil smile. I see. It seems that he can't use both skills at the same time. The whip that was weakened from his skill and attack was weak enough for him to tough it out with his resistances. As long as that damned hemorrhage didn't come at him, then an attack of that level wouldn't be able to threaten him. But even before Kaltz could finish his thoughts, something started to puff up between his armors like underneath his arms. Yuk. Kaltzmorin was flustered momentarily at his body that started to rise up suddenly. Then he grinned at his teeth as he found out the identity of the object that was making him rise up. Gwesh seeds. This damned bastard, he prepared things like this as well. And for him to be able to store this underwater meant that he had already done some things to the seed. Which meant that Hansu had let him under the water after he had already planned the underwater as the stage they would have the fight. Kyuk. Kaltzmorin glared at Hansu after ripping off the Gwesh balloons. The distance between them that he had closed had been returned to what it was before due to him having risen for a moment. And the kukuljas were weirdly not approaching Hansu and were only madly charging against him. If I catch him, I can kill him if I catch him. This was clear no matter what tricks Hansu had up his sleeves. You bitch. I'm going to keep chasing you, dot. He felt like he would really go crazy if he backed off here. But the thing that made him mad was a different emotion. Afraid. I'm afraid of this guy. A newcomer. It wasn't that Hansu himself was scary. Fuck. I don't know what else he has prepared. Hansu had led him towards the lake and had completed the preparation to fight him in it. Which meant that Hansu had already estimated that he would follow him, and as well as the fact that he would jump under the water. This meant that Kaltz was running around in the palm of Hansu's hands. And Hansu was not afraid of Kaltz at all. Which meant that Hansu was confident enough to either run away from him or even kill him if he were to follow him till the end. I cannot agree on this. Kaltzmorin quickly went up to the surface of the water and then started to run atop of it. *TL, it's Jesus. Move quickly on top of the water, get above him and then catch up by diving down. This was just a lake and there was a limit to its depth. Since he had found out his direction and movements, he would be able to chase him much faster if he were to chase from above. But Kaltzmorin frowned after running for a bit. Fuck. A giant mountain that was blocking his path. A mountain was standing between the lake and the sea. I'm going in. If he were to climb over the mountain, then he might lose him on the entrance of the underwater passage that could be anywhere. But Kaltzmorin flinched the moment he tried to jump into the underwater passage. Since he felt that something was different. Then his expression crunched up as he felt the area around his neck. This son of a bitch. Kaltzmorin screamed out in rage after getting his, which is almost as precious as the, stolen from him, but he could not go down to the dark underground of the lake. Since going through the underwater passage, which he didn't know the length of, while not being able to breathe was almost the same as committing suicide. Kaltzmorin's expression, which was covered by rage and agitation, started to get colder and scarier. And soon Kaltzmorin started to quickly run on top of the water as if he had determined on something. Hyo! Hanso, who sticked his head out of the sea surface after getting out of the lake, took a deep breath and then looked around his surroundings. Let's see. Though he might be pissed off quite a bit, he won't be able to chase. He was quite a distance away from the boat. Hansu quickly ran along the shore and then jumped into the sea after arriving at the spot where he had sunk the boat. Plunk. It's nice. Hansu made a content expression as he put on the ahal breaths that he had stolen with the whip onto his neck. His reaction speed and movements will increase greatly from this. A human could die no matter how high their runes were if they didn't have the necessary elements, but this thing filled up that spot. There isn't much difficulty in breathing. Hansu threw away the pipe and then continued downwards. Bubble bubble. After a while the large boat that he had sunk could be seen. An enormous boat that was not possible to raise with the abilities of a human. But there was a way. Pong pong. Hansu filled up all the passages that led towards the deck with the arun wood planks. And then he poured all the gwesh seeds within his pockets out. Rumble. The gwesh seeds that were released inside the boat started to suck up the boats at an extreme speed. Puyayayak. The volumes of the seeds started to increase very rapidly. Hansu retrieved the arun wood planks and kelp mucus sacks and then quickly came outside the boat. Bubble bubble bubble. The toxic waters that filled the boat started to pour out of the holes after getting pushed back by the puffed up gwesh seeds. And soon the area below the deck was filled with tens of thousands of gwesh balloons. Kududududuk. The boat that had sunk deep within the sea started to make large noises as it started to rise up. Hansu quickly got onto the rising boat and grabbed onto the controls. Then the boat started to turn under Hansu's controls even while underwater. This was pretty simple since it was a boat with the fairy's magic applied to it. Since there might be people around, I'll raise it after I get a bit far away. The 500-man boat moved quite a distance while rising up to the surface, and by the time it had come above the surface it was quite a distance away from the shore. Hansu fixed below the boat with the arun wood and kelp mucus sacks, shrugged his shoulders and pulled a few gwesh balloons to control the buoyancy of the boat and then started head towards the location where he told Camille that he would meet her. Time to go catch it. The preparations were complete. He will have to follow, right? After getting robbed by a newcomer like this. Hansu laughed coldly as he thought of the cruise ship that was somewhere in the distance. Jaisu made a shocked expression after seeing the mess Kaltzmorin had become when he came back. Did he turn like this while going against that newcomer? What is this? He was mocking me for it? Smirks tried to rise up from within, but Jaisu quickly maintained his expression. The moment he does this, then he will get burned to death. Though Kaltzmorin didn't seem like he was that agitated, Jaisu knew instinctively that the Kaltzmorin whose pride has been damaged greatly was the most dangerous. Kaltzmorin looked at Jaisu and the Quadratus as he spoke. Let's go to the Calamity Fish. Pardon? That's only after the Calamity Fish arrives here and eats the roots. Jaisu made a confused expression. There were two stages to the Calamity Fish tour. The first stage where they watch the Calamity Fish gobble up the root. The second stage where they proceed inside the Calamity Fish up to a safe distance and then look around its insides. Well, that's not really the goal of the tour, to be exact. The reason why Jaisu was still alive and why so many strong people were gathered was because of the second stage of the tour. But Kaltzmorin spoke with a cold expression. No. We're going now. I'll take care of it. Let's go. I'll convince the other sightseers. Since they will be quite fed up by now. Jaisu and the Quadratus could not say anything due to Kaltzmorin saying this with an expression that told them that he will rip them apart if they were to disagree. Camille stared at the distant sea from the promised location. He'll bring the ship to this location. Camille thought of the last words Hansu had said during their conversation. What? You said you'll need me as a guide though. The insides of the Calamity Fish were quite complex due to many organs being tangled up with another. Her guidance was needed to proceed on the safe and easy routes. Hansu replied to those words. I need your guidance to go on the safe routes, but it seems like I'll be able to get on the quickest path if I'm lucky. Then your guidance won't be necessary. Thank you for your help until now, but stay here. It'll be hard to travel while protecting you. What is he thinking of? Camille thought of the second attempt that she had with Jaisu. When they almost died because they made a wrong turn after going in without knowing anything. That path was indeed very fast but also very dangerous. Did he find someone to help him somewhere? It'll still be very dangerous though. Camille looked into the distant sea with a bitter expression. Chapter 65, Galadriel's Relic, 3. It seems like you got quite angry. Kaltzmorin's expression slightly changed at the mocking words of the person next to him. Tisk. God damn it. There was nothing he could do. It might be different for the Quadratus guys, but it was a bit hard for him to do whatever he pleased against the sightseers here. Everyone here were at least the clansmen of the 12 roots. They might be weaker than him, but they have cards up their sleeves. And he couldn't really say anything since he was the one who suggested this. This will probably last as a debt. He would need to pay the debt off no matter what it took. Damn bastards. They said the second part was more important than the first part as well. The second part, where they explore the insides of the Calamity Fish, was much more meaningful than the first part. The clansmen would not have come here without any plans. A captain of the shock troopers from one of the clans of the 12 roots looked at Kaltzmorin and spoke while laughing. Anyways, it seems we can see it now. Big ships are indeed better. They're faster too. Kaltzmorin did not reply and instead looked at the 500-man ship in the distance. Though that guy had started out first, the ships made by the ferry were faster if they were larger. Shall we try throwing some spears since it's a bit boring? We need something to enjoy instead of the first part of the sightseeing. He then proceeded to lift up few tens of giant spears and the people, including Kaltzmorin, made cynical laughs. Kyuyo. Hansu, who had created the hardening liquid using all the materials and had stored it within the, stared at the giant wall that he had arrived at. A huge body that seemed like a wall. Unlike before, when it only had its fins up above the surface, it had floated up to the point where one could see its sides. As well as the breathing hole on the side of it. With this you can tell that it's not just a fish. A huge hole on the side that was usually closed tied with muscles but opened when it came above the surface. The breathing hole was small in comparison to its whole body, but it was still huge enough for the 500-man ship to go through. Hansu mumbled inwardly as he looked at the breathing hole on the side of its body. I have to go in through this place, right? Camille had told him before he left. At first I almost died because I went in without knowing anything. The breathing hole is still dangerous, but not as much as the mouth. Camille made a bitter expression as she spoke. Since she had gained a huge loss because of the lack of this single intel. The ones who live in the breathing hole are dangerous, but the mouth which the calamity fish breathes in and out of has tornadoes and huge waves crashing upon it. At that time something flew over at an extreme speed along with a very loud noise from behind. Quiet. A single spear that had an extreme amount of force. As if numerous skills were integrated into it, the spear was traveling across the distance of over a kilometer with a large amount of force. It seemed like it was going to puncture right through the ship. But Hansu didn't deflect the spear that targeted the ship and just dodged it. Kudududuk. As if the 3m long spear was proving that traveling over 1 kilometer of distance and still hitting the target wasn't pure luck, it put a hole right through the deck and even into the bottom of the ship. Kurururu. The toxic water started to enter through the hole on the bottom. Papa Pang. A few Kwesh balloons burst and caused the ship to sink a little bit, but this problem would be solved if he shoved a few seeds down below. But Hansu just left the ship that was sinking bit by bit. He just focused on advancing forward into the breathing hole. It'll be troublesome to earn suspicions by getting it to float again. Hansu looked towards the cruise ship from the top of the ship, which was sinking slowly but was still advancing forwards. No matter how strong somebody was, it was hard to throw a spear that could travel this huge distance. The spear that Hansu had just seen had 6 skills applied to it. And they would have used a few more skills to shoot it over here as well. Kaltzmorin did not have such skills as these. If he had them, then he would have used them already. Which meant that the people on that cruise ship decided to go along with Kaltzmorin. Boom. Boom. Spears were flying in repeatedly. The mast broke off and the decks were smashed apart. During that time the giant cruise ship proved the fact that it wasn't slow just because it was large and slowly closed the gap towards Hansu. It seemed at a glance that there were over 200 people aboard. Kaltzmorin alone was troublesome. But Hansu laughed. Since it was better the more there was. Hansu shoved the information of the skills of each person into his head as much as he could. The information of artifacts at the same time as well. It'll still be troublesome if they catch up though. I'll make you a bit busy. It'll be troublesome once they got on. He needed to make some distance. Hansu took out something from his pockets. It'll be bad for me if it got released too fast. I'll cover it a bit with the mucus. Hansu covered something with Kakinan's mucus sacs, which melted quite well in toxic waters, and then threw it into the sea. Kurururu. The mucus started to sink into the toxic waters while melting slowly. Hansu left behind the thing that was sinking behind the ship as he proceeded into the breathing hole. And as soon as he entered the crossroads inside the breathing hole, he abruptly changed direction as he moved towards a location that couldn't be seen from the outside. I've arrived fine for now. The thing I do after this is important. Hansu made a small torch out of the materials he had brought and then started to light the Kwesh balloons which he pulled out from the lower parts of the ship. Tong to tong. As he got the fire near a balloon that was full of gas, the seed exploded in the air as it disappeared without a trace and the smoke was swept up by the storm-like wind swirling inside the breathing hole. As the balloons that filled up the ship started to disappear, Hansu's ship started to sink quickly towards the deep underwater passages below the breathing hole. Tisk. He got in first. Kaltzmorin made a regretful expression as he looked at the ship that went in first. Chase. The speed of that guy's ship was slowing down. If they chase at this pace, then they'll be able to catch him fast. At that time something crashed into the side of their ship. Boom. Yuck. Quiet. Kaltzmorin made an annoyed expression at the unexpected crash as he ran towards the side of the ship and looked down. It's hard to clearly sense below the toxic waters. Annoying. The toxic waters had some weird substances mixed into it, and as such it was extremely hard to see and sense what was coming towards them. Kaltzmorin grinned at his teeth after looking down at the sea from the side of the ship. Kraken? Why is this coming out here? Kaltzmorin and the other tourists made annoyed expressions as they started to pour down a storm of skills downwards. Kraken. Though it was only a terrifying monster in the movies, the problem was that the way it looked, the size of its body and its abilities were similar to that of the movie. But everyone here were at the level of heroes who beat up those beasts in those movies and beyond. Kwajaduduk. Kudududuk. After dealing with it madly for a moment, it had already got lost from the side of the ship. As Jaisu told them, the structure inside was quite complicated, so it'll be hard to catch him once he escapes through the crossroads in the breathing hole. He wouldn't have been able to get far since the ship was sinking bit by bit. Kaltzmorin grinned at his teeth as he chased that guy's ship and then proceeded into the breathing hole. We'll keep chasing. Wait a moment. Mr. Kaltzmorin. One of the other tourists spoke out after looking at the excited Kaltzmorin. We need to keep our agreement. We played chase on the way because our paths were the same as that brat, but we do not want to waste time. We aren't all here to play, right? Damnable bastard. Kaltzmorin frowned, but he could not really say anything back because those words weren't wrong. Kaltzmorin breathed in and out. His anger had calmed down a bit on the way here. His vacation ended here. He had to accomplish his mission here. And in the current situation they had no way of knowing which way Hansu had gone out of the countless crossroads. Though they might be able to find him if they chased, but there was no reason for them to waste their time and help. I had to catch him before he got into the breathing hole. I'll kill you after we get out. Jaisu took a glance at Kaltzmorin as he kept manipulating the controls of the ship. Kayaayak. The parasites, who lived and bred in the breathing hole, screamed and assaulted the people as they jumped down. But the tourists simply ripped them apart or burned them off as if they were nuisances. Jaisu frowned after thinking of what had happened before. We struggled that hard. After passing through numerous crossroads, a much more different road than the one so far appeared. Jaisu looked towards the people who were mumbling about and then spoke cautiously. Is it really fine? It's really dangerous. Once they go left from here, various organs including the lungs of the calamity fish would appear. Though parasites such as the ones just now existed there too and the roads were complicated, it was still very easy in comparison to that of the other side. On the other hand, if they go right from here then the stomach comes out. No. Can you even call that a stomach? Jaisu shook his head. The 118 of them who were with Camille had accidentally entered that place. And only 2 of them survived and escaped it? Kaltzmorin mocked them. Are you comparing us to you and the others? Go in. The other tourists laughed out loudly as well. At the same time their expressions were full of excitement. So the treasure vault is in there, huh? The sword that the Jaisu guy was holding on. That was the reason why the people here had gathered. For the forgotten artifacts that would be inside calamity fish. That guy had told them that he barely managed to kill a few specters on the outskirts while dealing with them, and had brought out the sword of the thing that looked like a common soldier. But it was still that amazing. Wouldn't they be able to gain much better things? Squirm squirm. As they turned into the right crossroad, a large hole that was covered in muscles could be seen. The giant muscle door that seemed like a mouth from one angle and like an anal sphincter from another expanded and contracted in size, but its original size was so big that their giant ship could still go through it even when it contracted. The tourists gulped their saliva. A dark curtain swayed between the muscle door. Then. I shall go in. Jaisu lead the ship towards the dark curtain skillfully. Chaeok. The people frowned at the feeling of the strange material passing through their skin, but their words could not leave their mouths after seeing the scene in front of their eyes. The strange space that existed within the calamity fish was much larger and wider than the calamity fish itself. Especially the marble that seemed like it was burning that was stuck somewhere up high in the distance. A single giant marble was letting out a white light from high above the sky as it lit up every corner of the space. The space that the light shone onto had numerous rubbles of a crushed city and ripped tree roots covering it. The sea below was so deep that the bottom could not be seen, and above that billions of tons of city debris were stacked on top of each other to create a giant land. It felt like they were gazing upon a humongous trash island. City? No, it seems like it almost ate up a country. Who was living here? The people spoke out in gloom. This wasn't just an organism. There was no way a normal organism could have in space such as this inside them. They were wondering what the strange feeling they had felt when they went through the dark curtain was, but it seemed like it was a feeling that they crossed over to another space. In the distance, tens of kilometers away, something opened as light poured in. It seemed like the calamity fish started to drink up. The people spoke out in gloom as they saw the waterfall like water, rubble that rushed back and forth, and the corpses of various beasts. It seems like we can't go out towards that direction. The people made a slightly nervous expression but just shook their heads. Well. If we get in trouble then we can just run out through the hole we came in on the ship. Hadn't Jaisu run away like that as well? Though it might be a bit dangerous. Would they have come here without a plan? They had all come because there was a method despite the dangers. They had even brought the with them. Which meant their clans had cared about this that much. Land the ship? Kudududuk. Soon the ship made grinding noises as it landed on the giant trash stacks. Don't get too far ahead and let's deal with the outskirts first. Don't do any daring things that far exceed your skill level. We have to be careful. They shouted loudly but were nervous as well. Then they started to slowly get off the ship. They should have arrived around now. Hansu, who had arrived at a crossroad from the direction opposite to that of Jaisu's party, calculated the time as he prepared to move. If he were to move now then he will arrive at the right time. Though I'm thankful that you guys are fighting against Galadriang's army, you should try a bit harder if you are doing it anyways. The army of one of the 5 great tiger generals ** of Elvenheim who had failed in the process of killing the calamity fish, had been cursed to roam in here for eternity. And they were guys Hansu had to get through in order to smash apart the core. Scratching around the outskirts was not enough. Those guys needed to fight a bit more desperately. Hansu poured in the kwesh seeds into the bottom of the sunken ship. Shall I go play with some fire? Soon the ship started to float up slowly and Hansu controlled the ship like a submarine and headed towards the dark curtain that was connected to its stomach. Chapter 66, Galadriang's Relic, 4. Kudududuk. Strange-looking soldiers were heading towards the tourists who had set up camp with the ship as the center. Soldiers with strange helmets and armor. One thing was clear, that they were not human. They looked more like the elves from storybooks. Though they had the look of a ghoul due to their skin having been pickled in toxic waters and their whole body being a mess. Damn it. Why did these things get killed in such an extreme location? Hundreds of soldiers from the Spectre army were charging towards them while swinging their blades. Kaltzmorin sent out explosive flames in all directions. Boom. The flames have exploded out as the bodies of the specters were shredded apart. Splash. But the shredded pieces of the corpses that were scattered around the toxic waters started to squirm as they began to slowly piece themselves back together. Kaltzmorin frowned as he looked at the scene. Fuck. Unlike the curses that came out of his mouth, Kaltzmorin's wasn't feeling that bad. Since it wasn't labor without a prize. Let's see. Kaltzmorin walked over happily and held up the axe the spectre was holding. Hururuk. The axe that was covered in the mono reinforcement blazed up as it created an intense red edge. Quack. Kaltzmorin swung the axe in a wide arc and the specters who were charging at him were dismembered into pieces. Kaltzmorin made a content expression after looking at that scene. Since the guys who were difficult for him to smash apart with his scarlet jade orb were getting cut apart. If I take a bunch of these and arm them, the overall power of the whole clan will rise incredibly. Of course the other clansmen here would take some for their own clans but he couldn't do anything about them. He could not fight with these guys unless he wants to start up a war. That was a problem to be solved after getting out. The ones charging at me first. Kaltzmorin then dismembered the ones who were charging at him and started to take the weapons of the ones he had skills. And the other clansmen were doing the same thing also. They started to madly take the relics with greedy hands. Though their numbers were only a mere 200, these guys were strong people who stood out in the red zone. Though the army with hundreds of specters were strong and seemed immortal, those things were quite lacking to obstruct them. But Jaisu grew nervous and then shouted out. You need to fight a bit more quietly. If you make loud noises then they'll all gather here. Then the captain of the shock troopers of the 6th route shouted. I don't think it'll be much of a nuisance even if all of these guys come over here. Ha 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 ha. Jisoo frowned. Damn. I told them that these guys were just small fries. The cause of the massacre of their 118 people were not these guys. Since they were quite excited when fighting these guys as well. But Jisoo shook his head. The current situation was indeed much different from before. Since these guys were strong to the point where they couldn't be compared to him. Though these guys were scary, he was quite at ease having them in a strange space like this. Well, we can just run away on the ship if it becomes different. His mind was at ease when he looked at the giant cruise ship. He had never heard of a case where a 2,000-man cruise ship got smashed apart. Though making that thing was hard, it was something that guaranteed their safety above the sea. But at that moment Jisoo frowned. Huh. There were bubbles sprouting up from behind the cruise ship. And then sounds of waters clashing were heard as something started to slowly come above the surface. Jisoo frowned after he saw this. Ship. That was Hansu's disappeared ship. By the time Jisoo figured out the identity of the ship clearly, Hansu's 500-man ship had long gotten near their cruise ship. They couldn't really do anything about it anyways. The ship which had hid its presence under the toxic waters had gotten close way too long ago. But Jisoo didn't panic and instead a corner of his mouth curled up. I wondered where you had hidden to. Is this the hidden card you had up your sleeve? Jisoo laughed because he was flabbergasted. The other clansmen had taken a glance at the ship as well but there wasn't anyone who ran over to do anything about it. Of course it was hard to stop a ship that was coming in with that much force and they didn't really have spare leisure due to the fight but the main reason they ignored it was because they thought that the charging ship wasn't that big of a deal. Boom. And soon the 500-man ship crashed into the 2,000-man ship. Crack. The side of the 2,000-man cruise ship got pushed in with the sounds of wood breaking. But that was it. It had been pushed in a bit on the side but it wouldn't be a problem to ride on it. On the other hand the 500-man ship had its whole front part smashed apart. Jisoo laughed after looking at this. This is the expected outcome. The difference of durability between 500-man and 2,000-man ships was very large. And maybe it was due to the fact it came while submerged in water but it was quite slow as well. How could something like that smash apart the cruise ship? At that time something flew into the 500-man ship. What is that? A torch. The torch that had been thrown from somewhere in the toxic sea spun in the air as it flew into the bottom part of the ship. Boom. A humongous explosion occurred as it swallowed up both the 500-man and 2,000-man ships. Boom. Hansu gazed at the exploded ship in the distance. Tens of thousands of Hwesh balloons that were filled with toxic gases. It might have been different underwater but when tens of thousands of it exploded above the surface, a huge explosive force was generated. Quajaduduk. As the sound and the smoke from the explosion faded away, the result of the explosion was shown. Chuyuk. The 500-man ship had disappeared into dust and the giant cruise ship had the huge portion of the side, where the 500-man ship was, blown apart. It was quite amazing that the giant cruise ship hadn't been cut in half from that explosion but the fact that it could not be used anymore was the same as if it was cut in half. And as if the magic on the cruise ship had been dispelled, the ship that had been giving off a faint amount of light was now the same as a piece of wood that was covered in soot. Goddammit. Hey. Keep the formation. Don't panic. We're getting pushed back. Chaotic voices could be heard from the distance. Hansu laughed as he heard this. One of them is done now. There was no way that these cautious guys would have come here with just this. A piece of the countless leaves that had once covered the vast branches of the world tree that was extremely hard to acquire now. If one uses this then they'll be able to escape along with a few people around them no matter where they were. Even if the space was distorted. The power of the world tree was that great. But there was one thing that these guys didn't know about. The Elvenheim army that had become specters after getting trapped within the stomach of the calamity fish. The time period of when the Elvenheim was fighting against the 5 great calamities was said to be a time period where there were countless amounts of leaves on the world tree. Each person would have at least 3 to 4 for emergencies. And unlike the small piece of leaf today which had a lot of restrictions on movement and the amount of people they can take, the ones they had back then could take one anywhere they wanted in the world tree because it was a whole piece. Were the Elvenheim dumb enough to get caught within the calamity fish? The 5 great calamities were creatures that were born after taking into account the Elvenheim. They'll need to fight a bit harder now. But then he needed to do one other thing. Since they won't struggle with all their strength if there is a hole to run away to. Hansu slowly swam towards the muscle door that was covered by the dark curtain. Since it was hard to make I should use it properly. Hansu saluted towards the future alchemists who had created this recipe with all their brain power as he applied the hardening liquid onto his sword and started to madly swing it towards the muscle door. This doesn't feel right. Let's get out. The small number of people who had come from the 7th route nodded as they gathered in one place. And one of them very cautiously pulled out something from their pockets. A miraculous piece of leaf that was almost dried up but still had some life remaining. It was named the because it allowed one to move around freely. The man clenched the fist with the feather inside it. Crackle. The moment the leaf was destroyed a strange power surrounded them. It's alright though. We made profit since we gathered up almost 30 relics. Let's go get some girls after we get out. There will be quite a lot of pretty ones out of the newcomers. The ones who lived in the other verse are too overbearing that taking them, Yeah. The guys who were chatting with relaxed expressions suddenly made confused expressions. A green light had covered them up. Which meant that the feather had activated properly. They should not still be here. But the scene in front of them had remained the same. Why isn't it working? Damn it. What is this? Their other people, who had similar thoughts as them, were making noises of panic from all around. Kaltzmorin grinned at his teeth then ran up to Jisoo and growled at him after grabbing hold of his neck. Ignore everything else for now. What do we do? Kuaku. Pardon. How do we get out of this damned place? Kahuk, You just need to swim towards the entrance we came through, and wait until the calamity fish gets near land and then escape like that. Kaltzmorin's rage diminished a little after hearing those words. As I expected. If they stay here then they will all die. The situation is much graver than before. Since the Spectre army was madly charging at them after hearing the explosion. But their survival chance will increase by a large amount if they go through the dark curtain and then escape from the calamity fish once it nears land. From what he heard it seems like the army over there could not get through the dark curtain. If they do this then there wasn't even a need to swim over to land. Keep up the formation and continue fighting. Head towards the dark curtain. The dark curtain was quite a distance away but they could throw planks on the water and cross it. Damn. They're really strong. Stronger and stronger ones were coming as if the ones before were jokes. At that moment the dark curtain thrashed back and forth. To be precise, the gigantic muscle door that went around the dark curtain squirmed. Kyuyung. And at that moment a strange vibration was felt along with a scream-like noise. At that moment the muscles furiously contracted as the hole disappeared instantly. Fuck, what is this? The people fell in panic. The hole they were going to escape through had disappeared. And the specters which were armed from head to toe were walking towards them. If there weren't any unexpected events then they would have felt good for the gear they'll receive after killing these guys, but the situation was completely different. They had to now continuously fight those things without any escape routes. They would have tried to sustain it on a boat if they had one, but it has already been quite a while since that boat had been smashed apart. Let's hurry and find a different exit, damn it. Kaltzmorin, who was shouting loudly at the people nearby, quickly backed off at the feeling of something ripping through the air and flying towards him. At the same time he activated every single skill he had along with the secret skill of the Scarlet Jade Orb, Scarlet Jade, and poured them onto the attack flying towards him. Boom. Kahook. Kaltzmorin stared at the thing that had smashed through his mana reinforcement and even his red jade and given him a deep wound with an expression of disbelief. For a captain of the shock troopers of Lighthouse to be wounded like this from a casual swing. You are the captain, huh? Kaltzmorin grinned at his teeth while looking at the huge spectre knight that had run over to them, which it had done so after hearing the loud noise of the explosion, and had swung the strange-looking sword. Hansu, who had been submerged underwater using a hall's breath, stared at Galadriel's army that started to gather up. He had to smash apart the heart in order to kill the calamity fish. The path on the way to the would be easy if Camille were to lead him, but there are numerous unknown factors on the way. But on the other hand, if he were to break the sun like marble in the sky, and get to the heart after weakening the calamity fish, the work at the heart would be much easier. But there was something he needed to kill in order to smash that core. The thing that Kaltzmorin was fighting currently. The pride of Elvenheim, who tried to smash apart the core and kill the calamity fish but had instead gotten cursed and trapped within this place. He was fighting with Kaltzmorin and the others, but the moment one attacks the core then it'll quickly run over and start attacking them. I have to turn that thing into a mess before I continue. He couldn't kill it since it was immortal within this place, but he just needed to buy time to break the core apart. If he succeeded then the rewards, other than the calamity fish, were great. Unlike the common forgotten sword, the weapon Galadriel had in his hand was not a normal weapon. A relic for which all of the alchemists of Elvenheim had combined all their efforts in order to create. It will make his next objective much easier. I should move now too. He wasn't quite satisfied yet. He needed to be much more diligent in order to make sure that not a single unexpected event happens. Hansu glanced back and forth between the clansmen and the army of Galadriel, who were pushing each other back and forth, and then started to swim. Chapter 67, Galadriel's Relic, 5. Hansu mumbled quietly towards a different curtain in the distance. There is only one hole for these guys to escape through. There were numerous holes like the ones they had come through around the stomach of the calamity fish. But in this huge space, they had to cross an enormous amount of land in order to get to a different hole. If the other guys wanted to get out of here then they'll aim for that hole in the distance without doubt. I'm going to go wait for them. Hansu made bubbling noise as he swam down below the surface of the water. Kudududuk. Damn it. Lark, one of the clansmen from the 7th root, grinned at his teeth. 50 strong people, including Kaltzmorin, were gathered in the distance and were barely holding back the Spectre Knight. Fuck. We can't beat something like that. Every time that knight swung its strange sword, the air split apart as the bodies of the people who were fighting him got cut apart. Though they could hold him back for now, their injuries were slowly increasing in magnitude as time went on. This was quite obvious actually. How could they beat these guys who kept on coming back alive? And another big problem. The Spectre soldiers and generals were slowly gathering towards them. The ones who were roaming around this vast land were quickly charging towards them. Others might not know, but Lark, who was a captain of the shock troopers, knew. Countless number of specters were heading into the range in which he could sense up to. They could hold back for now, but they'll eventually be crushed by numbers if this went on. They had to look for a chance. But at that moment a chance appeared. Boom. The Spectre Knight and generals around it flew back along with a huge explosion. It seems like Kaltzmorin and the people around him had done something. Thanks to them the attention of the Spectre soldiers and generals which they were fighting against had been redirected towards the location of the explosion. This is it. When Lark hinted with his eyes, a group of people poured every bit of skills they had as they ran away between the debris. Those sons of bitches. Stop. Angry voices were heard behind them, but Lark ignored it. They had no reason to die with everyone over there. Kahuhu. Just hold on to that monster well over there. The location he would run towards had been set up already. There were definitely other holes. He looked around the surroundings as soon as he came in. Since his skill allowed one to observe extreme distances. And another entrance had come into his vision while he was using this. Yet. There's no way that only a single hole exists in this giant creature. They started run on the shore where they were least likely to get surrounded on. And he sighed in relief. If we go on like this then we can survive. Those specters continued to block their way, but the faster ones had already run off to the battlefield, so the remaining specters were soldiers who were quite slow. Though it was hard to go through them since they were quite vast in numbers and their injuries were increasing because of this, but it seemed like that all 14 of them will be able to safely reach the hole at this pace. And the thing that helped their escape. It's really quite nice. They smiled as they looked at the relics in their hands. Every time they swung the weapons, the air split apart and armor smashed into pieces. Of course the specters had these weapons as well, but the weapon will change depending on the user. They were much stronger than the specter soldiers. After a long time of running while smashing and killing, they had already approached the exit. They just needed to cross the sea between the dark curtain and the debris now. And that was a very simple thing to do. Let's cross by throwing on some planks. Captain. While the others were full of glee, Lark, who was the captain of the shock troopers of the 7th Route, flinched momentarily. He then stopped everyone and then pointed towards a direction. Everyone flinched momentarily but then understood Lark's meaning as they started to pour skills towards the direction he pointed. Boom. Though they were still tired, their skills were still very mighty due to their power levels being the top of those in the red zone, and the 8 explosive and long-range skills endlessly smashed apart the location Lark pointed towards. Then something came out from between the debris which had turned into dust. And Lark, who had been watching this, chuckled. It was you. You bitch. Whoa, your personality isn't really the best, is it? Attacking without a warning. You crazy bastard. Think of what you've done. That guy had smashed their ship. And then he had closed up the muscle door somehow. The reason why people were getting massacred over there and the reason why they had run away even in the middle of a life-threatening danger was all because of the things that this guy had done. Wait. Lark stopped after thinking to this point. If this guy had come here before them, then he can close the dark curtain over there also. Since a guy who had closed it once could probably do it again. You bastard. What are you thinking of? Lark was a person who could not bear his curiosity. The reason why he had asked to go in here was because he was curious about the insides of the calamity fish. Lark stopped the attacks of everyone and then asked Hansu. But then Hansu just shrugged his shoulders. Why do you need to know that? Come at me. Lark chuckled at these words. Is this guy crazy? They were indeed weaker than Kaltzmorin. But there was a reason why Kaltzmorin had to handle them carefully. They were weaker than Kaltzmorin, but they had 14 people and were equipped with relics. They were in a mess because they were running away from specters, but if that guy's level was exactly as he heard from Kaltzmorin, then they shouldn't bicker around like this. Lark erased the smile from his hands and then just charged at Hansu after enveloping his whole body with skills. There was no need to drag time in this place. Clean him up before the specters get here and then leave. The in Lark's hand smashed onto Hansu. Boom. The elf fire made a huge noise as it lit up the surrounding area on fire. But Lark couldn't laugh after hitting Hansu. No, he was actually frightened at something that was clenching onto his wrist very tightly. Kududuk. Yuck. Wawak. Captain. The clansmen, who were leisurely jogging towards their captain, heard Lark scream and then dashed over. A voice came from within the smoke towards them. I'm showing this to you guys first. Because I can't use it at any time, due to a lot of limitations. A light flashed from within the smoke created by the elf fire. Boom. Die. You bastard. Kaltzmorin smashed the Spectre Knight that was running towards him into bits. Crack. Though his right arm had flown off from the Spectre Knight's attack, he had been able to smash it to bits. But Kaltzmorin's expression was still very grim. Why? God damn it. Kaltzmorin screamed out in despair after seeing the specters charging at him from all directions. During the time when he was dealing with the Spectre Knight, a large amount of the Spectre soldiers and captains had surrounded them. And the other clansmen who had seen Lark and his men run away started to steal glances as they started to run towards that direction too. God damn it. It's all because I had to deal with a thing like that. Wouldn't Kaltzmorin have wanted to get out of here as well? But the 50 people in front of him, and himself, could not escape. Since the moment you turn your back to escape, the Spectre Knight's sword would cut you into two. Fuck. Anyways. We still killed it? Kaltzmorin trampled onto the pieces of the Spectre Knight as if he was venting out his anger on them. The pieces were squirming as they were slowly gathering back into one. Damn. This isn't the time for this. Kaltzmorin organized his thoughts. He had to run away at this moment when the Spectre Knight couldn't get him. A sword came into Kaltzmorin's view as he spat on the ground. The strange-looking sword that the Spectre Knight had been using. I should take that. Damn it. Let's get out, everyone. The 30 of them who had turned into a mess grinded their teeth as they ran. There was only one thing they wanted at this moment. Damn it. I hope the ones who run away cleared the road properly. They wanted to rip apart the ones who had ran away ahead of them, but they also wanted them to have left his place safely. Since there would be hope for them as well if the others had escaped. If the other guys had failed, then the chances of them dying was also very high. Hup. Clear the road. Keep applying heals. The surviving theory smashed apart the specters as they struggled intensely. It seems that Kaltzmorin's battle was so intense to the point that it attracted every specter around this area. Damn. It seems like everyone would just die here no matter how many they have. Kaltzmorin was actually curious. Too, as if taking control of the calamity fish from the inside was possible if they were able to come in like this. There were a few people who had left behind legendary achievements in the red zone. He had wondered if it would be possible with the power of his and theirs combined, but he realized that it was impossible after seeing this. How could they kill the calamity fish if they didn't even know what to do in order to kill it and had to fight this zombie army in the process of doing so? Kaltzmorin madly poured mana into his sword as he slashed apart the specter army. After a while of crazily smashing through the road, the surroundings had cleared up a bit. Kaltzmorin sighed in relief. Since he could start to see the dark curtain in the distance. Just run a bit more. We can live. The people heard Kaltzmorin's shouts as they started to swing the sword in all directions. But the people who were running could only stop and watch. Corpses that were spread everywhere. And the relics that were dropped. A familiar face was sitting on top of those. Kong Hansu. You bitch. It seems like I'm the villain when I appear at a time like this. But what can I do? I gotta do what I've gotta do. Paha. Kaltzmorin smirked. It hasn't even been long since this guy had run away from him. Did this guy lose all concept of fear? He had become a mess, but the gap between them was not something that could be closed with just that, and he had also gained a new weapon. Yet, there's no need for words. Kaltzmorin, who was about to rush in after pouring strength onto the sword in his left hand, flinched momentarily. Hansu had a slightly different aura from when he had seen him at the lake. Is it because he ate the runes? If he killed all the guys ahead and ate their runes, then that amount would be monstrous. But Kaltzmorin shook his head. That's not the important part. He was blocking their path when the specters were chasing behind them. Even if the one standing in front of him wasn't Hansu but was one of the 7 departed souls who wore a Hansu mask, he had to kill them anyway, so why did he need to think about it? Damn it. I've got burnt too hard back then from this guy. Way up. Kaltzmorin poured in mana into the sword and then swung it at Hansu. He then covered his whole body with the and then stretched the formless blade of the newly gained sword and stabbed Hansu in the heart. Kududug. Ha. I worried for nothing. Kaltzmorin smirked as he saw his sword penetrate that guy's heart. Though there was a sensation of something getting in the way at the edge of his hand, but the sword he had obtained was of such a good quality to the point where it just went right through the thing in the way and stabbed into his heart as if it was tofu. But Kaltzmorin's thoughts stopped there. Kudududug. Since Hansu smashed his heart, it seems like the scales get penetrated right through. The relic really is well made. Anyways, thanks for the delivery. Kyuyu. His consciousness started to quickly fade away after his heart was crushed. As long as you are human, you will die if your heart gets crushed. No matter how high your runes are or what kind of skills you have. And because of this, Kaltzmorin could not understand. I smashed his heart, how is he alive? That guy looked way too fine for having his heart crushed. No, it actually seemed like that he had shown him his own heart in order to pull him in. Then he realized what the strange feeling that had gotten in his way was. He had felt this before. He had felt this a long time ago, when he was against the demon race on the central island. As the sword that was stabbed onto his heart got pulled out, he could see 3 hearts. Racial metamorphosis. Damnable bastard. Your reinforcement is horrid enough, you also have a bitch-like special skill. Kaltzmorin's consciousness faded away with that. Hansu then looked towards the sun like marble in the sky. Clear everything here before the time is up and then get to the core. He then jumped towards the 30 fatigued people. Chapter 68, Cataclysm, 1. Reinforcements were basically imitations. Something that helped a human imitate something stronger than them. There were reinforcements created from imitating beastmen, and there were reinforcements which imitated an intense flame like the scarlet jade orb. Some were created after imitating a tiger and some were created to imitate lightning. Of course there were exceptions, but most were like that. Because of this, the special skills were basically, and due to this the main point of the special skills were set. Becoming the exact thing that you want to become. And Hansu's speciality was related to this. If he learns a skill, then he receives the intentions and experiences of the creator or the user of that skill and assimilates it. He can understand the skill better than anyone, increase the mastery of the skill quickly, and become closer than anyone else to the one who has mastered it before. And the result in which such specialty and special skill combine to create. Boom. Kawaii Aok. A clansman flew into the distance after getting his whole body crushed by Hansu's kick. Damned bastard. Die. Another clansman charged towards Hansu after covering themselves with skills from head to toe. Damned monster. They had all been killed by that guy. Damn it. When did this get tangled up like this? They had thought that they could just watch the newcomers die and take back the relics, but for something like this to happen. Kirik. Hansu's reinforcement had been cut apart, but they could not get through the scales. Tough scales that showed higher defenses than armors. But the clansmen did not give up. Since they weren't alone. Kwaaaaa. A clansman who had charged him from behind shoved a great sword into the location where he had cut apart with his dagger. Crack. A crack had appeared on the translucent scales. And at the same time a rough noise was heard as the great sword got shoved in towards Hansu's chest. Kudududuk. But only that far. The great sword could not smash apart the ribs by the chest. A clansman who saw this was shocked. No way. No matter how high a person's resistance is, there is still a limit to the durability of humans' bones. But that bone was so hard that the blade of the great sword could not even leave a scratch on them. Kudududuk. Of course there was no need worry further. The moment the formless sword in Hansu's hand flew across the air, the bodies of the 2 closest people to Hansu had been cut in half. Q. The 2 people made groans as they fell. Hansu looked at these guys and then looked at his body, which was full of injuries. The injuries were healing at an extremely fast speed. He looked like a human from the outside, but the insides were totally different. A completely different muscle structure, heart, and bones comprised of his body. Unlike humans who would die from getting hit by a sword, the dragon race had barely no weaknesses and had high health, so they survived in much harsher conditions than humans. And because of this they were stronger by at least a few times, even if they had the same amount of runes. Actually there aren't any races who are weaker than the humans in battle. And especially for those races who had skills made after them because humans wanted to imitate them. But it's still a bit burdensome. He knew the moment he learned it, that he couldn't use it all day and all night due to the low amount of masteries. The difference between the demon dragons and a human's body was still too great. Time will solve everything, I guess. Kururuk. Hansu, who had glanced at the extremely thin and transparent layer of scales on him, gathered up the runes on the ground and then collected the most useful artifacts out of the ones dropped on the ground. He would gain the attention of everyone if he were to walk around with these things hanging off his body, but he could just hide them with a cape. This isn't the time to worry about other people's eyes. He could just throw them away if they become nuisances. For the moment he needed to focus on increasing his battle power. Since the biggest hurdle has yet to come. Hansu threw away that he had been using until now and then touched the on his waist. My runes are now at, around 35%. If you think about how people take usually 3 years to raise the runes level to the next rank, then he had raised all at once to the amount he should have gotten after a year of hunting. It would be much easier for him to get around from now on. Kururuk. Hansu glanced at the specters charging at him but then looked up towards the core up in the sky. Hansu started to quickly run before the specters arrived on him. towards the tallest and closest location to the core, which was stacked high with trash and debris. He needed to charge through while Galadriel was dead and was struggling to get back. After climbing up the mountain, the core was in his view. The identity of the core, which was shining like the sun, was revealed. A humongous eye. The eye, which looked quite small on the way, was bigger than the 2,000-man ship. The eye, which was giving off light in all directions, blinked as it stared at Hansu. I have to finish everything within 30 minutes. This was not something he could turn on and off at any moment. Otherwise he would have used it already. He had to smash the core and crush the heart before his transformation ended. Hansu, who had jumped towards the sunlight core, started to raise the tension of his body. Since the Elvenheims hadn't been killed and turned into specters because of no reason. Though there was still quite a bit of distance, there was no problem. Footholds will come down. Hansu then stretched the formless blade of his sword and slashed at the sky. At that moment a change occurred. From the dark curtain that the eye was attached to, tentacles started to pour out viciously. Ka-du-du-duk. Tens of thousands of tentacles. Ku-du-du-duk. The attack Hansu made had cut off hundreds of tentacles, but it couldn't reach the core as it dispersed. This was the defensive system that protected the insides of the calamity fish. There was nothing that protected the outer parts of the calamity fish, since it had no predators. But as the inside is huge, the protection system for the inside was very well built. The tentacles that swim through the veins of the calamity fish will come out from the corners of the body if they deem an invader to be harmful to stop them. Like a white blood cell in humans. If he had gone to the heart using a different direction, then he would have still had to deal with these things. That might be more dangerous for him, who had a limit to the time of his transformation. Well, this place isn't really safe either. Here, the core, one of the main part of the body, there was dozens and hundreds of times more tentacles than in other parts of the body. And the heart has even more. I need to finish it quickly. The amount of tentacles that were surrounding his body were much more in numbers than the ones he could see with his eyes. Though he had about 30 minutes left for his transformation, Hansu calculated that he had about 15 minutes instead. He had to smash the core and crush the heart within this time period. If not, then he will just get shredded apart by the tentacles that roam around the veins. No, he wouldn't really be shredded apart. He will just become like the specters below. He will become a calamity greater than Galadriel and then be reborn as a sturdy shield that will protect the calamity fish. Kurururuk. Hansu spread the hardening liquid onto his whole body and then applied them onto his blade. He then proceeded to swing in all directions. Kurururuk. His body, which had turned like a demonic dragon's, endlessly supplied Galadriel's relic with mana. His magic force spread into hundreds of strands due to the relic, took a bit of the hardening liquids and then attacked the tentacles. Ka-du-du-duk. The tentacles screamed and squirmed as they were scratched from the formless blades. Then they turned like stones as they fell to the ground. The hardening liquid, which was made from the combined efforts of the alchemists, was like a fatal poison to them. Though it had been created with the Kukulgia extract as the basis, but the effect could not even be compared to it. Hansu madly slashed his sword as he proceeded forward by stepping onto the tentacles. Ku-du-duk. The scales on his whole body got shredded off and his limbs repeated the process of getting broken and healing back. There were a few occasions where he almost fell down when the tentacles that acted as footholds disappeared, but there were simply too many tentacles coming at him. Hansu stepped atop the petrified tentacles as he continued to proceed towards the core. Kururuk. After slashing continuously, the giant eye had come close enough to him to the point where it was within his range. I've arrived. The eye glared at Hansu as if it wanted to shred him apart, but there was nothing it could do. Since its only job was to create and maintain this space. Quajaduk. A tentacle which flew in from afar broke through his ribs and then crushed his heart. Hansu could see the eye smile. But Hansu also laughed towards the eye. Laugh as much as you want. Chakunk. Hansu, who had cut apart the tentacle which had penetrated through his heart, stepped on top of it as he jumped over. Then he used all the strength in his body and stabbed the eyeball. You brats. What are you doing? Grab onto the tree. Camille Rowe frowned as she looked at the people running around on the ground. On the waist of the newcomers an extremely tough-looking rope was tied onto them. One of the newcomers who were tying on the rope that were tied onto the tree spoke out in dissatisfaction. Damn it. Shouldn't we be finding a ship during this time to run away? Or combine our strengths to get through the girders? You told us that you would save us, but what is this? Everyone nodded at these words. The giant fish had got close enough to the point where they could see it themselves. What kind of crazy act was this when such a thing was coming to eat them up? Camille spoke as she thought of Hansu. He said to just smack them if they didn't listen right. This was something she excelled at even if Hansu hadn't told her about it. Especially towards the newcomers who didn't realize their situation. Kwajuk. Quayuk. You bastard. I said to leave if you were going to leave, right? Why do you keep asking me to clear the road for you? Kahiwoo. The guy who had made strange groaning noises just started to roll on the floor while grabbing a hold of his stomach. The people glanced at that Camille and then quietly fastened themselves onto the tree. The newcomers, who had linked their body onto the thousands of thick woods in the jungle and to each other, looked towards the distant sea with a worried expression. Actually, Camille was worried also. Since they would all die like this if that guy failed. At that time something happened. Kiwiyuangig. A scream which was filled with pain resonated throughout the atmosphere. The people trembled in fear, but Camille smiled in joy. I don't know what he did, but he gave a hit. But soon Camille realized why Hansu had told her to hold onto the tree. The calamity fish, which had an expression of pain, started to throw up things. Endlessly. Camille knew what those things were. Since she had seen them before. Those are, the debris within the stomach. The huge amount of debris that poured out from its mouth dropped onto the CST created a huge tsunami. Camille shouted widely. Hold on. And then a huge tsunami that was created in the distant sea swept onto the root they were standing on. Kayaayak. Black blood was pouring out of the giant core. As the core got damaged, the huge space that was being sustained by the core started to tremble. At the same time the space shrunk down as the debris within it endlessly started to stab the insides of the calamity fish. But this won't kill it? Though it was struggling in pain, it will start to heal again once it pukes out everything. The core required the most amount of energy, so it was located nearby the heart and received blood from the biggest artery in its body. Let's end this. If he were to go through this, then he will reach the heart. Hansu clenched his teeth as he jumped into the large artery which the blood was pouring out from. Chapter 69, Cataclysm, 2. The sea around the route was in chaos. Mikhail Christopher, the patriarch of Lighthouse, one of the 6 pillar clans, made an expression of disbelief while looking at this. It's the first time I hear of the calamity fish thrashing about in 20 years. The tsunami created by the calamity fish was sweeping through all directions. The other adventurers of the red zone would be making similar expressions as well. Since the fact that the thing that made such a thing thrash about did something close to pushing away a hurricane or a tsunami with their hand. It meant that something affected an existence that humans could not fathom to deal with. What the hell happened inside its stomach? Christopher looked towards the distant sea with a calm expression. The artery trembled crazily. The poison that was flowing inside the artery was fatal in itself, but surprisingly the perfectly balanced body of the dragon race withstood the poison while constantly pushing it back out. Hansu made exclamations inwardly. As I expected. Then he thought to himself. That a human's body was truly feeble. The fact that they had survived in the abyss for 50 years with such a body was almost a miracle. No, even if it wasn't just physical, there were still many other things they lacked in. If you look at the fertility rate of the Cacalas, then each person had to kill at least 10,000 to fit the numbers, and their ability to work together was nothing in comparison to the Repron race, who shared the same experience and feelings with each other. They might not be at the level of dragons or demons, but there wasn't a single race weaker than the humans. That's why I've got to do well. Hansu, who had been thinking, clenched his teeth while looking at the tentacles rushing up to him. Was something he would do starting from the orange zone. He just needed to focus on the tasks of the red zone for now. Kudududuk. Ududududuk. Hansu sliced apart the tentacles without stopping and at the same time poured out the hardening liquid in his pouch endlessly. The hardening liquid started to quickly flow out into the torrent-like artery like a small paper boat caught in rapid waters. Kayaayak. The tentacles which touched the hardening liquid screamed as they squirmed their entire body. The tens of thousands of tentacles which were charging towards him all turned into stones as soon as they touched the blood of the calamity fish which contained the hardening liquid, as they got crushed as they fell on top of other pieces of tentacles and then turned into dust. Kayaayak. Even during this, the tentacles acted as if they couldn't leave the invader alone and constantly stabbed into Hansu's body. Kiririk. The dragon scales and bones were madly pummeled by the tentacles as they started to crack. Puke. Hansu clenched his teeth at the pain that was pummeling through his entire body. Then he madly used up the regeneration runes he had stolen from the guys earlier. Damn. This is the bad part of my abilities going up. The regeneration runes are something that was set on a human's level, so it could not catch up to the increased health of the demonic dragon race. One of the 2 hearts that had been crushed had regenerated, but the heart that was crushed from the tentacle earlier had received a curse and was not regenerating. But it was better to swing the sword one more time during the time he would complain. Hansu ruthlessly swung around the Galadriang's relic as he cut up the artery. Hansu, who had been rushing down at an extreme speed, caught his balance while clenching his teeth after looking at the distant light. I've arrived. The fact that there was light meant that he had almost arrived at the which was inside the heart. But that light was quickly covered up by the huge amount of tentacles which had gathered inside the heart. Damn bastard. How does he not get a heart attack by having things like this in his arteries? The size of the heart befit the size of the calamity fish, as it was big as a couple sports stadiums combined. And hundreds of thousands of tentacles were squirming around in this wide space. The heart had prepared for the worst during the time the core was getting attacked. Damn. There's more than I expected. He was scared for a moment. To the point where he thought of retreating for a moment. The tentacles gathered were showing off an oppressive aura. But Hansu clenched down onto his teeth. Bullshit. Once he retreats, then he will have to continue to retreat. If he were to get scared and retreat to prepare himself again, then he will have to continue to go backwards. The few days he had spent preparing for this was regrettable already. When would he climb up if he were to retreat here? Every second was precious, and the faster he moved, the higher the chances of winning, as well as enabling him to save more people. Let's go. The tentacles started to rush up to Hansu, who was getting pushed towards them from the blood. It was like hundreds of thousands of herrings charging to catch one measly anchovy. Hansu looked at these things and then opened up the pouch by his waist to the full. This wasn't the time to save things. There wouldn't even be a chance to use this if he failed here. Soon the hardening liquid that he had prepared resonated with the earthquake-like beat of the heart as it spread out quickly. Kayaayak. The tentacles quickly started to turn into stone. The tentacles turned into stone after touching the larger amount of hardening liquid in comparison to the amount before, and broke apart. And Hansu constantly searched for the direction where the light was coming from during this time. Divine stone fragment. A power plant which supplied all the energy throughout its whole body. Logically speaking, how could such a large organism maintain its body by consuming things? This thing didn't even digest the things it ate. It just stored them within the stomach that was maintained by the core. This thing wasn't born to eat something and use the thing it ate. It was a creature born to just devour everything. And the power plant which allowed such an abnormal organism to keep living. The thing which acted as the foundation of the world tree but had now broken into numerous fragments, hid within a part of the 5 calamities, and acted as the origin of the energy which allowed them to live on. Something could be seen giving off light in the center of the heart. The thing which was lighting up the entire heart despite being covered up by tens of thousands of ligaments, tubes, and mucus. Found it? The divine stone fragment was within that thing. Hansu withstood the attacks of the tentacles as he charged towards the strange cocoon that shrouded the divine stone. Quajadudk. Then he madly started to rip apart tens of meters of cocoon which held the divine stone within. This damned parasite. The divine stone was not something that was created to supply these guys with energy. But they were draining that energy and using it to eat up the world tree. The ligaments and mucus were so tough and sticky to the point that the Galadriang's relic, which could cut anything, had to cut multiple times in order for him to proceed forward. Hansu's remaining 2 hearts madly pumped blood into his whole body. If the powers of his magic force had not multiplied a few times from his transformation into a demonic dragon, or the tentacles had not been swept up by the hardening liquid, then his whole body would have been crushed apart. But even then Hansu's whole body was getting crushed bit by bit from the tentacles stabbing his whole body. Kudududuk. At that moment one of the hearts, which Hansu had painstakingly regenerated, got smashed. Kwayak. The amount of remaining hearts were now 1. Hansu felt strength draining out of his whole body, but then smashed apart the cocoon crazily while clenching his teeth and dodging as many attacks as possible. Bastards. Let's see if you can still fight after your battery runs out. The core, tentacles, and the calamity fish all moved around with the energy from the divine stone as their basis. The divine stone was that mighty. On the other hand, these guys cannot continue to maintain this humongous body once the divine stone was pulled out. About the moment when his left arm was destroyed to the point where it couldn't act as a limb anymore, the cocoon Hansu was slashing at made shredding noises as it ripped apart. Soon a light that looked like small sun stabbed down onto Hansu's body. Kuyu. As the cocoon got destroyed and lost its usage, all the energy from the divine stone didn't get absorbed onto the calamity fish and instead burned Hansu's entire body. Hansu focused all of the magic force within his body onto defense and then ruthlessly smashed down onto the ligaments of the cocoon surrounding the divine stone. Once. Twice. As he continued to smash down onto the cocoon, the ligaments started to get cut apart one by one. Tying. And suddenly, the divine stone fell out from the cocoon and then started to quickly sink onto the torrent of the heart. Nope. Hansu quickly tied the divine stone, which was the size of his head, with the cocoon's mucus that he had cut off. After covering it up until it was the size of his whole body, the light started to fade. It might even be due to the fact that the calamity fish's stimulation which was applied to draw out the power disappeared. Anyways, Hansu quickly stored the divine stone into his pouch. Though the divine stone was indeed a stone, it was still something that the Elvenheims had created. It seemed like it could be stored within the pouch. The moment Hansu pulled out the divine stone, the beat of the giant heart slowed down noticeably. Kyuyung. At the same time the tentacles slowed down considerably. Since they couldn't handle the huge amount of work after the divine stone, which supplied them with energy like a sun, disappeared. But as if the remaining ones were trying to pour out the remaining bits of their rage, they squeezed out all of their remaining strength as they started to stab down onto Hansu. Poop poop poop. Kahook. Dot. Hansu groaned out loudly from the attacks which smashed onto his whole body. The attacks had become much more fierce since the hardening liquid had dispersed quite a bit. But he could not leave yet. His goal was the calamity fish. But at the same time killing the other ones. He had killed the calamity fish, but there was something he needed to get for the guys after. Calamity fish's offspring. Though the calamity fish was a fish in name, it was closer to a mammal like a whale. And surprisingly the offspring was placed in the heart to mature. It would complete its maturing in the heart where there were plenty of energy from the divine stone. Where is it? Hansu was getting hit all over his body and cut up the tentacles as he searched for the offsprings. And soon he was able to find it. The offspring of the calamity fish which tried to run away somewhere by the arteries of the heart. Though it was a baby, it was so huge that it was larger than whales. Where are you going? You need to give me your heart. Hansu madly swam as he chased it. It would be impossible to beat an aquatic creature within the blood, but that thing's speed had slowed down quite a bit as if it had taken a gulp of the hardening liquid. Hansu rushed up to it and then stabbed his sword onto the back. The offspring thrashed back and forth as it started to smash its body onto the walls of the artery. Kyuyuk. Its size was a lethal weapon. Hansu spat out groans as he got crushed between the offspring and the artery wall. But his hands and sword continuously slashed apart its body. At the same time the tentacles which had followed them squeezed out the last bits of their strengths as they smashed Hansu. Hansu clenched onto his teeth and then continued to reach deeper into the body of the offspring. Kyuyung. The calamity fish's offspring made a cry of despair, but it could not do anything against an invader within its own body. Hansu shoved his way into its body and then started to cut up the heart. To be precise, the most important seed of the heart. Even if it was just a seed, it was still as big as his head. Hansu cut it up and then breathed out heavily. He had forgotten to breathe because he was fighting so hard. It's done. Since he had acquired the most important material to create the poison with, it was now time to escape. Hansu stored the heart he had cut up and then started to madly swim. But at that time an attack flew up and then smashed Hansu's one remaining heart. Phuok. Hansu couldn't even scream out and instead exhaled roughly. When he turned around he could see a few strands of tentacles turning stiff like a rock. A final attack squeezed out from last bits of its strength after getting its energy supply cut off. The curse had been lifted since the calamity fish had died, so the heart started to regenerate, but all 3 of his hearts were currently injured to the point where they could not function properly. Damn it. It needs to heal enough before my transformation ends. Hansu gazed at the half-smashed heart that was barely working as he started to slowly lose consciousness while clenching his teeth. Soon Hansu's body swept down on the rapid torrents as he quickly disappeared into a corner of the calamity fish. Chapter 70, Cataclysm, 3. Hey. Hey. Smack smack. Kyuyu. Hansu clutched his head and then got up after feeling somebody slapping his cheeks. It felt like his whole body was getting smashed apart. His transformation had long disappeared. But it seems like I regenerated quite a bit since I'm alive. Hansu quickly regained his senses as he checked the person urgently calling for him. Is it an ally? Or is it Camille? Though he didn't know who it was, but it didn't seem like he was being restrained or was trapped somewhere. Were they just looking over me the whole time? Since it seemed like they left his unconscious body alone, it seemed like they didn't have enmity. But Hansu's expression quickly turned fearsome as he verified the thing which was slapping his cheeks. The fairy smiled while looking at Hansu. Why are you doing that with our relationship? Hee. What made you to come out all the way out to the red zone? The fairy smiled brightly. We really usually don't come out, but this isn't some everyday event, right? The fairy then looked at the surroundings. The huge calamity fish which had turned into a corpse under Hansu's hands. The fairy spoke with an expression of admiration. Well, you know very well. That we make sure to give rewards. But we didn't really think that somebody could kill this, so we don't have any runes or artifacts, we don't really have anything prepared. But then it'll be too sad for our precious friend who struggled this hard, right? So we came to give you a small gift. Then the fairy looked at Hansu as it smiled in glee. Hansu looked at the fairy as he spoke. Strange. It wouldn't really be fun for you guys if I were to get stronger. The fairy clapped at those words. So we pondered for quite a while. As to how Mr. Hansu would struggle more and fight more desperately. Then we came into a conclusion. What is it? The fairy smiled as it spoke. Do you want to receive them one by one? Or do you want to receive them all at once? Then the fairy pulled out one of the skills it had brought along. Hansu's eyes trembled after seeing this. Solo numbering. Solo numbering skill number 8. It was different depending on the mastery of the skill, but it was an extremely fearsome skill which allowed one to raise the ones who they had killed into specters and allowed the usage of the special skill, during the day. An amazing skill which fit the title of solo numbering. He then realized what the fairy meant when it asked him about receiving them one by one or all at once. If you want to receive the reward for killing the calamity fish, then I'll give this to you right now. And every time you kill one more, then I'll give you a skill at a similar level as this. But on the other hand, if you deny this now and fail to kill even one of them, then you won't get anything. It'll be harder too. But if you were to kill them all, then you know, right? That we calculate the reward according to the struggle perfectly, right? Hansu knew what it was implying. And it probably knew also. As to what his answer was. I'll see you later. As I expected, I like you because you don't disappoint us, he. Be strong. Hansu shook his head as he looked at the disappearing fairy. Though it seems like he had made his decision on a whim, he actually thought about it a lot. Since the upcoming road he would need to take would be very harsh. If everything rolls out according to his plan and stronger and more influential people learn of the knowledge he knew as the future information slowly got released, the invasion of the abyss will hasten as well. His path was basically a fight against time, during which the chances of the invasion of the abyss being faster than the 5 years of the past was likely. Whether the invasion of the abyss is faster, or him getting from the red zone to the violet zone and waiting for the invasion after finishing his preparation. The previous choice would put him at a disadvantage, and his plans had been set for the latter choice anyways. Doing well until the indigo zone but not being able to finish the preparations on the violet zone due to the invasion being faster than expectations. This was not succeeding. It was just failure. The amount of time given was a bit too tight for him to proceed safely and prepare perfectly. If you exclude unexpected events, then it meant you needed to reduce as much outside influences and run as fast as possible. Which means that we need to run until our soles get sweaty, right? Ha 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 ha. Wow, this is much more tedious the more I think about it. I suddenly don't want to go back to the past. Kangti's words suddenly rose up in his head. Anyways, since this is the situation, every skill like that would give Hansu a great amount of strength. But Hansu chose the latter choice. Since he wasn't finished after just clearing the red zone. It would be harder on him during the red zone, but if he succeeds then the reward would be tremendous. He would have much more freedom in the orange zone. They didn't even have rewards for the calamity fish in the plan of the red zone anyways. No one had killed the calamity fish before. How could he just plan with the notion of here? One always needed to take account of the worst case scenario when making plans. It's all done then. Hansu got rid of the thoughts of the fairy from his head and then checked his body status. He didn't know how long it had been since he fainted. He needed to check his current situation quickly and then move out. Please. Please be here. Hansu started to check his belongings. Other things were okay, but he could not lose two things. The divine stone fragment was important, but the relic which acted as the was also important. Who? You did good. My unconscious self. After opening his pouch he could see the divine stone firmly encased within the cocoon, and the heart which he had pulled out from the offspring of the calamity fish was there as well. And he was firmly holding onto the Galadriel's relic with his hand. It seems his energy lasted even while he was unconscious. His heart was fully recovered as well. This is good enough. Hansu sighed in relief and then gazed at the divine stone fragment. A fragment which was letting off a blinding white light. Though it was pretty calm now, it would start to pour out a frightful amount of energy once it gets stimulated. Like it had been inside the calamity fish. My overall power level has gotten quite better also. Hansu, who had been staring at the amount of runes that had risen and the Galadriel's relic, made a just-in-case-like expression as he opened the pouch again. Since I don't know what will happen. Hansu then very carefully started to scratch the divine stone fragment. Though it was extremely hard, the fact that it was a fragment meant that it was a piece which had been broken off already. When Hansu carefully stimulated the cracks in various parts of the divine stone fragment, a small piece dropped off. An extremely small piece, a fragment which wasn't even the size of one grain of rice. It was extremely small in comparison to the head-sized divine stone fragment, but Hansu carefully picked it off, covered it with the cocoon and put it back into the pouch. I don't want to use it, but I should prepare it for emergencies. Hansu created a few more and then thought of the next stage. The next guy should be. It should start to move soon. I can't calculate since I don't know how much time has passed. The reason why their territories were set was because they didn't have a good relationship with each other. There was one world tree they wanted to eat, but many had jumped onto it. Since the calamity fish has died, the will start to move seriously. I need to collect many more Gyochi seeds before the root starts moving. This time, tens of thousands would not be enough. He basically needed to gather hundreds of thousands of them. I'll go to the Gyochi colony. I hope no more than 3 days have passed. But from the fully recovered heart, it seems like quite a long time had passed. Hansu quickly ran outside. In the location a bit off from the root where it was originally a sea. Now it had become land from the corpse of the calamity fish and the debris it had thrown up, and many people were roaming around in his place while digging around the debris. Find it quickly. This is our side. Lighthouse is that side. Why are you coming all the way here after negotiating it? Oh ha ha ha. I found it. This is amazing. Oh. The The people who had divided up the areas and were now searching for the relics of the specters, who had now turned into dust, found them and then swung them in air with a content expression. Of course there were people who had gears better than the relics. But a relic which allowed for various different attacks and had an edge on every part of the weapon would be of great help. There was nothing much to say about the people who had worse weapons than the relics. And because of this the high-ranking clansmen of the 6 great pillars, the 12 root were madly searching around his giant trash island. Part of them searched the inside of the calamity fish and part of them searched outside the corpse endlessly. But Michael Christopher, the patriarch of Lighthouse, made a dissatisfied expression. How is there no reward for catching this humongous thing? Lu Hong, who was the newly appointed captain of the shock troopers, nodded at those words. I don't know why but it didn't spit out any runes. And it seemed like there were 2 extremely important looking areas but one had been crushed already and someone had already taken something out from the part that looked like the heart. Tisk. There's no way to know what happened inside either. There weren't any messages or blue carrier pigeons. He had searched around just in case something was blocked off or hidden but there was a limited amount of intel he could acquire from the already dead calamity fish. Lu Hong spoke towards Christopher. Anyways, everyone's nerves are getting on edge more and more. It has been quite a while since they had all gathered in one place like this so. Damn. There was quite a large amount of relics. But just because there was a large amount of relics did not mean that they would all get them equally. And due to this the clansmen were edgier and edgier. Any other reports? One of the 7 departed souls is heading this way. Didn't they die yet? I thought that they all died around the branch since they weren't seen for quite a while. Michael Christopher frowned. Even he, who did not fear anything, could only feel pressured by these guys. Christopher frowned as he spoke. Tell them to prevent as many collisions as possible. Since it's dangerous. Yes. He didn't know how the power struggle was going to play out from this incident. He needed to maintain as much of his forces as possible during this period when everyone was edgy. Losing Kaltzmorin was a huge loss already. He could not lose any more than this. Anyways, where is that guy? Kaltzmorin had reported to him before he went in that there was a dumbass going in with the calamity fish as the target. But he knew now. That guy was not a dumbass. The giant corpse of the calamity fish in the distance proved this. Rumors about this guy will spread across all of the red zone. I hope I can find him. But Christopher didn't have many expectations. They hadn't finished their search in the calamity fish because it was so big but it had already been 3 days since the calamity fish died. The fact that the guy had not appeared yet meant that he had died. Even if he was alive, why would he stay in a place like this? At that time, when he wasn't really expecting anything more, one of his underlings shouted out. They say they found him. Huh? He's still here after 3 days. Christopher made a happy smile. Do-do-do-do-do. A deep part of the world tree root. Something that was huge and had the shape of a root, and was sucking onto the toxins rising up towards the trunk through the interior, stopped suddenly. It should be able to feel the vibrations made from the bastard who lives in the sea as it chews onto the world tree roots. Since there was no way to not know about the vibrations that occur when it starts eating. But even after a long period of time the vibrations were not happening. The root-shaped creature started to get curious. There was no need to suck on the toxins of the world tree if that thing didn't exist. Since it could just go directly to the sea and suck it out. Soon the root, or even snake-like, looking creature opened its huge mouth, let go of the world tree root it was biting into and then started to dig down into the ground. Towards the toxic sea which was the territory of his rival. Chapter 71, Incursion, 1. What shall we do? If we move with haste then there is a possibility to create friction with other clans. Michael pondered at the words of Lu Hong, the captain of the shock troopers. It had already been 4 years since he had come into the other world. He had gone through a lot in the other world. He had trampled on those who tried to kill him and used the people who would benefit him no matter how. He didn't know whether his actions were correct or wrong but after a while of doing similar actions, he had felt that he could get some form of sensation. Whether he needed a person or not. Whether a person was somebody he could approach or not. A sensation came to him. I think that if I get rid of the poison then there will be some very sweet meat. He won't be easy. Like how a pufferfish becomes an extremely tasteful material once one gets rid of the toxins, Kong Hansu will puke out a lot of things like how a strong monster dropped a lot of things. Get him. I'm also curious as to what he gained inside there too. Lu Hong nodded at those words. That guy had pulled something out from the heart. That was likely the reward for killing the calamity fish. No, even without that. That guy was the sole survivor that knew of its insides. He was somebody they needed to catch due to many different reasons. Catch him before you clash with the other clans. Lu Hong stopped while sending out the blue carrier pigeons in all directions and spoke while laughing. It's not likely that we won't be able to catch him before he gets to a different clan's territory. They had come down with 5 teams of shock troopers consisting of 12 people each and 10 search teams of 20 people each since it was quite an important event for them. They couldn't take a lot of people in order to maintain the power up above on the pillar but other clans were like that too. One single search team could destroy most normal people. And one of those search teams had tailed Hansu and others were quickly heading towards the location where the blue carrier pigeons pointed them to. What could have changed in a week? They had said that he was quite strong for a newcomer. Since he was strong enough to beat back Kaltzmorin. But they didn't believe that they won't be able to catch him. Though that guy had killed the calamity fish, if such a thing could be killed with strength then that guy wouldn't have run away from Kaltzmorin in the first place. Even if that guy had gained something amazing not much would change. I should still go. Lu Hong quickly moved as he sent the blue carrier pigeons towards the leaders of the shock trooper teams and search teams. Boom. Hu UK. Kugan, a member of one of the search teams who were following him, grinned at his teeth and backed off as he felt his defense skill get chopped off. God damn it. Though they were just a part of the search team, they were still clansmen of Lighthouse. They could fight somebody from the shock troopers of the 12 roots one-on-one. They had equipped themselves with survival-related skills since there were a lot of dangerous situations. But every time that crazy sword cut through the air, their skills were getting smashed apart despite being tens of meters away. God damn it. Close the surrounding net. And the moment you got scratched by that guy's sword your blood would pour out. The search area for Hecate, an enemy clan, was around here. And they couldn't leave behind the injured in such a place. Because they had to take the injured with them, the speed at which they were closing the net was slowing down. And what hurt his pride even more was the fact that the guy over there wasn't running away despite knowing that he was being chased. That bastard, is he looking down us? That guy was constantly disappearing and appearing around the Kukulgia lake even whilst swinging his sword. Let's see how long you can run for. The blue carrier pigeons should arrive by now. Which meant that everyone will gather towards here. Once more search teams get here and the shock troopers get here, then it'll be the end for this guy no matter how talented he was. Hansu, who had been running around the Kukulgia lake and collecting the Gyoshi seeds, clicked his tongue at the guys charging towards him. Annoying pests. An information which Hansu had acquired on the way out. For 3 days to have passed. He needed to collect Gyoshi seeds in order to go into the, but it seemed like he won't be able to collect the amount he needed at this rate. There were tens of thousands of lily flowers which had the Gyoshi seeds floating around the top of the lake next to him, but it was very difficult due to the guys behind him sticking by so closely. Hansu shook his head after watching the guys chasing him from behind. There's no time to collect them all. If you like me so much, then I should fulfill your wishes. Hansu stopped running around the Kukulgia lake and pulled something out from his pouch. The heart of the offspring of the calamity fish which he had acquired before. And the core part of it, the seed. Because even the heart of the baby calamity fish was so big, the core part was still the size of his head after cutting it out. Hansu cut out a palm-sized piece from that thing. He then shook off the people pursuing him a little bit and started to madly run around the lake and collected materials. Aramkal sent sack. I collected essence of Aaron just now. I need Gon's horn. This is a bit dangerous, but it's a method for when you can't collect all the seeds in time. Only use it during emergencies. Awaking after 3 days of being unconscious is an emergency. Hansu swung his sword backwards a few times and then quickly started to head towards the Gon's habitat near the lake. At that moment something popped out from the ground and attacked Hansu. The Gon, which had the shape of a lizard with 3 horns, suddenly popped out from the ground and then tried to bite Hansu with its giant jaw. Though it had a slow movement speed, it moved under the ground and then ambushed somebody above the ground with lightning speed and crunched them with their jaw. Hansu flinched after seeing the Gon that had popped out. 3. The end route here was not a place where a 3-horned Gon came out on. It was at most 2-horned. 3-horned was a much bigger version that came out much farther above the middle route. And because of this, Hansu knew immediately. It's almost here. The fact that something that should have been above is down here meant that the devouring and vomiting route was steadily heading towards their direction. Hansu undensed formless sword that he had elongated earlier and then stabbed it between its jaw and the cervical where it wasn't covered with bones. Quajaduk. The formless sword which had gone in between the gap spread out inside the neck and then cut off all the blood flow and nerves. Kuduk. Hansu, who had turned it powerless in an instant, cut of its horns and then frowned slightly. If it's a 3-horned one, then the effect might be a bit stronger than I expected. But this wasn't the time to worry about such things. Hansu crushed the piece of calamity fish offspring's heart, turned it into paste and then quickly mixed on the newly attained Gon's horn and other materials. The mixture in Hansu's hands quickly turned black as time passed by. But unlike its color, it started to pour out a very pleasing scent in all directions. And Hansu, who was smelling this strong scent, quickly threw it into the pool. The moment the mixture in Hansu's dropped down into the waters, it disappeared very quickly. At that time something flew towards his head at an extreme speed. A skill like this. Hansu frowned at the sword that was slashing down towards him from the skies and then slashed his own sword as he split the translucent sword in the sky in two. Kudududuk. At the same time Hansu jumped into the Gyoshi habitat near the Kukulgia lake. Hansu, who had been standing around tens of thousands of lily-like flowers, spoke towards the people coming down one by one. Why are you chasing me so hard? We won't see each other in the future anyway. Somebody else answered this question. That's not something you decide. I have a lot of questions. Michael, who had arrived along with Lu Hong as his guard, laughed as he looked at Hansu in the distance. There really wasn't a need to come, but he had come all the way here because he was curious. If you killed the calamity fish, then that's enough to make me come see you. There wasn't just 1 or 2 things he was curious about. How he had killed the calamity fish. How he had survived the insides of the calamity fish. What he had obtained after killing that giant thing. And most importantly, if you could kill the other 4 calamities or even know their fatal weaknesses, then the red zone's governing style will change completely. It's also not bad to engrave my name before I go up. Michael laughed as he finished his thoughts. Why are you trying to do something that hard by yourself? It'll be so much easier if we help you. You can kill the others ones, right, too. Of course the killer of the thing would change if he were to act together with Hansu, and the reward ratio will be slightly, or even largely, changed, but it would be a win-win for both. Good for him and good for that guy. He will say there is. Because there wouldn't be a need to keep him alive otherwise. Rumors had been spread already. That lighthouse had received a large amount of damage from one newcomer like a bunch of retards. Of course members of other clans had followed in too, but the single fact that Kaltzmorin lead them was a disgrace on its own. If that guy didn't know how to deal with the other calamities, then it would be much better to just take the thing that guy obtained from inside the calamity fish and then kill him. At that time a very faint vibration could be felt from beneath the earth. Kududududu. Did the structure of the root get weaker from the tsunami that the calamity fish made? If not, then there wouldn't be such a thing like an earthquake occurring around this location. While the people were making confused expressions and tried to activate their searching skills, Hansu answered Michael's question. Of course I can kill the other ones. I was just about to go there. Since you are going to help me, I thank you. Let's go together then. Boom. At that moment the surface broke apart. Something rose up above the surface of the Kukulgia lake. A gigantic root that looked like a tree root from one glance but was moving in a way that a plant could not. The tens of split-up mouths on the end of the root along with thousands of teeth that were the size of a man constantly opened and closed as they ate up the toxic waters. Michael frowned intensely after seeing this. Devil's mouth? Why is this here? It was a thing located within the deepest parts of the dungeon within the world tree root. The thing that was estimated to be part of it. Actually, nobody knew what the looked like. Since there wasn't a single story of somebody surviving after entering that mouth. The skin of that crappy looking root was so tough that nobody had been able to damage it so far. Since nobody had been able to see its true body, one of the four calamities was better known as instead of. But it was usually quietly sucking the world tree's toxic waters. Why did it come all the way out here? And he had never heard of that thing thrashing about madly like that. But why yuck? Yuck. Go up and dodge it? Damn it. How do you want me to dodge this? The mouth of the root that was extended from the ground was tens of meters in diameter alone. Multiple tens of these were rising up from below. Michael quickly sent messages to the search teams that he had previously ordered to search other locations. Then he frowned intensely. Damn it. Other places aren't like this, why is it like this here? The root that popped out was drinking onto the toxic waters of the Kukulgia Lake as if it was thirsty, and the waters of the giant Kukulgia Lake was disappearing at a rapid pace as if a stopper below the bathtub had been removed. But the problem was that the surrounding terrain was getting destroyed and they were getting sucked into the mouth at a rapid pace. How could they dodge properly when the ground beneath them was falling apart? Hundreds of clansmen who had come around here were getting sucked into the mouth below. Hansu laughed coldly as he saw this. It arrived earlier than I expected. Good. The root and the mouth, which had rushed in after getting lured from the scent of the calamity fish's offspring, was drinking up the toxic waters while the large amount of guilches and their seeds were getting carried along in there with the water. Though everything had proceeded according to his plan, but it was more dangerous because of this. Hansu tensed up his whole body. A thing that steals the toxic waters that flows through the interior of the world tree root. Since it drinks up the toxic waters of the world tree, which acts as a purifier and turns the toxic waters into nutritional fluid, that alone makes the amount of nutritional fluid dry up. But the reason why that thing was called a calamity was not just because that mouth acted as a tool for sucking in the toxic waters. It was a thing that puked out all the beasts that were born from the deep inside the earth into the area of the world tree through its mouth. It was dual structure root. Unlike the which was for drinking, the inside mouth was a passage which constantly vomited out beasts. And he had to go in because of this. So he could get to the main body. Let's go. Hansu breathed in and out deeply as he saw the beasts popping out from within the mouth, clenched his teeth and then jumped downwards. Chapter 72, Incursion, 2. Kayayayak. Hansu shook his head even while jumping down as he saw the huge amount of beasts in the inner parts of the mouth. That was just the start. There's going to be more of them from now on. The calamity fish and devouring and vomiting root had similarities and differences. The similarity was that they were both impossible to kill from the outside. Their main habitat was either the deep parts of the ocean or deep within the earth inside the world tree's root, where it was hard for humans to reach. The outer skin was so tough to the point that a human injuring it was almost impossible, and even if one did manage to damage it, if you take account of the fact that you need to count their giant size in kilometers, then any plans from the outside was futile. And he had to attack it from the inside because of this. The calamity fish had left the inner defenses to the tentacles, but the devouring and vomiting root didn't really have a need to create a defensive system due to its peculiar trait. The beasts, who were created from the, would endlessly charge out through the tunnel. Even if they made their way through while killing the beasts, they'll still be trampled by the other ones who would continue to charge. This is why I gotta solve that before I go. The outer mouth was endlessly sucking in the toxic waters with a powerful suction strength, and the beasts of the inner mouth were roaring in glee as if they were waiting for food to be dropped. Hansu stepped atop the teeth that were on the outer parts of the inner mouth as he bought a bit of time. Well, there's a few guys copying me. Hansu shook his head towards the few clansmen who he could see in the distance. It'll all be in vain. Once all the surface around here gets crushed and the demon mouth completely fills this place up, those guys will be given two choices. To either drown by going into the outer mouth where the toxic waters were going into, or to go into the inner mouth before the entrance closes and fight with the beasts. Once these things close their mouths, then they'll all get swallowed even if they're bouncing atop the teeth. A moment is more than enough. Hansu, who jumped in place a single time, pulled something out from his pouch. A small divine stone fragment which was the size of a rice grain. Hansu took a glance at the divine stone fragment and then scooped up a bit of the baby's heart from his pouch. I need to use it a bit at a time. He needed to use the heart as the poison to catch the third guy of the pillar. Hansu, who had scooped up a small amount of the heart, tied the divine stone fragment and the baby's heart piece together and then threw it into the mouth where the toxic waters were getting sucked into. Plop. Soon the fragment swept down the waters as it disappeared into the outer tunnel. Kukukukukuku. Once it had almost drank up all of the waters in the Kukulgia Lake, it started to slowly close its mouth. Though it would rise back up because it was connected to the sea, but those things had drunk so viciously that it had almost dried up. Though it was wide, it wasn't very deep, so it could not quench their thirst. Kyuuyo. Hansu landed on the inner tunnel as he saw the mouth close. Kya. A large amount of beasts had already set up camp there. Well, this is just the starting point. Maybe because they were located in the outermost root, but the difficulty of the beasts were not high. Of course they will continue to gather up to him if he were to continue to fight back and forth here. Get through them quickly. Hansu extended the blade of his sword and then swung it in all directions. Chuguguguguk. Kayaaaaaa. The Gerdas dropped artifacts and runes in all directions as they got cut in halves. Kayaaaaaa. Hansu endlessly picked up the things that were dropped as he continued forward. This guy's root was quite similar to the world tree. As you went further and further up, the smaller roots would combine into each other as they become bigger. And of course stronger beasts appeared the higher you went. Hansu held onto the Galadriang's relic, and quickly headed upwards. At that moment a sound of things getting slashed apart could be heard approaching him. Kudududuk. Ududuk. It's about time we meet. They had separated into different mouths. Of course they would meet as they head upwards while killing the beast since the roots combined. A person who was walking while swinging a giant sword and slashing the beast apart could be seen in the distance. A bit below Kaltzmorin? Is he the new captain of the shock troopers? And he could see somebody walking next to him with a cold expression in protection. He's the captain of Lighthouse, huh? Is that guy Michael? Hansu suddenly thought of Keldian's show-off. There's probably a clan I made there. It's pretty good for something I made in a year. Be nice to them. If it's then, it should be, the 7th patriarch. It was a brat called Michael, he had quite a bit of grievances, so be nice to him. It seems he had quite a harsh life. Once I heard his story after he climbed up. Seeing that he hadn't died and was collecting the forces proved that his skills were quite good. Well, I'll try. Keldian. It would have been different if they hadn't crossed roads in the first place, but since it has become like this, it was better to have a good relationship. Since they're now on the same boat. It was some extra people who weren't part of his plan, but it wouldn't hurt since they wanted to help. Anyways, this is unexpected. I thought the clan lord would have escaped. Hansu greeted the captain of the shock troopers, who had an expression that wanted to send over a skill at any moment. Isn't it much better seeing me in a place like this? What are you thinking? Michael answered Hansu's question instead of the captain of the shock troopers. Since he could not figure out what Hansu was thinking of. No. I can't even tell if he's a newcomer or not. At first he was befuddled, then he was enraged, and then he was curious. The reason why he had rated this Hansu guy in front of him highly was partially because of his battle prowess, but mainly due to his unknown intelligence. Since he had heard that this Hansu guy had prepared everything perfectly in order to kill the calamity fish. And had successfully done so. But coming in here without any preparations was not part of his plan. He might have understood it if that guy had actually tackled through them, escaped this place with some unknown method and left them behind to fight while buying some time. But for him to come into the mouth with them. Does he have the confidence to escape this at any time? Michael shook his head. The first thing they had done earlier was pouring attacks at it, trying to penetrate through this thing's skin. But it was for naught. The skin was so hard that the attacks didn't even work properly, and when they made a decent-sized hole, the toxic waters that this thing had drunk rushed in at a rapid pace. Even if they did go through it, they'll just get swept by. They thought of escaping while this guy opened its mouth to drink the toxic waters, but gave that idea up once they heard the outside clansman's message. Since the people who had been sucked inside the root were doing the same thing. And the message said that no one had come out. If the whole clan was to use up all their forces, a few people including himself would be able to get out, but he didn't want to get out this way. And that was why he had come to find this guy. With hopes of him having some plans. Hansu laughed as he saw that Michael. Didn't you say you wanted to kill this thing? I've done this to fulfill your wish. With just these numbers. We'll get trampled on the way there. Michael made a helpless expression. They only had about 150 people, including all of the search teams and the shock troopers. Of course these guys were the elites of the elites in the red zone. But if it could be solved with just this, then why would it be called a calamity? They will all get crushed apart by the ones coming down on the way up. Hansu shook his head at Michael's words. It'll be easier to do it now. With those words, a very faint vibration could be felt from far away. An extremely large underground cavity. A large factory-shaped building was located near below the world tree. Something that seemed like a relic of a highly intelligent race, a building that seemed like the product of modern technology, was now covered with unknown mucus and suspicious-looking roots. Like symbolizing the Elvenheim who had lost and gone extinct. But surprisingly, the witch was a core part of the Elvenheim, was still maintaining its function despite being covered in numerous strange things. And in the hundreds of millions of cultivating containers within the plant, things were constantly getting produced. Though they weren't being used properly under what the Elvenheims wanted. The main body of the who had spread his devil's mouth in all direction with the plant under his full control made a joyous sound. Since he could feel his mouths penetrating through the earth and having reached the sea. Sucking the toxic waters of the world tree was quite a lot, but sucking it directly from the sea was completely different in terms of quantity. The toxic water that had multiplied a few times in quantity was constantly getting transferred to it. The main body then got those toxic waters and then focused on his main job. It took a part of it and used it to fill its stomach. Then it poured the remaining toxic waters into the which he had infected. Soon the divine stone fragment which was embedded within the core of the made a blinding light as it started to pour out an amazing amount of energy. Kururururuk. A huge amount of energy and toxic waters were being supplied to the plant. The plant, which was able to send out beasts all around the World Tree Mountain range despite having a lack of energy and toxic waters, shined brightly in red with the plentiful amount of toxic waters and energy as if it could now work to its fullest and started up. Chiik. The plant, which was the result of Elvenheim's alchemistry, started to create a huge amount of beasts according to the saved DNA information. In numbered many times larger than usual. Kurururuk. The main body happily stimulated the fragment more as it sucked in the toxic waters more fervently. Kiik. The beast who woke up from the cultivating containers inside the plant made confused expressions but then made vicious roars as they spread out through the roots tunnels. So they could fulfill their objectives. Kurururu. Inside that plant, millions of Hwesh seeds were endlessly pouring in while sucking in the nearby toxic waters. By the time the arrived balloons gathered around a certain location inside, the divine stone fragment that Hansu had mixed in and sent up was almost about to explode. Since though it was dead, the baby heart piece had constantly stimulated the fragment to give off energy. Soon the fragment which had reached its limit started to pour out a huge amount of energy in all directions. Chiik. The moment the extremely bright light, which had the ability to scorch Hansu through his reinforcement before, touched the surrounding toxic waters, the waters turned into vapor instantly. And the toxic vapor that had remained after caught on fire. Then an explosive chain reaction happened. Boom. The gas lit on fire and the explosion from the gas blew up the nearby balloons. The toxic waters evaporated from the explosion and then more gases came out. The main body which was fully immersed in controlling the devil's mouth in order to suck in the toxic waters looked at the plant which had turned into a sea of flames and roared out in rage. Crunch. The people flinched as they saw the tunnel of the root shrink suddenly. Since it felt like the root had been enraged. Hansu nodded as he saw this. It blew up properly. Of course killing the main body with such an explosion was just in his dreams. Since the main body was not weak like that. But that plant would have been destroyed to the point where it would not be able to function temporarily. According to the information he had received from the Elvenheim he had met in the Abyss, the durability of the plant was not that high. Since their race didn't have any enemies during the time they ruled this world. We have to move while the plant is stopped. The plant, which was condensed from the technology of the Elvenheim, was sadly made too well. It would recover after a while and then completely focus on creating beasts. They had to tackle through during the time when the new supply of beasts had been cut off and get to the main body. Let's go. Michael looked at Hansu with an expression full of suspicion. What did he do? Does he know what's at the end of this route? From the way he was speaking, it seemed like his plans had succeeded. Michael did not understand this. No one knew what the main body of the Devil's Mouth was or what would come out at the end of this tunnel. But how did Hansu know of it to set up such a plan? Many thoughts flashed by Michael's head, but the conclusion came out rather quickly. I just need to focus on getting out of this place. As long as that guy was not suicidal, he would have prepared a method of surviving. If not, then they'll blame him for that when the time comes. Let's go. Prepare your formations. Shock troopers stand in the front. Since Hansu was doing his part, he needed to do his own part. If he were to fight with that guy because of his pride and make Hansu lead them onto a strange path, then they'll only receive damage. Hansu nodded while looking at Michael, who started to control his clan. You made a wise decision. He didn't want to fight a bloodbath with these guys here either. Every grain of battle power was precious. Hansu quickly stored the small divine stone fragment that he had made for emergencies as he quickly moved his footsteps. Collect 2 relics that are here on the way there. The relics of 2 of the 5 great tiger generals who had died after coming in here in order to retrieve the plant. With those he would have 3 in total, including the Galadriel's relic he had. If that were to happen, then he wouldn't need to think much anymore. Since he would be able to use the relics properly then. Hansu started to proceed head on. Chapter 73, Incursion, 3. Chugagagak. Michael shouted urgently while looking at the beasts charging at them. Single column. Shock troopers divide into 2 teams. Use at the same time. Search teams focus on attacking the legs. The things that were running towards them were a gigantic cow of 15 meters that could be found in the deep parts of the dungeon around the base route. These things, which came out as a mini-boss in the base route's dungeon, were just roaming around in this location like unfenced cows. Damn it. It's a problem when it's too wide. For such things to roam around with no restrictions. The route they were constantly climbing on had reached 200 meters in diameter already, so such large cows did not have any problems roaming around. Kyuu. There were only 9 of them charging at them. But it seemed like a giant tsunami had blocked the passageway and was charging at them. At that moment a single strand of shining line swept past their ankles. Chajujujuk. Kyuu. The ankles were still over 1 m in thickness, but the formless blade which had cut through their ankles cut over half of it off. Of course they couldn't maintain their heavy weight when over half of their ankles had been cut off. Kyuu. 3 of the giant cows that were charging lost their balance and toppled over. Kudududuk. And because of this the other cows that were charging penetrated the sides of these toppled cows with their horns. Attack. The clansmen of Lighthouse didn't miss out on the opportunity as they charged and started to cut up the ankles first. Since their weakness was the ankles that were a bit too thin to support their giant body. The relics they had obtained inside the stomach of the calamity fish was of great help. Michael, who had been looking at his clansmen finishing off the cows, looked at Hansu and asked. Is that the final reward you gained from inside the calamity fish? He could only ask. Since it looked like even the 7 departed souls wouldn't have such a weapon like that. There weren't many other functions. It wasn't like the sword of Baekjeongzang obtained at the branch, which had the ability to float around one's body and protect them, or like the sword of his captain of shock trooper Lu Hong, which had skills mounted on it. But instead it solely focused on its role as a sword. One could change the length and shape any way they wanted to. They could cut anywhere, and once you shortened the length and compressed it down, it would get so sharp that nothing wouldn't be able to be cut. Even before this, that their clansmen could barely crush after a huge amount of assaults had been smashed apart by a single slash of his sword. Though it was an injury of a finger's length, it was still enough. The sword which had been inserted through that hole increased in length as it destroyed the insides of its body. It looked similar to the relics they had obtained, but there were very large differences between their might and effectiveness. Hansu, who was absorbing runes corresponding to his contribution, nodded at Michael's words. Well, it's something like that. There weren't any rewards for killing the calamities like the calamity fish. But as Hansu thought, the relics he could obtain on the way were quite close to the final reward. Even more so once I collect more of them. Anyways, my stats are. Hansu checked for the first time in a while. Kong Hansu. Strength, red 33.2%. Stamina, red 31.5%. Agility, red 35.3%. Perception, red 33.9%. Mana, red 35.1%. Magic, red 36.5%. Physical resistance, red 31.1%. Magic resistance, red 36.4%. Demonic Dragon's Reinforcement, Mastery, 3.5%. Good. I wish it increased above 5% quickly. Strong monsters were constantly popping out. An amazing hunting ground. And the level of the people he was with was quite high, so their hunting speed was very fast. Unlike the colorless zone, all 8 different runes dropped in similar proportion, so he didn't really need to take care of his runes as all of them rose steadily. His mastery was increasing quite fast as well. High-level skills took an enormous amount of time to increase their mastery. If you take into account that a skill like Demonic Dragon's Reinforcement usually takes about 5 years for a normal person to master, then Hansu's pace was extremely fast. If I go with these guys, then would I be able to skip on using the racial metamorphosis once? Hansu stared at Michael. Racial metamorphosis was a skill which put extreme amounts of strain on the user's body. It was quite hard for him to use it because it hadn't been long since he started to use it. And because of this, Hansu's plan was to hunt around under the ground, wait for the racial metamorphosis to cool down and then move out. Since the difference of battle strength between turning the special skill on and not using it was too big. On the other hand, If these guys performed well then he didn't need to waste time and could just go through the right now. Michael looked at Hansu staring at him and opened his mouth. Do you really not have any thoughts of coming into our clan? We can really give you the greatest treatment. It seems like your gear is quite lacking other than your sword. We can fit you with the top quality ones. Hansu chuckled. Since all his defensive items had been destroyed from getting attacked by the tentacles while he was killing the calamity fish, how could a mere defensive item remain unbroken when it was getting attacked by things that a dragon's body couldn't even handle? Well, I can solve that in here. Hansu looked at Michael and replied. Let's first focus on staying friendly in here. Michael made an expression full of regret at Hansu's words. I really don't know what this guy is. Seriously. He had thought that he had seen quite a vast amount of types of people. Though all their action patterns were similar. They would struggle to stay alive, struggle to get stronger, then try to use whatever they gain in the middle however they can. But someone like this was the first. Tisk. Observe him for now. Those who hide their intentions would definitely attack their backs. Even those who show their intentions do it so, the ones who hide them were worse. Because of this, he had sent messages all around as soon as he met this guy and told them to find out more about this guy. Since the information he had was not satisfying enough. If this guy was someone he couldn't trust then he could not get on the same boat as him. No, it wasn't that he couldn't get on the same boat as him but rather that he had to kick that guy out. But thankfully, a lot of people knew his name as he had stood out greatly since the tutorial. According to the combined intel of those who had met this guy wasn't a bad person to keep as a teammate. No, it wasn't that it was bad but rather very good. It's really regrettable. It was really regrettable. To the point of making him anxious if he didn't come to him. But Michael's thoughts did not last long. Since the surrounding environment started to change quickly. Kududududuke. Kudududuke. A vicious sound of the root getting squeezed down could be heard. As the giant root which had the size of 100 meters in diameter made noises like muscles getting squeezed, the people's expressions naturally turned grim. And in their view, a large area could be seen. Though the tunnel made of the root had been quite wide until now, if those things had the shape of a tunnel then the space in the distance was basically a humongous sports field. A single heart was located in the center of the giant space where tens of different tunnels were leading to. The repulsive-looking heart which had eyes and a mouth attached onto it, constantly pumped up and down as it supplied the nearby tree roots with the nutrition they needed to move. Of course such things didn't come into their eyes. Do we have to get through that thing? Tens of thousands of soldiers who were located around the heart. They had seen it before. The strange race who they had seen while they were searching around the calamity fish. If there was a difference then these guys did not look like zombies and were rather quite full of vigor. Though their eyes dazed out. These things which were gazing into the distance, creaked their body and turned towards them as they got closer to them. Hansu looked at that thing and then spoke towards Michael. You definitely cannot die. If they die here then the heart will swallow the dead person. Then that heart will use the genes of the one it had swallowed and revive it in the plant. Like the army in front of their eyes. They had to penetrate this while the function of the plant was still down. Michael shook his head at those words. Damn it. Even if you tell us not to die how can we against that? Their numbers were vastly different from the start. And their equipment was similar to theirs. Which meant that there wasn't much room for profit. It seemed like the strength of every individual was higher on their side but it didn't matter in front of numbers. Hansu breathed in and out. Since those words were correct. Their current situation was quite lacking in order to beat two of the 5 great tiger generals who were standing mightily in the center. I'll use it here. It was a bit burdensome to fight with the human's body while the racial metamorphosis was still on cooldown due to him not having all the relics yet but if the others fight well then it was still doable. Everyone focus on your mana control. Michael replied at the sudden words of Hansu. What are you going to do? Hansu breathed in and out at those words. I should use what I've gained. He only said this but what he had obtained after killing the calamity fish was a lot. Hansu then pulled out a very small divine stone fragment of the size of a rice grain. Then he very carefully lifted it near the Galadriel's relic in his hands. Surprisingly, the divine stone fragment which had been placed on the edge of the sword didn't fall off and instead floated near the handle of the sword. As if it was saying that it was its original position. Since I'm not the only one using it I should float a few more. Hansu breathed in and out, broke a few more fragments and then quickly closed the pouch where the giant divine stone fragment was in. Kying. The fragments which were floating around the relic started to pour out an extremely bright light. Like back when it was providing a huge amount of energy inside the calamity fish's heart. The divine stone fragment didn't stop there as it started to slowly pour out a huge amount of energy. Kudududududuke. Uke. All the clansmen of Lighthouse, who were gathered in a group with Michael as the center, were shocked at the sudden powerful mana storm that poured out. Then the blades of their swords started to react to the mana storm. And then a bright blade started to cover the relics they were holding onto. A bright blade which had the destruction capability that was dimensions apart from the blade on their formless sword earlier. If the formless sword's blade was like a calm surface of water then the bright blade on their sword was like a blazing flame. Focus on control. The clansmen instinctively knew that the relic in their hands could control this energy. Once they focused all of their mental power, the blazing blade that seemed like it was about to sweep over its surroundings started to change into a single strand of condensed blade. What is going to happen? Michael was marveling at the weapons in his and his clansmen's hands but Hansu's situation wasn't that great. Cool. It's killing me. The situation of those who had to control a strand of mana that had branched out and him who had to control the main part of the mana was completely different. The energy of the divine stone fragment was jumping around as if it was about to explode in all directions. Though the size of the fragment was small, he only had a single relic in the current situation where he couldn't get help from the world tree. Controlling this huge amount of energy with a feeble human's body felt like all of his blood vessels were about to blow apart. It was like trying to make a crazy horse run forward without a saddle and a whip. But I still have to do it. Hansu used the Galadriel's relic in his hand as he constantly controlled the surrounding mana wave as he also condensed energy into his sword. Quajajajajak. Soon, Like lightning striking down onto his sword, a bright golden blade appeared on the edge of Hansu's hands. Jing. Hoo. Hoo. Much better now. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the blazing blades on the relics of him and the clansmen. The final defensive system that the Elvenheims tried to complete using the Divine Stone Fragment, World Tree, and the relics. This was the original use for the relic. Though the Elvenheims didn't even get to use it. They were the first ones to be able to see its might. There wasn't much room for leisure. All the mana vessels in his body were squeaking. He had to finish this before his mana vessels turned into a mess. Hansu charged forward. Chapter 74, Incursion, 4. Yuahahaha. Lu Hong laughed out loudly as he aggressively swung the bright blade in his hands. Quayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayaya. It was amazing. The artifact he had was something that wouldn't stand out anywhere he went, but the bright blade in his hand was on a different dimension. Wouldn't I be able to cut the root with this strength? A destructive force that felt like it could penetrate the thick skin of the root that previously made him give up could be felt in his hand. If it's this much, then I think we can go out of the root without many casualties. Even if the zombie-like things in front of his eyes were strong, and even if they had relics in their hands, they would die once they were cut into pieces as long as they were life forms. And the sword in his hand was strong enough to slice apart those things without any problems. He just needed to take care of these guys, cut apart the root and then go outside. But Lu Hong realized that the situation wasn't as good as he thought as he swung his sword. Kudududuk. Hansu swung Galadriang's relic. The golden magic force from the relic, which had received a large amount of energy from the Divine Stone Fragment, rushed towards the Elvenheims, charging towards him. Kaduduk. The Elvenheims tried to defend against that attack with the relics in their hands. But the golden magic force cut through their weapons and then cut their body into two as well. Damn. Though he had succeeded, it was not a satisfactory result. Hansu clicked his tongue inwardly. He wanted to split apart 6 of them with a single attack. But only 4 had died under the attack. The other 2 quickly moved out of the attack range while the 4 defended against the attack. Maybe it's due to their bodies still being normal, but their movements are different. Though these guys didn't revive like the specters inside the Calamity Fish's stomach, they were much stronger since their bodies were normal. There were tens of thousands of these things. Those things were making sharp movements as they constantly pushed Hansu and the clansmen of Lighthouse back. Damn it. Their recovery speeds are too fast. They heal back even if you cut off their limbs. Cut off their life in one strike. They don't seem immortal. Damn it. Didn't these guys die yet? Where's the energy coming from? Similar shouts were being heard from all around. Even if their limbs were cut off from being attacked, these things just reattached the arm and charged again after healing up. Once you get cut apart and then heal, the materials inside the body that were stored should run out, but they were constantly healing as if such a limit didn't exist. They would fall if you cut off their necks, but it meant that it was an army that wouldn't falter unless you cut their necks off or crush their hearts. The Lighthouse clansmen were holding them back well because their teamwork was great and they were used to fighting with each other, but if things continued at this pace then they will get trampled. Since the Elvenheims were staying very energetic, unlike humans who would get tired. If they didn't have the mana resonance wave then they would have been trampled already. Hansu looked towards the giant object that 2 large Elvenheims were protecting. As I thought, I have to crush that central heart. The giant's central pumping heart had a similar role to the core of the Calamity Fish. Since it was inefficient to sustain such a huge body with a single heart, that object pumped nutritional fluid with the energy of the Divine Stone Fragment infused within it towards every corner of the body. That thing's nutritional fluid was constantly being supplied to the Elvenheim soldiers through the floor of the root. As long as that heart was pumping, the Elvenheims will not cease to attack the clans. Let's go. Hansu spoke towards Michael, who was standing next to him. I'm gonna split away and then fight. Maintain the formation as well as possible and stay alive. Michael clenched his teeth and then nodded. Though they can maintain themselves, they wouldn't be able to push forward at this pace. They needed something that would turn the tide. Damn it. I don't know what you know, but I wish you success. Hansu left Michael and then pushed his demonic dragon's reinforcement to the max as he lifted his body towards the air. At that moment something rapidly flew towards Hansu. Kudududuk. Hansu aggressively swung his blade as he blocked the thing that was flying towards him. A single marble. A marble the size of a human's fist smashed into Hansu's sword as they created a huge shockwave. Surprisingly, the golden blade which could cut apart the Elvenheims could not get through the marble as the marble made grinding noises and tried to push Hansu back. Nope. Hansu condensed his mana reinforcement further, stepped on the head of an Elvenheim charging towards him and used that acceleration to push back the marble. Crack. Then a crack occurred on the marble. As the crack appeared in the marble ceased attacking Hansu as it went back to its owner. Towards one of the 2 Elvenheims that were guarding the heart. Then the 7 marbles that were spinning around the body of the Elvenheim made a bright light as they started to fly towards Hansu at an incredible speed. At the same time the other member of the 5 Great Tiger Generals activated the bracelet on his arm. Boom. Instantly a translucent armor appeared all over the Great Tiger General with the bracelet. The 2 Great Tiger Generals who had armed themselves with 2 relics started to make a loud noise as they charged towards Hansu. Boom 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 boom. As the 2, who were much larger than other Elvenheims, started to run towards him, it felt like the whole root was quaking. And Fabian, the Great Tiger General with the translucent armor, smashed at Hansu. Boom. Hansu slashed the mana blade created from the Divine Stone Fragment aggressively towards the translucent armor, but the armor resonated as it deflected Hansu's attack. Kududuk. The relics that Hansu and Fabian were using were originally Elvenheims. Though they didn't have the mana resonance wave, they were still using them to their fullest potential. And these guys are also constantly receiving energy through the central heart. Kirarirk. But as if the armor could not withstand the energy supply from the Divine Stone Fragment, Hansu's golden blade slowly dug into the translucent armor. At that time something flew towards Hansu while making loud noises. Ikidrang's relic. 2 of the 7 marbles around Ikidrang remained back to defend the body, 4 of them aimed towards the fatal spots all over Hansu's body and the remaining 1 rushed towards the wrist which held Galadriang's relic. Hansu frowned as he quickly retrieved his sword that was slashing down onto Fabian's armor. At the same time he activated the Nirmaha's ring on his right hand. Kiriririk. Nirmaha's ring, which was supplied with a much larger amount of mana than before, exploded with a red light. Hansu then changed the sword, which was infused with both red and golden light, like a whip, and then lashed the air. Peidududuk. The energy which was on the 5 of the marbles that were flying towards him disappeared from the power destruction. Crack. The marbles made crackling sound as cracks appeared. But the marble which had withstood the attack pushed in and then smashed into Hansu's body. Puke. Kuhook. He had dodged 4 but he couldn't dodge the remaining 1 after losing his balance. Since Akidrang's relic was too fast for that. Hansu breathed out roughly from the pain that ran throughout his body. At that moment Fabian, who had been pushed back from Hansu's attack, trusted his armor as he charged towards Hansu. Boom 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 boom. Damn it. It felt like his mana veins were burning up. It was too burdensome to use the Galadriang's relic as well as Nirmaha's ring at the same time. But if he didn't use both then he wouldn't be able to stop the guy charging towards him like a bear. Hansu quickly backed off as he applied the power destruction onto the golden blade and then slashed at Fabian's armor. Crack. The armor made breaking sounds as a crack appeared. The golden blade went through that crack. Then it changed its form quickly as it started to grind up the insides of Fabian. Kikikikijik. At that time the bracelet on Fabian's wrist shined as the armor shrunk down. The armor which had shrunk down to barely cover Fabian's skin did its best to resist the golden blade attack from Galadriang's sword, and Hansu's sword shone brighter as it tried to cut off Fabian's life. Pachichik. The divine stone fragment supplied energy to the point as if it was going to explode. The golden blade blazed up as it started to crush down the translucent armor. The central heart constantly supplied energy but it could not compare to the energy from the divine stone fragment. At that moment a bright light exploded out as a huge crack appeared on Fabian's armor and a limb was cut off. I need to finish him now. Even if the armor was regenerating from the energy that was supplied, there were still loose ends. The moment Hansu tried to swing his golden blade to cut off the neck, a large sound wave was heard. Quiet. God damn it. He would be able to cut off that guy's neck if he swung his sword, but then his whole body would get crushed by the marble flying towards him to assassinate him. Since his body wasn't a demonic Dragonurse. Hansu dodged Akidrang's marble flying towards him as he jumped back. Shururuk. In that short instant the armor quickly regenerated the crack from the constant energy supply as Fabian's right arm reattached from the nutritional fluid supplied through the ground by the central heart. Hansu clenched his teeth as he saw this scene. He's not even a lizard. If this were to continue then there would be no end. The body which did not go through the racial metamorphosis was getting destroyed from within from the wave like mana as 2 great tiger generals armed with 2 relics and backed up with the energy supply from the central heart were charging towards him. He tried to get through the 2 great tiger generals first and smash the heart while the clan was holding the others back, but their cooperation was much more annoying than he had expected. Even if I gain some damage. Smash the heart. Hansu looked at the pumping central heart in the distance which was the size of a small building, clenched his teeth and then rushed out. Boom. The plant, which was slowly and very minutely regenerating. At that moment the main body, which was doing its best to regenerate the plant, frowned. Since the plentiful amount of divine stone fragment's energy seemed very lacking suddenly. Though it had been pouring all the energy from the fragment into the plant, but fixing things was not its strong point. While it was using up the energy extremely inefficiently, a great force wave was felt from the root in the distance. An existence that was using the energy much more efficiently than him, though it was much less. The main body started to focus in order to sense and learn the flow of that energy. Chapter 75, Plant, 1. Kudududuk. Akidrang's relic flew towards Hansu, who was running while stepping on top of heads like a meteor. Kukukukuku. Hansu rapidly swung his sword as he aimed the golden blade towards the marble. Crack. The blazing sword cut the relic in two. But Hansu quickly lowered his head as he dodged the relic. Since the relic that had been cut in two rushed up and tried to smash his head. Smart guy. It purposely loosened the mana wall. It had gotten rid of the mana wall so it would be cut more easily, and then tried to hit Hansu with the speed. And as soon as that guy failed, it was looking for another chance. The marble that had been cut in two had long regenerated. Akidrang looked for another chance as he aggressively pushed in. If you do that then the story changes. Hansu carefully looked at the marble that was flying towards him. And the moment the marble almost reached him, he put away his sword. At the same time he stepped on the marble flying towards him and poured in a large amount of strength. Boom. Kahook. The pain felt like his leg bones were breaking. Which meant that it wasn't quite enough to break his legs. If it was covered with mana then they would have been smashed apart, but that thing had disabled the mana wall. Hansu poured more strength into his thigh while stepping on the marble. Tududuk. At the same time Hansu's body quickly rushed towards the heart. Boom. The marbles constantly chased Hansu, the flying Hansu, and tried to assault his body, but Hansu barely dodged those attacks as he reached out with Galadriang's relic. Quajadududuk. A sensation that he had felt like dissecting the cocoon inside the heart of the calamity fish could be felt on the edge of the sword. Such a hard and large amount of muscles, mucus, and ligaments were covering the central heart. A situation where he had to dissect a building that was similar to a bomb shelter. But the relic that was in Hansu's hand and the relic that was reborn from borrowing the energy from the divine stone fragment was completely different in terms of strength. The heart instantly split apart from the golden blade while making ripping noises. At the same time the heart that was pumping at a regular rate started to pump madly as it was agitated. The problem was that it wasn't the only thing that was agitated. The surrounding Elvenheim army also started to change according to the heartbeat. Tudududuk. Muscle swelled up and the eye, that was out of focused in. The ear that was hanging down but had been slightly raised due to the battle now rose up as if it was trying to pierce the heavens. And the two great tiger generals who had been leading the Elvenheims were the same. Fabian's body, which was already massive, covered his whole body, which had been enlarged a step further with mana walls as he charged towards Hansu. Hansu, who had been fervently slicing apart the heart, felt Fabian's fist cutting through the air behind him, but he did not dodge it. Actually he just allowed the attack after tensing up all the muscles on his body. Kudududuk. Who up? Hansu felt his conscience shaking from the fist that felt like it was trying to drive into his body. The relic Fabian had was focused on defense unlike the Ladriang's sword, but once the powerful armor combined with his great physical ability, his body basically became a weapon in itself. But Hansu received Fabian's attack and then straightened his senses. He did not die. Though his side had been ripped off, that guy had gotten very close. I can't dissect the heart with this guy alive. Hansu then started to concentrate all of the golden light on the blade. The mana that was spreading in all directions from the relic and the divine stone fragment started to gather onto his blade. Huh? The mana reinforcement got weaker. Is that Hansu guy okay? The people who had been fighting momentarily flinched when the mana wave suddenly turned weak. At that time Hansu, who had gathered as much mana which was spreading through the mana resonance wave as much as he could, slashed down the golden blade towards Fabian. Since it felt like his body was going to explode if he gathered more. Kiwaaaaa. The mana blade that Hansu had swung cut towards the charging Fabian's neck. Kagagagak. Though the armor surrounding Fabian's neck was strong, it was not as strong as the attack Hansu risked his life for. Crack. A red line appeared on Fabian's neck. But Hansu frowned. It regenerated that too. Most Elvenheim stopped their movements when you cut off their necks. But Fabian's neck was healing while the armor held the necks in place despite him having cut off his neck. It turns a life form into a monster. Boom. As Hansu was about to move his body in order to end Fabian completely, 7 marbles charged at him from the distance at an incredible speed. Ikidrang had sent out all the marbles, including the ones protecting his body, after getting nervous from seeing Fabian becoming immobile. Hansu clicked his tongue and then jumped into the heart he was slashing apart. Then he madly started to slash his sword in all directions. Chaeok. Ikidrang's relic followed Hansu into the heart and tried to rip Hansu apart, but it could not move like before. Since the delicate structures might also get destroyed in the process of smashing Hansu. The heart was as big as a small building, but it was not big enough for Ikidrang's marbles, which flew like comets, to act freely. Hansu madly dodged and got hit by the marbles as he started to dig out the insides of the heart. The heart filled with more rage as it tried to control more of the Elvenheims to come towards the heart, but it was not enough. The hole Hansu had made on the hole was not really big. Though he was grinding things up inside, it was not big enough for countless Elvenheims to come in. The heart slowly lost its strength as it got destroyed step by step from the inside. Then a change occurred. These guys became incredibly slow. Create some distance. They don't heal anymore. We don't need to fight them head on. Just assault them from afar. As the energy supply from the heart stopped, the regeneration speed slowed down as well as their movement speeds. Hansu finished off the heart and then quickly ran outside. Then he dashed towards Fabian, who had almost finished regenerating. Quack. Fabian tried to resist, but he couldn't move since he needed a greater amount of energy than the others. Hansu's sword cut off his wrist. At the same time the relic that was on his wrist fell off as well. The wrist had stronger protection from the armor than the other parts, but it couldn't be sustained after the energy supply had been cut off. Hansu quickly changed the form of the sword as he brought the bracelet that was on the wrist to himself. Then he quickly put it on. Boom. The mana that was blazing inside Hansu as if it wanted to explode quickly calmed down. His control over the divine stone fragment had increased much more as the relics increased to 2. Like insisting that the control didn't merely multiply by 2 by having 2 relics, the powerful mana storm quickly calmed down under Hansu's control. Hansu sighed in relief as he saw his mana veins quickly calming down. The amount of mana that would be used up would be twice the amount if he were to control both. He would be able to supply more mana since having 2 relics allowed him to control the divine stone fragment with much more ease. It's amazing. Hansu mumbled inwardly as he saw the mana blade that blew up to the point where it was about to explode. It was like his when he had only gathered 2. He couldn't even imagine what he would be able to do if he were to collect all 5 relics and attain the complete S powers. Hansu, who had been looking at the mana that had been pouring all over his body, looked at Ikidrang in the distance having a hard time controlling the 7 beats and then quickly charged towards him. Who okay? Ook. Michael looked at the surrounding clansmen as he breathed in and out harshly. Though they were all gasping for air from the battle ended very quickly despite them struggling until now. Since the Elvenheim had all lost their strength and fallen down the moment the heart was crushed. And one more thing. Michael looked at his sword that was shining much brighter than before. A lot more mana is being supplied than before. Michael then looked towards the origin of the cause. 7 marbles floating around him, a new bracelet and the sword he previously had. He, who had obtained many new things, was a lot different from before. The sensation of him pushing his limits could not be felt as the energy that was being sent their way was greatly amplified. And around his body, larger fragment pieces than the ones before were floating around his body. He reminds me of a pylon. Memories of a game he used to play a long time ago, StarCraft, came back to him. Michael looked at Hansu and asked. What are you going to do now? Hansu laughed as he spoke. You've been to dungeons many times. It's the same. The plant has shut down. Though a few remaining beasts would still be around and the difficulty of them would still be high, but it really wouldn't be that burdensome since he would be able to control the divine stone fragment with the 3 relics. It's working out better than I expected. At that time the captain of the shock troopers who was standing next to Michael approached him and whispered something in his ears. It seems like he had seen something with the skill. Michael's expression turned grim as he heard this. Didn't you say that the beasts won't come out anymore? When Hansu made a confused expression, Michael spoke with a frozen expression. I checked with the skill because we had gotten closer, but there's no need for words. Just see it for yourself. Michael then transferred the image from the skill of the captain of the search team to Hansu. The image of the view the captain of the search team had seen could be seen on the mirror that he was holding. A building that had remnants of an explosion but still had a decent look. And the beasts that were slowly being recreated inside it. Though all the cultivation containers weren't working as if it wasn't fully healed, but from one look one could tell that strong things were being produced. And the speed was getting faster as well. Damn it. Those are things that appear at the end of the dungeon of the base route. Michael muttered inwardly. Though the 5 calamities were strong, They were plenty of other monstrous things other than them. And such things were slowly being produced from the plant. While Michael was making a grim expression, Hansu also frowned slightly. The fairy shouldn't have intervened. It shouldn't have known that he had come to the past. And if it was going to intervene, then it would have done so in the beginning. Since he wouldn't even have been able to come back to the past if they had intervened at the crystal in his past life. Did the main body sense and learn the mana wave? That was highly likely. Don't we need to escape? Hansu shook his head at Michael's words. Though it was a giant beast that looked like it didn't have much in its brains, it was not stupid. It would constantly watch and learn. You would not be able to make it fall into the same trap twice. He would need to prepare for the plant even more next time, and there would be no way to penetrate through the beasts if the plant wasn't shut down. But there's no need to face them all. There was no actual need to fight. He needed to buy time since he had obtained the relic. Can you hold onto your breath for a bit? What? The moment Michael replied, Hansu pushed the power of the relic in his hand to the limit. Then he slashed at the root around them. Boom. The line of light that had been strengthened from the divine stone fragment made a hole in the tunnel surrounding them just like that. Then toxic waters started to pour out from those locations. The outer tunnel that sucked in the toxic waters. If we ride this, then we'll get there in an instant. Huh. Michael looked at the tube full of the toxic water that was headed towards an unknown location and made a bitter expression. Then he thought to himself. Do we need to take such risks to help that guy? But Michael just shook his head. They wouldn't be able to get out from here only by relying on their own strength, without the relics that guy was holding. And that guy didn't have any thoughts of leaving before he ended this, so they had to see the end no matter what happened to them. Damn it. I've been caught badly. It had been a long time since he felt the pain of seeing blood once you provoked a dangerous fellow to the bones. Michael clenched his teeth and started moving. The main body was lost in thoughts as it was learning the mana wave that it had sensed inside the root. A power that a strange guy had shown. It wasn't enough to deal with that guy with the beasts it had now. It needed a different method. Though it was creating beasts for defense, but the power it held now was equal to their creator who had created test subjects like them. It knew instinctively why the guy at the sea had gotten quiet. It didn't know what would happen once that guy were to charge in like this. The main body stopped the regeneration of the plant momentarily as it started to focus the energy into a different location. To create the clone, that it hadn't created up until now because it felt scruples to do so. Chapter 76, Plant, 2. Quack-a-ga-ga-ga. A bit over 100 people clenched their teeth within the aggressively rushing toxic waters. Damn it. It's really rough. Though the inner tunnel that they were moving in was large, but the outer tunnel that was sucking in the toxic waters was even larger. The people, who felt like they would get swept off from the rapid waters of the river, held onto their hands tight in order to not lose each other. We might just die if we lose each other. These people activated all sorts of skills to survive and used the strength that had reached the red stage to hold onto each other tight. And in between them the 7 marbles were constantly roaming around, held them in place and prevented them from crashing into the walls by slightly changing the directions. Damn it. I'm not sure if we are going to all die or not. While Michael was cursing out in his mind, a light could be seen in the distance. A light that started from the end point of the giant tunnel. We've arrived. Hansu controlled the marbles, a Kidrang's relic, to burst out and quickly approach the wall. If they were to get swept into the plant, then they would just all melt from the plant's processes. He had to make a hole to escape before then. K-ing. The golden blade in Hansu's hand exploded aggressively. Hansu stabbed the blade that had been extended into tens of meters into the wall. Kagagagagak. Ho-op. It felt like the flesh in his hands was about to explode. The blade that was created from Galadriang's relic was strong, but the tunnel near the main body was much thicker and tougher than in the beginning, and the current was extremely strong. Hansu tightly clenched onto Galadriang's relic in order to not lose it due to the current as he activated a Kidrang's relic to hold himself in place. Ki-yagagagajik. Hansu's efforts weren't in vain as his velocity quickly slowed down despite being in the water. And in the spot that Hansu had gone past, a cut of tens of meters had been left behind. Though that had gained quite a large injury, screamed out in pain. Since it would be impossible for even something like it to not feel any pain once the root that acted as a vein had been scratched like that. At that moment an enormously large explosion occurred behind him. Michael and his clansmen, who had been behind Hansu, had used all their strength to send out skills. Though it was hard for over 100 people to activate skills at the same time, but they did it in a single try as they sent out a powerful attack towards a direction. They used the reaction force from that to push themselves out of the toxic waters as they were driven towards the outside of the root. Kwaaa. Kaha, cough. Hwee. Hwee. Though the root circulating the toxic waters had been floating tens of meters in the sky, there wasn't anybody who would die by falling from such a height. The people who came out from the toxic waters landed on the ground and then grinded their teeth as they caught their breath. God damn it. Never again. But unlike those clansmen, Michael instead quickly looked at his surroundings. A wide open area. 2 different kinds of roots could be seen above them. The giant root of the world tree that they were familiar with. And the root they came out from, that was stuck beneath the world tree root like a parasite. Their gazes naturally fell towards the location where the root extended to. And the thing that was located at the end. It's huge. Beneath the location of the world tree root, a gigantic structure was located. Though they had checked it with a skill previously, seeing it in front of their eyes like this was much different. For something like this to be under the world tree. At the same time the other thing could only come into their eyes. A giant life form that was surrounding that giant structure. Beasts were slowly crawling out from all around that life form that seemed like the main body of the root they were on until now. Hansu started to prepare the mana inside his body after seeing this. The objective was the same as before. He had to pull out the divine stone fragment before the plant fully recovered. Get through it quickly. Stick behind me well. God damn it. Even if you say it. Michael grinned at his teeth as he saw the beast swarming towards them from the distance. At that time the relics that were around Hansu flew up like a storm and smashed the life form's head. Boom. The relic which had devoured a large amount of energy from the divine stone fragment smashed apart the life form's head and then returned next to Hansu. It's not that bad. I told you I'll fulfill your wishes for you. To kill this thing. I shouldn't make wishes so quickly from now on. The atheist Michael found God who he hasn't searched for in 2 years again in his mind as he prepared the formation of his troops while looking at the charging beasts. Kudududuk. The man who had raised himself out from the cultivation liquid looked at his surroundings. A man who had the form of an Elvenheim. But unlike a normal Elvenheim, he had a strange aura coming off of him. At that exact moment a voice was transferred into his head from above. To go out and get rid of the intruders. The man looked upwards. The thing that was extending huge roots in all directions. That thing was definitely within his memories. Devouring and vomiting root, that was something I gave power to. And because of this the man started to feel angry. How dare such a thing give him orders? The main body up blinked its eyes as if the man's actions made it uncomfortable. Even that guy was a clone that was created with the creator cells as the basis, its abilities couldn't even compare to him. But for such a thing to act with such insolence. The thing that made it worse was that he couldn't give orders to it because it was created with the creator cells as the basis. The devouring and vomiting root had created the clone in time but it didn't know how he would act since he wasn't bound to its orders. There was a reason why it hadn't made it until now. While the two were getting on each other's nerves, the one who spoke first was the man. You have the key to the here, right? Give it to me. One of the two treasures of Elvenheim. According to the cloned man's memory he had given it to this guy to store. I gave the position to control the plant to you back then. I know it's here. As the devouring and vomiting root kept giving off dissatisfied feelings the man grinned at his teeth. This dumbass. I need that thing to block the guy outside. Hurry and give it to me. The man was realizing the fact that the outside situation wasn't great. It seems like the plant wasn't working properly because it received some kind of damage. It meant the situation was bad enough to the point where it couldn't focus on healing back the plant and had to constantly squeeze beasts out. And the beasts created didn't seem like they had the upper hand either. Since large screams of beasts were being heard outside along with loud booms. How could this be? These guys are danger level 12. They came to kill it? The most dangerous beast created from the plant was level 7. But on the other hand the others including the calamity fish were level 12. Level 12 was dangerous enough to threaten a whole race to extinction. And had done so already. The man frowned as if he was flustered. Then the main body, which was constantly detecting the outside information with a root that acted as an antenna, started to open its octopus-like beak from within its body as if it couldn't hold it back anymore. Kukukukuku. As the giant mouth that was hundreds of meters in diameter opened, hundreds of tentacle-like roots reached down. And in the spots where the two roots had extended from, two objects were located there. One was the divine stone fragment that shone brightly as it supplied the main body with the energy it needed. The other was a strange-looking key the size of a finger. The main body used one of the hundreds of roots as a hand as it pulled the silvery key up. Then it stretched it down to the man below and gave it to him. Good. Anyways, this insolent bastard. The man spun the key on his hand and then coldly laughed as he looked at the divine stone fragment above him. While they made a strange noise as if it didn't feel good after seeing the man's smile, the man stabbed the key into the air above him and then spun it leftward. Boom. Hansu blocked one of the countless roots flying towards him with a Keydrang's relic. Karararik. Though tens of roots were flying towards him, he could estimate the movements of some. Hansu blocked off the root as he thought inwardly. As I thought. The defensive system is weaker than the calamity fish. The thin roots of the devouring and vomiting root looked like the tentacles inside the calamity fish at a simple glance but the difference in power was great. Though there was still a very big problem left. There was a reason why the defensive system was so weak. It was weak because it wasn't needed. Gyo. An ogre that was the size of a 3-story building smashed down onto the ground with a bludgeon that reached tens of meters. Boom. A huge vibration ran out in all directions as the ground wavered up and down. The 7 marbles were busy blocking off the roots reaching down from the sky. He had to face it directly. A golden light reached out long from Hansu's blade. Boom. Hansu attacked the bludgeon that was flying around in all directions. Shikunk. The bludgeon was cut off and landed at a different location. Kyu. The giant ogre made a flustered expression and then made a vicious expression and tried to swing its bludgeon again as if it was trying to smash the ants in front of its eyes. Though it didn't really matter much. Churke. By the time Hansu finished swinging his sword, the bludgeon and the ogre's neck, which were in the area of the swing of the sword, had long been cut off. Kiwa. It then fell down to the ground. Michael, who was fighting in the distance, saw that beast, focused and then shouted out loud. We can win. We're almost there. Then they looked towards the thing that was shining brightly in the distance. A bright light that was guiding them like a lighthouse. The same thing as what Hansu was holding onto. We win if we pull that thing out, huh? Hansu had told them. The thing that was supplying the giant body with energy was that thing. Everything will be solved if they get there and pull it out. At that moment Michael flinched. Then the plant will stop working. Then what would the other adventurers hunt to get stronger with? But at that moment a change occurred. Kawaii. Huh. A huge shockwave was created from somewhere inside where the divine stone fragment was shining along with a loud exploding noise. And not long after that sound was heard, the lights of the plant started to turn off. At the same time the hundreds of thin roots that were attacking them constantly shrugged down as they lost their strength. This. Hansu frowned. He had seen this before. At the calamity fish's heart. It meant that somebody had pulled the divine stone fragment from inside the devouring and vomiting root. Who? At that moment a voice was transferred into his mind. Shall we see each other's face after leaving those trashes behind? I want to know who you are and how you are using the key so adequately. Key? He knows the name. To call the relic the key. Of course the original name of the relic was the 5 keys, so was correct. But there shouldn't be anyone but him who knew this here. Since the only people who called it that were the Elvenheim, and only the high rankers at that. Stay here. Huh? Hey. Hansu left Michael's shouts behind him as he moved forward. Chapter 77, Planned, 3. First time seeing these guys. How are their skills? The clone, Alpha, mumbled as he looked at the people in the distance. There were around 150 people. Though it was the first time he saw that race, it didn't really matter much. The important part was their power. Alpha laid down a conclusion after looking at the mono wave and the fight. That the strongest person over there was around level 6. But they were probably at around level 6.5 due to the leaked weapons from the arsenal. Others were distributed around level 4 and 5. They're just bugs. Alpha stopped caring about them. Then his gaze turned to the guy he had called. That guy that's running to me. He should be around danger level 9. He would probably be around level 6 without the relics. But he had the relics of Galadriang, Ikidrang, and Fabian of the 5 great tiger generals. He would be around level 9 since he was efficiently supplying and using the divine stone fragments. The might of the relics was that great. He's really fascinating. Not everyone could use it like that. Even if one was to obtain both the relic and the divine stone fragment, they needed a huge amount of minute mana control in order for their bodies to not blow up. As if he had been using mana for decades. Just from the mana control he seemed equal to himself. If you take into account who the original of the clone is, then the fact that the guy over there was similar to him was something amazing. But Alpha shook his head. Something's missing. He has more. To kill the calamity fish with just that. Impossible. Killing the calamity fish from the outside was of course impossible, and even if someone were to act inside its body like this, it would still not be possible. Since the inner defenses of the calamity fish were at least at level 10. And somehow he had fried the plant as well. Shall we see his hidden cards then? The king's treasure that acted as the arsenal that would arm his soldiers, There wouldn't any problems though. He could only use one of the 5 different kinds of weapons. Since there were enough gears in there to arm millions of soldiers. I guess I'll need to borrow the powers of the divine stone fragment. Alpha raised the key in his hand, 1,000 soldier armors, and made a motion of stabbing it in the air and turning it right. Hansu moved quickly as he went towards the center of where the divine stone fragment should be. At that moment a large amount of things started to pour down on Hansu. This bastard. Playing around after telling me he wanted to see me. Even if that guy had set up a plan, he still had to advance if he didn't want to miss the divine stone fragment. Hansu poured all the energy from the surrounding divine stone fragments into Fabian's relic. Boom. A tremendous amount of marbles started to smash at the formless armor created around his body. Huge in numbers but smaller in size than Ikidrang's, the marble surrounded Hansu and madly started to tear him apart. Hansu urgently checked his surroundings while Fabian's formless armor was getting shredded. Main body. I need to find the main body. At that moment something came into Hansu's view. A blurry image could be seen among the silvery clouds. Hansu aggressively swung Galadriang's blade towards the distant location. Crack. The divine stone fragment supplied a huge amount of energy. The moment the golden light extended away from the sword, the marbles in the air moved and started to block the blade. Kikikikijik. Though as each individual marble was weaker than Ikidrang's, they were crushed the moment they made contact, but as tens of thousands of these blocked the path of the golden light, the light eventually lost its strength and disappeared. Tisk. He had expected this. Hansu, who had foreseen that it wouldn't end simply like this, increased the mana in his body and tried to quickly charge through. Since he needed to crush his opponent before his body would get shredded apart by the silvery cloud's attacks. If all fails, use the mana code. But the cloud that seemed like it was about to attack Hansu any moment, just calmly floated around the air after attacking and defending once. As if it saw everything it needed to see. Was it a test or something? As Hansu walked past the silvery marble cloud, a single Elvenheim was waiting for Hansu. The man greeted him as soon as he saw Hansu. Hello. It wasn't much, I just called you over because I got interested. The man was looking at him with a laid-back expression as if he had gotten relaxed even further than before. Hansu realized the man's identity as soon as he saw him. He had heard a lot of things from the Elvenheims he had met in the abyss. Of course he had also heard about the who caused the calamities to appear in this world. It was clear that he was a clone since there was no way that guy would be here. Devouring and vomiting root. It seems that it was surprised. It would of course have the genetic information of their creator, the fallen one. But to clone that kind of guy, even if it could have guessed more or less things would turn like this. That's why you get cleaned out. Hansu coldly gazed at the clone who was spinning the key around. The clone had a giant divine stone fragment on his right hand and a small key on his left hand. Hansu mumbled inwardly after looking at that. To control the divine stone fragment to that extent without the relics. He knew because he was also using the divine stone fragment and the relics. He understood how well that guy was controlling the divine stone fragment. Of course that guy wasn't pulling out all the energy from the divine stone fragment, but if you take into account the amount of energy the fragment has, then that much was still fearsome. That guy was expertly pulling out a large amount of energy and pouring it towards a certain location. And Hansu knew where that large amount of energy was being poured into. The huge number of marbles floating behind him. Though they were smaller than the Ikidrang's relic Hansu had, they numbered in tens of thousands. Hansu frowned as he saw the floating marbles and the divine stone fragment in the clone's hands. Is that the arsenal I have heard about? Marbles like Ikidrang's relics were constantly being released from the open space behind the clone. That's the that armed ordinary soldiers. Since it was an amount that could arm millions of people, the number was tremendous. And as I remember, the arsenal was seized before they could even arm the soldiers. The that Galadriang, Fabian, and Ikidrang's army had were distributed to everyone, but things like ore were all stored within the arsenal if it was not during a time of war. The reason why the Elvenheim had lost against the war against Calamity Fish was that their arsenal had been seized before the soldiers could get armed with the other 4 gears in exception to the sword. I don't even know what he has belief in. Hansu finished his thoughts as he looked at the clone. What are you thinking? Why would the guy who had attained the divine stone fragment call him over? The clone smiled as he spoke. What else? I need to now finish what I was doing. Though you won't know about it? The Alpha looked at the relics floating around Hansu after he finished speaking. He was not stupid. He knew that he was just a clone. But that did not matter. His objective could be completed as long as his ability and memory was the same. And I need that thing for this. He would be able to create a foundation with those things, the second divine stone fragment he had and the key, in his hand. I'm just wondering if you could just give me the things you have? I was just born so I don't really want to fight. Hansu didn't even reply as he started to rotate the mana within his body. And Alpha smirked after seeing this as if he had expected this outcome already and flicked the key in his hand which caused a larger amount of marbles than before to start pouring towards Hansu's body. Kudududududu. It's a power that could even crush level 10s. The strength he had seen earlier was level 9. This much was enough to erase him without a trace. Alpha, while pouring in the mana wave created from the divine stone fragment towards the countless marbles, sent in the special mana code ordering to attack Hansu using the key in his hand. The reason why was the king's treasure. Normal soldiers could use the 5 different kinds of gears like the formless armor and the 7-star marbles from the arsenal only when the king allows them to. If the 5 keys that the 5 great generals had, they signified the might of the world tree, then the key that the king had powers over the miniature versions of the 5 relics. If the 1,000 soldier armors didn't allow the 5 gears to work, then they would all stop working. The reason why he didn't care about the bugs in the distance with the relics was because of this. Since he could stop them at his will. At that moment the clone freaked out. Giririrk. Yuk. Something was quickly invading through the 7-star marbles that were being controlled with his mana wave. To be precise, the marbles that were controlled by his mana waves were lost from his command and started to tilt as soon as they entered the mana wave created from the relic and the fragments. And of course once the silvery marbles got weaker, Hansu swung the golden sword light as he charged at him. The clone spat out loudly unintentionally because he was so flustered. What the hell? How do you know the mana code? The mana code that was only inscribed on the 1,000 soldier armors that ruled over the 5 gears was flowing from Hansu's mana wave as it was destroying the mana flow within the 7-star marbles. And because of this he could not control them properly. Hansu, who had heard the scream-like shout, thought of the conversation he had with the Elvenheims he had met at the Abyss. If you find the arsenal that we failed to retrieve, then pour in your mana like so. Then you will be able to pull out the gears from inside it and be able to put it on other people. Didn't know that I'll get to use it like this. He didn't really expect much since the Elvenheims didn't know about the location of the arsenal either. But to find it like this. So all of this comes into my possession if I cut off your neck, right? Then his future plans would become much easier. He would have been smashed apart if he didn't know the code, but it wasn't hard to approach him once he knew the code. Hansu, who had been smiling coldly, looked at the clone who had entered his range and slashed down the golden sword. Korararik. The golden blade cut through the air as it accelerated towards the clone. At this moment the clone gnashed his teeth, stabbed the key onto the air again and then spun it the other way. If one spun it rightwards, then the arsenal space will get opened and a large amount of gears will pour out. But when he turned it leftwards, something different happened. Kururuk. The moment the key spun in mid-air, all the surrounding air was flipped inside out as it created a silvery ripple. This ripple started from the clone's hand which held onto the key, started to climb up the clone's arm and then covered his whole body. Boom. The golden blade smashed down onto the silver armor, but it was so tough to the point where not even a scratch was created. Hansu freaked out once he saw the extremely familiar form of the armor. UK. Weapon Eater. Weapon Eater. Solo numbering 6. An invincible armor that grew by eating up gears. Hansu was shocked from the appearance of an armor that could be found in the upper zones. The complete piece was here. The complete piece of Weapon Eater. Artifacts were mostly just copies of things that existed somewhere in some world. Since it was just something that was resupplied as a reward from the fairy. The reason why numerous items of the same kind could exist was this. And since the location where the copy of Weapon Eater was found was not here, this meant that the thing over there is the original. Though he had heard about the key form of the arsenal and the fact that a special armor of the king was hidden in it, but he didn't know that the armor was the Weapon Eater's original version. Another reason came up for me to kill him. Hansu's eyes shone at the unexpected find. Chapter 78, Racial War, 1. Boom. Hansu started to madly smash down the armor in front of his eyes. The clone stared at the attacks pouring at him and then started to grind his teeth. Damn it. It's really annoying. The 1,000 soldier armor could only be strong. It was obvious. Since it was an armor made to protect the king. Being protected by the 1,000 soldier armor and commanding the soldiers armed with the gears inside the 1,000 soldier armor. Though the armor was fitting to be the king's treasure, it was impossible for him to beat that guy with this current body during the situation where he didn't have any soldiers and the 7-star marbles were being negated from the mana code. This won't do. I need to get out. The clone grinned at his teeth. That guy over there was not in a rush. Though the armor was protecting him for now, he will get pummeled to death eventually. He could not die in such a place. I cannot fail. He didn't even know where or what his original was doing. But from what he had seen, it seemed like he had failed his objectives in this place. Since something like this wouldn't have had happened if he was alive. I cannot die here, for the 1.6 billion of my people who are waiting for my success. He had come over to this world with only his soul because of this. And because of this he had fought against all of the Elvenheims here by himself. For the survival of his race. I will end it all. The clone clenched his teeth. Damn it. Though I don't want to give up 1,000 soldier armor. The clone shouted. Succession of the 1,000 soldier armor. As soon as those words ended, the armor that was surrounding the clone started to disassemble at an extreme speed. Then it followed the golden blade light that was smashing at him and stretched towards Hansu. The silvery scales quickly moved onto Hansu's body from the clone's body. And soon Hansu's body was completely covered with the king's armor, 1,000 soldier armor. Kudududuk. Hansu tried to move, but the silvery armor became a prison and did not let Hansu move. Power succession. A stage during when the 1,000 soldier armor checks the owner for their qualifications for the armor. He had attained the power over the 1,000 soldier armor like this through the same process. The equipped person will go through the test for the qualifications to become the owner of the 1,000 soldier armor while being inside it. Those 7 out of 10 people will usually die in that dangerous process, but he didn't think that Hansu will fail at all. Gariririk. The clone quickly turned his head as he saw the armor squeaking already. If that guy equips the armor, then his battle power will rise up to around level 10. Though he won't be at level 12 like the Calamity Fish and reach the disaster level, but he will be strong enough to go against the whole castle and its inhabitants. If 100 came at him, then all 100 of them will be killed. Escape through teleportation. Since the devouring and vomiting root had stopped its movements, it was now possible to teleport. Even if he was a clone and did not have the leaf of the world tree, it would still be possible for a single body to teleport with the cells in his body. I guess I won't be able to take the divine stone fragment. The clone frowned. The divine stone fragment had a lock cast on it to prevent teleportation through the world tree to prevent theft. It was obvious, since it'll be a disaster if some crazy person were to charge in and teleport away with the divine stone fragment. The clone madly dashed upwards. He had thought of putting the divine stone fragment back inside the devouring and vomiting root, but he might get caught if he were to do that. The clone, which had ran past the main body of the devouring and vomiting root, laid his hands on the world tree root that was located above it. The world tree root, which was gaining back some of its original color after the devouring and vomiting root had disappeared, activated in reaction to the clone's body. I shall see you later. The clone grinned at his teeth as he saw the guy finishing off the succession. He and that guy were not compatible. It seemed like that guy was collecting relics and divine stone fragments. He needed the relics and the divine stone fragments that guy had for his race. Damn it. How did the original body fail? The only remaining memories left were himself giving the genetic information to the devouring and vomiting root. He had no way of knowing what the original had done after that. Since the world tree had dried up and the Elvenheim had been destroyed, it seemed like his objective was almost complete. But why wasn't there a single sight of his own race? First, I will go to the flower. Then the clone's body completely disappeared. Soon the silvery armor that was making squeaking noises and was pressing down onto Hansu's body as if it was trying to crush it had stopped. Then it quickly disassembled and started to collect within his hand. Then a small silver key appeared in Hansu's hand. Hansu quickly checked his surroundings in order to get an idea of his current situation. Tisk. It ran away. Since he had left behind the divine stone fragment, it seemed like he had escaped through teleportation. Since there was no way he would not take that thing if he was going to run. Kairurark. Hansu stabbed the key onto the air and then spun it rightwards. Then a black hole appeared in the air. When he focused, all the surrounding 7-star marbles all started to get sucked into the hole. I don't think I can even use it to attack. It was burdensome to sustain the mono wave alone. There was no way for him to use the 7-star marbles to attack like the clone when a simple retrieving order hurt his head so much. The reason why the clone was able to use these things to attack was because he was made of the cells of a very special person. It was better for him to just send that focus onto his relics and fighting with those. Hansu organized his thoughts and then spun the key leftwards. Garirirk. Then silvery scales instantly covered all of Hansu's body. One of the 2 king's treasures. 1000 soldier armor. Maybe it was due to the others being replicas, the features were similar to the weapon eater he knew. It would grow by eating up gears. It would get harder and change its color once enough has been devoured and turn into an artifact of zones above. It would evolve once it ate thousands and thousands of gears. It only ate the good materials from those gears and then creates an armor that fit the user's body. Of course it showed off a much higher hardness and monoconductivity compared to other armors. And a special ability of the 1000 soldier armor. Hansu took out the forgotten sword from the arsenal and then lightly swung it towards his body. Kagagagak. As soon as he swung the sword, the surface of the armor changed to a form that was suitable to resist the attack. Toom. As I expected. It would show an increased defense against weapons it had eaten or one similar to it. It seemed like it had eaten the forgotten sword before since it already had resistance against it. An armor that was faithful to its job as armor. Though there weren't many more extra skills, but it was to Hansu's liking because of this. I don't think I need to feed it more. As it seemed, the 1000 soldier armor had already evolved to the peak of the red stage. It would actually be more troublesome if it evolved further. Since his runes were still red. Hansu stopped hitting the armor and then thought of the plan from now. The next plan was to kill the third calamity. There was only one thing he needed to do at the root here. First I need to weaken the Ouroboros. The third calamity that was so huge that it tied itself around the world tree trunk. He needed a bit preparation to go against that giant snake. First the poison. Hansu quickly ran towards the lower parts of the world tree root. As the 2 calamities who sucked onto its toxic waters disappeared, the world tree was draining a much higher amount of toxic waters that couldn't even be compared to the amount before. Koruru. Hansu gathered the surrounding corpses and quickly started to assemble them. Since there was a huge amount of corpses around the plant due to the battle. Hansu, who had combined this and that, mixed in the baby's heart he gained before and created a black liquid. Then he chopped up the world tree root with Galadriang's relic. Shigugik. Hansu poured in the liquid in his hands after seeing the flow of the toxic waters heading towards the trunk on the inner parts. That's completed. The assembled poison that had flowed wasn't that poisonous by itself. But once it touches the toxic waters, then it would react and change into something fatal towards the Ouroboros. There wasn't much time left until this poison will enter into the stomach of the Ouroboros, who would be sucking out the toxic waters with his fangs biting into the inner trunk parts. Hundreds of thousands of tons of toxic waters will be turned into something fatal and enter its stomach. Though this isn't even close to enough. Actually he had planned to do as much as he did up to this point. But it seemed like he would need to change his plans from this point on. Since something unexpected happened. A clone, huh? Hansu frowned. Though that guy was a clone, he would still have a lot of power since it had the cells of the original. He had known as soon as he saw him running away through teleportation. I don't know what kind of tricks he will use. The only thing he had heard from the Elvenheim was that the Fallen One had tried to use the calamities to turn the world tree into a mess and force the Elvenheim into extinction. The Elvenheims didn't know either, as to why their king had suddenly gone mad and tried to massacre them all. Tisk. There's a limit. Elvenheims and humans both, they were both races that had failed and roamed around the abyss. Those who lost because they didn't know something and because they did lack something. Of course there was no way for them to know everything about that world. His job was to run while filling up those lacking gaps. Though I guess I know one thing. He had no way of knowing what kind of thoughts he had and what he would do. He also didn't know how much of a difference in power the clone had to the original. But the actions of the clone was clear. It had targeted the relic in his hands. Which meant that the clone needed the relic in his hands for his objective and would definitely come find him. I don't know if his appearance made things easier or harder. He had gained a lot from that guy's appearance. With the 1000-soldier armor, 3 relics, and the divine stone fragments, then he would easily be able to get through the defense system of the calamity fish that he had barely passed through after pouring in the poison. He was a level stronger overall than when he used racial metamorphosis. He had also attained the arsenal and the gears within it was a huge profit. But he didn't know how and when the guy, who clearly had evil intentions towards him, will affect him. I guess I should look around a bit then. If that guy were to use some tricks then a clue will pop up somehow. I guess I need to receive some help. Anyways, how will they react? People will row the same directions when they were on the same boat, but the story changes once the boat arrives. Hansu collected the divine stone fragment and then quickly moved towards Michael, who was loitering in the distance. Top of the world tree. Though it had dried up, it still soared above the clouds. A single flower had bloomed at the top of this. Though it seemed small in comparison to the giant world tree, but this pink flower easily reached over 1 kilometer in size. And a man was standing on the edge of the world tree where the flower was attached onto. The clone who had run away using teleportation. But the clone was making quite a troubled expression. Entrance is not allowed. The living area that was only allowed to kings, was covered with tens of thousands of petals as if it wasn't going to let anyone enter. Though it looked beautiful from a point of view, it was a construct made from a huge amount of energy. If somebody who isn't granted access touches it, then they will ignite on fire and then burn away. There were only 2 people who could freely enter this place. King. And the administrator who had collected the 5 keys and had the qualifications to ask for the throne. Even the 5 great tiger generals could not enter this place without the king allowing them so. And the clone was confident because of this. Since his body was made of the original cell who was the king. But for him to not be able to enter. If he hadn't stopped because he felt ominous in the middle, then he would have burned off in an instant. Damn it. What happened? He had believed that memories were useless, but when a situation like this happened he could only regret the blank memories. There was only one way now. I have to collect all the keys. The 3 relics that guy had. He had to kill that guy in order to collect them all. And he needed power to do that. A power that wasn't consisting of tricks but rather strong enough to crush that guy whole in an instant. Teleportation is going to be a bit hard right now. There was too much strain on the body since it had teleported without the leaves and only through his power. But he did not have the time to wait for the cooldown. Go to Ouroboros. The clone started to quickly run down the world tree. And the clone thought on the way down. Though he had no memories, but reality showed him. His race was not here. The original body had clearly failed. The failed original does not have the qualifications anymore. I shall receive that name now. The clone then thought of the original owner of his body and memories. The person who had been called the last king of Elvenheim in this world. No, there was no need to use that name anymore. A name from much before then. The name before he had crossed over with his race's hopes and had been born in Elvenheim during the time when his race was going extinct due to a great disaster. Now. I am Tekelin. Tekelin started to go down even quicker after completing his thoughts. In order to gain the power of Ouroboros, the giant snake that would have coiled around the pillar. Chapter 79, Racial War, 2. What is floating around like this? Camille Rowe, who had been walking around the seaside, made a fatigued expression. The shore in the distance was already in chaos. Hey. Don't rush in. We aren't lacking nutritional fluids anymore. The roots grew a bit more. Let's go to the wreckage. There was chaos everywhere. Maybe it was because the calamity fish had died, but the world tree was growing at a pace that was visible to the eye and somehow the nutritional fluids were more abundant. If the roots grow at this pace, then we might really be able to save billions. But what's the point? You dumbass. You are the one who needs to survive. It had been days since she had searched around these roots after the calamity fish had died. But she could not find that Hansu guy no matter what. And even more since she had to dodge the clansmen of the 6 pillars. Damn it. I need to know whether you're alive or not. She had even used her precious wish card that she had been saving just to find that guy. Thank you for saving me. There isn't a reward for anything, but call me once when you really need me. I shall help you then. Oh, except killing the calamity fish. That's a bit too much even for me. At that moment a woman flew down from the air and then landed next to Camille. Quiet. A vibration that rang throughout the ground resonated. But Camille made an extremely welcoming expression, looked at the woman who landed, Sophia, and then asked. It took you a while. Did you find him? Sophia shook her head at those words. I searched all around here according to your wishes, but he's not here. He doesn't even get caught in my trade either. Camille clenched her teeth as she looked at Sophia. If Sophia can't find him, then I really can't find him. Trade. It gave information about the things one didn't know and also gave simple information as to what to do. A trait that really stood out in this world where information became strength and power. Sophia also made a fed-up expression as she spoke. This is a first for me too. Usually there's only 2 different scenarios where they don't show up when I want to find them. Camille clenched her teeth at those words. Since she knew about it somewhat. If Sophia thinks of something she wanted, then a location or a direction will show up. But there were only 2 cases where it won't come out. A location where it was too dangerous for Sophia. Or non-existence. Did he really? But sadly there wasn't any places in the red zone where Sophia's strength was not enough. Since Sophia was a strong person who was above the standards. Which means the likelihood of the second case was high. While Camille was making a worried expression, Sophia's eyes suddenly brightened up. Huh? The location comes up. Why does it suddenly come out? Sophia made a confused expression. Since she was able to find Hansu's location that Camille had asked for suddenly. Anyways, she would be able to find him now. Let's go. Who UK? Camille was shocked at Sophia, who had aggressively hugged her, but she couldn't even retaliate. And soon Sophia, who was holding onto Camille, aggressively launched off from the ground. Quiet. Soon Sophia, who was holding onto Camille, disappeared to the distant base route while giving off a loud noise. It's completely dead. Hansu stopped on the way down and then approached the devouring and vomiting root that had completely stopped working. Since it could not maintain its huge body once the divine stone fragment was extracted, Hansu went inside the body and then cut up a certain section. This is it. An organ the size of Hansu's head that was located deep within the core of the main body. This was the core memory drive organ that had all the genetic information of the beasts within it. Hansu quickly moved towards Michael after taking the memory drive organ. It was much easier to receive the help of the clan in order to find out information about the changes around the world tree. Since the influence of Lighthouse, one of the 6 great pillars, had reached every corner. It was just that 150 of them had fallen here, but there was around 10,000 and around 40 sub-clans. They would be able to find it out immediately no matter what the clan tried to do. Kyoong. Michael made a bitter expression as he looked at Hansu, who had fitted himself with a brand new armor. An armor that didn't seem simple at a single glance. Where does this guy keep picking up all these things? He started to understand why this guy had denied his offer around this point. The moment Hansu looked at that Michael and tried to explain his situation, a loud shockwave resonated from the world tree root above. Kukukuku. To the point where the noise made that far above resonated to them who were underground. The vibrations became bigger and bigger, then something penetrated the wall of the underground area and came down. Boom. Q. What is this? While Michael was frowning, something walked out from the dust. Whoa. Michael. It's been a while. It has been 6 months since we last saw each other, right? At those words Michael grinned at his teeth. Sophia. God damn it. Michael frowned. He had gained the intel before he had been swallowed up by the devil's mouth. That one of the 7 departed souls was roaming around this place. Why did it have to be that damned bitch? While Michael grinned at his teeth, Sophia put down the dizzy Camille and then looked around at her surroundings. Is that guy Hansu? She knew instantly. Since he was the only one here she had not seen before. The others were people she had collided with once or twice when she went up against Michael in the past. Sophia looked at Hansu and then opened her trait, the library. Let's see. -1 St year adventurer. Own skill, 1. Average rune amount, 39.4%. Though it didn't really show up in front of her like this, but it came down to this once she organized the things that came up in her head. It seemed almost like hacking, but his limits were clear as well. It wasn't that clear, but she could guess her opponent to a degree using her experiences so far. And Sophia frowned because of this. He killed the calamity fish with this. And it seemed like he had killed the main body of the devil's mouth as well. No way. The fact that he was very lacking was enough. A first year who only had 1 skill with runes less than 50%. Though it was amazing for a first year, but that was just relative in the end. If he was compared to the rest of the red zone, then he couldn't even reach the middle. How did he kill it with that level? And if he did kill it, what level would he reach once he filled up all his runes? I need to see the level of the artifact. Right as Sophia was about to check Hansu with more detail, Hansu looked at Sophia and spoke out. Try focusing on something else other than me. What? At that moment something came into Sophia's head. Sophia's expressions froze at the sudden strange feeling that had come into her head. This strong sensation that her trait was transmitting to her. Danger. And only really big danger at that. Something's coming down. From up. Sophia felt the slight vibrations along the world tree as she looked at the hole she had made on the way in high up in the world tree root. Kurururu. A humongous snake was coiled around the world tree. Ouroboros. The easiest calamity to confirm with the eyes, unlike the others. Actually, this guy didn't really directly hurt humans. There was only one thing it did. It drank the toxic water supplied to the world tree after biting around the pillar in the middle with its head that was larger than a small island. Of course the people below will starve since that thing would drain the toxic waters that was going to be turned into nutritional fluids by the world tree, but they stayed like that. Since they didn't want to even imagine the case where that thing would get pissed and come down. An existence that they were thankful for staying still. At the same time, that thing was one of the few methods for the people living at the roots to reach the branch safely. Since it was very hard even for adventurers of the red zone to climb up to the branch that reached over the clouds without getting tired. But they could reach their destinations with much more ease by stepping atop the body which coiled around the tree and had its tail around the ground. So a lot of people stepped on its body and headed towards the branch, but there was still a location they never got close to. Head. This thing will ruthlessly attack once they get near the head that was drinking the toxic waters. But there was a person who had reached the head. The clone, who had now found his name to be Tekilin, entered through one of the countless gaps between the scales. The Ouroboros was also growing a huge number of parasites within its body for defensive purposes, but they moved aside after looking at Tekilin. Kukukukuku. Tekilin, who had arrived inside the head, places his hand on the central nervous system as he quickly tapped into the Ouroboros using his power. Kyuyuyu. Though the Ouroboros was slightly guarded against the strange creature that had invaded its head, but it didn't act rashly. Since it was quite confused. The guy felt like his creator but was different from the creator in some ways. That difference was making the Ouroboros hesitate. At that moment a command flew into his head. This is for you. Close every hole in the body including the mouth. So that nobody can come in. The Ouroboros screamed out in dissatisfaction at those commands. Kurururu. It was eating. For the thing to disturb him eating when he didn't even seem like a complete creator. Then the creator-like creature who had seen the reaction of Ouroboros made a new command instead. Kairuruk. That wouldn't be a problem. The Ouroboros covered its whole body with its steel plate-like scales. Tekilin clicked his tongue as he saw the reaction of Ouroboros. Damn it. I set the instinct of wanting food too strong on this guy. It'll take a while. Tekelen slowly invaded it so he wouldn't irritate it. Since this thing could go crazy if he tried to get it under his command from the get-go. Quite a large amount of time was needed to him to fill up his greed for food. I don't have time. Tekelen clenched his teeth. He didn't know how much time had passed between his last and current memory. He wanted to go down with Ouroboros and crush them when he thought of his race who would have died and will continue to die while he bought time. Anyways, he didn't need to care about the people who had landed here unlike the Elvenheim who took a bit of effort. But Tekelen was breathing in and out alone. 2 weeks. I can control it after 2 weeks. I will take this guy and go down in 2 weeks. He wouldn't be able to come in and set up a trap since all the pores were closed, and if he were to get frustrated and then attack, then Ouroboros will smash him apart. There's no need to hurry. He was used to waiting. Since there were memories he had suppressed during the time he was born as the Elvenheim and until he finished all his preparations after becoming king. And because he had held onto it for a long time and prepared for it, he was able to attack the Elvenheims when they weren't suspecting and could go against the army of the 5 great tiger generals who rushed in to stop the crazy king and the calamities. Tekelen put his hands on the central nervous system of the Ouroboros, who was busy eating, as he gave the strongest order he could give. Though it was hard to make it stop eating and go down since it had a large liking for toxic waters, but everything else wasn't that hard. I guess I need to open it for a moment. Tekelen gave his orders as soon as he finished his decision. It's really high. One of the Hecate clansmen spoke out after seeing the scene that could be seen below her feet as she was climbing up the pillar on Ouroboros. The toxic sea that was spread far and wide endlessly. And the wide world tree mountain range that was on top of it. Though it had dried up, the sheer size of it covered over it and showing quite a spectacle. The woman, Kui, who had been climbing up with the man, Ben, who was applauding the scene, spoke as she laughed. Better artifacts come out if you go up a bit more from here. Be strong a bit longer. We need to gear ourselves anyway since we'll be going over to the next zone soon. Ben replied at these words. Like the 7 departed souls. Kui slightly frowned as she nodded. 7 departed souls. People who had filled up the requirements to go up and had grown strong to the point where they would threaten all of the 6 great pillars by themselves and had not gone up for some reason. If you average out of the years the 7 departed souls stayed within the red zone, and it was 11. People who had gotten stronger and stronger by staying in the red zone for almost around 11 years. Actually, there were some first years. People who had come to this world with Ares or Chaldean who had left behind a legend. Which meant that they had stayed in the red zone for 20 years alone. And because of this they were called departed souls. They would usually call those people seniles, but they were too afraid to. They aren't right in their heads. Kui blessed her thoughts as she spoke while smiling. Yet. Where do you think the 7 departed souls have gotten those rare artifacts from? Kahoo. They say we might be able to obtain the feather if we're lucky. Wow. Then there are more reasons to go up then. He didn't even want the top class artifacts that the 7 departed souls had. They would be able to equip themselves with gear a full tier up once they gained a single feather. Ben started to quickly walk upwards as if those words energized him. At that moment a strange sound was heard from somewhere. Kijadudududuk. Ben, who was quite sensitive enough to the point of working as a member of the search team of the Hecate clan, quickly looked around. The surface of the Ouroboros, which was covered with scales that were few meters long, was shaking up and down. Then something started to crawl out from between the scales. Ben was shocked once he saw this. Uaak. Parasites. The things the people, who entered Ouroboros without knowing the dangers through the scales, met first. Damn it. Run. Ben and Kui looked at the giant parasites that reached over 4 m in height as they started to madly run atop of Ouroboros. Billions of grasshopper-shaped parasites crawled out as they started to attack. Chapter 80, Racial War, 3. Kurururu. Michael clenched his teeth as he received the messages and carrier pigeons that were flowing in madly from all around. Is there a possibility that you killing that has some relationship with the reason why the parasites of Ouroboros have gone crazy? There was chaos going on the roots above. Since they said that a huge amount of parasites that could be clearly seen from below were crawling out of the body of Ouroboros and marching down. Billions of them when they weren't even weak. And there was only one reason why the Ouroboros who had been quiet for 20 years was like that. Hansu nodded at those words. I wondered where he went. It seems like he went to connect to Ouroboros. Actually the situation which worried him wasn't the parasites but rather him just bringing down the snake. Since then it will become so dangerous to the point where it wouldn't even be comparable to the parasites. But since he isn't doing so, it seems that it'll take some time. Anyways, I don't think I can do anything inside of it then. According to his original plan, he was going to feed poison to the Ouroboros and slowly grind it up from the inside. But there was no way the clone will sit and watch him rampaging inside it. Which meant that it was a full frontal battle. Time is important then. The longer it took for him to come down the better. There was no way for him to know when he will come down usually, but there was an amazing alternative method in front of him. There weren't many people with the trait library who hadn't gotten strong. Intelligence and information were the strongest weapon of all. Since there was a huge difference between knowing and not knowing the direction even for simple things. And the woman in front of him actually proved this. It's been a while. Sophia Varjara. Hansu laughed quietly in his mind. Sophia Varjara. One of the final 100 of the human race who had been running towards the crystal in the distant past. Of course she was quite close with him too. Well. We can talk things out later. He needed intel at this moment. Hansu spoke towards Sophia. How long do you think it'll take? Until that thing comes down. What? Michael freaked out at those words. There was no way that he asked about the parasites coming down. Since they could check with their own eyes. Which meant that something else was coming down and there was only one other existence that could trouble this guy. For the Ouroboros to come down when the parasites were dangerous enough. Sophia squinted her eyes as she looked at Hansu. How did he know? That I would know. Exactly a few days. It wasn't something like this. But the danger she felt on the skin was increasing, and if she calculated with this new sensation, then something big will happen in 14 days or 16 days at the latest. Since there was no way that the parasites will take 14 days to come down, so there's only one other way. The abnormal Ouroboros will be coming down. Oh God. Something big has happened. Sophia clenched her teeth. For something like this to happen when keeping the seal alone was busy enough. Hansu looked towards Sophia and then asked again. How long does it take? I need to know that in order to set up a plan properly. The one who was actually in chaos from Hansu's attitude was Camille. Since Sophia was also known for being extremely bad-tempered. But what? 2 weeks. But Sophia replied obediently, unlike Camille's expectations. She was too busy calculating what will happen once that thing came down. First contact the leader. Then. Her mind was too occupied for her to have the will to squabble with him. But the problem rose from a different location. The Ouroboros is coming down in only 2 weeks. Michael clenched his teeth. He then made his decision instantly. Escape. Michael then opened his mouth. We'll leave then. Since there won't be much time. Camille, who had been listening, shouted out in confusion. What are you saying? We'll all die if we don't fight. If something like that came down, then there won't be a hole to escape. What was he thinking? Michael gazed at Camille and then spoke out. If there wasn't an escape route, then probably. But that's not the case. Sophia also frowned at Michael's words. This was why she hated the clansmen. Since they grouped up by themselves and backed off during important moments. You crazy bastards. Are you all going to go over? Camille frowned at those words. Since she finally understood what Michael's words of not needing to fight meant. She had forgotten from shock. That there wasn't only the red zone in the other world. Damn it. The passage opened soon. Camille looked towards the trunk of the world tree. The Hecarim clan, one of the 6 pillars like the lighthouse. Jigma, the clan lord, looked at one of the giant trunks behind his main camp. The 6 pillars weren't something metaphorical. The giant trunk of the world tree split up into 6 thick paths when it got close to the surface. The 6 split up world tree stems dropped down horizontally until the land, split up into 12 roots and then continued to spread along the surface. And this was why they were 6 pillars and 12 base roots. Because of this, the 6 pillars was the best place to give out nutritional fluids to everyone within the clan. Since it was the start of where the world tree spread the nutritional fluid from. And only the strongest 6 clans could stay here because of this. Well. I don't know why they don't place it in a more comfortable location. But the food line not being severed was one of the most important factors. Jigma gazed contently at the giant trunk which fed the entire clan and then looked over at the lake in the distance behind the trunk. Lake. A huge lake that was between the 6 huge trunks. It wasn't made of toxic waters either. But then it also wasn't made of nutritional fluids. The people called this lake the... A man walked towards Jigma who was staring at the lake. What shall we do? Amilsteden, who acted as the spear of the Hecarim clan, calmly asked as he heard the madly rushing news from the outside. It had been 3 years since they had been here. But there was not a single time where something like this had happened. Billions of parasites, huh? It wasn't a number that made him think of a loss. The number was definitely threatening, but the path they could take to come down was limited to the body of Ouroboros, and the strength of the 6 pillars, 12 roots, and other clans was formidable as well. Which meant that if the 6 pillars, 12 roots, and higher clans were gathered, then it would be possible to withstand it despite receiving large amounts of damage. If we group up, that is. Jigma opened his mouth after finishing his thoughts. We've enjoyed as much as we needed, right? Amilsteden pondered for a moment and then nodded. 1 year where he had crazily struggled to survive after coming to this world. 1 year where he had madly ran to get stronger so he can go up. 6 months of finally finding some leisure and enjoying this, and that while watching others struggle. Though he had only rested for 6 months out of 3 years, he had no problem with this. Resting for 6 months was a long time. Jigma laughed as he spoke. They all prepared quite a few artifacts, right? In orange. Correct. Their runes were currently red. The runes that came out from the World Tree mountain ranges were only red. But sometimes an orange artifact that they couldn't even use dropped around the branches. The fairies are quite kind. Though they can't use it here, it will become much easier for them if they got a good artifact here for the next zone. Since a good weapon was the core of a strong battle power. Jigma listened to Amilsteden's report of being ready and then laughed coldly as he spoke. Then let's go over. Slowly. He had fun as much as he should have. He was pondering whether to go up, but for a big event like this to happen. Such an event was basically giving him the final push. Then Jigma looked over to the lake. They couldn't eat or drink it. There was only one use for the lake. A passage to get to the next zone. Get ready. The remaining ones. Well, they'll do well on their own. Yes. In order to get out before this place got run over by the parasites, they needed to hurry a little bit. Jigma remembered something while making the plan and then spoke. Oh yeah. I heard there was quite a special guy out of the newcomers this time around. At those words Jigma nodded to himself. That is right. There's quite a lot of fun guys out of the Koreans this time. Let's take him. We can just give him runes and raise him. Understood. Amilsteden heard Jigma's words and then started to send carrier pigeons and messages in all directions. Michael opened his mouth as he looked towards the 6 trunks. In 2 days the passage is going to open. Once the mirror opens, then there's no need for others of the pillars to fight. They will probably leave first. Sorry, but that's the case for us as well. Going through the mirror was very simple. Once a month, the surface of the lake turned like a mirror. They just needed to go through it then. If they have the qualifications, then they will disappear into it. If they don't, then they will walk out from the spot whence they walked in from. Of course most of their clansmen, who were high-level adventurers, had the qualifications. They had been pushing it back until it now, but then there's no reason to not leave anymore. There's no reason to get massacred in a fight where there's nothing to gain. Sophia grinned at her teeth at Michael's words. These bitches. Seriously. You guys are really heartless. Those who don't have the qualifications cannot leave. Of course all the other high-ranking adventurers including themselves will leave. But then what will happen to the countless other adventurers left behind? If strong people flooded out, then the ones remaining below will just get massacred. Michael snorted at Sophia's words. What, then you want us to get killed here as well? I don't know about the parasites, but what are you going to do when the Ouroboros comes down? You damned bitch. I don't know what you're thinking, but to us our clan is more important than everyone else in the world combined. Fighting with their life on the line for people they don't know about. Words were easy to speak. But could they actually do it? It was human nature to feel sad for their own family getting hurt more than a distant war. I can't give up. As Michael and Sophia's argument grew, the one who was feeling troubled was actually Camille. Camille looked towards Hansu after staring at the two for a while. He had killed 2 of the 4 calamities so far. Wouldn't he have a method of dealing with the Ouroboros as well? Do you perhaps have a method of killing the Ouroboros? Michael snorted at Camille's words. Hansu had killed the calamities by wrecking them from inside the body. But for some reason the Ouroboros sent out all the parasites which acted as the inner defensive system. What did this mean? This means that it won't let anyone come inside anymore. According to his clansman inspections, every hole in its body was being blocked by the scales on the body. This meant that they have to kill it in a full frontal battle, but a single swipe from that snake tail could smash apart the giant root they were standing on. Though it did not have any special abilities like the devouring and vomiting root, but the size, hardness, and mass of its body made it overwhelming. Killing that thing in a head-on battle did not make any sense. No, if nobody distracted the parasites to buy time, then fighting it was impossible in the first place. Hansu nodded at those words. It's a bit hard alone. Everyone made a surprised expression. That meant that he could kill it if they helped. Hansu started to quickly calculate things within his head. 2 weeks are a bit tight. A beast that was getting controlled by somebody who had evil intentions, and a beast that was faithful to its primitive instinct. There was no need to say which was more dangerous. It wasn't that they were going to wait 2 weeks and killing it after it comes down. They had to beat it before 2 weeks, before that thing was completely under control. It's too hard to do it alone. If he and the 7 departed souls combine their power and borrow the power of the artifact, it'd be doable to fight with the bastard drinking zealously the poison water. Not only Sophia, we call the 6 others as well. And while the 6 pillars and the other guys block the parasites, we climb to beat the Ouroboros. Other people wouldn't know, but there was a way of contact between the 7 departed souls. Done thinking, Hansu opened his mouth and explained his plan. And Michael, Sophia, and everybody else froze after hearing the plan. You want us to trust that kind of plan and not leave? If they miss the chance of 2 days later, they're trapped here for a whole month. If Hansu fails to kill the Ouroboros, after 2 weeks of calm they'll have no choice but to spend the remaining 2 weeks until the passage opens again with the Ouroboros raging around. *PR, edited the sentence heavily to make it clear. There was not much to say about the result as well. No. Even then, why would the other clans agree and help them? Damn it. What is he thinking? Is he mad? Michael clenched his teeth inwardly. But Sophia's expression froze because of another reason. Do you guys even know what we are doing? The people thought that those who were called the 7 departed souls were running around the branches for stronger or better artifacts. And they thought that this was the reason why they weren't seen from the eyes of those around the trunk or roots. But this was not correct. The reason why they were staying around in this place for such a long time was not because of such petty reasons. And because of this the 7 of them could not leave at the same time. Hansu quietly grasped onto Sophia's hands from those words. What? While Sophia was surprised, Hansu wrote something down on Sophia's hand. What are you? The thing that they were sealing. Sophia's expression froze from the word that no one should know other than the 7 of them, the word which Hansu had written down on her hand. Chapter 81, Racial War, 4. The calamities people knew about were 4 in total. 1 at the sea. 1 at the roots. 1 at the trunk. 1 at the branch. And a very special one. Hansu mumbled inwardly. The first-year adventurers who had searched far and wide in order to explore the new world 20 years ago had seen the 4 kinds of calamities but didn't worry much. Since these guys seemed busy eating up the world tree and didn't really seem interested in people. While they were searching all over the world tree while avoiding the 4 calamities, Keldian and his comrades found something extremely dangerous deep within the world tree. A creature that seemed like it was being sealed by somebody. And tens of thousands of marks of those who got massacred while trying to seal that creature. The 6 powers that were controlling the wide world tree mountain range heard the news and then quickly gathered to the location of the seal. And they realized that this thing was more dangerous than the calamities if it were to get released. But this guy looked like an incomplete creature, unlike the completed life forms such as the calamities. Like something somebody had failed while making it. And it was weaker than the calamities because of that, but unlike the calamities who weren't really interested in people, this thing was showing extreme reactions against living creatures. They hadn't included it in the calamities because it was an incomplete product, but then if this thing were to go on a rampage after getting out, then the people who came after them will just get killed without being able to do anything. No, they would get swept over too. Their family might come after them. They couldn't leave this behind and go up. But then they had no methods of killing it. Since being slightly weaker than the calamities meant that it was much stronger than humans. So they only had one option. They first put their powers around 6 trunks near the location of the seal in order to block random people from getting to the seal. Since if they, the strongest, were guarding it, then nobody would be able to get to the seal as well. At the same time they decided to keep it a secret from them as well. Since it would be dangerous for them to know about such a dangerous existence, and people who get blinded by the greed of reward will come out. And one of the 6 people who had gathered had remained behind in order to keep the seal. The man who had raised the giant power of Hecarim, one of the 6 pillars, without the ability of a lord and with only strength alone. Naming the creature had befallen to the one who had chosen to sacrifice himself for everyone else, and the man who had chosen to remain behind, Miyamoto, named the creature Akuma. He then realized that it was too much for him to maintain the constantly weakening seal, and then gathered people who had the potential to get strong and had the same thoughts as him as comrades. These were the 7 departed souls. The protectors who hadn't gone up and were protecting the seal for tens of years. I don't know why that guy had failed in creating this thing, but kill the Akuma first, then take these guys to kill the Ouroboros. But Sophia's expression didn't change while looking at that Hansu. What does this kid know? 4 calamities. They were indeed dangerous. And his confidence would probably be brimming since he had killed 2 of them. But if those things were natural disasters, then the thing they were sealing was like a nuclear weapon created with evil intentions. Not as strong as a natural disaster, but the fact that humans can't go up against it was the same, and it actually went against humans, unlike natural disasters. But even then, I still can't ignore him. She could not ignore a person who had killed 2 of the 4 great calamities and also knew the name of Akuma. She had to talk to the leader, Miyamoto. Sophia set the intention of communicating into her mind and then took out the next question. Okay, so we're set then, but what are you going to do about the other clansmen? Sophia threw something into the air as soon as she finished talking. The small ball that left Sophia's hands got bigger and bigger as it grew to the size of a man and then rose into the air. The round object which had risen to the air suddenly opened its eyes. Then it started to show the scenery of the 6 trunks above clearly in front of Sophia. Michael was shocked as he saw this. God's white of the eye. Such a high-level skill. A skill which allowed one to see whenever they wanted in the World Tree Continent as long as they fulfilled the requirements. The reason why the 7 departed souls were scary was because of that. They had collected and raised the mastery of skills and artifacts for almost 10 years. In conclusion, they had numerous artifacts that were hard for anyone to acquire one of and used high-level skills freely. And battle experience that exceeded others by a few times. There's no way they couldn't be strong. But Camille groaned from a different reason than Michael's. It's not even a mess. Sophia's skill was showing them the situation above clearly. A few of the 6 pillars were reacting in a hurry to the sudden wave of parasites. But on the other hand, the pillars that were located far away from the Ouroboros tail didn't really care for as to whether the clans in the front were fighting or not, as they took everything they needed and were taking their clan upwards. Though the 6 pillars who were fighting looked like heroes of justice, it wasn't really that. The pillars that were fighting were only doing so because they had gotten close. They still made sure to maintain their power as they fell backwards. Michael clicked his tongue as he saw this. That's the right decision. 2 days. It was long but at the same time very short. Everyone probably realized this. That it'll take about 2 weeks in order for the Ouroboros to come down. Though it won't be as good as the library Sophia had, there were plenty of traits that were similar. If they get those traits, experience, and combine it with the data handed down through the 6 pillars, then it wasn't that hard to realize that that thing will come down in 2 weeks. If the Ouroboros didn't come down, then there might be some clans who decide to fight. But since that thing's descent was decided, everyone chose to ran. With as much of their power maintained as possible. What are you going to do? Solve that first. If you show me that, then I'll believe you. If they couldn't even block the parasites charging over there, then they couldn't even progress after that. Hansu pondered for a moment at those words and then got up. God damn it. The other clans aren't coming? What about Hekarim? Damn it. Damage will increase if they get through. We have to block them here. No matter what. 2 of the 6 pillars, Helper Clan and the Triple Lights Union, were blocking the tide like parasites as they screamed out. Huong. The green-colored skill of one of the celestial generals from the Triple Lights Union exploded towards the parasites crawling down from above. Somebody who didn't know very well about these things would have been scared to their wits. To send attacks towards the Ouroboros above. What would they do if the Ouroboros got enraged? But the celestial general didn't even put that into his calculations. Fuck. If an attack like this worked on it, then I wouldn't even be scared. Boom. A circle which was of tens of meters in radius had turned into ashes and tens of parasites had turned into dust, but as he expected, the Ouroboros didn't react at all. Since the Ouroboros was too lazy to move just because its scales were a bit scratched. Though it had worked out as he planned, his expression wasn't that great. These damn things. They're too big. Since the bodies of the parasites were huge, there weren't many of them who fell in the range of a large area skill. And killing few tens of them didn't even dent their numbers. The space that had been emptied by the once dead had been quickly refilled by those who were constantly pushing down the road to hell upon the body of the Ouroboros. Bitch, Hekarim, pillars, you despicable bastards. For not a single one of you to show up. But the Celestial General knew as well. That there was no reason for them to shed blood and come help. The reason why the Triple Lights Union and the Helper Clan were fighting was not because they had a hidden mission or anything. Though something like that might have existed in the beginning of the 6 pillars, but in the near 20 years that the clans existed for, the clan members had been replaced over and over again. What has been left now were not ideals but rather reality. The reason why they were fighting here was because the damn tail of the Ouroboros that acted as the path for the charging parasites was located in between the Helper Clan and Triple Lights Union. Since their main base would get wrecked if they didn't block them. But their situation wasn't something they would curse over. We shall also guard for a bit and then maintain our formations as we get out. Though they didn't feel comfortable about the adventurers below, but they couldn't do anything. It was impossible for the adventurers below to raise their strength to the point where they can get through the mirror in 2 days anyways. It might be possible if all the clans focused on doing so, but no one had the leisure to do so. While they were grinding their teeth, a huge sound wave was heard in the distance. Though this wasn't the time for him to get distracted, the Celestial General had been in the other world too long to ignore an extremely strong existence that pervaded all their detection skills. Monumental air path. Who has a skill like this? And something like this meant that they had increased the mastery to the extremes. The Celestial General heard the sound wave coming from the base route and then looked over towards that direction. Sophia Vardra. The 7 departed souls were in an awkward situation with the 6 pillars. Their relationship wasn't good but wasn't that bad. Damn it. There's no way someone like her would help either. Even from the start it would be a piece of cake for someone like her to just go through the mirror when something like this happened. At that time something bulky started to form in Sophia's hands. Green, white and blue lights intertwined and then turned into a jade-colored dot. Then the jade-colored marble made a huge noise as it flew over the sky. Clink. The marble which had flown over the sky while drawing out a jade line on its path landed between the swarming parasites. Clang. Soon the surface started to freeze up along with the explosion. Crackle crackle. In an instant an area many times larger than the Celestial General's attack froze up and all the parasites within that area turned into frozen statues. Oh my god. The Celestial General saw that scene as his eyes fluttered. People spoke of the 7 departed souls, but there was never an occasion where they would actually see them, since they had heard that people like them played around up above. But what he had heard was the truth after seeing it himself. The Ouroboros that didn't even react to the previous attack trembled, which meant that they had gotten on its nerve quite a bit. It didn't even seem like she went all out. And she wasn't alone either. Who's that next to her? A face he had never seen before. Everyone's gazes, including the Celestial General's, turned to Sophia and Hansu next to her. Hansu then got lost in thought as he pondered while looking at the countless amounts of parasites crawling down from the giant tail of the Ouroboros in front of him. Is this decision the right one? If he went into action, then he can hold on to all the people from the 6 pillars in this spot. No, he can actually make them fight more desperately. And he will help with the relics of the arsenal. The damage from the parasites would not increase. But the parasites weren't the important part. Isn't there a method of killing the Ouroboros without doing all of this? It wasn't a sin to struggle to survive, and these guys trying to escape through the mirror had quite a normal reaction. But if he were to fail at killing the Ouroboros after all this, then he will be throwing all of the people from the 6 pillars, who could have escaped, into death. But Hansu made up his mind. There's no other way. Somebody had to fight against these parasites. It was arduous enough for him to focus on the Akuma and Ouroboros themselves. Light started to shine around Hansu, who was standing above the frozen scales of the Ouroboros. Ki-yi-yi-ying. The huge amount of energy from the fragment that was being controlled by the 3 relics started to gather on the tip of the Galadriel's relic in Hansu's hands. Soon the light from the Galadriel's relic turned into a huge golden hammer instead of a sword. Hansu then jumped down as he smashed the hammer down onto the center of the tail of the Ouroboros. Qua-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. A roar that shook the heavens and the earth resonated throughout the pillars and the lake and in all directions. At the thunder-like sound, Jigma, who was commanding his clansmen, quickly looked towards the location where the sound and the light came from. And then frowned. What is happening now? Kururururu. The tail of the Ouroboros, which didn't even react until now, started to react quite agitatedly. It then started to aggressively push in its tail in between the 6 pillars as if it was trying to find the rat that had disturbed its tail. Boom. Boom. A few more thundering sounds rang out. The tail kept on poking in between the pillars as if it was trying to find the one annoying it numerous times. The tail that was throwing off the tens of thousands of parasites on it laid down as if it got lazy since the thing that had agitated it stopped. The problem was that the spot the tail landed was the center of the lake, the mirror. God damn it. Jigma looked at the scene with disbelief. Chase until the end if you're going to chase. Why did it stop in such a place? Soon the parasites that had come down on the tail filled up the lake as they crawled out in all directions. Kairururuk. Though the depth of the lake was rather deep, it was just a normal lake other than the single day in which it acted as the mirror. It wasn't an obstacle to the 4M large parasites. The lake was extremely wide, but there were enough parasites to fill it up many times over. Jigma's expression turned extremely ugly at this scene. Now it would be impossible for them to get into the mirror without getting through that with all their strength. In what was this different from a war? And now all the people on the surface of the red zone would get massacred. Which crazy bastard? At that time a carrier pigeon flew in. Jigma, who had heard the message within the carrier pigeon, grinned at his teeth as he got up. I believe some talk is needed. Let's go. Jigma ordered Amilsteden and started to gather up a few people. Chapter 82, Akuma, 1. Jigma looked at his surroundings. There were a few familiar faces. Patriarch of Lighthouse, Michael, and Patriarch of Helper, Jishal, and other patriarchs of the 6 great clans. And their guards that they had fought with since the base roots. Though they had gathered from time to time if there were things to discuss, but this was the first time when all 6 had gathered like this. A very rare event if one took account of the patriarchs of the 12 roots who would arrive soon. But there was no time to chit-chat. Since the clansmen of the 6 clans were shedding blood while going against the parasites even at this moment. Jigma looked at Michael as he spoke. I heard that you crawled into the devil's mouth. Is that thing coming down you're doing? The thing which had been quiet for 20 years suddenly went on a rampage. There was only one thing that could affect that giant thing. Jigma grinned at his teeth at Michael, who didn't reply. I don't care if you kill the calamity fish and cook it up or make a salad out of the devouring and vomiting root, but you should at least do it so you don't bring us harm. You aren't going to share the things you gained with us anyway, right? At those words a few people who had been quite dissatisfied nodded their heads. The fact that he killed the calamities was amazing. But what of it? It might be different if they were going to stay here longer, but the red zone's peace did not matter to them who were going to go up soon. There wasn't anything bad but nothing really good about it either. If it ended at the Ouroboros coming down, then they wouldn't have really said anything. But to block their escape hole. Jigma, who had seen the 5-to-1 scenario, made a satisfied expression as he got to the main point. I won't stretch it out long. Bring that Kong Hansu guy. Since it wasn't just your clan's doing. Kong Hansu. The guy who had acted out without any fear and saying that he will kill the calamity fish. They scoffed at him at first. But they could not anymore. Since they knew that 2 of the 4 great calamities had been killed by that guy. But they didn't really feel like congratulating him. Kong Tiho, who held the responsibility as the union head of the Triple Lights Union, quietly listened and then spoke out. Bring that guy. If he had killed 2 of the 4 great calamities, then he should know something about this situation too. From the start they had never even considered the fact that Hansu killed the calamity fish with his battle strength. Since logic still existed. Sophia Varjare, who had gotten strong at an illogical pace with her trade, library, still took 3 years to get strong. Him getting that strong when it hasn't even been a month since the tutorial ended had not entered their brains. Which meant that the thing they needed was the intel and the method to solve the current situation. I'm going to go crazy. Kong Tiho sighed inwardly. For them to rely on one person in solving such an emergency situation. They were that desperate. There was no way for them to drive all of the things from the lake out with their current gear. Michael grinned at his teeth inwardly as he saw the other clan patriarchs glaring at him. That crazy bastard. For him to really do it. He wanted to block them, but there was no way for him to. How could they block one of the 7 departed souls with just 150 people? You crazy bastard. Then you will basically be turning not only the 6 pillars but the 12 roots into enemies. Are insane. Hansu answered quite simply. Will they think that I did it? I'm just a newcomer. Once logic and reality got too far apart from each other, people tended to think of logic more than reality. There weren't any words more suitable than newcomer to make them drop their guard. Especially more so if the person was in existence that defied all rules like the one in front of him. No one would have thought that this guy would have gotten this strong. I'm gonna go do my work now. We won't see each other for a bit. I'll give you some useful things before I leave. This should be enough. Michael, who had finished thinking about the conversation he had with Hansu, thought of the objects that guy had found after the battle. This is more than enough for the reward for killing the calamity. Michael finished his thoughts after bringing up the image of the millions of weapons that had poured out from the air. I don't know where he went. But I have thoughts of sharing the things I've obtained. What? The moment his words ended, the clansmen of Lighthouse who had received the orders held onto huge amounts of items as they slowly walked towards the pillars. Jigma squinted his eyes as he saw the clansmen of Lighthouse walking towards them from the distance. Quajajajak. Sophia and Hansu, who had gotten out in the small frame after they had smashed the tail of the Ouroboros, hadn't gotten as far away as Jigma and Michael had thought. They were headed towards the heart of the world tree that was located above the lake where the pillars sprouted from. Sophia Vergara, who had applied stealth, which was a side effect of mastering the monumental air path to the extreme, felt a cold sweat running down her back from the extreme amounts of mana that she could feel behind her. This is a newcomer. But being surprised is being surprised, and grasping the truth was grasping it. There was a need to dissect his battle strength objectively. Sophia looked over Hansu with her eyes at the same time she used the skill, Monumental Air Path. Though it's amazing. There's a limit to transferring this to his battle power. It was a huge amount of mana for sure. But there was a limit on how much of this mana Hansu could actually absorb. Since there was a difference between using it for himself and spreading it in all directions. Like how a power plant didn't use all the energy it generated. But he should still be stronger than myself. Sophia was angry, but she decided to recognize the things she needed to recognize. She hadn't fought him, but it had been long since he had gone past the line where she needed to fight him to realize it. Though it wasn't an infinite amount of mana, but an amount of mana that had exceeded the limit of a human with that much mana control. Though he had only a few gears on, every one of them looked depressing. He might really be able to get Akuma. But Sophia shook her head. This guy was quite amazing too, but Akuma was a thing that made one scared the moment one saw it. The judgment will be given by the leader, Miyamoto. The 6 huge pillars that towered up from the grounds got closer and closer to each other as they went further up and eventually combined into one. And there was a very small tunnel in the center of the location where the 6 pillars connected to each other. An entrance that was covered with various skills and artifacts. Hansu and Sophia went past that entrance and then followed the vertical tunnel in the center of the world tree as they climbed up. At that location, the other 6 people who had received Sophia's message were gathered. Miyamoto Junichi. Kyle Cooper. Baekjong Sang. Ark Mariang. Yoruba. Tina Charlize. And 7 including herself. Hansu looked over to the thing that was located in the center of the giant area behind the 7 people. Something that had been pierced with a giant spear and had been tied down with huge chains. Its body couldn't be seen because the chains had tightly and heavily tied him down, but the evil aura was spreading out through the chains. Hansu mumbled as he saw the thing that looked like an egg of something. Akuma. Weirdly, there wasn't a divine stone fragment within the hidden 5th calamity. The 5th divine stone fragment existed within the located in the top of the world tree as far as he knew. A structure where the energy of the fragment on the top of the world tree plummeted straight down onto this place. Basically it had a different mana wave than Hansu's mana wave. Maybe the reason why that thing's so vile is because it doesn't have a stable energy within its body like the other calamities. Hansu looked at the tens of thousands skeletons spread around the Akuma. 2 of the 5 great tiger generals who had came to kill the incomplete calamity and had gotten killed. Ikem and Koghan. And their relics, the chain scythe and spear. Though those 2 had failed, they had succeeded in sealing the incomplete calamity, Akuma. By using the energy of the divine stone fragment that plummeted down from the top of the world tree. Though it seems like that thing acts as the thing that protects that guy. In conclusion, they had turned the Akuma into a pause mode with the energy that would have gotten into the Akuma instead, but on the other hand the seal was acting as a protection towards that thing. If he were to pull out the chains in order to kill him, then the energy flowing into the chains will flow into Akuma and cause it to gain back its strength again. The 7 departed souls were managing that energy so as much of the energy as possible flowed into the chains and not into the Akuma. It seems it doesn't like intruders in the system. As another person, Hansu, came into the mana wave, the calm breath of the Akuma got slightly faster as the chains shook. Like a living creature becoming much more vicious. This might be one of the reasons why Keldian had decided to keep this place a secret. Miyamoto looked at Hansu and spoke with a happy expression. Oh. Is this the friend? The friend our youngest one has brought. Anyways. For you to want to kill the Akuma. Miyamoto laughed with a peaceful expression. 20 years since he had guarded this place. This new friend was a type that provoked one's curiosity in numerous ways. To know about the Akuma and even say he wanted to kill it. But there was something he could guess. Did one of my friends who had found the Akuma with me before leave behind a record somewhere? The owners of the 6 pillars who had found this place along with him. If one of them had left behind a record and this guy had found it, then it was something that he could believe. Shall we see? His will was good, but if his strength didn't support it, then it was just useless. He understood that this guy called Hansu was strong, but he had seen the Akuma for too long to get shocked by that. But Miyamoto could only be surprised once he saw the relics that were around Hansu. The 2 around the Akuma weren't the only ones. For there to be 3 more. The others were a bit confused, but Miyamoto, who had guarded the Akuma for longer than them, knew instantly when he saw it that the 3 relics around Hansu were the same type as the 2 on Akuma's body. Good. It seems I can strengthen the seal even more. Miyamoto smiled brightly. It was getting harder to suppress the Akuma, who was getting more and more vicious anyway. With those relics he will be able to suppress it with a stronger seal for a while. Things will become easier. Miyamoto spoke as he looked at Hansu. Let's tie down the seal on the Akuma with those for now. Then our movements will become easier, so we will be able to handle the parasites below. You can leave in between then. You haven't seen the Akuma, so you probably spoke like that. Look over there. Can you kill that thing? Miyamoto then pointed towards the egg that was giving off an aura that twisted one's body. There wasn't much to talk about Ouroboros, that incomplete creature was sending off such an aura. According to Miyamoto's logic, killing the Akuma and the Ouroboros was not possible. It might be different once the Ouroboros came down, but with this current situation they had to save the people who can go through the mirror before the Ouroboros came down and the Akuma got released. Hansu shook his head at those words. Since that guy was thinking the exact opposite of what he was planning. Why would he have smashed the tail of the Ouroboros onto the lake? Well, he might not know that I've done that yet. Since he had come up right after he hit the tail, this guy might not know it if he was focused on the Akuma seal. Hansu sighed quietly. The 7 worlds that started out from the red zone. And the 7 legacies left behind by the fallen races. Revive them all and use them to strengthen the human race. The first stage was the world tree. He had to kill the 5 calamities here, collect the divine stone fragments, complete the divine stone, revive the world tree and use the relic to control the world tree. It wasn't anyone's wrongdoing, but their views were different. Since he was looking at the bigger picture, the people who were living in the moment could not understand it. In order for them to understand, he needed to reveal the future story, but then the invasion would get faster. I wonder how many times something like this will happen. Hansu shook his head and then spoke. I shall decline. What? The seal needs to get destroyed. The relic isn't something to be used that way. Miyamoto's eyelids were slightly raised at Hansu's words. Chapter 83, Akuma, 2. Miyamoto breathed in and out from Hansu's words and spoke. You really speak of it easily. Do you even know how many of us would die while you kill the Akuma? Miyamoto replied coldly. They had all gathered here with some sense of justice. Since they knew how many people the job they had could save. But the problem changed once they had to put their lives on the line. I'm honestly scared. Miyamoto mumbled inwardly. He had felt 2 things inside of him during the time when he had ruled over the World Tree mountain ranges with Keldian, Ares and those who were his friends and enemies. First, he had lost fear. Secondly, he gained fear. These 2 contradictory feelings existed. He had lost fear. He had been able to crash through this world because he had a bit of talent, and he had gotten stronger as he ruled over the red zone. By the time he found the Akuma, he had a huge power following him, and because his strength was also great, he had the confidence that he wouldn't fall behind anyone. The time frame in which he had struggled to survive had passed, and the time in which he had struggled to get strong had also passed. Of course he lost fear when no human and beast could go up against him. At the same time he felt fear. This was just the first world. But things like the 4 calamities roamed around, and things like the Akuma were hidden. He couldn't even guess what could be in the next world through the coldly transparent lake. If he were to get to the next world, then he had to struggle again in order to survive and get stronger. But the others didn't seem to have any notion of fear as they started to walk towards the mirror. We're going to have to go through it anyway. It's better to go through it first. It's the basics that the one who goes first has the advantage. Since I have come to the other world, I will continue to charge forward. While the other people prepared to go through the mirror with different thoughts, he on the other hand endlessly pondered and pondered. He was scared of change to go over, but then nervousness and his pride from staying caused him to fall into pondering. At the moment he was thinking about this, the Akuma that had appeared. And the single sacrifice that was needed. Miyamoto swimmingly said that he will take that role. Though it looked like he had given up a chance for the greater cause, and the others had seen him that way, but at least on Miyamoto's situation, it was a very satisfactory choice. Since the Akuma had provided him a very good haven of mind. No one could threaten him in the red zone, since he had constantly gotten stronger for 20 years as long as he maintained the seal on the Akuma. A moment's choice had turned Miyamoto quite comfortable for the past 20 years. And the pillar, Hecarim, that he had raised praised him like a god every once a while he visited them. But the guy in front of him was trying to break that peace. Miyamoto started to ponder as he saw that Hansu. Damn it. I heard that he was a dumbass, but for him to be this much. If this guy released the seal for the Akuma and then failed to kill it, then it didn't just end at oh my. I couldn't kill it. I'll try again next time. Why would that guy let them tie him that easily? If Hansu couldn't kill the guy who was released, then that thing will cause a catastrophe. His life will be endangered too. It won't do. Miyamoto shook his head as he spoke. I can't agree with you. We cannot undo the seal. Do you know how many people you will be killing if you fail? Hansu didn't reply to Miyamoto's words as he started to raise his energy. Kiyiing. Soon Hansu's body started to get surrounded by a bright light. The 3 relics started to pull out the fragment's energy to the extremes. In a different manner than from before, beyond the limit that one can control with the relics. Kudududuk. The mana storm started to swirl in all directions. It started to get overloaded as it went beyond the limit Hansu could control. Miyamoto made a cold expression as he looked at that Hansu. So you're trying to solve it with strength, huh? I definitely cannot let you go then. Miyamoto and the other 6 raised the power in their bodies as they started to block the entrance heading towards the Akuma. At this time something unexpected happened. Kuduk. Huh? Miyamoto made a dumbfounded expression at the thing that had flown past him and onto Hansu. Something that was extremely familiar. The objects he had seen for 20 years. The chain scythe and the spear. The 2 relics that had been surrounding the Akuma flew towards Hansu when Hansu poured out an enormous amount of energy towards the other 3 relics as if they were magnets. As if they were made as a set from the start. God damn it. Miyamoto hurriedly looked behind him. Since the mana wave that were coursing around him like a storm had calmed down due to the two relics, but the vicious aura behind Miyamoto exploded out. The beastly life form that had a human's form, unlike the other calamities. Miyamoto looked at that Akuma and then shouted at Hansu. You crazy bastard. What are you doing? Do you think we'll work with you if you do this? Hansu then looked at Miyamoto with a befuddled expression and spoke. What are you talking about? You guys just watch. Don't interrupt. What? I'll kill the Akuma alone. I can kill it? Miyamoto had decided that it wasn't possible after seeing him use 3 relics. But since he had collected all 5 relics, he could go up against the Akuma without the help of the other 7 departed souls. Since he didn't need these guys for the Akuma in the first place. The problem was the Ouroboros after that. There's no time because of that goddamn clone. He didn't have any plans of persuading these guys according to his original plan. Since he was going to wait until his racial metamorphosis cooled down after killing up to the root. But as long as the clone was connected to the Ouroboros, he had to kill it. The Ouroboros is stronger than Akuma. Even if the Ouroboros was weakened by the poison, it was a complete creature unlike the Akuma. It had a divine stone fragment within it and employed all of its energy. If he wanted to beat the Ouroboros without the racial metamorphosis and only with the 5 relics, then he needed the help of these guys. But on the other hand, if he went over the current hurdle, then things will actually become easier. Let's think positive. He had obtained the 1,000 soldier armors and it was going to go on like this anyway. Since all of the calamities coming down one by one after him having decided to kill one was normal. They hadn't gone over each other's territory because they were cautious of each other. Even if the clone didn't come back, the Ouroboros would have come down anyway. Should I have killed the calamity fish a bit slower? With his abilities, he probably could have turned his runes into 100% with just 3 months. It would have been easier if he had hunted it afterwards. But Hansu shook his head. About 9 months between the time I came out of the tutorial and the next batch coming in. I have to finish it as quickly as possible if I can. The quicker I kill the calamity fish, the more the world tree's roots spread out to the tutorial area. Have in mind that the survival rate of the tutorial decreases by 5% for every month. Tisk. The total number of people who have already been dragged into the other world should be 2 billion. According to the alchemist's calculations, then the next year's estimated entrance number would be around 4.2 billion. If 5% of them died off in a month, then 200 million would die, and in 3 months almost 600 million would die. The invasion of the abyss is a problem too. Hansu warmed up his body as he spoke. Decide after you see me fighting. To whether I can kill the Ouroboros or not. Who would believe them if one just told them? If he was going to fight with them while entrusting his back to them, then forcing them into it is meaningless. I shall show it to them first, and if they still don't follow, then I'll use other methods. Huang. Hansu started to focus on the 5 relics. The 7 marbles of Akidrang's relic one by one fit in between the extremely long chain. Kurururu. The chain started to take form like an emoji asterisk and floated around Hansu's body. A mana storm like from before didn't rage out from the body of Hansu, who had a spear on his left hand and a sword on his right, but the amount of intimidation he let out was not even comparable to before. The golden energy, which used to rage like the wind and course through the air, got controlled to the extremes and solidified almost into a liquid form and surrounded Hansu. Hansu spoke towards the 7 behind him while controlling the relics. Oh. By the way. If you are thinking of helping out, then don't hesitate. Just jump in. You said you were going to fight it alone. What are you saying? It's better to crush it with numbers if you can. Hansu ended with those words as he charged forward. Jigma made a strange expression at the 5 different artifacts surrounding his body. Sword. 7 marbles. Bracelet. Iron chains. Spear. Jigma moved his eyes from the artifact and then looked at the battle in the distance. Boom. Pour it. Wahahaha. It's amazing. The clansmen, who were on the defensive before, were jumping here and there and pouring out skills as if they were happy from the new gears or had gotten some leisure. It was obvious. Since he would have done so too. Weapons and armors that can pour out strong mana reinforcements without worrying about mana. It was like being able to use ultimate skills without a limit, so how could it not be fun? A strong mana that was supplied along with their 5 new weapons. When these 2 things combined with the existing skills of the clansmen, the parasites, which seemed to be almost crushing the humans, were blocked by the defensive formation of the 6 clans and could not proceed. Of course it was hard for them to advance as well due to the endless amounts of parasites that came out, but they could at least prevent injuries at this rate. And because of this, Jigma, who had some leisure, turned his eyes towards a different location. Michael. That damned bastard. He hid the real good ones. He was quite shocked when Michael peacefully handed these out. Since these weapons were really strong. One could see just from the clansmen who were fighting in the distance. But the important part wasn't the weapon. Mana wave, huh? The quality of the 5 gears that seemed like relics was quite high. But they also had weapons like these. The important thing was the mana wave. The mana wave that turned these weapons into peerless treasures. Jigma looked at Amil because of this. Amil. Can you feel it? Yes. It's moving bit by bit. He could feel it, though it was very minute. This mana wave was coming off from one place as the center. I can't tell exactly where the center is, but I can at least recognize that it is moving. The flow of the mana, which was moving very subtly, was giving them information. And another thing. I don't know who has it, but if they can use it this delicately, then turning it on and off would be within their power too. And not only turning it on and off. They might be able to send a mana to some people and sever it from the others. There was no other reason why Michael had peacefully given them the weapons. What did it matter when their lives were in his hands? Even if he just cut off the mana supply to the other 5 pillars, it would already be a huge profit for Michael. You ordered the clans beneath the mountain and are collecting the adventures from all around, right? Amil stood and nodded at those words. Since it was war now. They needed more numbers in order to advance over their defenses. And because of this, the 6 pillars and the 12 roots were calling every single adventurers out there to this location. Usually it would be hard to move around because of beasts, but for some reason there weren't many beasts. Thanks to this, the numerous adventurers who had been split up all around were gathering to the 6 pillars with bellies full of nutritional fluids. There's a thing I need to do before they arrive. I need to find the origin of the mana. The most important thing Jigma had realized in the other world was that leaving the sword in the opponent's hand was a truly crazy act. Allies and enemies were only a thin paper apart, and a very small event can change it all. So, don't leave the sword in other people's hands. If the enemy was holding onto a sword, then at least he needed to have one too. And better if he was the only one holding the sword. Get 20 of the search team members, cover them with relics, and then send them off in all directions. Search the range limit of the mana wave. We will find its origin that way. The relics wouldn't work once they went past the range of the mana wave. If the mana spread out in a spherical shape, then they just needed to find the range limit and then find the center. King. While Amilstidon was sending a message, the mana wave that was surrounding them rocked back and forth like a wave. Amil and Jigma both frowned at this change. Since it got easier to find the center because of this change, but they also knew that the other clansmen would also react quickly. We should move quickly. Jigma, who had quickly guessed the location of the origin of the mana wave, frowned slightly as he started to send orders in all directions. Chapter 84, Akuma, 3. Boom. Boom. Shockwaves from the Akuma's and Hansu's clash resonated in all directions. To the point where that force went past where they were standing and even shook the pillars of the world tree very minutely. Sophia looked at Miyamoto and asked carefully while observing the scene. Aren't you going to help? Though the others might see the 7 departed souls to be at the same level as each other, and though this was true, their leader Miyamoto was different. There was a clear difference between the other 6 and Miyamoto. And a much larger difference than people thought. Miyamoto gave a short reply at Sophia's words. Wait. That guy said he'll do it alone. Yes. Miyamoto looked at the battle between Hansu and the Akuma and squinted his eyes after silencing Sophia. He could probably kill the Akuma with that much. How does this make sense? That's a newcomer. It wasn't that he didn't understand how that guy had gotten so strong so fast. Though people thought that one needed time to get strong in the other world, this was only half correct. Time is needed in order to get strong in the other world. This was obvious. Since you needed time in order to collect strong artifacts, runes, and skills, and at the same time raise the mastery of those skills and nail down battle experience onto your body. And as long as somebody didn't provide these things to you, it would take an extreme amount of time for one to slowly raise their power step by step and get stronger. But on the other hand, this meant that getting strong would just take a moment once that person acquires all of this. Strong artifacts could be handed down. Skill runes were the same. Higher level skills showed more might than mastered lower level skills, even if their mastery was low. For his mindset, there's no need to polish it if they had already gone through the tutorial. Once one obtains the above things, then it wouldn't take long to get runes. They can receive that too. But battle experience was different. What the hell was he in real life? Like being able to see the difference in games despite the players using the same character, there is a huge difference in battle power with the same runes, skills, and artifacts. Turning the above things into diamonds or leaving them as ores were all upon the user's experience and talent. And this wasn't something that could be gained in just a few days, unlike the other things. But that guy over there was fighting much more proficiently than him, who had been living in the red zone for 20 years. As if he was squeezing out everything he had. If I hadn't stayed still and went up, then I would have already reached heights that he wouldn't even be able to fathom. A reproach which came from greed, jealousy, and himself, who had denied progression. He didn't have such thoughts until now, since there wasn't anybody stronger than him. Since he was the king of the red zone. If you excluded the calamities, then the 6 pillars and even the other 6 departed souls could not ignore his orders. Though he had been stationary for 20 years, he never had thoughts of himself being stationary. Since everyone else was below him. But seeing the newcomer in front of him fighting made him feel like his 20 years had been wasted. Damn it. This is annoying. Miyamoto clenched his teeth, but he stabilized his breath and then started to figure out the current situation. He needed to hide his emotions for the moment. He had to decide the next set of events from now on. Miyamoto, who had glanced at Hansu, who was pushing the Akuma back, started to calculate it quickly within his head. He needed to set up a goal first. The utmost important rule that he had followed until now. Calmness of the mind and safety of the body. Hansu's goal seemed simple. Kill the Akuma and then kill the Ouroboros with their help. The problem was that the set of events was going against his goal. Should I say I won't do it? Though there were parasites below, it would be extremely easy to get out once the Akuma was gone. But would that guy leave him alone? That guy was the guy who had charged in order to kill the calamity fish as soon as he came in. Though Miyamoto didn't know Hansu's goals, killing the Ouroboros would be a must. And that guy had appealed very strongly. That he needed their help. He will try to use whatever methods he has in order to take them to kill the Ouroboros. Damn it. I feel more anxious since I don't know what his trait is. The worst situation is him maybe, just maybe having a Lord trait. The Lord symbol from weaker ones could not control them, but if that guy had the Lord trait, then the story changes. Though he had heard that one of his traits were similar to that of Sophia's, but there was always a possibility of hidden cards. Since he also had 2 traits. If that guy charged at them, beat them down and then forced the Lord symbols onto them, then they would have to go fight with the calamities on the outside without being able to do anything. Do I really need to strike him in the back? Everything will become peaceful once that guy disappeared. Though it seemed like him leaving his sanctuary, the red zone, was inevitable, it was still much better than going and fighting the Ouroboros. But Miyamoto shook his head. It would be great if he was able to strike him in the back and kill him while he was fighting the Akuma. But what if he fails at killing him? And that guy were to successfully retreat? Then they would have to deal with the Akuma over there. I must think of a method. At that moment Miyamoto felt the strange mana flow that was searching nearby. There was no way for Miyamoto, who had experienced everything, to not know this feeling. Long distance side skill. It meant that somebody was looking around here. Who is it? Miyamoto squinted his eyes and then started to trace the skill. So you're telling me that the one who's creating all that noise over there is the newcomer? And the thing spinning around his body is the reason for the mono wave? Jigma, who had checked the scene of the center of the mono with Amilstead and skill, fell into silence but then sighed. I feel like I'll go crazy. What is he and what is the thing he's fighting with? He thought he had seen it wrong at the start, but it was reality. Two existences who were clashing and creating shockwaves that shook the trunk of the world tree. He finally figured out as to who had shoved the Ouroboros tail onto the lake. He had to now throw out the label of newcomer and only believe in the things he could see. He didn't know how, but that guy had gotten unbelievably strong. Can one become like that once they take the things which drop from the four great calamities? If I knew it was something like that, then I would have actually challenged it. Jigma laughed and spoke towards Amil as if he was trying to brighten up the mood. He would have never gone in even if he knew about it. But it was true that seeing the scene from the skill made him jealous. Cancel the entry for now. Those people could only watch from the inside since there were the 7 departed souls. If they were to get caught in that, then they'll become dust. And there was something that reassured him. So the one who had the sword wasn't Michael. As long as that guy wasn't the one with the sword, then there was no obligation for him to steal the source of the mono wave. Since he couldn't steal it anyway, and a guy that strong wouldn't threaten them with the mono wave. Which meant that it was time for him to focus on the next problem. His objective is clear. Killing the Ouroboros. Shoving the parasites onto them was probably a preparation for that also. So he could focus on the Ouroboros with all his power. The best scenario is just getting out. But that seemed a bit hard. Though it didn't seem like casualties would increase while going against the parasites, but keeping the formation and charging into the center of the lake in 2 days were two entirely different problems. Which meant that there were two results. Whether that guy will fail at killing the Ouroboros. Or succeed. Nothing will change if he succeeds. But they'll get massacred if he fails. Damn this situation. It's extremely unfavorable. Jigma grinned at his teeth. There was no way that the fact of his life being in the hands of one person could feel good. Even more so if the thing that guy wanted to do was extremely dangerous with a high failure rate. The best path has been decided already. Going through the lake while that guy blocked the parasites. Find his weakness. As long as he was human, then there will be an open spot somewhere. He wouldn't be invincible even if he was strong. And it wasn't that their request was hard also. For example, he wouldn't agree if they were to take a hostage and ask him to die for them. But taking a hostage and asking him to buy some time while they go through the mirror wouldn't be that hard for Hansu. Then he will probably give up and go through the mirror too. According to his thoughts, Hansu didn't have any ideas of staying in this world and throwing his life away. Once he decides that killing the Ouroboros is hard after they leave, then he will probably go into the orange zone through the mirror. Though the dangers of becoming enemies with him is created, he just needed to figure out a way to solve it then. Since this was better than sitting by idly and keeping their fate in that guy's hands. It seems like it'll be hard with just our strength. There was a need for somebody to distract Hansu while they planned things out. Damn it. Who would? While Jigma was making a frustrated expression, a carrier pigeon flew towards Jigma. This is Red Carrier Pigeon. A skill that was a level above the Blue Carrier Pigeon. Jigma slightly frowned at the familiar mono wave. Miyamoto. It's that senile old man. Why did he try to get treated like a king from time to time when he just created the clan? Of course he treated him so because it wasn't hard, but the fact that there was somebody above him in a clan where he should be at the top wasn't that pleasant to him. Since it felt like his blood was flowing the other way around every time his clansmen were caught choosing between his and Miyamoto's orders. But Jigma decided to suppress his emotions because of the message within it. Since it seemed like they would be able to get on the same boat this time. Find the weakness of that Kong Hansu guy. At least a precious companion he has. Let's have a look. Even without the present situation, that was something he needed to do. He needed to find that guy's weakness as soon as possible and figure out his open spots. If not that guy himself, then the people around him. Even if it's you, you should at least have someone you hold dear. Boom. Jigma started to send messages towards his clansmen after seeing the black devil whose body was getting smashed apart while fighting with Hansu. Hook. Hook. It seems like I should be able to reach there within a day. Sangjin mumbled while looking at the world tree trunk he could see in the distance. Sangjin, who had separated from Hansu, was traveling with Mihi and the people she was leading. Since it was faster to improve in a group than working alone. But during that time an emergency situation occurred in all of the World Tree Mountain range, and thanks to that they were being carried upwards with the guidance of the people from the 6 pillars. Huaop. Sangjin clenched his teeth after slashing his sword to cut apart Amakan charging at him. What is that guy thinking of? Sangjin thought of the time when he separated from Hansu. The things I'll be fighting from now won't be humans. So I won't need your help for a while. If something happens, and we aren't able to meet before leaving the tutorial, then still keep increasing your strength. I will contact you. If you have thoughts of being with me while roaming around the red zone, then you just need to give me a reply. He wasn't worried about Hansu. And his thoughts of wanting to be with Hansu didn't change. Actually the thing he was worried about was something else. Will that guy be at a level where he'll still need me? He didn't know why Hansu asked him to follow him rather than the others. 2 months since he had seen Hansu's face. He had also grown quite quickly. Since it seemed like he had quite a talent in this. But he heard rumors. That somebody had killed a calamity that no one could. And the fact that the person was a newcomer. It was obvious who it was. At least in Sangjin's perspective, there wasn't anyone else but Hansu who would do such a thing. Though he thought that he had grown quite quickly, the difference between him and Hansu could not be described with just words. Is there a way that I won't be a nuisance to you? Will the people who you find annoying be at the level where I can take care of them? Or do you have different thoughts? People who could annoy Hansu would be like hurricanes to him. Could he face those people? No answer appeared in Sangjin's mind. So Sangjin clenched his teeth even harder. Miyamoto quietly mumbled as he saw the Akuma, who was now a corpse. Seeing the corpse affirmed that it didn't have a human's form. It was the same form as the skeleton spread around in the distance. Was it an original inhabitant of this place? Anyways, he really killed it? Does that mean the calamities who have been chopped up by this guy's hands number 3 now? He's a real talent, huh? And he had to now go against someone like him. Calm down. Miyamoto gulped at the anxiousness that he could feel all over his body in a very long time. It was better to be close if he wanted to look for an opportunity. Miyamoto, who had joined with the other 6 in order to kill the Akuma together, looked at Hansu and spoke. We will help you. Since killing the Ouroboros is the way to save the most amount of people. Even though it's a bit dangerous. There's nothing we can do about that. Since the things we have done so far were also dangerous. Use my image to the fullest. Miyamoto mumbled inwardly. His image wasn't bad. No, it was actually very good. Since the friends who had erected the pillars with him had agreed. Hansu laughed inwardly while looking at that Miyamoto. Since he could think of the words of Ares. Mr. Miyamoto is, though I feel a little guilty for saying this, but a person who would do anything for their safety. Don't misunderstand. Since that's not a bad thing. It's just that he leans towards that direction in crucial moments. Though it seemed like he was trying to keep his image in check. Hansu laughed as he spoke. You chose well. Let's have a go at it together. How do I entangle him to make him work hard? It seems like I'll be busy. Hansu ended his words as he thought of the Ouroboros that should have its body tied around the trunk at the moment. Chapter 85, Ouroboros, 1. Sanjin saw some clansmen moving about busily in the distance while going up. What is that? Sanjin tapped Mihi standing next to him. What is it? I'll go look around for a bit. Sanjin then pointed towards the clansmen roaming around in the distance. Emoji symbols that were on the backs. A symbol which symbolized the Hecarim that had the strength which wasn't even comparable to theirs. But those people were moving around as if they were searching for something. I need to grasp suspicious movements. The weak always had to know the actions and whereabouts of the strong. Mihi looked at Sanjin with a worried expression at those words. You're going alone. Sanjin nodded. Humans are more dangerous than beasts. Even if he were to get caught, he had to prevent Mihi from getting involved. Moving alone was easier too. Sanjin left the worrying Mihi, made some distance, and then activated his skill. A skill which he had obtained in the beginning of the red zone. A skill which caught the vibration in the air and the ground from the opponent's conversation and turned them back into voices. Its strong point was that it could spy on conversations quite a distance away and that it wouldn't be caught by others since it didn't use mana to check over the people. Sanjin configured all his skills like this in the first place. I won't be able to do anything if I try to do everything half-heartedly. Skills for going against humans and going against beasts were completely different. One needed to focus on a few selective skills in order to raise their mastery. I shouldn't get caught. With this, Sanjin, who was located quite a distance away, hid as much presence as possible and started to listen in on the conversation. Damn it. I heard that there were people who knew that guy out of the newcomers. That guy didn't know much. Well, we just need to look for Koreans, so let's search around a bit more. Sanjin's expression froze. Why are they looking for us? He didn't know what Hansu was thinking of, but he knew what he was trying to do. Since the thing he had done was so surprising that the messages went back and forth and spread out extremely fast. He had killed 2 of the 4 great calamities. He will try to kill the next one. Sanjin raised his head and then looked at the pillars in the distance. A huge snake that struck fear into one just from its sheer size. Sanjin's mentality became chaotic as soon as he saw the snake. Hansu was busily running around in order to kill such a thing. But he was afraid of a few clansmen to the point where he was just cautiously eavesdropping on them. The gap has been increased too much. But Sanjin shook his head. He probably has a plan. Why would he have accepted me if he wasn't going to take me along? Sanjin set his mind straight and then analyzed the current situation. Hansu tried to kill the Ouroboros. At the same time the 6 pillars were looking for people who were related to Hansu. This doesn't feel good. If this was something Hansu had asked the 6 pillars to do, then they wouldn't search around like that. Hansu would have told them the name and their characteristics and told them to bring them. Which meant that those guys were searching for them without Hansu's knowledge. Damn it. They don't have good intentions. Sanjin cautiously turned his body and headed towards the direction that was away from them. He then quickly ran towards Mihi. But Sanjin frowned after returning. Oh really? So you guys are well acquainted with Kong Hansu. Yuahaha. Amazing, you're friends with that famous guy. God damn it. It seems they found out after a few words. Sanjin frowned as he saw Hecarim's clansmen surrounding Mihi and people. They didn't have a lot of people as if they came out with patrolling as the objective, so they could probably win if he joined in, but that was a crazy act. Since one of the 6 pillars wouldn't stand by idly and let them attack. We aren't going to all get dragged along at this rate, right? They might take them all if they were going to use them as Hansu's weakness. While Sanjin was looking at the scene with anxiousness, the clansmen of Hecarim shrugged their shoulders as they spoke. Well then, hurry and go up. The battle is fierce up there. To the point where we need to borrow your strength. MMM. Sanjin and the others squinted their eyes as they saw the Hecarim clansmen laughing and moving and waving their hands. The clansmen chuckled at the people gazing at them and then spoke. What are you doing? Go up quickly. Do you think we need to keep protecting you while you go up? Just don't go astray and follow this path. It's really urgent. Understood. The Hecarim clansman disappeared with those words and Sanjin squinted his eyes. What is he thinking? Reports that they found them. They don't know how close they are to Hansu, but reports say that they are indeed people who had completed the first stage of the tutorial with him. I've sent them to the designated location as you said. We shall continue to track them from afar. Jigma nodded and laughed as he saw the message which had flown towards him. We found them right on time. The lake will open in one day. He didn't know who was significant to Hansu, but he would gather everyone who had seen him and gather them all into one location. But Jigma wasn't going to interrogate them or not. Since the most important thing hasn't been confirmed yet. As to whether the hostages were meaningful in any way. He needed to know this. since he might just piss him off if the hostages were useless in a decisive moment, so this was necessary. And because of this he needed to poke him around before using him. Check by seeing if Hansu will help them in times of danger or need. It's a bit too risky for me to do it personally. It would be a problem if the hostages didn't have an effect, but also a problem if it did. Since he would be pissing off Hansu before the lake opened. There's no way Miyamoto will help either. He would probably be wanting Jigma to do that for him. But why did he need to do it himself? Thankfully he knew the perfect candidates for such things. The newcomers who had been forcibly recruited just a while ago. Unlike the upper-level clansmen who were well known already, these guys wouldn't be a problem since they were caught in secret. There are a lot of talented people in that tutorial group. Though Hansu is like that too. There were people who shone brighter than others in that group. Like that Wang Young guy who was coming up with the clan unions. Jigma applauded after seeing his talent. Since that guy was amazing just by seeing his lord trait. But then what does that matter? There's nothing about a lord if their soldiers are weak. Exactly as he said. The reason why that guy was unlucky was that he had shown himself too much within the clan union. A white tiger will get stronger than anything else once it matures. But it will be hunted for the fur. It was suitable for them to hide their claws as a baby, but they had too much confidence in the fact that 10 clan lords had allied. Since they had tried too hard to clash with other newcomers on the end route in order to recruit strong people. And because of this they had been caught in the eyes of the Quadratus who had been searching around to recruit newcomers under their orders and eventually had been caught in their own eyes. If you aren't going to hide it, then grow to the point where no one else can catch up to you. Jigma, who had a bitter taste in his mouth from thoughts of Hansu, sent a message downwards. Get the newly recruited guys to create friction and attack those from the 4th and 5th route. Don't leave any evidence that newcomers and our clans are related. If Hansu reacts after they threaten, then the answer is simple. Throw the newly recruited guys away as used cards and take them into hostage once the chance arrives. Since Miyamoto told them that he will keep Hansu's eyes off. How could a guy who wanted to kill the Ouroboros protect a hostage by their side for the whole day? There are plenty of chances. Of course Hansu might not react at all after they threaten them. A situation which would be extremely infuriating to Jigma. Then, those guys will just have to act as stress relievers. This had to be done after him, who was one of the 6 pillars, went out and failed at selling a product. Since I've done up to this point, at least he should attract sightseers. Jigma sent a message towards Miyamoto after finishing his thoughts. Hansu looked at the 5 shining relics in front of him. Spear. Sword. Marbles. Chains. Bracelet. With this much, it's possible to almost control half of the energy a single divine stone fragment emits. If one took account of the fact that the divine stone kept the world tree alive and supplied hundreds of billions of Elvenheims, then even half of a fragment of a divine stone which had been split into 5s was still a formidable amount. And another thing. A small cross symbol which had appeared on Hansu's head as soon as he gathered all 5 relics. It was a sign of the which had the rights to the powers on the world tree along with the king. Hansu loosened up after receiving countless amounts of information that poured in through the world tree. Since the huge amounts of information that felt like they were splitting his head was too burdensome. Unlike an Elvenheim, there was a limit for him to use all the powers of an administrator as a human. And even more so if the world tree status wasn't normal. But this is still a great help. He had gained the power of an administrator and 5 relics. He had geared up quite a bit. But Ouroboros, who still had a divine stone fragment and could play around with its giant body, was still dangerous. Though he wanted to just smash its head or heart, and his original plan was approaching it from the inside and ripping out the divine stone fragment and destroying the heart, but the invasion from within was blocked off. Getting through its thoracic bones or its skull, which was hundreds of meters in thickness, and killing it like that was impossible. Plan around its weakness. Its weakness was its spine that was on its back. Unlike the intestines deep within, the spine on its back protruded out here and there. He needed to cut the nerves in between every spine, which was the size of a small hill, and seal its movements. The poison should be spreading throughout its body. The thing that was spreading throughout his body was a neurotoxin. Which meant that he just needed to blow up the heart and kill it off. I need to aim for when it drops its guard. There's a reason why it was always focused on drinking the toxic waters from the start. Why did it need to care about other things when it had no natural predator? And because of this it wouldn't react to most things. He needed to utilize the time when it wasn't on guard and cut off its nerves in a single sweep. The people who have the ability to get through the scales and cut off the thick nerves in an instant are only the 7 departed souls. The rest were not at the level where they can even get through the scale of the Ouroboros. Which meant that while the people below were distracting the parasites, him and the 7 departed souls had to attack together, cut off 8 nerves and then dodge the thrashing Ouroboros to cut off 4 more. Because of this the 7 departed souls had to do their part very well. Continue as soon as the injury from the battle with the Akuma heals. Anyways, they should be planning something out by now. Miyamoto's first goal was getting out of this place. Hansu, who had been looking at the 5 relics floating around him, looked at Miyamoto, who was suddenly approaching him with a strange expression. Are the preparations going well? What's the problem? Miyamoto laughed as he spoke. Why do I need a problem to come see you when we are going to be fighting together from now on? I just came to take a stroll for a bit. We should go outside for a bit and have a look at the Ouroboros. I know a location with a good scene. Hansu nodded at those words. Then let's. I also have something to tell you. The two of them then left the large area where the Akuma was. Chapter 86, Ouroboros, 2. Hansu made a surprised expression at Miyamoto, who was standing next to a tree. A lot of skills, and high mastery levels. He was quite formidable for rolling around the ground for 20 years. And it seemed like he was quite talented as well. If he had chosen to go up instead of staying here, then he would have gotten quite famous. Miyamoto looked at that Hansu and then spoke. Are you really going to fight with that thing? For what? The reward. Miyamoto then looked at the Ouroboros that was wrapped around the giant world tree's trunk. A phenomenal size. If one said that they weren't afraid after looking at that thing which seemed like it depicted a beast from a myth, then they would probably be lying. Hansu gazed at that Miyamoto and then spoke out. You can say it honestly. That you don't want to fight. Miyamoto's eyes danced about at Hansu's direct words. What is he thinking? Why did he suddenly say this to him? Miyamoto was shocked at the sudden words of Hansu, but he just shrugged his shoulders and spoke. What are you talking about? I said I'll fight with you. And when he was just about to add some extra words, a chaotic noise was heard from before. Miyamoto squinted his eyes as he looked at the origin of the sound. Though they were quite a distance away from the world tree, it wasn't hard for Hansu to know at his level. It started. Miyamoto looked at the fight in the distance and then spoke towards Hansu casually. It seems like a fight broke out. It could only be so when they tried to gather a large amount of people in such a short amount of time. Miyamoto looked at Hansu's reactions while he spoke. If there was a meaning to the hostages, then it would be simple. He just needed to take the hostages and cross the lake. Then Hansu wouldn't be able to do anything then. But if the hostages had no meaning, then it would become a little bit troublesome. Since he would then need to look for an opening while fighting with the Ouroboros. Of course the former was much more comfortable. Since the latter meant that he would need to fight with the Ouroboros. Let's see. Miyamoto looked at Hansu, who seemed to have gotten interested in the fight in the distance. Hansu compared the two sides. Though it was quite a distance away, it wasn't something that Hansu, whose ability was amplified by the relics and could utilize the powers of the world tree to a degree, could not see. After looking around for a bit, both sides had quite an amount of familiar faces. One side had Mihi and Sangjin. The other side was familiar because of a different reason. Dark Mad Lord. Hansu clicked his tongue. Since he knew what had happened. They revived him with the cross huh? But Hansu shook his head. Since that wasn't the important part. There are too many familiar faces. Everyone who he had known once upon a time had gathered. It didn't make any sense for all those guys to meet by a chance. And they were all in life-endangering situations. Some bastard collected them huh? It seems like they'll all die if I don't do anything. The attacking side was also attacking while throwing their lives on the line. It seems like they were going to take in hostages and make him take care of the parasites. They were trying in order to find his weakness, but there were too many people who could be suspects. It could be Miyamoto behind him, one of the 6 pillars, or even one of the 12 roots. People who had the ability to go through the mirror at this moment but could not because of himself. People who wanted to at least save their own body. Hansu sighed inwardly. It's quite a chaotic situation. He was the only person who wanted to kill the Ouroboros. The others were trying their best in order to find a hole they can escape through. They're probably doing so because they think that they can escape. It seemed like him having closed off the exit with the parasites didn't quite seem closed off to them. They were now coming out too directly. They think that that'll be that if they didn't get caught, but it wasn't like that in Hansu's situation. I do understand. The only people who lived were those at the purple zone. Since everyone weaker than that had been wiped off. So even if these people went up from here, they could only live for about 5 more years. But he understood their actions since they didn't know those facts. And they might still try to escape even if they knew. They might die right away in the fight against the Ouroboros and the parasites, but if they escape, then they might be able to live another 3 or 4 more years. About 1 billion people here would die off, but what did that matter in their perspective? But this is it. He hadn't entirely closed the mirror just in case he also failed. Since he wouldn't be able to open the dimensional door until he completely recovers the world tree. And he thought that would be enough, but apparently not for the others. They were constantly trying to grasp a hold of his ankles. There's nothing I can do since you and I think differently. If those guys and Miyamoto actually do succeed in escaping, then even he wouldn't be able to kill the Ouroboros. They could only clash since their goals were different. Hansu started to organize the 5 relics around his body. Keying. The monocode within the relics started to move onto Hansu. The cross which symbolized the administrator on Hansu's forehead started to shine. Hansu then put his hand on the world tree and then spoke to Miyamoto. Miyamoto. Could you send a message? To the others. What? There won't be a solution if we don't kill other things other than the Ouroboros at this time. What are you trying to do? Miyamoto spoke with uneasiness while looking at the cross symbol shining on Hansu's forehead. Hansu smiled as he heard Miyamoto's answer and spoke. Just because. I feel as if there's a need for us to become closer. Hansu finished his thoughts and then sent an order down the world tree. The monocode which flared down the world tree reached a very deep location beneath the lake. The location where the mono which turned the lake into the dimensional portal once a month gathered. And soon the mono within that place shattered as it dispersed. Now that mirror wouldn't be able to turn into the mirror. Not until the world tree was completely recovered. But this isn't enough. Why would they believe him if he just said that the door was closed? There was a need for the people to realize it a bit more clearly. The current situation, that is. Hansu sent down an extra order. And soon a change occurred. They fight well. He had thought that these guys would get swept off in an instant, but they were holding on quite well. Jigma made an amused expression as he looked at the newcomers fighting valiantly in the distance. Watching a fight was always interesting, but the best thing out of those was watching newbies fighting each other. These fights seemed rather cute after the battle he had seen between Hansu and the strange demonic thing. There's a few that stand out even there. Shall I try to rope them in if they survive? Jigma checked out a few people. It didn't matter what they had. They could just give things to them. The important part was how much of the thing they had could they push out to the limit and use. That was talent. There probably isn't anyone like Hansu, but there's nothing bad about roping them in. There wasn't a need for all of them to die. Since the important thing was checking to see if Hansu reacted in times of danger. Kukukukuku. What is it? Jigma, who had been looking at Miyamoto and Hansu's reactions up above, frowned at the sudden vibration. Is the Ouroboros moving? That was the only possibility for a vibration of this level. Jigma quickly looked at the middle of the lake where the tail of the Ouroboros was stuck onto. He then doubted his senses that he had never done before until now. Since a scene that definitely could not happen was happening. Chuyuruk. The volume of the lake was viciously decreasing. The bottom of the lake, which was filled with parasites, cracked apart as the waters that filled up the lake drained out. The parasites were shocked at the ground suddenly getting cracked and were dodging here and there. There was only one thing that came up in his head. What just happened? Many thoughts clashed with each other in Jigma's head. Why did this suddenly happen? Could we still get out even if the lake dried out? The tunnel might open in a different way. But the worst situation slowly started to get drawn up in Jigma's head. And a red carrier pigeon flew towards that Jigma. Miyamoto's carrier pigeon. The red carrier pigeon, which was usually laid back as if it was depicting Miyamoto's psyche, rushed towards them. No, it didn't only come to Jigma. The red carrier pigeons were flying towards the other 5 pillars and 12 roots in the distance as well. He would have applauded Miyamoto's ability to control the red carrier pigeon, which was harder to handle than the blue ones, but the message within the carrier pigeon filled his head with rage instantly. This crazy bastard. They're coming. Hansu saw the enraged clansman flying towards him from afar and moved his head. And below Hansu's feet, Miyamoto was holding onto his stomach and gasping for air. Gah! What have you done? A monkey would have known as well. As for why the lake below had dried out, they realized another thing at the same time. That all the safe escape routes had disappeared now. Miyamoto's sanity froze up at that moment. He didn't worry that much despite the exit being closed up with the parasites. Others might not be able to get out, but he thought that he would at least be able to get out. But the story changed if this happened. He really needed to fight with this life on the line. Miyamoto, whose fort which he had guarded for 20 years had fallen down, couldn't maintain his mask anymore and then charged towards Hansu. And this was the result. Well, he probably thought that there wasn't a need to maintain it anymore too. Hansu mumbled as he looked at Miyamoto. If he didn't have the relics, then he wouldn't be able to beat Miyamoto. Nirmaha's ring, demonic dragon's reinforcement and 1,000 army soldiers were amazing artifacts, but there was a limit to closing the 20-year gap with those things. The problem was that he had the relics. While Hansu was looking at Miyamoto, who had charged at him and had gotten beaten up, hundreds of clansmen had flown into his location. Everyone were important people from the 6 pillars and the 12 roots. The clansmen who had rushed up with rage, flinched as they saw Miyamoto laid out on the ground. Since there wasn't anyone who didn't know the face of the 7 departed souls who had acted as the king in this place for 20 years. Miyamoto, who stumbled up, looked at Hansu and shouted. You crazy bastard. What are you thinking? You. Don't you know that you'll get stabbed in the back if you act like a tyrant? No matter how strong they were, it was better to make as least amount of enemies as they can. People who were pushed down under from strength will always look for opportunities. He didn't know what would happen from now on, no matter how strong he was, but for him to come out like this. Hansu made an amused expression as he spoke. You can calculate that after we finish. The important thing is that now you guys need me in order to live and go up from here. It's a win-win since I need you too, right? And I don't know who of the 18 friends it is, but you should stop the thing going on below. It's a nuisance. This was the Maginot Line star. It was better to use a different method if they continued to grab onto his ankles. Even if he were to organize the people in front of them. I should visit Sangjin. While Hansu was thinking of these things, Miyamoto grinned at his teeth inwardly. That relic. If only I can take those relics. Then that guy wouldn't even be his opponent. No, he might even be able to revive the dimensional door. Miyamoto stared at the 5 blindingly bright relics shining around Hansu's body. Chapter 87, Ouroboros, 3. Jabuk. It's been a while. Sangjin, who was treating his wounds because of the battle he had during the day, flinched at the sudden voice which came from behind. A voice which familiar and caused his mind to become chaotic recently. It's been a while. Hansu. Sangjin turned around and then spoke. He had heard the voice after a very long time, but a burdensome mind came up instead of a welcoming mind. He wasn't curious as to how he had gotten to this place. Since he probably came in with a method that he couldn't even fathom. The gap between him and Hansu had been increased that much. Have you been well? Sangjin shook his head at Hansu's words and then spoke. There's something I want to ask. Do you really need me? He knew that Hansu needed him. But it wasn't him that he needed, but rather somebody who fit his role. He could be replaced with anybody at any time. To stronger and more talented people. He could even take one of the 7 departed souls. Hansu shook his head at those words. Strength wasn't the important part. Since he could just give that to him. What he needed was somebody he could trust. I came here because of that. Sangjin squinted his eyes. Hansu looked at that Sangjin and spoke. It didn't matter if your mind changed up until this point and left. Since it's quite a burdensome job. There was a few things I've given you, but it can't even be compared to the thing you have done for me. I thank you for that. This person was somebody who would help Hansu's work. He had to be thankful. Since it wasn't easy to clean up somebody's behind in a world where it was hard to even take care of themselves no matter how much strength they gave them. Hansu continued to speak. But the things I will give you from now on are different. If you take these things and change your mind, then I will need to chase you down no matter where you go and retrieve these things. Retrieve. He didn't know whether if the things Hansu will give him were skills or artifacts. But by the way he talked, the method of retrieval was probably set already. This is the crossroad. I will respect your choice. Sangjin gulped while looking at Hansu's eyes that was turning heavier. A few people were climbing up the world tree that the Ouroboros coiled around. Exactly 8. Hansu and the 7 departed souls quickly headed towards the set location. Carefully, since the parasites might disturb them from cutting up the nerves if they find out. Thankfully those guys were distracted from the swarming food below, so they weren't paying much attention to them. Hansu touched the small earring on his ear and shook his head. He should have given it to me much earlier if he had something like this. An earring which had the skill that allowed one to send blue and red carrier pigeons saved within. It wasn't an object that was easy to acquire, but of course the 6 pillars would have something like this. They, who didn't give it to him before the mirror was closed off, handed over the earring to Hansu after their escape routes were blocked off. They're asking me to fight more fervently, huh? Hansu, who had concluded his thoughts of the 6 pillars below, spoke towards Miyamoto, who was climbing the world tree's wall next to him. Don't make such an expression. Hansu looked at Miyamoto next to him, who had an extremely dissatisfied expression as he spoke. Miyamoto's expression didn't change as he spoke. How could you say such things when you forcibly pushed me into a fight? As if he gave up on maintaining his mask, Miyamoto replied bluntly. Since he understood that he had to fight no matter what after this had happened. Damn it. I charged in without thinking. His true self could not hold on to his rage and had shown itself. No, he might have known already. The words Hansu had told him before. Asking if he didn't want to fight. He had exploded from Hansu's attitude, which told him that he knew something and having his escape route blocked off. Since the fact that he was playing around on his hand enraged him so much. But he didn't give up. Yet. Since this had happened already. He just wanted to open the dimensional door at the beginning, but this thought slowly changed. If he were to go up with that strength, then he will become a huge help in the upper zones. And because of this he needed the relics. And this battle with the Ouroboros might become that change. I should also take care of those things other than the relics before I go up. A secret that nobody knew except him. Oh, those guys are exempt. Miyamoto then thought of the conversation he had with the owners of the other pillars. I will remain here. But you guys help too. Since there would be treasures that would be incomparable to those of this place if you go up, right? If I get beaten here, then the red zone would get massacred by the Akuma. I plan on blocking it, but I won't be able to if I don't have the strength. Leave some things that would be of help that you guys have behind. I will raise others. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't block this place by himself. And Miyamoto hated this as well. He couldn't be stuck here forever. So he needed people who were useful enough to fit his role while he was gone. Those who could maintain the Akuma seal. And he also needed things to make those guys useful. Everyone including Ares nodded. They had seen newcomers coming in every year while roaming around the World Tree Mountain range. And seen the numbers steadily rising. They needed to faithfully maintain the Akuma seal for those people and their possible family who might come mixed in with those people. But they didn't just go over this. You are correct. But if you were to take this. And come up, right? So let's make a condition. The first patriarch of the Triple Lights Union, Pao Ren. His trade was. A promise would be made when both sides agree. Then both sides had to keep that promise. The penalties would differ depending on the level. If the levels were harsh, then the side which broke the promise might even lose their life. A trade which could only be used if one had absolute faith in their strength. If they were weaker than the enemy, then this trade would instead become poison. Damn it. If I break it, then I'll just die. He knew without even seeing it. A formless chain which tied down his heart. It might have been different in the past, but his heart will get crushed if he broke the promise now. The promise back then were two things. 1. Maintain the Akuma seal until a situation occurs where you cannot anymore without coming up. A welcoming noise on Miyamoto's terms. There was no reason to disagree. Since his current goal was peace and not growth. Though a situation which I can't handle anymore had occurred. Damn it. And second. You will not use the things we leave behind and give them to those who would maintain the seal with you. Why? This shouldn't matter if it was according to your words. Of course it didn't matter. Dumbass. That guy had probably set up such limitations in order to maintain the balance and to keep him from taking those things and becoming a king of the red zone and messing it up. Since the things that guy had left behind were that mighty. Why would they leave behind weak items when his job was protecting their family? But they didn't know that he had another trait. A trait which he had hidden from everyone. He could transfer memories, information, skills, traits, and battle experience as much as the user wanted to other people. To a maximum of 7 people. This was why the other 6 departed souls could use high-level skills that were hard to obtain freely. Since the other 6 could use them if he had them. It was many times more efficient even at a glance. And another thing that I never told anyone. A secret which he hadn't told the 6 departed souls. If the difference in levels is quite large, then he would be able to even control them. Where could someone eat a free meal in this world? The 6 departed souls received high-level battle abilities from Miyamoto's soul fragment, but he could somewhat control their bodies with the trait he had if he wanted. So they were called 7 departed souls as a bundle, but there was a clear difference between Miyamoto and the other 6. Since the other 6 were slaves if Miyamoto was the owner. Miyamoto brought in the people who seemed quite talented with the fragments of 7 souls and raised them with the skill runes or artifacts that Ares, Keldian, Pao Ren or Kangti had left behind. To the point where they can control the Akuma seal but couldn't resist his own control. If they get to the point where they can deny his control, then that alone will be a threat to them. Miyamoto, who followed the idea of safety first, could not stand having a single hint of threat. And another thing. The skills and artifacts that may become a threat to him that the owners of the pillars had left behind were all given to one person and hidden. To the person who had received the final fragment. I didn't break the promise. He didn't use them. And he had given them to the people who were helping him maintain the seal. Except he had just turned them to the point where they won't be a threat to him. At first he had thought that he could control them, so he tried to raise them with the soul fragment. If they steadily grew up, then they would have reached a level where they'll be able to deny his control. If he couldn't use it, then others couldn't use it as well. Miyamoto, who had organized his thoughts, looked at Hansu and bluntly spoke out. Let's start. Don't drag it out. I want to finish this damnable job as quick as possible. They needed to quickly start in order to quickly finish. There's no need for me to take the risk. In a bad case he would look for a chance even by calling the other departed souls and using them as suicide soldiers with this second trait. Since something like that was possible even if controlling them for a long time was hard. Hansu stared at that Miyamoto and then spoke out. Let's go out. Follow the plan. They would cut out the nerfs from 1st to 4th and from 9th to 12th. Then they would regroup between the 5th and the 8th vertebrae and prepare for battle. Even if they cut it, the area around the cut nerve would not freeze up. It would only become slow and weaker. But if one accounted for its huge body, then that was still threatening. Soon everyone dispersed as they started to fall towards the body of the Ouroboros at an extreme speed. Kukukukukuku. A bright beam of light rose up from the top of the Ouroboros in the distance. From 8 locations at the same time. Kyuyum. At the same time the world tree shook while making crushing noises. To be exact, it wasn't the world tree but the Ouroboros which coiled around the world tree tightened its bind. It probably just felt like being poked with a needle with its size, but getting poked by a needle would still hurt. It even pulled out its head that was drinking the toxic waters from the pain it had not felt in a really long time as it started to twist around its body. Damn it. Evacuate in between the world tree roots. Evacuate. Yuck. Parasites are falling down from the sky. As the Ouroboros shook his body, the parasites were falling from the sky like rain. They had made the area of battle smaller and lead the battle, but that was now impossible. No, they would just get shredded apart if they were to even get touched by the tail of the Ouroboros while maintain the formation. It was now individual fights. They had to now hide in between the roots and fight the parasites. Jigma grinned at his teeth as he saw this. Damn it. This is the start. He had thought of a way to escape no matter what until now, but that was now impossible. And he was enraged even more at that. At the current situation that was being shaken back and forth by a single person. And he had to pretend to feel happy and supportive of Hansu's actions. This is really frustrating. Jigma pondered for a moment. Hansu had told him to stop his work, so he had stopped. But he did that because he cared about these guys somewhat. I should go vent out my anger. All his surroundings had gotten chaotic from the parasites and the Ouroboros. Basically a cataclysm. Which means this was the perfect time to land a blow on him. It wasn't weird for a few people to die off in a chaotic situation like this. There's no reason for evidence to be left behind either. Let's see your expression after this all ends. Jigma laughed coldly as he started to send messages towards a location. Sangjin drooled as he arrived at the destination deep within the world tree. How did he find such a place like this? In this destination there were treasures that Hansu had spoken of. Rare artifacts and amazing skill runes that anybody could tell were rare from a single glance. And Sangjin slightly frowned at the female who had those things equipped on her. Who did such a thing? An unconscious female who had 3 limbs cut off and was barely being kept alive with a tube with nutritional fluids stuck in her mouth. Sangjin gulped at the sight of the female who had extremely fancy artifacts on her body and had numerous skill runes on her single arm left, which made her look even more pitiful. Chapter 88, Ouroboros, 4. Hansu started to pull out the energy from within his body atop of the giant scales. The scales beneath his feet were clashing around like waves as they smashed Hansu's ankles like blades. Damn it. Faster. Hansu, who had withstood the Ouroboros' attacks with the formless armor of the relic and the 1,000 soldiers' armor, clenched his teeth and then smashed down towards the scale beneath his feet with huge amounts of energy. Boom. The attack Hansu let out smashed apart the scales and then ruthlessly ripped apart the inner flesh. Cheek. The nerve which had appeared between its spines was the size of a large lake, but it could not handle the powerful energy Hansu was letting out. As the giant nerve started to burn up, it started to smash its body towards the world tree as if it was getting enraged. In order to smash the bugs on its body. Boom. As its body smashed onto the world tree, a force which felt like a meteor smashed onto its body. Q. The parasites on its body started to madly fall down onto the ground. The force which was smashing his whole body made him think of the already made decision. Should I have taken them instead? Hansu then thought of the things that Sangjin had probably eaten by now. The others didn't know, but Hansu knew that Miyamoto had the fragments of 7 souls as a trait. Since the trait's victim, Sophia Varjara, told him after she came up. He's a damnable guy. We didn't know anything about it and were always thankful to him. Sophia Varjara. One of the 7 departed souls. And the person who had found the last hidden person in despair. Sophia found Miyamoto's treasure vault and then figured out everything. She then killed the lady who mustered up a small amount of remaining strength to beg her to kill her, took everything, smashed apart the control of Miyamoto and climbed up. Gangti, who had heard this story, grinned at his teeth as he spoke. The ownership to that is ours. Once you return to the past, go retrieve it. Miyamoto, this bastard. We gave those things to him to use properly. He knew of the location of Miyamoto's treasure vault because of this. Objects that the strong people who had the ability to raise the 6 pillars left behind while asking him to protect their family. And objects that Miyamoto had considered the most dangerous and had hidden away separately. Of course their worth was amazing. Since it had risen Sophia, who was talented but late, all the way up into the final brigade. Objects that were hard to get even up above since they were growing ones. And one of them was very outstanding out of these items. God damn it. If I knew that was such a skill, then I wouldn't have given it. I thought a better one would come out up here. Kangti surprisingly obtained a solo numbering skill while roaming around the tutorial and the red zone. Hansu, who was thinking of that skill, looked in between the roots which had turned into chaos. Keel Ross, one of the clansmen of Hecarim, thought of the orders he had received. Kill the rest of the guys who had clashed between the 4th and 5th route from yesterday. Also kill off all the newcomers who have a connection to us that we used yesterday as well. The work itself was easy. Since 15 tracking teams had been sent out in order to kill off a few newcomers. But the environment was the problem. Damn it. What am I doing when keeping my own life is hard enough? Keel, who was searching for the targets on his own, frowned as he saw the parasites falling from the sky. This won't do. I should at least have some fun when I find them instead of just killing them off. Apparently the Asian girl called me he was famous for being pretty. If they were a newcomer, then the special toxicity of the other world shouldn't have seeped in yet either. It will be fun playing around with her. He found his target in the distance after running for a bit. He then showed a conspicuous color. Huh? Did no one really find them yet? This wasn't his area, so he thought that others had already found them and were enjoying them. But the girl called me he was still running around the battlefield with a small group of people in order to find a way to live. My luck is really good. Right as Keel laughed and was about to run over, he felt a chill run down his back. 4 years since he had entered the other world. Keel knew, even without having a skill, that if he ignored this feeling then he will lose his neck. Keel then froze his expression as he looked at the location where the aura came from and not at me. He then laughed. Gosh. Did my perception rust quite a bit? He knew that fool over there quite well. since that guy was part of his targets this time. Was he called Sangjin? The guy who had a ragged cape around his body was glaring at him with a cold expression. Keel, who had gotten so annoyed to the point where he didn't even want to open his mouth, pulled out a short sword, bit his pinky to let out some blood and then started to write a character out. He then threw it towards Sangjin. The blood on the dagger drew out a strange symbol in the air. The moment the strange dagger landed in front of Sangjin, a 2m wide black sphere appeared with Sangjin as the center. It then compressed everything into a small dot. Kushishishik. Keel made a satisfied expression at the area which had been destroyed. This is it? But Keel frowned. Since something had flown over through the dust. And Keel's alertness exploded as soon as he saw Sangjin. He could only do so. Everybody could only get cautious once they saw the artifacts strung around his body. And even more so if they wouldn't even get scratched by his. God damn it. Keel urgently poured out skills as he backed off, but he could not dodge it all as the tip of Sangjin's long sword cut him. Damn it. Where did this guy gain such artifacts? Anyways, I need to prepare for more attacks. While Keel got flustered and prepared himself for his next set of attacks, he looked at Sangjin who wasn't chasing him anymore and then made a confused expression. Why didn't he charge and attack him? So scrubs can only do so much, huh? Keel laughed coldly. He should have tried to get as much out of the surprise attack he had achieved, but it seems that he didn't from fear. Keel, who was landing while laughing, had his view tilting as he fell over. To be precise, not the view but himself was falling sideways. Keel, who had freaked out and then checked his body, made an expression of disbelief at this right leg which had rotted and was shriveling up. No way. It just barely scratched it. He then fell into despair at the purple mana reinforcement that was eating into his body. He then realized it. Why he had found the Mihi girl first. It wasn't that he had found her first. The people before him had met the same fate. Damn it. Kyle closed his eyes while looking at the sword flying towards his neck. To leave behind such a thing. Hansu mumbled as he thought of the skill Kangti had left behind. Actually, Miyamoto's rewards were a bit awkward for him. Since they didn't have much meaning to him who was using the relics. And the skills were very high quality but not quite good enough for him who could only fill up 7. But one thing, that thing was different. A solo numbering skill which allowed one to raise the people whom they had killed as specters during the night and use the skill during the day. The solo numbering was something that was determined after it had grown to the purple stage. So Kangti wouldn't have known how good of a skill it would be at the red zone level. No, he had actually gained other artifacts and skills so easily, so he felt that better skills than this would come out, so he had just left behind the worst of the useful ones he had. A skill which was created entirely from luck which couldn't be laughed at. This skill was something that even he could not ignore. But Hansu shook his head. This isn't something I will use. It wasn't suitable for him to use because of its burden to use against humans. No, in order to use this properly then they had to raise the people whom they had killed in large numbers. Since the true might of this strength was shown at night. If they could raise the dead during the day then the skills ranking would have went up even more. Anyways, they will be walking around and advertising that they were human killers. It'll be chaotic. And because of this, in the case he retrieved this he would need to give it to Enbyron who he was going to recruit as a punisher in the orange zone or to somebody else. Since the main goal of this place was the 5 calamities and since there was a higher chance of clashing with people up above. But he had gained a punisher that was not part of his plan and he was doing quite well, so it was better to use it now and raise him. If I raise him well starting from now then he'll be better than Enbyron. Anyways, I should do what I need to do. Keying. The powerful energy in Hansu's hand dug down into the nerve. Like a giant lake evaporating from powerful flames, the mana wave that came out of Hansu's hand melted down the nerves. Kudududug. It's done. As the first nerve that he had taken responsibility of melted down, Hansu quickly launched a red carrier pigeon that signaled him having completed his objective. Kudududug. One carrier pigeon after another started to flow up from kilometers ahead. Which meant that everyone had completed their objectives. Good. It was now way more dangerous. Since they had to cross over the body of the Ouroboros which was raving crazily and burn down the final 4 nerves. Boom. Hansu looked at the giant body which was thrashing around as he hit between the scales. A force which felt like being hit by a giant race of the abyss hit Hansu's body. It would have been dangerous if he hadn't hidden quickly. As I expected, the force is the greatest since it's the most dangerous place. If they hadn't burned down the 8 nerves at the same time then it would have been faster and more dangerous than this. A much slower but still extremely formidable strength and speed. Quickly, we must burn down the remaining 4. He wanted to dig into the inside but it would take a long time for him to get through the harder inner scale and the hundreds of meters of thick muscle. The world tree might even get destroyed by the thrashing Ouroboros. Never. Hansu clenched his teeth and then dodged the scales which stood up in order to chop him apart as he started to quickly run in between those things. Hook. Hook. Sophia, who had barely managed to burn down the nerve, clenched her teeth. She had been sent to the safest location because she was the youngest. If Hansu's location was the end of the whip, the fastest part, then the location she was at was the start of the whip, the slowest part. But her whole body still felt like it was getting smashed apart from the Ouroboros which was thrashing about. I need to borrow strength. Sophia used the soul fragment that Miyamoto had given her that she rarely used because of her pride. Keying. Suddenly 8 different protective skills surrounded her body. Sophia, who had checked her body which had gotten rather safe, thought of Hansu in the distance as she made a bittersweet expression. Damn it. I would have gotten stronger if I went up too. I shouldn't have gotten entangled with Miyamoto back then. The one thing Sophia counted as both her strong and weak point. She was extremely competitive. She directly accepted Miyamoto's offer at the single word that she was able to get stronger, but then as if the world was proving nothing was free, it became harder for her to go against Miyamoto, saying, going up? I cannot allow you to. You must take care of the Akuma here. She managed to live with the pride that there was nobody who became as strong as her in 3 years, but the newly appeared Hansu lit the fire in her mind again. I can get stronger. But Sophia shook her head and then threw away these thoughts. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. They needed to kill the Ouroboros quickly. Since she also wanted the least amount of people to die. She wasn't dumb to the point where she would lose sight of her goals after getting swept up by her competitiveness. Sophia clenched her teeth and then pushed the skills of the soul fragment Miyamoto had given her as she started to run. The fragment of the soul slowly started to take over Sophia's body. Chapter 89, Ouroboros, 5. Hansu frowned while looking at the thrashing Ouroboros. Uduk. Uduk. As it thrashed around, the outer shell layer of the world tree's pillar area was being broken off without stopping. Kyo. Hansu clenched his teeth as he saw the fragments dropping down like meteors. I need to plan things out quickly. Hansu stabilized his breath as he saw the 7 departed souls flying in from the distance. The plan of pairing up to take down 4 of the nerves wouldn't work anymore. Since the body's thrashing had gotten quite aggressive as well as the outer and inner scales were gathering up above the nerves like waves. The 8 of them needed to gather, block the blade-like scale waves from all around and at the same time combine their strength to burn down the nerve in one go and then continue to the next one. Boom. Hansu, who had thrown out a Keedrang's relic, the 7-star marbles, in all directions in order to create footholds for the 7 departed souls, started to crazily assault the scales charging towards them. And the 7 departed souls flew in at extreme speed around Hansu. Boom. Miyamoto, who had used a skill to deflect the blade-like scale waves, checked over Hansu who was crazily smashing down at the scales in the distance. Not only Hansu but the other departed souls were faithfully burning off the scales on the back of the Ouroboros and at the same time gnawing down on the nerves. Catch their body on the marbles if the thrashing of the Ouroboros got intense and then go back down to attack, repeat process. Miyamoto mumbled inwardly. He's amazing. They were throwing down attacks hundreds of meters apart from each other. They had no leisure to look after each other since they were already busy enough dodging the storm-like attacks of the Ouroboros. But that guy was constantly resupplying the marbles and relics and helping them fight. He was accomplishing a feat which was impossible without having the movements of all 7 departed souls who were hundreds of meters apart and the whip-like Ouroboros within his head and dissecting it. They had already destroyed 2 nerves and were in the process of destroying the 3rd. If they smash this down then only 1 will remain. Somebody else watching this might think that it's going well but Miyamoto's expression wasn't that good. Damn it. Miyamoto's plan was simple. While Hansu was busy fighting against the Ouroboros, use Sophia, who was the weakest and easiest member to control, to attack. It was easier to catch Hansu off guard since she had known him longer in comparison to the other departed souls. Make him unable to battle, take the relics and then run away after opening the dimensional portal. But Miyamoto's plan wasn't really working out very well. Why are there no open spots being created? He knew that Hansu had his guard up against him. And because of this Miyamoto was attacking the nerve from as far away as possible from Hansu. So Hansu would feel at ease. At a distance where Hansu wouldn't feel threatened even if he were to launch a sneak attack. It wasn't that hard since the nerve itself was so big. But Hansu was constantly checking on Sophia and the other 6 departed souls and moving around. An open spot wasn't being created despite him smashing apart the giant scales and utilizing a huge amount of energy. Miyamoto clenched his teeth. At this rate they'll be able to kill the Ouroboros and he'll lose the chance to obtain the relic. Of course somebody could ask something like this. But Miyamoto knew that the army of the 5th calamity, located at the top side of the pillar, existed. Which meant that this wasn't the end. That bastard would probably want to kill that thing too. And he felt a huge amount of greed towards those relics. A production of a small sun-like amount of mana. He would be able to act like a king in the next stage with those things. If there aren't chances. I just need to make them. He was strangely keeping an eye on Sophia more. He didn't know whether it was love, interest, or just curiosity. They hadn't seen each other long enough for such things to bud. Well. She is a bit pretty. It didn't matter which one of those above things it was. The important part was that he was keeping an eye on it. That was enough. And according to the intel Jigma gave him, he took care of people that he fought with. Miyamoto started to focus on the soul fragment. Sophia caught her breath on top of the floating marbles and looked at Hansu fighting in the distance. He's strangely paying more attention to me. His actions proved it even without words. She could tell just from the precise controls of the marbles he had given to her. That he was paying more attention to her. At first her pride plummeted because she had thought that he was doing this because she was weaker than the other 6 but after observing for a while it seems like that wasn't the case. Since the movements of the marbles told her that he had complete trust of her. It feels weird. Sophia, who had making a confused expression, shook off her thoughts and then started to focus. Since she could just ask things she was curious about after. Sway. Sophia, who was focusing in order to use her skill which she had the most pride in, was greatly shocked when suddenly her body refused to listen to her orders. A feeling of her whole body's controls getting taken over. She quickly looked at the other people just in case it was an attack from the Ouroboros but they didn't have anything wrong with them. God damn it. What is this? She tried her best in order to control herself but even her consciousness was fading as if it was making fun of that effort. At that time the giant body of the Ouroboros flew in like a giant's arm towards Sophia. God damn it. The marbles tried to get away with her body but it was fruitless. Since the marbles were at most a help to her movements. If Sophia didn't move herself then she wouldn't be able to get out of the attack range with just her body. I'm dying in such a vein. I wonder if there won't be pain. Sophia closed her eyes after mumbling in her almost disappeared conscious. And in the final sight of Sophia, somebody rushing towards her could be seen. This guy. To go this far. It'll be trouble if she dies. Hansu grinned at his teeth while rushing towards the falling Sophia in the distance. Then he started to ponder. Shall I clean it up? Killing the Ouroboros was now possible even without Miyamoto. And Miyamoto's hostility towards him was beyond his expectations. This lame bastard. You got rotten after 20 years of peace. He never expected that this guy would act like such a coward. A person who had been acting like a king of the red zone for 20 years. And the skills to match that. He had thought that Miyamoto would show a look befitting that, and in fact didn't gain much harm from fighting the Ouroboros, but for him to go this far. Hansu's expression turned cold. Clean it up. At this rate it was more of a disturbance than help. But he had to save Sophia first. Hansu stepped off the marbles at an extreme speed and then caught Sophia. He then hugged her and then raised his mana reinforcement to the limit. It's too late to dodge. And the giant body of the Ouroboros smashed into them like a whip. Boom. Kahook. Hansu clenched his teeth at the force which made his whole body feel like it was getting smashed. Hansu's body, which had been hit like a baseball being hit by a bat, started to rush towards the ground at an extreme speed. Boom. Ikidrang's marble rushed towards Hansu very quickly. Kikagijik. Hansu used those marbles to reduce his speed in air and tried to catch his balance in air. Since he will receive even more damage if he were to crash onto the ground like this. At that moment the unconscious Sophia opened her eyes in Hansu's embrace. And then laughed while looking at Hansu hugging him. With a completely different eye than before. Kiing. Sophia started up the again under Miyamoto's orders. Gullible bastard. It might be different from afar but if she were to attack from this distance then it'll end just like that. And even more so if he had been hit by the Ouroboros. But the moment Miyamoto tried to laugh with Sophia's face, a hand grasped Sophia's wrist. King. And because of this the jade-colored marble that was being made inside Sophia's hand disappeared before it could even activate. Miyamoto, who was controlling Sophia from the distance, spat out a sound unconsciously at the sudden unexpected event. UK. Miyamoto quickly tried to look at Hansu but the side of Sophia he was controlling started to quickly fade away. What? What just happened? Miyamoto made a flustered face after being disconnected. At the same time a chill ran down his back. No way. The reason why he had acted so drastically was in large part because he wasn't worried about getting caught. Since he could just blame it on Sophia. How would Hansu know that it was his doing? But the danger he felt run down his back told him. There was no way that a threatening feeling from the Ouroboros would come at this time. I've been caught. He didn't know how he found out or what the evidence was. But the important fact was that Hansu was now targeting him. Damn it. What do I do? What do I do? It felt like Hansu would come rushing up from below at any moment. He thought of controlling the other 5 departed souls and having a go at it but then he would need to get in danger. Miyamoto made his decision in a short moment. Run away. Then look for a chance from the distance. There's no way that this crazy guy will slash down the sinless 6 departed souls. He just needed to hide deep within the world tree and then wait until everything finishes. If he were to hide in this vast world tree mountain range then how would that guy find him? If that guy was planning to kill the Wasp Legion then he would be able to look for another chance with the departed souls. Damn it. This is miserable. But Miyamoto's theory was the same as always. The one surviving is the stronger one. Miyamoto pulled out his final card, the feather. Not a fragment but a whole leaf. He would be able to go anywhere with this. Crumple. Soon Miyamoto's body got covered with a bright light and started to disappear. Huh. Hansu swirled his tongue around at the guy who used the feather when he merely just broke the trade with Nirmaha's ring. Maybe it was because he valued safety over anything but his ability to sense danger was beyond everyone else. He was going to ignore it and look for a chance to clean up so he didn't show anything but that guy had decided to run as soon as things didn't work out according to his plan. You didn't spend 20 years in vain, huh? Hansu applauded Miyamoto as he ran away. The way he ran was amazing as well. An unstable world tree leaf, had a short teleportation range and the location was random also. But from the light surrounding his body, it seemed like he had quite an intact leaf. With that then he could probably run away to anywhere in the world tree mountain range. It seems like he was going to wait until the dimensional door opened in a safe place. But there was something that guy didn't know. That when you become the administrator of the world tree, it wasn't hard to find someone who had Miyamoto's level of power. Which meant if he wanted to hide then he had to get to a place that even Hansu had trouble getting to. I shall help you a bit. So your feather wouldn't go to waste. Hansu lightly laughed and then started to raise up the relic's mana code. Soon the cross on his forehead started to shine. At those words the world tree, which was the reason of the teleportation power, started to change the coordinates of the teleportation. And soon Miyamoto's body disappeared within the light. Huong. Miyamoto looked at his surroundings after coming out from the light. The place he had chosen to run away was the sanctuary he had created in the end of the world tree just in case of an unexpected event. But Miyamoto realized that something was wrong. A cold wind blew past his face. Only white clouds could be seen around him instead of the underground sanctuary. This is branch. Miyamoto spat out a puzzled sound after checking beneath his feet. An extremely thick branch of the world tree that felt like the ground. But the problem wasn't that. Bzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Rapid beatings of wings. And they weren't just coming from one location. A loud noise was coming out from all around the clouds around him. God damn it. The Wasp Legion. A place where not even a red zone adventurer who came to the branches for artifacts set their foot into. Miyamoto's expression got covered in fear. Quaaaaak. And soon a huge wing-beating sound started to resonate from around Miyamoto. I'll come to take the things you have later. Hansu coldly looked into the location in the sky and then jumped back into the Ouroboros. Since there weren't any more disturbances, he just needed to smash one more nerve. Anyways. Why is the clone controlling it like this? There's no way that this guy would stay quiet like this. Hansu stopped rushing in and gazed at the skull of the Ouroboros where the clone would be. Chapter 90, Wasp Legion, 1. One of the departed souls, Baek Jongsang, freaked out as the countless skills on his body stopped working. What? Did something happen? There was no way Miyamoto had died. Jongsang quickly looked towards Miyamoto who would be at the nerve in the distance. And then squinted his eyes. Not there? Did he really die? Look. Jongsang clenched his teeth and dodged the tail which rushed towards him while he was thinking about other things. It's harder without the skills. The skills they had were also amazing. But it was a system where all the core skills were owned and shared by Miyamoto. And once all those skills disappeared, the intensity of the battle suddenly multiplied by several fold. Damn it. We might die when the situation is like this. Zhongzhang clenched his teeth. Since the situation was so dangerous, even Miyamoto could die. Since the strongest person after Miyamoto, himself, had been struggling like this. But for a person who had been surviving for 20 years to disappear like this, something's amiss. The others didn't know, but Zhongzhang, who had been the longest with Miyamoto, knew about him a bit more. Miyamoto was a person who usually cared for his image but then would throw all of them as sacrifice in order to survive. Only such a dangerous situation didn't exist, and they were only on the same boat because he gave them strength, but he was definitely not a good ally to have. But for the person who was so focused on living to die this easily and quietly, this was important. Since if Miyamoto was killed by someone with evil intentions, then they won't be able to get exempt from it either. Since it couldn't be part of them, so there was only one suspect. Zhongzhang, who had been making a wondering expression, realized that this wasn't the time for that. Since it looked like he would die at this moment if they didn't finish off the Ouroboros. Let's focus. They just needed to burn one more nerve after this. It wasn't impossible even without Miyamoto. I'll find out. After. Zhongzhang madly rushed towards the Ouroboros after finishing his thoughts. Kududududu. Hansu pulled out the divine stone fragment from the heart of the Ouroboros. Boom. 3 fragments now. The clone ran away, huh? He ran towards the head as soon as he paralyzed the movements of the Ouroboros. Just in case the clone was there. But it had been a while since it had left. Did it go to the Wasp Legion? Wasp Legion. The last of the 4 great calamities. Unlike the other calamities who showed off a humongous body along with the inner defensive system, this thing had a queen and hundreds of thousands of soldier wasps protecting it. It was a meager number in comparison to the parasites, but each one's strength couldn't even be compared. Since even the Ouroboros couldn't climb up because it feared that swarm. They're quite befitting as the gateway. There weren't any tricks that would work against the Wasp Legion's queen. Since it would instantly get rid of things that would become a threat to the queen because of its cautiousness. This time it's really a face-to-face. He couldn't be bothered to fight hundreds of thousands of the wasp soldiers. He had to aim for the queen while others were busy fighting off the wasps and kill it off instantly. The battle power of the queen was the same as Akuma and maybe even beyond that. At least this guy didn't fall off. The thrashing Ouroboros just froze up while tightly coiling around the world tree as all its nerves were disconnected. Though he had sent in the neurotoxin in order to prevent this from the start, but he was scared that it would fall because the movements of it had been so vicious, but thankfully such a thing didn't happen. If this thing was left alone, then it will slowly get absorbed by the world tree and become the nutrients for it. Good. At that moment somebody walked towards Hansu. Baek Zhongzhang asked Hansu immediately as soon as he barely caught his breath. Anyways, what are you going to do now? Are you trying to kill the final one too? Zhongzhang then looked into the army above in the sky. The high branches couldn't be seen because they were covered by the clouds, but people around the level of departed souls and high levels within the 6 pillars knew as to what was hidden within the cloud. Since it wasn't just 1 or 2 who had been eaten after setting foot in there. The wasps nibbled up the branches and then brought it to the queen. The queen would then swallow those sturdy branches and give birth to a new wasp larvae. The larvae created like this would be transferred to a nearby world tree leaf nearby by a grown wasp. From that spot the larvae will receive the protection of the grown wasp as it nibbled upon the world tree leaf and grew up to become a new wasp. Of course the condensed area around the queen and the larvae was a prohibited zone, but there were always some people who were blinded by greed and ventured deep within. If they get caught by a wasp on the way in, then they would instantly become food for the larvae. These things didn't eat the leaves because they liked it. They just couldn't come down because the other calamities were down there. They were only so because they grew up from leaves, but if they absorb a human's traits then they would become a stronger wasp. That's even more dangerous. Zhongzhang mumbled quietly. Since the Ouroboros was scary, but that thing was even more so. Unlike the Ouroboros who waited for them while it sucked on the toxic waters, that thing was extremely direct in trying to multiply the swarm and was very offensive. Since it was more befitting to call them a race if the calamities until now could be called single organisms. But thankfully they didn't come down from the branches. Since they were the favorite snacks of the Ouroboros even though they were dangerous. If they fly up then the Ouroboros would just simply stretch its long body and chew them up. Wait. Zhongzhang thought up to that point and quickly looked into the sky. Then what would the Wasp Legion who hadn't come down until now do? Zhongzhang realized that his worry was a foreshadowing after watching the sky for a while. It's too quiet. Hansu laughed as he looked at that Zhongzhang. There's no way those guys would act that rashly when they need to protect the queen. From the queen's perspective it was good that her enemies had died off one by one, but on the other hand it could have been dangerous for it too. There was no way the Wasp Legion would act rashly when they needed to protect the queen in such a situation. I should still hurry the preparations. He didn't know what tricks the clone had up his sleeves, but he needed to do what he had to. When Hansu tried to quickly run down the world tree in order to organize the situation below, Zhongzhang opened up and spoke the question that's been stuck in his mouth after some pondering. Did Miyamoto die? What happened? They were too busy because they were trying to keep themselves alive, so they couldn't pay attention to Miyamoto in the distance, but Hansu had the whole battlefield within his sight. He would know exactly what had happened. Hansu shrugged his shoulders at those words. He went somewhere with the feather. It seems like he fell in danger while I was saving Sophia and wasn't paying attention, but don't worry. Since it looked like he ran away safely using the feather, he will probably rejoin us soon. Anyways, is the reason for all of you losing all your skills while fighting related to this? It's quite logical. Zhongzhang himself didn't know all the functions of the fragment of his soul which he had received. There was a possibility of the skills sharing being disconnected when a teleportation occurred or they got too far from each other. He might even send them a message with his life intact. And according to Sophia's words, Hansu had actually saved her from dying. Since there was no reason for him to save Sophia if he was going to clean them all up. There weren't any faults with Hansu's words, but the back of the head of Zhongzhang, who had been living in Red Zone for over 15 years, itched. Zhongzhang backed off after completing his thoughts. Okay, let's go down first. I need to talk to the other guys. Including the 6 pillars. Zhongsang looked at Hansu with a slight uncertainty and then followed behind him downwards. Tekelin made a bitter expression as he saw the giant body of the Ouroboros which could be seen from between the branches. He knew as soon as the poison-like foreign object came into the body of the Ouroboros that he would soon invade. But there wasn't anything he could do, since he hadn't gained the power of the king yet. It had already been a long time since Tekelin finished his pondering and came up. Instead of sticking by the thing he couldn't control, it was better to gain control of the thing that lived in the branches. It would be good if that guy died whilst fighting the Ouroboros and he could just finish him off if he didn't. And that work wasn't working out very well. Bzzzzzzzzz. Tekelin looked at the giant hornet-shaped queen in front of him. Larvae that would become wasp soldiers were constantly being created from the lower abdomen of the queen. Even more so than usual. Nothing is easy. It was very frustrating to have his ankles caught up in such a place when he didn't even know the status of his race. Tekelin thought of an event of the past while focusing on his work and sighing. The dried up trunk of the world tree. Skeletal branches. Destroyed roots. It wasn't like this when the Elvenheims existed and the world tree was normal. The branches and the leaves which covered the sky supplied all Elvenheims with teleportations. The fruit of the world tree which stimulated the growth hormone surprisingly shortened the 100 years of time it required an Elvenheim to reach adulthood to 5 years. The tree had sucked up the toxic waters and created the land for the Elvenheim to live and supplied the endless nutritional fluid to eat. The population which always stayed low due to the extremely long growth period and the low fertility rate even with the magical engineering technology exploded within the 100 years after the world tree was created. This is why I have to obtain this world tree. Then he needed to call his race to the side. If his race, which was close to extinction, wanted to return to the days of the past then the world tree was a necessity. Since the basis of the strength of a race was their numbers in the end. This is why he hadn't killed the world tree after he created the calamities. Since he had to revive it again. I need the relics you have. At the same time he needed to kill the other races beneath. There's only one race that can receive the protection of the world tree. Living together was impossible. Once a race started receiving the protection of the world tree then all other races will be treated as foreign objects and get thrown out into the void by the world tree. This is the reason why he had wiped off the Elvenheims. Since their race could not receive the protection if the Elvenheims existed. And it was the same for the ones below. Thinking about it, the thing I tried to completely suppress was greed. His goal was the relics. Which meant that he didn't really need to completely control the calamities. Since he just needed to kill that guy and get the race below extinct. And because of this Tekelin was not currently trying to suppress his greed of wanting to rule. Rather he was stimulating his greed even more and was focusing on fanning it. If the Ouroboros was an organism that focused on eating, this one was for breeding. The huge amounts of larvae that constantly popped out proved this. Good. In normal circumstances he would have never created this many larvae no matter how greedy he was. Since the world tree's leaves were way too scarce to feed all these larvae. But wasn't there an amazing source of food? Ouroboros. I need you to help me in a slightly different way now. The larvae followed the queen's orders and burrowed into the branches. And then got onto the exterior which supplied the nutritional fluid and started to swim somewhere. Kurururark. The harsh flow of the nutritional fluid rushed towards the larvae but it was still the larvae of a wasp soldier. There was nothing to say about its sturdiness and strength. But the larvae that were heading towards the pillar immediately stuck onto the walls of the exterior as a strange scent could be detected. The scent of a predator. But it was now a dead predator. It would now just be meat that would become nutrition for them. The larvae dug out of the exterior and then landed on the corpse of the giant snake coiled around the world tree. And the tens of thousands of larvae that had arrived started to devour the giant body of the Ouroboros. The larvae were thrilled. The genes of an extremely strong and vicious existence that couldn't even be compared to the soft leaves. The larvae prepared to become a new existence as they ate up the meat that was filled with those genes and the nutrition. Chapter 91, Wasp Legion, 2. Q. Jigma sighed in relief as he saw the movements of the Ouroboros stopping from below. Thank God. He succeeded. He didn't like that Hansu guy but then all of them would die if they couldn't kill that thing. It's a mess. The tracker teams aren't in contact as well. Did they get killed by the parasites? Jigma clicked his tongue. Since he couldn't prevent the chances of such things happening because it was such a mess. At that moment he could see people crawling up the world tree's trunk. There were a few individual adventurers but the clansmen of the other 5 pillars or the 12 roots could be seen as well. Are those guys trying to crawl into the body of the Ouroboros? The people who had been fighting all around were cautiously crawling into the body of the Ouroboros through the trunk. Since it wasn't that hard to crawl into the body of the dead Ouroboros. Jigma grinned at his teeth while looking at that scene. Oh yeah. Relics. Jigma looked at the 5 gears hanging around his body. Such objects had come out when they had only killed 2. There wasn't any guarantee that there won't be anything inside the Ouroboros. Hadn't they obtained the forgotten sword in the stomach of the calamity fish? I made a blunder. I should have moved before those guys went up first. No one knew what was inside it. Whoever took it first was the owner. There was nothing to lose even if nothing was there. Since it was a no risk. The parasites died out as the Ouroboros stopped moving and the Ouroboros was now just a huge decor. I have to move before the Wasp Legion moves out. The queen of the Wasp Legion would become frantic in order to increase its power and search around for food. Since there were more than a few people who had seen the people who had gone up to the branches and flying around after becoming one of the wasps. Why would such things miss such a food source like the Ouroboros? They haven't sent the larvae yet because they were checking out the situation but once they do then they'll send swarms of larvae. Then the insides of the Ouroboros will get filled up with those vicious things. I need to move quickly. Jigma hurriedly started to send his clansmen inside the Ouroboros. He managed the situation well. Hansu nodded after reading the carrier pigeon which had come from Sangjin. There were things that had happened to Sangjin so far until now inside it. He got much stronger. Though he's not at the level of a departed soul. With the role Sangjin has, his runes will increase extremely fast. The stronger the comrade the better. Hansu stopped walking due to a strange sensation while descending down upon the Ouroboros. A strange movement inside the Ouroboros. Wasp soldiers' larvae. Hansu frowned slightly. It's faster than I expected. He expected the clone to go to the Wasp Legion. But from the speed of how fast the larvae were spread, it seems like he had given up on the Ouroboros quite quickly. And with that many larvae, that guy would need to suppress his greed if he wanted to control it. If he tried to control the guy who was focused on breeding, then there was no way that many larvae would come out. Which meant that he had completely given up on controlling it. But Hansu still nodded. It's alright so far. Since the battle depended on whether he was able to cut off the queen's neck or not. Actually, it was better to go up and kill off the queen while those things, who couldn't come down due to the Ouroboros, were focused on the corpse of the Ouroboros and not humans. It's better to win with the least amount of casualties. But Hansu squinted his eyes at the people crawling into the body of the Ouroboros. Voices resonated throughout the giant corpse of the Ouroboros. Hey. Look closer. How would there not be any rewards when such a big thing like this died? Ugh. Hansu and the others would have taken them all. Those departed souls. Uncle shook his head as he looked at Ren, who was pushing him. He understood that guy's intentions, but logically speaking there won't be any useful things left behind. The 8 who had killed this thing would have shared it with each other. Ren shouted out abruptly. You bastard. There's going to be the artifacts of the ones whom this guy had swallowed. As well as the relics. Ugh. Uncle shook his head. Well. There's a possibility of that being true. Which was the reason why they were searching throughout the stomach of the Ouroboros. If those of large clans find this first, then there won't even be a drop left. While Uncle was about to proceed forward, a noise resonated from deep within the flesh of the Ouroboros. Kururark. Huh. Uncle put his ear up to the petrified flesh of the Ouroboros as soon as he heard a strange sound. He then frowned. Sagok sagok. A sound of something being gnawed. Uncle activated a skill. King. The vibration which went through the flesh turned into a shape and then created a virtual image inside Uncle's head. He then freaked out. Wasp. A larvae of a familiar form was gnawing upon the corpse of the Ouroboros. Damn it. Why are these guys here? Why were the things that were at the branch over here? Uncle focused everything onto the larvae over the flesh wall and then quickly shouted behind him. Ren. We have to get out. They needed to get out and spread this news. There was one Ouroboros, but there were hundreds of thousands of these things. Even if Hansu and the 7 departed souls fought in the front, there was no way for them to charge through. And eating a few humans made them much stronger than normal wasp soldiers. They couldn't even imagine what they would become once they grew by eating up the Ouroboros. Ren. Ren. Why aren't you responding? Icon's body froze as he turned around while shouting. Since Ren, who was proceeding in the front, was being eaten by something. Udududk. Kudududk. God damn it. Uncle spat out curses as he looked at Ren, who was having his neck pulled off. And around Uncle, something with the lower body of a snake and an upper body of a wasp soldier was approaching him. God damn it. Uncle's consciousness was cut off with that. And the wasps just quietly ate up that corpse. They hadn't completed their growth yet. As they ate the human corpse, their body, which still had room for change, started to slowly change while making noises. 2 human-like arms popped out from the upper part of the bee. At the same time there was a change at its head, which was a strange combination of a snake and bee. Kiik. The wasp soldier, which had absorbed the human body, started to ponder. The body of the predator it had eaten was amazing. But 2 were better than 1 and 3 were better than 2. Since a wide variety of collections gave them the possibility. Mixing the genes of their predator to theirs was amazing by itself, but when they added another it gave a much better result. The wasp soldier sent a message and asked the queen as to whether it should keep eating what it had, or leave the corpse and eat the living ones below for more possibilities. The queen then gave the order. We poked a wasp's hive. The people of the 6 pillars who were gathered all frowned. Reports were being made to them constantly that the ones who had been eating the corpse of the Ouroboros were now preparing to go down. Once they collect enough numbers, then they'll probably rush down. But there were things they wanted to say. Damn it. It doesn't make sense. It was too fast. Even if it was the Wasp Legion, it wouldn't try to increase its power this fast. Hansu shook his head while looking at these guys. These guys would see even more casualties now. It was a well-deserved punishment, but they couldn't just watch and take it. Hansu spoke as he looked at them. I need to kill off the queen before they increase their powers even more. Defend here with your lives on the line. Hansu then looked at the giant chain system set up between the roots. 6 pillars and the 6 entrances in between them. People were using the 5 relics to set up the chain system. Raise the 7 star marbles and then connect it with the chains. When millions of relics were used like that, a ginormous chain system which surrounded this area was created. Let's see. Hansu pulled out the energy of the divine fragment. Jijijijik. As a large amount of energy started to flow through, the relics and the chains made clanking noises and moved back and forth. Set up the formation and then fight from the inside with the relics. They can't hold on for long. He needed to kill the queen before they get run over. Zhongsang asked Hansu while looking at the formation they had created. How are you going to get up? That formation was quite useful, but they couldn't get near the queen at the top with this. The wasp soldiers on the way up can be dealt with, but the new wasps being created from within the Ouroboros will constantly pour out. At that time a cross shone on Hansu's head. At that time the pillars of the world tree that they were standing on made creaking noises as they started to twist. Kududuk. Udududuk. This is. The people were shocked as they saw the tunnel filled with light. Since they had never seen such a thing when they've been living in these pillars for years. Hansu mumbled as he looked at that tunnel. Go up by creating the vassal's tunnel. At this rate he would need to deal with countless newly evolved wasp soldiers if he were to go up climbing the world tree's trunk in order to get to the queen. And they would pour down like water even while he is fighting. That was too dangerous. But there was a tunnel which leads straight up to the top of the world tree. A tunnel which only the 5 great tiger generals who had the ability to ask for an audience with the king could use, a tunnel which leads straight to the which was the king's residency. If he uses this, then he can get to the queen, which was located close to the flower, quite quickly. If we go up using this tunnel, then we can get to the queen with the shortest route possible. The people's expressions brightened up as they heard this. The reason why the Wasp Legion was dangerous was partly because the queen was strong, but mainly because of the viciousness of the Wasp soldiers surrounding it. If they could get to the queen directly, then a huge amount of pressure will be lifted off. Then we will create an elite force and go up. Hansu shook his head at those words. 5. What? Only 5 people can go through this tunnel. This path was something only allowed to the 5 great tiger generals. Which meant that only the 5 who had the keys that symbolized those 5 could go up. There wasn't a need to distribute the keys, but it was a tunnel for 5 people from the start. God damn it. Zhongsang got flustered and then looked at the others. Of course the strongest 5 had to go. So if Hansu took a spot, it meant that only 4 of the remaining 6 departed souls could go. While Zhongsang's expression was turning worse, Hansu's expression wasn't very well off either. I didn't want to open it. If the situation wasn't dire, then he wouldn't have gone up through this tunnel. The vassal's tunnel was a tunnel which opened to get to the king. Of course the king will know it once it opened. Not the clone. The fallen king himself, who had succeeded in killing or exiling all the Elvenheims as well as completely drying up the world tree. The Elvenheims he had met at the abyss were all exiled, so they didn't know the events of the fallen king after they were exiled. He might have died or went somewhere else. Hansu needed to take into account the worst situation possible, so he didn't want to open the vassal's tunnel, but he did. The king's power was dimensions apart from that of the clone. And their memories were different, so it was impossible to calculate his actions, unlike for the clone which acted blindly. I won't even be able to do anything if he exists. He can't abandon the best solution because of unsure variables and take risks. But not having any risk was of course the best. Boom. At that time the world tree trembled slightly. Without Hansu doing anything. God damn it. Hansu turned around his side towards the top of the world tree and then clenched his teeth. The giant flower which had denied access to the clone. A man who had been lying inside the flower got up. The Elvenheim frowned as he got warned by the world tree that somebody was coming to him. Chapter 92, Wasp Legion, 3. Tekelin frowned slightly. He opened the path with the key. He had the cells of the king, but he could not block that path. Since that path was something created for the 5 great tiger generals in the first place. And I can't hide the queen who doesn't even listen to me. But that warning was enough. Tekelin put his hand upon the queen and relayed the message. That the people who were coming to kill it had opened a path towards it. The queen started rubbing the 8 pairs of wings on its back as that message pissed it off. It was pondering whether to run away or not. But then its thoughts stopped at the newly born, this time alone. The inner part of the world tree wasn't fit for other wasps to act. Since it was too small for them to fly. But it would be for those who had been born recently. The queen started to send messages towards the wasp soldiers who had grown up by eating the corpse of the Ouroboros. While Tekelin was watching the scene, he heard something calling him. Yuk. An extremely familiar voice. Tekelin freaked out as he heard the voice calling him. He wasn't dead. Tekelin was confused. Why did he not complete his plans if he wasn't dead? Yet. Let's first hear the story. Tekelin froze his expression and moved his body towards the flower where he had been denied access before. Kururuk. The flower, which didn't seem like it would let anyone through, melted down. As the giant energy walls disappeared, a beautiful palace came into view. The palace of the Elvenheims. The palace, which didn't emit a single noise, was extremely clean due to the petals that didn't even let a speck of dust through, but it was still very barren to Tekelin, who knew the palace of the olden days when it was filled with flowers and music. Well, that's not the important part. Tekelin went past the corridor and the giant pillars and then approached the throne where the other version of him was. A giant chair which had a giant spear leaned against it. Tekelin frowned as he looked at the existence that looked exactly the same as him sitting on the throne. An existence that was looking at him with an extremely tired expression. The original body spoke towards the clone. It seems like the devouring and vomiting root was extremely anxious. The original body had long understood the situation. Calamity fish, devouring and vomiting root, and even the Ouroboros. And that child has died too. He didn't know who, but it seemed amazing people had come into this world. Tekelin looked at the original body as if that guy was a traitor and spoke. Why did you stop the plan midway? Did you fail at connecting the dimensional portal? No, their plan was simple. First, get the world tree which protected the Elvenheims into a mess. Then kill off or exile all the Elvenheims to monopolize the power of the world tree. Borrow the yet to die world tree's power and create a dimensional portal towards their world. Call their dying race from the fallen world, get rid of the calamities while the world tree was still dying, revive the world tree and then make their race bloom again. It seemed like the Elvenheims were dead or exiled and the world tree was dying, but looked like it was still working. But then where did their race go and why were randoms roaming around the world tree? The original body made a depressed expression at those words. I opened the dimensional portal. You've seen it too? What? Tekelin freaked out. He did indeed see it. Since he was able to feel it while he was controlling the Ouroboros. Through it stopped working now, but there indeed was a dimensional portal way below the world tree. Was that connected to their world? Then why? The original body looked at Tekelin with a tired expression. That was another him. Him of the past when he had thoughts full of saving his race and was full of vigor. That was why that guy didn't know yet. Why he had failed. And to why he had given up everything and decided to sleep inside the flower instead. The answer was extremely simple. Our race cannot come over here. What? The goal he had achieved by killing countless Elvenheims who believed and followed him had failed. Since that dimensional door could only send people towards that location and not bring them to the side. Why? Why not? Tekelin muttered with a blank expression. Wouldn't he have looked into it? Logically, the dimensional door was capable of bidirectional travel. But why was it only one way? The original body mumbled while looking at himself of the past. The density of the energy changed. Originally, their world and this world should have the same energy density. But as to whatever happened, when he opened the dimensional door, the energy of their world that was on the other side had been raised a level. As if somebody had changed it to set the world up like a staircase. So those from this world could go over to that side. But the ones on the other side could not come over here. Even if they do, they'll die very quickly. Like a fish dying once it comes out of the water. Tekelen made a devastated expression after hearing the whole story. Then what happened? He had feelings too. He had met countless Elvenheims while he lived with them, he made friends and even family. He had thought of giving up countless times while creating the calamities in secret and continuing with the plan. And because of this he had taken almost a year after he had created all 4 calamities and finished his preparations in order to think and find a different method. To find out if there was a way for the 2 races to live in harmony. Despite knowing that his dying clan was suffering in the world across. While he was pondering and pondering, the child he had gained over at the side had died. At that moment the king, Tekelen, felt something snapping inside his head. He had tried madly in order to save his son. But something had gone wrong and the attempt of saving his son had instead just created a seed for another calamity. Tekelen then realized that it was time for him to make a decision. Either have all his plans exposed and return to nothing because of the existence that used to once be his son that was going crazy. Or to rush his plan that he had been pushing back in order to accomplish his goals. As if something was pushing him, the moment of choice had come to him. And after a long period of thought, he chose the second option. Since the moment his son died, he thought of the other son which he had left behind in the other world. God damn it. Goddammit. It was a plan which he had executed in such a desperate time. While wiping off the race he had spent hundreds of years with. Though it wasn't a complete extinction because there were many of them who had escaped out of this dimension, but it was basically the same as destroying an entire race. But to not have succeeded after that. The devastated Tekelen suddenly made a cold expression. He knew after hearing the words of the old Tekelen. The energy of the dimension changed as if somebody played around with it. And while the old Tekelen gave up and was sleeping, a strange race had taken residence below. Is there really no connection between these two? The young Tekelen glanced below the world tree and then muttered. I'm going to clean up everything below. You help me. You should understand me since you are me. I will try to open the dimensional portal again after sweeping up the guys below. He could do it. There was nothing on his mind that could stop him. Which meant that there was no reason to. Since he had nothing to lose even if his decision was wrong. No, he had to do this even if there was a 1% chance of his decision being correct. The old Tekelen made a bitter smile while looking at the young Tekelen. There was too much of a time difference even if they were the same person. He was exhausted. He didn't have the strength or the will to cause such a mass murder. And he had a feeling that it wouldn't work even if they did that. The race below had no connection to this problem. But he wouldn't listen. My young self. He was different from his old self who was exhausted and was about to die from loneliness. He was full of vigor, his love for his race was stronger, and he was also being affected from the loss of his son more. And because of this he could create a mass murder without any hesitation, even with just a slight possibility of saving his race. The past Tekelen knew how the old Tekelen felt because they were the same. He knew that there was no point of trying to stop him. I'm not going to help you. But I will respect your choice. Then the old Tekelen lifted up the giant spear next to the throne. King's 2 treasures. The 2 treasures that were required to keep the kingship. One was the armor that protected the king, 1,000 soldiers' armor. And another one. A spear of punishment that allowed the king to kill anybody who has gone against the king, whoever they were. Take it. Kududug. The young Tekelen, who had received the king's spear, looked down the world tree with a renewed resolution. The world tree was squirming as it was moving them upwards. As if it was rapidly teleporting them over short distances. And Hansu, who had been heading up, thought of the flower and the wasp legion at the end of the path. I can almost see the end. Kill the calamity fish, revive the roots and create land to live on. Kill the devouring and vomiting root, take the plant and then take back the toxic waters that will go into the world tree. Kill the Ouroboros to retake the pillar, which worked as the purifying pump. Kill the wasp legion in order to revive the world tree's branches and leaves that these things constantly gnawed upon. Kill the calamities that were eating up the world tree and create some room for the world tree to revive. At this stage take all the relics and divine stone fragments to the core within the flower above the world tree's pillar, branches, and leaves to return the divine stone fragments to their original location. Once he created some space for the world tree to revive and supply it with the divine stone, then the world tree will come back to life. Then he will be able to save most of the 3 billion people who would come after. No, he would be able to use the fruits of the world tree in order to multiply those numbers at an extreme speed. Create a new earth in this place. They didn't lack any food, could teleport anywhere and were supplied with plenty of energy. The population would be able to multiply at an astronomical pace. But that wasn't enough. He didn't come here in order to create a peaceful world. Use the relics to create the new king of the red zone. An almighty authority that would have the power to control everyone within their hands with the relics and all of the world tree's power with their basis, no matter if the people who would come after reach the numbers of 1 billion, 2, or even 3 billion. An existence that would be able to force those people into the battlefield and create them into soldiers without their consent. Then his first plan will be completed. The first stage, which was to create an end result of billions of soldiers. He will then be able to go up after leaving everything onto the king with ease. Who should I make the king? Hansu mumbled as he looked at the people next to him. He didn't bring Sangjin. Since the Punisher needed to look like they had no relations to him. The people he had brought were 4 of the 6. Baekjong Sang. Ark Mariang. Kyle Cooper. The 3 who had stayed here the longest after Miyamoto and were the strongest out of the 7 departed souls because of that. And Sofia Vergara. Sofia was the weakest since she was the youngest, but her trait was extremely formidable. And it's actually very helpful. Sofia was endlessly pointing left and right while shouting out. 3 from the left. 2 from the right. The mutated wasps were popping out in the Vassal's tunnel endlessly while they were heading up. God damn it. These guys are really strong. Zhongzhang shouted while grinding his teeth. They were so sneaky that they weren't even getting caught in their senses properly. If they didn't have Sophia's trait, then they would have gotten her from a sneak attack already. But we can go up if it's just this much. While they were making slightly comfortable expressions, Sophia's expression quickly turned solemn. Something was heading towards them from very far away, while pouring out a fierce aura in all directions as if it didn't have any thoughts of hiding it. Oh my god. What is this? Boom. Boom. Ba ba boom. An extremely thick and hard thing that was approaching them at extreme speed while breaking through the pillar of the world tree that had withstood the thrashing of the Ouroboros. And Hansu was standing at the end of that path. Damn it. Dodge. Boom. Even before she could finish her words, a giant golden spear, which came through into the vassal's tunnel, accurately smashed into Hansu. Hansu tried to dodge it, but the golden spear showed a turn which was impossible for its speed as it smashed into Hansu's chest like a homing missile. Kududuk. Kahook. Hansu, who had barely stopped the spear that tried to penetrate his chest, couldn't handle the force as he broke through the vassal's tunnel and flew outside along with the spear. Chapter 93, Wasp Legion, 4. Kukukukuku. Hansu clenched his teeth while looking at the spear that was constantly pushing him back. Despite him blocking it with all the power with his relics, the spear was constantly thrashing about in order to penetrate his heart. Damn it. Is this the forked lightning I heard about? He had heard about it? The ultimate spear which was created to crush down those who opposed the king. Like how the relics got their energy from the divine stone fragment, the forked lightning also received energy from the divine stone fragments and showed as much power as the god's punishment would within the area where the world tree's power reached out to. There were 2 remaining fragments. One in the heart of the Wasp Legion's queen. And one in the flower which had the palace within it. From the might of it, it seemed like it flew at him with the power of the divine stone from the flower. Did the king decide to help the clone? Or did the king himself set out? Many different thoughts replaced each other in the short moment while he was flung out from the vassal's tunnel. But a conclusion wasn't made. There's not enough information. Hansu clenched his teeth and then balanced himself in position. He had to now fight 2 things. The Wasp Legion and forked lightning. The Wasp soldiers were charging much more viciously. First, seal this spear. Hansu then grasped onto the spear that was trying to penetrate him, so that it wouldn't be able to get out. If the clone felt threatened, then it will retrieve the forked lightning and instead smash down upon the departed souls. That'll be troublesome. You, play with me. Kudududuk. Soon Hansu and the golden spear's strength battle begun. Quackagagak. The golden spear continuously pushed Hansu back and slammed him onto the pillars of the world tree. Because of this, Hansu smashed the pillar of the world tree with his whole body and then fell downwards. Kua. A pain which felt like his whole body was being crushed. Hansu looked at the spear, which was constantly adjusting its own angle in order to penetrate his heart, and then poured out strength from all over his body. He was barely holding on with his strength before becoming a skewer. I heard that it wouldn't stop until it penetrated the heart of the target once it was released, but... King. Hansu's relics madly resonated as they poured out the divine stone fragment energy. The energy that came out from the divine stone fragment stuck onto the relics and then stormed around in order to suppress the golden spear. Kiriririk. The golden spear was shocked. The golden spear also used the divine stone's energy, but if they were to continue to fall down like this, then it will get further away from its energy supplier. The spear that was plummeting downwards trying to pierce Hansu suddenly started to thrash around. Then it tried to fly off in a different direction with Hansu still on it. A bit troublesome. Hansu got one of the 5 relics around his body, the chains, and started to wrap it around the spear. Once the chains that were connected to the 7 marbles were wrapped around the golden spear, Hansu used his mana to pull a Kidrang's relic, the 7 marbles, onto the ground. Kukukuku. Damn it. It's still not enough. Hansu was shocked at the golden spear that did not get pulled down to the ground easily. But this is enough for me to move it. Hansu glared coldly at the golden spear that was trying to go up the world tree through his body and then slammed his hand onto the world tree surface. Kudududuk. He then started to slam his hands and feet inside the world tree as he slowly moved down. The golden spear had now even given up trying to penetrate Hansu's heart and was trying to go back to the location it had been shot from. It'll be a bit troublesome if that happens. Once it goes back and they shoot it with this power a few more times, even Hansu will have holes all over his body. He needed to get rid of it at this moment when he got a hold of it. Kuduk. Kududuk. The golden spear's strength was so strong that the chains wrapped around it got so tight to the point where they seemed like they would snap, and the marbles latched onto it also trembled, but the golden spear slowly got pulled downwards from Hansu's strength combined with the relics as if it was an eagle that was caught within a net. The people who were watching the scene from below made a confused expression. Huh? Why is it coming back down? What is that? While people were making confused expressions as they saw Hansu, who had gone up at extreme speed, slowly crawl down, Hansu shouted loudly. You need to bring all the chains and the 7-star marbles that made up the formation over here. Hurry. If it isn't enough with one person's strength, then I just need to stack tens of thousands of them. If he had his ankles caught here, then the above situation couldn't be solved with just the departed souls. Since he didn't know how the Wasp Legion or the king would act. Kiririrk. The golden spear that had been caught felt that the situation was dangerous as it started to thrash around madly and stabbed at Hansu. Kwajuk. Kududuk. Quickly. Hurry up. The people finally realized something was wrong after seeing Hansu falling towards the ground while fighting against the golden spear, quickly brought the chains and marbles that set up the formation and ran up to Hansu. Then they placed the marbles onto the chains and threw them towards the spear that was trying to penetrate Hansu in a mad manner. Kururung. Kuduk. Kahuk. Hansu, who had his left arm grazed by the thrashing spear, bit onto his teeth, grabbed onto the chains that were flying up from all around him and started to wrap them around the golden spear. 1, 2. Soon thousands of giant chains wrapped around the golden spear. This should be. Hansu retrieved his relic that was wrapped around the golden spear. He couldn't stay here forever. He had to tie down the spear as fast as possible and then go back up. Kararang. As soon as Hansu backed off a bit, the golden spear started to madly thrash around again. Tototong. At the same time, thousands of chains and the marbles that were attached onto it made noises as they started to get dragged up into the air. The people freaked out. What the hell is that? Damn it. Throw more. Tie it with more. Ting. The chains that had been supplied with the divine stone fragments energy started to blow apart. The people who had been maintaining the formation and watching the scene up until now all freaked out as they ran towards the golden spear with their relics. They didn't know what it was, but from the way it thrashed around it seemed like they would become skewers once it was released. Soon almost 10,000 chains were tied onto it along with the marbles, and only then did the golden spear's strength and the people's strength were equalized. Kudududk. Damn it. Throw some more. Damn it. If we take out more, then the formation will be unstable. Hansu, who had barely tied down the forked lightning, looked at the status of the chains and then shook his head. It won't hold it for long. Chiik. Despite having been completely tied down its speed and penetration, the chains were slowly melting down from the mono lightning imbued within the spear. At this rate he didn't know when it will come out to threaten him again. I need to quickly go back up. Hansu clenched onto his teeth and started to climb up at a quicker pace. Boom. Tekelin frowned as he felt the spear wasn't moving the way he wanted. Which meant that the forked lightning had been tied down somewhere. Tekelin quickly looked below with his mana. And then frowned as he saw the spear completely tied down. The 1,000 soldiers' armors played a role, huh? With that method it could indeed temporarily suppress down the golden spear. Damn it. Tekelin glanced at the old Tekelin behind him. Himself of the past was much more powerful but did not have any thoughts of acting despite that. Damn it. There won't be a need to struggle like this if he helped. The young Tekelin clenched onto his teeth and then shouted. Why aren't you helping? Don't you feel sorry for the clansmen? We need to try even if there is a slight amount of possibility. The old Tekelin looked at the young Tekelin for a bit and then spoke out. I had many thoughts after the dimensional portal failed. Because of that I was able to think back about a lot of things. The time when our world was destroyed. Do you remember? The young Tekelin grinned at his teeth at those words. The disease which had sent their entire world into destruction. No, a calamity which had the form of a disease. The disease of unknown origin sent all of them close into extinction not long after it was spread. Do you remember around when that disease started to spread out? The young Tekelin pondered for a while and then spoke out. It was around when our body reconstruction surgery was being used perfectly and had been commercialized. Thanks to this their race had been able to have a much stronger body than ever before. Before this they could only fight with limited supplies because they lacked everything. Since dangers constantly stormed from the outside and they were always short on food. But the body reconstruction surgery solved all their problems in an instant. Their stamina got strengthened, they needed to eat much less in order to survive, their longevity lengthened and their battle powers increased by a huge amount. Actually their tribe's original body wasn't that different from those things below. But their body which had gone through the surgery had changed close to a beast, and soon after their body reconstruction surgery had been perfected and commercialized, their whole race had finally united all together. For the first time in history. Then the calamity of death enveloped that specific race who were filled to the brim with hopes and dreams. Their race screamed out in despair after falling into depravity. That they had received a befitting punishment after invading God's territory of reconstructing the body. Damn it. While the young Tekelin was frowning while thinking of those times, the old Tekelin spoke again. Yes. And do you remember when we had come over here in the soul form? When the world tree was created? Yes. When this side had been all united together from the world tree's power. Their growth was slow, they were always threatened by the toxic waters and they always lacked food. The Elbenheims, who had been constantly fighting after being divided into hundreds of different tribes, met a grand unification not long after the world tree was created. And then they faced total annihilation due to Tekelin who had come over with his soul. No way. Games were only fun when there were competition and enemies. As soon as they gained a grand unification and had peace, both the races treaded the path of total destruction. As if somebody threw over the game board that had gotten boring. What would we do even if we save our race at this point? We will need to keep fighting and fighting even if we save them. Isn't that just an estimate? The old Tekelin shook his head. It's not. Look at the beasts below. That's not something we created, right? Then. Something came to me one day. It's a shame. If your race had unified after the abyss was established, then you would have at least received a chance to participate. But, we will be using this place for a bit. Your mentality is just our style, but there's a race that's a bit too weak to fight with the other races, so we need to level them up a bit. TL, no, they're back. Tekelin, who had been exhausted beyond what he could endure, nodded at the fairy-shaped existence and then fell into slumber. It'll be okay to unify now. But we will just get swept over by the war with the other races in the place called the abyss. The young Tekelin just grinned at his teeth. Nonsense. How did I become like this? What? So what if we become a chess piece for somebody else? We can keep living if we continue to fight. It was a history of battles anyway. Do not want to fight after tasting the short amount of peace. Before the unification. They had fought and fought in order to survive. It was set up so their race, the Elbenheims, and all other races below had to fight in order to survive. The fact that we have to continue to fight in order to survive is the same as saying that there is no absolute existence. If the only way to live was to fight, then they just needed to do what they had always done. Even if there was an absolute existence, they won't butt in randomly in order to enjoy the fun. Since a game where one can change the rules won't be fun. Don't say meaningless things. Saving them is the first priority. Give me the power to control the Wasp Legion. I will finish it off. The old Tekelin sighed as he transferred the shining star symbol on his head. Boom. The queen had lost all its power to something which had invaded its head. Tekelin, who had become the new king, gave an order as soon as he got control of the queen. For the Wasp Legion to attack the people hiding around the strange pillars. to smash apart the formation and to release the forked lightning. Soon the giant wasps that weren't moving in order to protect the queen started to rush downwards. At the same time he gave a different order to the newly evolved bees. To buy time against the invaders who were coming up through the pillar. Hansu, who had been climbing back up through the vassal's tunnel, grinned at his teeth at the info that was coming in through the world tree. He had received the power. Or the king himself has moved out. It was now time to fight. Whether the time for the tied down forked lightning to get released from the Wasp Legion was faster, or him smashing through the Wasp Legion and getting rid of the queen and the clone was faster. The quicker I finish this off the more people will stay alive. Hansu breathed in deeply and then started to madly run in order to catch up to the departed souls who would have already gone up. Chapter 94, Wasp Legion, 5. Kijaduduk, Kijaduduk. Block it. We're getting pushed through. The people roared out as they saw the Wasp Legion charging at them from all directions. Kururuk. The marbles and chains were getting destroyed from the wasps. And one of them clenched their teeth as the formation in front of their eyes got dangerously close to getting broken apart. Damn it. If that breaks. He was currently safe since he could hide behind the formation and attack with the skills, but once his location was pushed through then the wasps will charge at him and kill him. The man, Ezra, thought of his chain and 7-star marbles which weren't here. Relics that he had tied down onto the golden spear in the distance in order to suppress that strange golden spear from before. With those he would be able to fortify the formation in front of his eyes that was on the brink of getting broken apart. And it doesn't look like it will come to pierce us. Everyone had thrown the chains in a state of panic before, but they weren't targets of the golden spear. It was only aiming for Hansu. If he loosened up his chains then the golden spear will go to Hansu and not himself. Damn it. Hansu falling into danger was obvious. But if he didn't fortify the formation then he was about to become food for the Wasp Legion. Kururarik. Hook. AZ freaked out and backed up as his was shattered from the wasp that attacked him with its front legs. And then instinctively called the chains and marbles in the distance over. Kururuk. The chains and marbles that flew in from the instinctive orders blocked his view in front of him. Clunk clunk. Ezra clenched his teeth and then mumbled inwardly as he bought himself some time due to the fortified formation. Yeah. There's over 10,000 of them. One shouldn't affect it much. And even for Hansu, it'd be better to reinforce the seal like this as well. Since it'll be the end if they get pushed through. The moment Ezra started to focus on the Wasp Legion in front of his eyes, he heard a loosening sound behind him. Ezra quickly looked back and then clenched his teeth. God damn it. As if the people had similar thoughts as him, the chains were getting loosened up and were spreading out towards the formation. Ezra frowned as he saw the spears clunking getting more vigorous. Kudududu. Hansu swung Galadriang's relic towards one of the wasps flying towards him. Chuang. The energy imbued into the sword, which was of much greater strength than before, cut apart the wasp in half. But Hansu made a dissatisfied expression. The ones who had been cut apart had fallen down while screaming, but more wasps had dug through the world tree to replace them. There's no end at this rate. Hansu pushed the demonic dragon's reinforcement to the limit and then just charged through these guys. Meaning that he had given up going up while killing them one by one. Even if he gained a bit of a loss, he had decided to go up forcefully. Boom. The wasps in front of him were smashed apart from the synergetic effect of Hansu's formless armor, 1,000 soldiers' armor and demonic dragon's reinforcement. But only so. He had been able to proceed for tens of meters, but his charge had been stopped by the wasps who constantly blocked his path. And the ones who had been strengthened through the consumption of the Ouroboros were getting through the formless armor and the 1,000 soldiers' armor and were injuring him. Nirmaha's ring doesn't work well because these guys are insects. I cannot go up when I'm stuck here like this. And if the suppressed spear below were to get released while he was doing this, it will become even more troublesome. Though logically they will be able to stay on for a bit longer. If the formation started to break apart then there's no way the people will keep the chains to suppress down the spear. He had to finish this as fast as possible. Damn it. This is quite a burden on my body. It was a bit too early to use the racial metamorphosis of the demonic dragon's reinforcement yet. If I use it now, I'll only get 2 hearts. Can I do it? He had gotten stronger but the mastery level of this hadn't really increased much. But he was going to become a skewer while being suppressed down by these guys at this rate. It isn't the time to worry about this. Hansu pushed up the genes that were in a corner within his body. Kudududuk. The demonic dragon's reinforcement started to turn Hansu's body into one of a different existence. The bones had changed into those of that different existence and a thin layer of scales covered over those. At the same time a heart squirmed about as it appeared inside his body. Kududuk. Another heart had appeared a bit to the right of the original heart's location. But only that. There weren't 3 hearts like before. But it wasn't the time to bicker over this. He had to fight while squeezing out everything he had. His physical ability may fall a bit but he had relics and the 1,000 soldiers' armors around his body unlike back then. His overall battle strength back then couldn't even be comparable to the one he had now. Get through in the shortest amount possible. And kill the king. As long as the power to rule over the Wasp Legion was on the clone or the king, it was more effective to head towards the flower instead of aiming for the queen. Since his heart might get pierced by the forked lightning while he fought with the queen and dragged out the time. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about the Wasp Legion once he killed the king. Since he will be able to rule them however he wanted after succeeding the power. Hansu poured strength out from his body, which was currently of one from a different species, and then jumped out. Boom. A shockwave which without comparison to the ones before had been created. The pillar of the world tree, that Hansu was on, couldn't bear the force as it got smashed apart. Hansu used that reaction force as he headed above the pillar like a meteor. Not through the vassal's tunnel but through the path that the forked lightning had created while it came down in a straight line. Quajijijk. There were countless amounts of mutant wasps in there but Hansu ignored them as he just ran through them. There's no time for me to deal with them one by one. Kairuruk. The wasps which had lower bodies of snakes and upper bodies of humans threw their whole body towards Hansu. As if they were treating the king like their queen. Kururu. They constantly charged at him despite getting crushed and smashed apart. With the Wasp Legion's scariest weapons in the front. Poison stings. This remains after evolution, huh? The scales from the snake's tail part of the wasp raised up. At that time the poison poured out from the pores between the scales as it covered the blade-like scales. The wasps had the hedgehog-like nails in front of them as they charged at Hansu. Kagagak. Most of the scales were smashed apart when they met Hansu's scales and the 1,000 soldiers' armor. But when the speed at which Hansu ran were combined with the huge amount of wasps, it caused his scales and the 1,000 soldiers' armor to slowly get broken apart. Kudududk. Damn it. It'll be a pain to fix it later. Hansu frowned while looking at the 1,000 soldiers' armor that was becoming ragged. Quajaduk. Soon the tail scales of the wasps got through Relic's formless armor, demonic dragon's reinforcement, scales from the draconic transformation and the 1,000 soldiers' armors and started to dig down onto Hansu's skin. Quajaduduk. The poison constantly dug down in order to melt down his body. The two hearts constantly pumped the blood which had detoxifying effects as they struggled to resist the poison. Hansu continued to go up even as he felt his body slowly getting petrified. I'm almost there. Light was shining between the wasps who had filled the hole made by the forked lightning. Which meant that he was almost at the top. Just in case the wasps were to hold down onto him, Hansu covered his body with the chains and the 7-star marbles, which he hadn't used up until so far, as he crazily charged up. Since time to worry about such things when his defenses had been almost broken apart. His body was going to get smashed apart if the chains and the marbles didn't block them. Kudududuk. Damn it. They're getting broken one by one. The 7-star marbles started to fall off one by one from the wasps who constantly charged at him. Hansu pushed and pushed the remaining 2 marbles as he continued to go up. Once I arrive. It's not that hard to kill him off. The king's power was frightening in itself but his physical abilities weren't that great. And that was why he had the forked lightning and the 1,000 soldiers' armor. But at this moment, when those 2 things were tied down from the king, Hansu would be able to solve him in an instant once he got there. Kaiririring. At that time something made a huge noise as it came up from below. Right through the tunnel Hansu had come up from. Kairiring. Sounds of hundreds of strands of chains hitting each other. Hansu frowned as he looked downwards. It broke through the chains. It had rushed up so fast that hundreds of strands of chains had been melted and stuck onto the golden spear. The spear, which had come up the tunnel while making a huge commotion from the hundreds of chains hitting each other, aimed right at Hansu's heart. I'll give you one. Quajadudk. He couldn't block it anyway. Hansu clenched his teeth and then gave one of the hearts. Hansu's body raised up into the air from the spear which had pierced his heart. Kudududuk. Hansu gripped the golden spear that had pierced his heart with his hands and then rolled his upper body with the 2 remaining marbles as well as the chain and made a protective barrier. Then Hansu started to shoot up crazily into the sky due to the spear. Quagagagak. The wasps were smashed apart from Hansu's body and the things that protected him. And Hansu's body escaped the tunnel that the light was shining into and then rose into the sky. A giant palace came into Hansu's view. The giant palace of the Elvenheims that should normally be covered with the huge energy barrier, the flower. As I expected. He can't handle using both the flower's barrier and the forked lightning. Hansu then poured strength onto the hand that held onto the forked lightning which had pierced his heart. He then pulled it out. Kurururark. The golden spear was shocked as the thing which it had pierced the heart of suddenly moved and tried to take Hansu away but Hansu had long gotten away from the golden spear. At the same time Hansu fell towards the 2 Elvenheims standing in the palace at a fierce speed. The golden spear quickly changed its path and tried to pierce Hansu again but the 2 marbles and the chains held onto the spear and suppressed its movements. Of course it wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Since it was something he had barely held onto with his own strength and 7 marbles. But that small instant was enough. Hansu madly rushed down and then landed between the 2 Elvenheims. Boom. Kill both of the. Damn it. He wanted to kill them both but the golden spear, which had already broken through the chains, smashed down onto Hansu. He would die if his heart were to get pierced again from that. Hansu hurriedly held the neck of the closest guy and then used the body to block his front. Kiiik. The golden spear stopped despite its speed in midair as if it was perplexed. Hansu breathed out and then growled at the one he was holding onto and the one staring at him. Stop the Wasp Legion at this moment. The formation getting released meant that the people below were already getting smashed apart by the Wasp Legion. He had to quickly get this guy to stop the queen. Since he didn't have such powers. At that time the Elvenheim he held onto pondered for a moment and then screamed out. Don't worry about me and just self-destruct the flower. I don't mind dying here. If our race is doomed to perish like this. The one who was flustered was Hansu. Damn it. This was the clone and not the king. The power to self-destruct the flower only lay upon the king. He could give away all other powers except this. He had caught this guy because the symbol of controlling the Wasp Legion was on this guy and thought that this guy was the king but he was the clone instead. At that moment the Elvenheim who had a slightly tired expression sighed as he was about to nod. I respect your cho. Bajajajak. The moment the clone was about to laugh in satisfaction as he saw the king open his mouth, a jade orb flew into the king. Bajajajak. The king, who was going to speak out, froze whole. As if he got caught within ice prison. I wasn't late, right? Sophia, who had run towards the location library told her and had smashed the triple jade frozen orb spoke towards Hansu. Hansu, who had seen the other departed souls in the distance fighting with the wasps and buying time, sighed in relief as he nodded. It's perfect. At those words Sophia fell unconscious after smiling and the young Tekelin whom Hansu held the neck of made an extremely ugly expression. Chapter 95, Orange Zone, 1. Hansu looked at the 5 divine stone fragments in his possession. 4 from the calamity fish, devouring and vomiting root, Ouroboros, and the wasp queen. And 1 from the flower. The king's symbol was shining upon Hansu's forehead. A situation where he had both the administrators and king's symbols. Hansu then walked to the altar behind the throne at the center of the flower. He then placed the 5 divine stone fragments one by one onto the altar as if he was solving a puzzle. Kiyeing. 5 of the divine stone fragments, which exerted a humongous amount of energy even on their own, were collected. And the fragments connected to one another as if they melted. Then the divine stone, which had finally become one, exerted a bright light. Right as a huge energy storm was about to occur, Hansu started to push the 5 relics around the divine stone one by one. The relics got inserted into the holes, which seemed like they were prepared for these specific relics, one by one. Then a huge amount of energy that seemed like it was going to explode quickly calmed down. Soon a huge amount of energy, which would have blown up Hansu's body if he were to control it, started to get spread around the world tree. Jiaying. Strength started to quickly come back to the dried up world tree. The roots that had been constantly spreading out started to absorb and send the toxic waters towards the pillar at a crazy rate, and the pillar used the enormous amount of energy supplied by the divine stone, purified all of those toxic waters and turned it into nutritional fluid and sent it all over the world tree. What? What? A huge amount of nutritional fluid is coming out suddenly. The words of the people below between the pillar and the roots came into Hansu's ears through the world tree. It's done now. Hansu nodded his head. Though it still looked dried up, it will quickly return to its original form using the nutritional fluid. Like a dried up sponge absorbing water. Since the world tree's vitality was that strong. Though it's a shame to go up without being able to see that change. There's nothing I can do. That change will be felt by the people who come after him. Sophia looked at that Hansu with a surprised expression. How did he know all this? The only person who knew anything about the incredible change in front of them was Sophia. The people below would probably think the reason for the changes was the calamity's disappearance, but Sophia knew through the library that the main reason for that change was those relics and the stone that was emitting a blindingly bright light. This was the conclusion of organizing and combining numerous amounts of information that poured into her head. Did he kill the calamities with this as the goal? How did he know about these things? Sophia had gone to every corner of the red zone because she was strong despite only being here for 3 years, but she had never even imagined such a place like this could exist. And Sophia wasn't the only one with questions. The 2 Tekkelans who had lost all their powers and had been frozen with only their heads sticking out also looked at Hansu with confused expressions. They could understand him having collecting the relics and the divine stone. Since those 2 things showed off a huge amount of strength that couldn't even be imagined. Since the divine stone fragments couldn't be moved with teleportation and the strength of the relics alone were very tempting. But that guy had given up everything and placed them upon the altar as if it was his goal from the very beginning. What benefits are there for him to save the world tree? Of course, for all races, there's no bigger benefit as this, but then the world tree's influence only existed within this world. Which meant that it's not a single bit of help to him who was going to go up to the next zone. Hansu walked towards Tekkelan. The memories of the previous king was constantly pouring into his head. One of the functions of the king's symbol. The king needed to use the previous king's memories to reduce mistakes and lead their race towards a better path. And because of this, when a king transferred the rights, they also transferred their memories onto the next king. Hansu knew because of this. The reason the Elvenheims had wondered about for so long. The thing that had suddenly turned their king crazy. So they were trying to save their race. You guys. You were Icarans, huh? The ancient race who were the owners of the ruins he needed to revive for his next target, in the orange zone. The 2 Tekkelan made surprised expressions. He could find out that they were of a different race. Since memories flowed in through the symbol. But the way Hansu spoke was different. Like he knew something more. Hansu started ponder while looking at these 2. They are indeed alive. They aren't extinct. A powerful race who had half a body of a human and half a body of a beast. If these guys are the inhabitants of the other side, then this is another story. Sophia. Could we have a moment by ourselves for a bit? Sophia shrugged her shoulders at those words and then left. Hansu breathed in and out and then spoke out. Do you want to resurrect your race? What are you talking about? Hansu chuckled as he spoke. Simple. Let's form a contract. Hansu simply explained his plan and then continued to speak. Both of you help me. One of you follow me and go up. And one of you remain here as the king. One would follow Hansu to the end, act as the guide for the objective he needed to accomplish. One will remain here, strengthen the humans and send them up. This was a win-win situation. The chances of Hansu succeeding in the orange zone increased the more they helped Hansu, and with that the chances of the Icaran surviving will increase. The young Tekkelan chuckled at Hansu's simple explanation and then spoke. Well, trusting you is another story, but you want one of us to act as a wet nurse here? By looking after your humans carefully so they don't get hurt. Hansu laughed coldly at those words. No way. It's the exact opposite. What? If you want to save your race, push them as much as possible. The humans. And then get them as strong as possible, then send as many as you can. That much wouldn't be hard for you who has the experience of a king once I give you the powers of the world tree. A person who had stayed as the king of the Elvenheims for hundreds of years. They were dimensions apart from humans who had come over to the battlefield from a normal life. And another thing. There's no way that this guy would have any benevolence. If he left it to a human, then the king would probably allow humans living peacefully on their own. And they might not be faithful to their job as the king because they get swept up by some emotions or greed. But once this guy got on that seat, the story would be different. He will ruthlessly train the humans. Since the chances of their race surviving increased, the stronger humans got. He won't act as a tyrant either. Since it was better, the more went up. Hansu looked at the young Tekkelan, who looked at him as if he was crazy and then handed something over. The hard drive that was within the devouring and vomiting root that the fairy planted. *PR, it was mentioned that Hansu took it out in a previous chapter. If you connect this onto the plant, the beasts will get produced again. Stimulate the humans consistently with this, turn them into warriors and send them up. And you will go up with me. Since the king he wanted to set up here was an iron-hearted monarch and not a benevolent king. One who would ruthlessly train every human who comes into a warrior. But the 2 Elvenheims made confused expressions as if they still didn't understand. They couldn't trust this guy, but it was the same the other way around. On what basis can you trust me and leave this world to me? What if I decide to play around with you humans? Once somebody got the power of the administrator and the king, they could rule like a god even without the forked lightning or the 1,000 soldiers' armor. Since they could just throw anybody they didn't like out of this dimension. Hansu laughed at those words. Correct words. So I was thinking. If you agree then I will need to have some insurance for the friend who will remain here. What? At that moment something came out from a corner of Hansu's body. With enough information and strength necessary. The fragment which had cracked from a corner of Hansu's body came out from the end of his hand. What is? Hansu coldly laughed at those words. It's insurance. Reward for the 3 gates. Second gate's reward was runes. And the reward Ralph Lauren had received from the fairy a long time ago after getting to the end of the first of the 3 gates. Ralph Lauren chose the trait at this place, became a fighting machine and then swept across the other world until he reached the final brigade. But the thing Hansu needed was not battle strength but rather shackles. Humankind, including Hansu, had a lot of thoughts before sending a person back. Setting up a king who can control all of the humans was good. But if they couldn't control that king then things will become difficult. Since Hansu would need to go after he finished his job here no matter how strong he was. Then Sophia had spoken out. You said that the reward for the first gate of the 3 gates is trait granting, right? Let's use that. Then 3 candidates came up to control the king. Trait of a lord. Trait of a covenant. Trait of the fragments of 7 souls. The trait of a lord was dismissed. According to what testing was done, it could not affect people across dimensions. Same with the covenant. Like Miyamoto has already shown, it was always possible to bypass and find shortcuts if one wanted to. The trait that had been chosen at the end was. From the test it showed that it could go across the dimensional wall and still influence people. Since they could borrow Hansu's strength, if the king was threatened then they could maintain their position with monstrous amounts of strength. And since they can receive Hansu's memories there wouldn't be a need to explain or help them understand it. Since there wasn't a need to teach. The invasion of the abyss may hasten but it wouldn't be a big problem if he sent over selective memories. You guys will need to become the whips. A strong whip which will constantly push humans into strong soldiers. Choose. How you want to do it? Hansu looked at the 2 Elvenheims, no, Akarans as he looked at the fragment on his hand. After the 2, who had accepted the proposal, left, Hansu remained by himself and started to check his current status. It feels naked. Without the relics. The strength that the relics gave was that formidable. But there was no regrets, he would need to leave them here anyway. There's a lot I've gained too. The forked lightning and 1,000 soldiers' armors will be taken up by him. These 2 things were prepared from the possible coup d'etat from the 5 great tiger generals. There was nobody who could threaten the young Tekkalan who had the relics of the 5 great tiger generals, the king's power and even his soul fragment. Though Hansu won't be able to show a godlike might without the divine stone, there wasn't much to speak about since his armor had a skill which was the basis for its copy being a solo numbering artifact. And one more thing. Come out. I've killed them all. The air split apart as the fairy popped out after those words. The fairy praised him as soon as it came out. Whoa. You really killed all 5, huh? Hansu looked at the fairy in front of his eyes and then spoke. It's time to keep your side of the promise. The fairy shrugged as it spoke. Of course. We're quite strict about these things. But it won't be fun by itself so I'll give you a choice. You really like choices. Isn't that the fun part? Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Speak. Something certain or something uncertain. If you choose then I will give you a skill of your choice. On the other hand, if you choose random then I will give you a skill that nobody has gained so far. Hansu made an awkward expression. He didn't like these things but their rewards were quite faithful. There wasn't a loss on both sides. Well, this is indeed better than having 5 solo numbering skills. Since solo numberings won't on the same levels either. There weren't many on the solo, or even double, numberings that worked well with him. Even more so if the limit was 7 like him. Hansu first thought about the certain path. Should I pick Immortal Soul or Elemental Outfit? All 10 skills were considered but these 2 skills came up first. Solo numbering 1 skill. A skill which Kangti had. It turned the user's body close to an immortal's. Kangti trusted the skill and fought like a mad warrior in the front. Since he was allowed to fight like a mad immortal as long as he didn't die by constantly healing. Solo numbering 3 skill. A skill Keldian had. Attract the elements from all around, create the outfit of an elemental and bestow a power upon the user to use numerous elements in any way they wanted. Since it was an outfit created from the surrounding environment, it obviously gave a huge amount of survivability and defense against the surrounding environment. If he fought in a flaming desert then a blazing armor will be created and if he fought in a lightning island then a clothing of lightning will be created. He could still remember Keldian wearing the elemental outfit and pouring out thousands of different skills. If he were to use one of those 2 above skills then he wouldn't really lose even compared to the 0 numbering, demonic dragon's reinforcement. But the thing the fairy would give him stuck around his mind. Though he had killed the calamities with the help of numerous people, his part wasn't small. And since these guys aren't the type who would fool around here, the skill that the fairy would give him that nobody had gotten yet would be amazing. But the fact that it's random sticks around. Not all skills synergized with Hansu like the demonic dragon's reinforcement. No, there were more skills that didn't. The demonic dragon's reinforcement had amazing balance and was perfect for Hansu's fighting style. Just like the elemental outfit or immortal soul. On the other hand, he wouldn't be able to pull out all of the skill's potential even if it was a 0 numbering if it didn't fit with his fighting style. A skill which he could utilize to its utmost potential. Or a skill of higher quality and rarity but something he cannot guarantee would have synergy with himself. Hansu grabbed a hold of his chin and started to ponder. Chapter 96, Orange Zone, 2. Hansu pondered for a moment. Since the things he did were dangerous, the immortal soul wasn't that bad. No, the elemental outfit was good in terms of balance between attack and defense. But he knew how to obtain these up above. A skill like a demonic dragon's reinforcement was hard to get within the other world. Let's go random. Can you give it to someone else other than me? I must calculate the possibility of getting a lord-like skill of an already dead person. Skills with limits couldn't match up to solo numberings. He couldn't fill up one of the 7 spots with such things. It was better to give it away to Sangjin or somebody else who was capable. Because the affinity of the skill with the user can't be ignored. The fairy nodded at those words. Don't worry. I will give it to you in a rune form. Wherever you want to use it is up to you. Then the fairy pulled out a small pouch. Here. Pick one from the bag. It was an act of hospitality. Then a shining skill rune which was letting off a reddish-purple light popped out and the fairy exclaimed in surprise as it saw this. Whoa. It's the Pandemic Blade. Pandemic Blade. A skill which he had never heard of. The fairy smiled as it spoke. It's a skill of somebody who had destroyed a whole world. Hee hee. That person had really entertained us well. Well. I'm not sure if it's to your liking. Are you going to use it? Hansu squinted his eyes after checking the skills options after hearing the fairy's words. Qoo. Beasts were charging in from all directions. They had started to create the beast again as the world tree revived. They're doing good. Hansu looked at those beasts and then nodded. He had given a soul fragment to the young king, Tekelin, as well as all of the powers. And after observing how he was doing, he was raising up the humans very well. Overwhelming them but at the same time not enough to kill them. Thanks to this the newcomers were endlessly hunting beasts without a break and were getting stronger. Which was the same for him. It will take another 3 more days for the lake to open. Only when the world tree collects more mana will the dimensional door to the orange zone opens. There was only one thing he needed to do. To get the qualifications to go up by gathering runes. Ah, some rest finally. This could only be called rest. Though he didn't have any relics, Hansu had advanced too far for the beasts of the red zone to threaten Hansu. Hansu lightly swung the forked lightning in his right hand. Kwaeok. As the spear which was over 3 meters long swung in the air, the 5m tall gorilla-shaped beast instinctively raised its right arm and blocked the attack. Due to its quick reaction it was able to run away with just a light wound. But at that time something happened. Bubble bubble. Something started to grow madly from the gorilla's arms. Sophia, who had been watching Hansu from afar, made an expression full of fear. It's that again. The yellowish fungi that had covered the wound grew out and then soon exploded. Chiayak. Quyuaf. The bright yellow spores that exploded out from the fungi covered the entire body of the gorilla in an instant. Infinite repetition. The spores grew out again as it melted down the gorilla's body and from that location new fungi grew out. The newly grown fungi exploded again as it spread more spores in all directions as those spores created more fungi. Quyuaf. Kaiaa. Soon the hundreds of beasts around Hansu had been covered by the spore cloud. Their body melted down as they rolled over the ground from the pain and slowly died while becoming a new source of fungi. Hansu nodded as he looked at the scene which looked like yellow fireworks exploding out in all directions. Amazing. A blade of viruses and fungi. The name was a blade but it was actually a skill which added a special effect to attacks. The effect was very simple. Creating fungi that infinitely spread out and infected everything. It was extremely harmful and was hard to kill off since it was in such large numbers. One could only persevere and hold on until the mana within the fungi ran out. Of course there was a condition to this. That mana needed to be supplied. It would only grow and spread out from the mana it started off from. On the other hand, as long as mana is supplied. Wow. I can only trust the fairy's word, huh? Hansu clicked his tongue. He had thought that the words of it being a skill that someone who had destroyed a whole world had used was a bluff. Since it wasn't easy for one to go against a whole world unless they took control of a being that protected a whole civilization like the world tree. But he could only believe it after seeing the effects. If this was to continue to spread infinitely then it could erase a whole world. If Hansu was to use the relics and the divine stone fragments to imbue it with mana and spread the pandemic blade then he would probably kill over half the people in the red zone with just a single slash. The amount of mana that the guy who had destroyed the whole world had wouldn't even be comparable to that which he possessed. There was a limit to Hansu's mana and there was a limit to how much he could do but it was indeed a skill that was frightening enough to be comparable to demonic dragon's reinforcement. But it does indeed take up a huge amount of mana. I need to find out a few different uses for this later. He could feel his mana emptying out despite him only slashing a few times. It was a skill that had clear pros and cons unlike the demonic dragon's reinforcement which had amazing balance. But Hansu didn't change his expression while his mana was emptying out, he remained normal and slashed a few more times to cause a massacre. I should warn them just in case. Sophia made an awkward expression while looking at Hansu from afar. I worried for no reason. The one who had been the most shocked when Hansu threw away the relics was Sophia. Since though he was almost invincible with the relics, he wasn't unbeatable without them. Since she had way more skills with higher masteries and had a stronger trait. His ring and armor were extremely powerful but she had more artifacts herself. She could only worry. Since she being able to barely contend with him meant that he was on equal ground with the other departed souls. He might have created some friction between those from the 6 pillars since they didn't really like him. Zhongzhang looked at Hansu with a slightly disliking expression as well. But that was a story of a few days ago. After seeing the strange golden spear and the suspicious skill, they were making an expression which told that they didn't want to go against him. And the people who were watching from the distance were making expressions full of fear as well. Sophia looked at Hansu, who had gathered up all the runes and was walking towards her, and asked. How would we fare if we go up? They were strong. But they had been stuck up against a wall for 5 to 6 years now. Since it had been years since they gathered the best skills that could come out from this place and had raised their masteries to the brim. And their battle experience could not increase since they didn't have any more opponents. But those people who had gained better skills and artifacts in the upper zone and had fought with stronger foes will be stronger than them. Since there will also be people who had been there for 4 to 6 years and had not left like the departed souls here due to some circumstances. The artifacts they had were close to invincible here but could not be used above and the orange artifacts they gained from the branch weren't that high of a quality. Well. How would he know? She had asked because of the difference in strength between herself and him but there was no way for him to know. But unlike Sophia's thoughts, Hansu was calculating things meticulously within his mind. Though she isn't weak. Sophia is a strong 5th year. Departed souls are between weak 6th and normal 6th years. I should be around 7th year. The artifacts they had were merely those of the lower level in the orange zone. The usual duration for people to go up from the red to the orange zone was 4 years. They wouldn't be like 4th years who had just gone up due to their skill masteries, but it would be hard for them to fight against those of the orange zone who were armed with better artifacts and runes. Well, that'll be solved when we go up. Hansu finished his thoughts and then looked at the giant lake, mirror, which was filling up in the distance. He would leave as soon as the mana of the lake filled up since his runes were almost filled up. Sophia, who had been watching Hansu until now, asked something that she had been curious about. How did you know all of that, by the way? What do you mean? That giant tree and the relics. Sophia's actual personality was quite competitive and full of curiosity. But there weren't many things that drove either of these aspects of her personality lately. She had gotten as strong as she could, so there wasn't anyone to feel competitive against. Though the other 6 departed souls were stronger than her, they had been here for 7 to 8 years longer. According to talent, she was much better. There wasn't much to be curious about. Since there wasn't anywhere in the red zone that she hadn't been to. And the places she hadn't been to were too dangerous for her to go in just from curiosity alone. But the recently met Hansu was constantly driving these 2 facets of her personality in a crazy manner. Hansu shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. Psychic powers. Don't speak nonsense. Your trade isn't that. Hansu had hunted in order to fill up his runes, but Sophia didn't really have much to do for the past few days. Playing with Camille was getting boring. Sophia had invested the rest of the leftover time in observing Hansu and made a conclusion from her trait, library. He isn't an omniscient type like me. Omniscient type. A word to call traits which help the user know things that they couldn't possibly know with their current knowledge. But as Hansu laughed and refused to answer, Sophia's eyes squinted down. It's a secret, huh? There was something more to it, but she could not figure out what. Sophia pondered inwardly for a moment and then made her decision. Forked lightning in the right hand. Nirmaha's ring on the left hand. 1,000 soldiers' armors over the whole body. Hansu, who had filled up his runes, now looked at the filled up lake. It wouldn't only open once a month anymore. Since energy was overflowing throughout the world tree. It's time to go up. Hansu, who had been looking at the mirror which was ready to accept anybody at any time, thought of Sangjin, who he would meet up soon, and then spoke towards Sophia standing next to him. You want to go with me? Sophia nodded at his words. I know that your trait isn't that of the omniscient type. Let's have a win-win. You won't know what's above, it'll be good for us to help each other. Though following him was due to her curiously, she couldn't say this out aloud due to her pride, so she made an excuse of survival and waited for a reply with a nervous mind. Is he going to refuse? This could happen. No. It felt like he was treating me well, no way. Observing for a few days, she found out that he was rather kind to her. He kindly answered everything she had asked. I guess beauty works again. Though strength was the main part in the other world, so most people didn't approach her with ease, but in the real world there was a truckload of boys who had followed her around while she was attending college. Hansu chuckled while looking at Sophia, who was praising herself inside. Because of old memories. Sophia Vardra. Member of the final brigade, which consisted of the 100 most powerful people. His comrade. And a woman who had led him around like a teacher when he was roaming around the other world. Well. If you want to follow, then just follow. We should help each other. These were the words Sophia told him when they first met. Of course the situation had changed a bit now. Sophia, the person who had found his and Miyamoto's treasure while they were barely holding on to their lives while going up against the 6 pillars and the 12 roots of the red zone, and had gone up due to not having any people to contend against. This was something that should happen 2 years from now. It's nice to meet you again. Sure. Let's go together. Hansu laughed as he looked at Sophia. Chapter 97, Orange Zone, 3. Sophia looked at the man in robes standing next to Hansu and pouted. So I wasn't the only one getting special treatment, huh? Sophia, who was pouting, looked at Hansu and asked. Is this guy going to? An ordinary-looking man. But that couldn't deceive Sophia's eyes. This guy. This is the guy we caught above the world tree. One of the 2 people who looked like twins. Though he had changed his appearance and was acting like a human being, numerous information was constantly popping up from. Hansu laughed as he spoke. This guy will help us. Apparently his hometown is over there. Is that so? So he came from the orange zone? You could come over to the side from that side? Sophia gave up after having numerous thoughts. Though she had gotten curious, Hansu would answer kindly until it reached a certain point and then just laughed it off. As if there was a reason why he couldn't answer. Sophia made an expression full of uncertainty but then shrugged her shoulders. Whatever. He probably has a plan. Anyways, are we only going as a 3? While the others are going like that. Sophia mumbled as she looked at the mobs of clansmen in the distance. Hekarim's clansmen, which numbered almost 10,000, were preparing to cross over while walking towards the distance. That was the smarter choice. A world where they didn't know anything about. It was better to go in numbers. Hansu laughed at those words. There's no point. Huh? Tekelin mumbled while looking at Sophia, who was making a confused expression. Oh right. Where is this dimensional portal linked to? Though they can cross over to that side, all information from the other side will be disabled. Of course even Tekelin wouldn't know where this dimensional portal connected to in the other world. Tekelin mumbled while looking at the calmly shining lake. Q-u-u-u-u. A huge creature was creating loud noises as it was walking around. A huge creature which towers over multiple kilometers in length. Though it was smaller than the calamity fish, the giant dinosaur-shaped creature that had the size beyond a human's imagination was smashing the trees beneath its feet as it walked. Though the trees of the forest towered over tens of meters with ease, the size of the Margoth was well over 1 kilometer. It was the same as walking over grass. And there were a few people watching that Margoth. Samsak, a fourth year asterisk of the orange zone, made a confused expression while looking at the distant Margot and then spoke towards someone next to him. Ken. Hasn't it been over a week since the newcomers should have come? Ken also made a confused expression at those words as he nodded his head. Yeah. It has been long past since they should have come out. Then Ken thought of the time when he came over to this world from the red zone. He had run into the mirror because he had been chased by Amilsteden, the captain of the shock troopers from Hecarim, because he had accidentally touched his woman. Perfectly in time for the mirror that opened once a month. While he was swimming madly through the lake, a bright light shone from a deep part of the lake and Ken freaked out once he arrived here from the rough current. For the dimensional portal to be linked inside that thing's mouth. A creature which had a huge mouth befitting of its size. The place Ken had come out from while being shrouded in light was inside the Margot's mouth. Damn it. If I was weaker then I would have died back then. Ken then looked at the Margot in the distance that was opening its mouth wide. The Margot, which had opened its huge mouth, slammed down its mouth onto the ground. Kudu-du-du-du-du. Though it looked like a herbivore, the reason why it had bit onto the ground was not to eat up the trees. The Margot pushed away the trees as if they got in the way and then bit onto the ground itself. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Then a red liquid started to rise up from the ground. The Margot hurriedly shoved its mouth in there and drank the red liquid at the same time as biting the surrounding ground. I came out from there a year ago, huh? He was a third year back then with a rather sturdy strength, but if he couldn't come out from that mouth then one of two things would have happened. Get crushed. Or get swallowed. The worst part was those giant beasts that should only exist within stories used that mouth to eat every 3 minutes or so in order to sustain that huge body. If one can't adjust and move quickly then they would just get crushed inside that mouth and disappear. Q. Ken shook his head while thinking of back then. There was no reason for him to care. Since they just needed to do what they had to. Hurry up and get lost. You bastard. Only then will they be able to accomplish their next objective. While Ken, Somsak, and the others were watching the creature with anxious expressions, light started to pour out from the long horn on its head. Like a signal tower. As if it received information from somewhere. Somsak made a surprised expression after seeing this. What? Why does the dimensional door open just now? It has already been a week. There was no way that they wouldn't know the timing of the dimension door's opening. Once a month. Once light shone from the horns on the Margot's head, the people who crossed over from the red zone over the mirror will randomly be teleported within the mouth of the Margot. But why did it randomly open now? Guyu. The Margot, which was focused on its feast, made an annoyed expression at the strange occurrence within its mouth. It stopped its feast as if it got pissed, started to chomp its teeth in order to get rid of the sensation and then puked. Guwak. Memories of the past year are coming back. Somsak made a disgusted expression. Numerous noises were coming from in between the puke of the Margot. What the fuck? What is this? Goddamn it. As soon as we come out. Hey. If you don't want to get killed then hurry and come out. Hundreds of people who had come out in between the puke freaked out at the giant creature in front of their eyes as they crawled out from the puke and ran. Well. Those guys are at least lucky. Ken mumbled. The reason why most people survived was because of that. If that thing didn't want to puke then most people will get chewed and smashed. Of course there are exceptions. Ken then looked at another Margot in the distance. A Margot which looked like it had a worse personality than the others due to its slit eyes. It was such a glutton to the point where it was constantly devouring the ground whilst its horn was shining. No, it was actually eating more vigorously as if it was trying to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling in its mouth by chewing it down. Ken mourned within his mind. Most Margots puked but sometimes there were a few that had bad personalities such as that. Those who come out from that thing mouth would just die like that. It's really a meaningless death. To get chewed up as soon as they got to the orange zone, which they had hopes on, after breaking through the tutorial and the red zone with hardship. While Ken was clicking his tongue, a strange reaction occurred from the one that was chewing onto the ground. Kuog. It stopped eating and then raised its head. An uneasiness disappeared from its face as rage filled it up instead. The edges of its eyes got raised from the rage as it made the already angry-looking expression even worse. But that was only for a moment. Kuog. The rage quickly turned into pain. A loud shockwave and a bright light following an explosion occurred within its mouth while it was making a painful expression. Boom. Boom. Kududuk. Kaduk. After crying out from the sounds of things breaking and smashing apart, it freaked out as it opened its mouth in order to spit and puke out everything within its mouth. At that time tens of dolls flew out into the air. Ken didn't believe his eyes as he saw this. What? Who came up? Even Amilsteden, who chased him in order to kill him, couldn't make it cry from pain. Since its body was too big for it. Though it wasn't at the level of the calamity fish, the body which towered over multiple kilometers and the stadium-sized head had a durability beyond human imagination. Who at the level of a red zone? Someone flashed by Ken's head. The 7 who were thought of when one thought of the strong people of the red zone. Departed soul. But Ken shook his head. There was nobody who didn't know the faces of the departed souls. Since the Helper clan showed drawings to the travelers around the pillar and told them. Do not get killed by pissing them off without knowing who they are. But the one in the distance within the mouth of the Margot who was constantly smashing the inside of the Margot's mouth was not somebody he knew. Who is he? Boom. The people who had broken through landed one by one near Ken. Wawak. What is this? Sophia looked at the red liquid covering her whole body with disgust. At the same time Sophia understood why Hansu had told her that it didn't matter. A humongous current swept over them the moment they got surrounded by the light. The people who had been together were swept up by the current and were separated in all directions. Damn it. Of course there was no way those fairies would just send us off with ease. The current looked like it performed the work of separating them into numerous directions. Michael and Jigma, those guys will go through some shit. Kahoo. They wouldn't die since they weren't that weak but they would be pretty pained after losing the 10,000 which they wanted to do something with. Actually a huge amount of carrier pigeons were flying up into the sky from all around. In order to find their comrades. So this 3 was the limit in order to bring that guy. Even if they knew, they couldn't withstand the current without strength. They could only hold onto each other because they were at the level of Hansu and Sophia. If one didn't have the strength or resistance at the level of Hansu or Sophia, then the energy was not something they could endure. It might have been different for the other departed souls, but there was a limit of how many Hansu and Sophia could bring while holding onto them. But the other departed souls denied working with Hansu and only the 3 of them came here. Well, we'll probably meet them again eventually. They aren't people who would get killed off easily. While Sophia was looking around, Tekelin got lost in homesickness while looking around. It's home. A place where he could have come over to but hadn't because he feared seeing his extinct race. Only after seeing the giant Margoth they had fought with in the past did the feeling of home come back to him. To have multiplied the numbers which we had dwindled down during the Second Great War. Even at just a glance tens of Margoths came into his view. Margoth. A giant predator that roamed around the Orange Zone. There were probably a lot more roaming around. He had felt that his race was in danger on this side of the world. Tekelin spoke towards Hansu because he felt anxious. Let's move out quickly. Boom. At that time a skill flew towards them. A perfectly aimed skill. As Hansu lightly swung his spear and received it, numerous people watching them shouted at them. Hey. Hey. Dumbass. Come over here quickly. Don't get in our way. You slow people. Huh. Sophia clicked her tongue because she was bewildered. The people over there were threatening them with numbers and even weapons. A few details came into Sophia's head about the person standing in the very front. Name is Ken. A 4th year. So he came up here last year. Then he should know who I am. She didn't want to bicker on with that, but it was a bit sad on her part to be ignored like this. Or, he has something backing him up. Sophia's eyebrows danced around from the marvelous treatment she had received the moment she came up. Chapter 98, Orange Zone, 4. What does he have for him to act like this? Ken, who had seen Sophia's expression, flinched a little bit but then quickly loosened up. There's no reason to get scared. And he wasn't alone. Do you think that this is the red zone? Don't interfere with our work. Ken, who had sent a carrier pigeon saying that he had found one of the departed souls somewhere, shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. Ken had seen a lot of things in the past year while roaming around the Orange Zone. He had seen a countless amounts of scenes, but ironically the scene that left the strongest impression on him was the first thing he had seen when he came up. It wasn't the giant Margoth. The important thing was what happened afterwards. Which was the reason for their wait here. Don't get in the way and just watch. Ken, who had muttered while looking at Sophia, looked at his comrades running towards the newcomers for their plan. That was terrifying. The captain of the tracking team of Triple Lights Union, Eppelen, sighed in relief as the giant lifeform made booming noises and walked off. Let's see. Eppelen looked at his surroundings and then frowned slightly. As I expected. They all separated. They had all been separated due to the strong current that occurred along with the light. But Eppelen shrugged his shoulders. Well, it wouldn't matter much. Eppelen looked around after sending a carrier pigeon to his clansmen to tell them of his location. People who were so compared to him, the captain of the tracking team of 3 Lights Union, but had the rights to come up. Well, it wouldn't be that boring on the way at least. Since he could just order these guys around. Hey. Over there. Me. Eppelen, who had shouted towards the middle-aged man who still hadn't completely waken up, smashed the man's stomach. Smack. Kahook. This bastard. Go scout around the surroundings. You and you over there too. The man, who had been hit in the stomach for no apparent reason, grinned at his teeth in pain. Why did this guy order him around when they weren't even from the same clan? But the man saw the symbol of the person who had smacked him and then grinned at his teeth because he knew that he couldn't retaliate. Fuck. Triple Lights Union. The amount of strength he had was quite a lot, but the 6 pillars was not something he could go up against. Damn bastards. They were oppressive below but still are after they come up. But there was nothing he could do. You thought something would change when we came up? Come on. Let's hurry. The strong will get stronger and the gap between them and the weak will only get larger. The fact that the rich get richer and the poor poorer didn't change in this world either. Eppelen looked at the giant creature which had puked him out after ordering a few guys after smacking them a few more times. Qoo. Amazing. He was laughing before but his mind wasn't at ease either. How could his mind be at ease if such a large, dinosaur-like creature was roaming around? It was even worse because he had seen the chaos created by the Ouroboros and the calamity fish below. While all of Eppelen's consciousness was focused on the giant creature, a sharp and deadly aura sniped him. What? Boom. A black arrow flew in from the distance and then smashed Eppelen. With extreme speed and accuracy. Eppelen could only receive a hit without even being able to activate a single skill due to this. Kahua. Damn it. Who was it? Eppelen stumbled as he quickly caught his balance. He then looked towards the direction where the person who attacked him was. A familiar face. Eppelen thought for a while as to where he had seen the person who had attacked him and then clicked his tongue. Look at this. It's been a while, Eppelen. A person which he didn't even remember the name of. But he could actually think of one thing. That the bastard over there had hurriedly ran over to the orange zone to get out of his hands. He was extremely let down when that guy had ran into the mirror while he was hunting. Eppelen couldn't go after and catch him because he was enjoying the red zone and had no thoughts of heading up. Though he had repaid it all onto his lover. But for him to act this confidently after just 8 months. It wasn't like he was playing around in the red zone. Eppelen loosened up his body. I regretted not being able to catch you then, this is good. He needed someone who knew well about this world anyway, so this was good. A person would at least know the basics no matter how weak they were if they've been here for 8 months. I just need to leave his mouth intact. Jitty laughed coldly as he charged towards Eppelen. Ken thought of last year. The group of people which had specifically targeted the strong people of the 6 pillars as soon as they crossed over. The 6 pillars and the 12 roots who acted without knowing how high the sky was were sliced apart. They had first thought that these guys wanted to massacre them and steal their artifacts and skills, so they had been frightened, but these guys checked their list and then walked off. Met. You aren't on the list. Live well and don't make grudges with others. And then Ken found out their identity after roaming around the orange zone for the past year. They weren't some incredible guys. Actually, they were people who were similar to him. Those who had been chased up. Those who had ruled around the red zone thought that 1 to 2 years of difference was okay, so they stayed behind in the red zone. To compensate for the hard times they've had. In order to enjoy. And during that time they trample upon others and have a joyful time. And those who get trampled by these guys run to the orange zone in order to survive. Like himself. That abrupt choice, and because of this choice the gap between these two people in two different zones get larger. Though it was the same time, the difference of how fast one got strong in the red and the orange zone was like heaven and earth. Those who couldn't deal with the tyranny of the 6 pillars or the 12 roots and then barely fulfill the requirements to come here will struggle in order to survive, while those in the red zone lays about. And get stronger at a speed befitting that. Ken was like that too. Ken had some thoughts while looking at himself getting stronger at a quick rate. Though he had gotten here first and was getting stronger, once Amilstiden, who had been chasing him, got here, then he would get stronger here as well. No, since he had gotten strong fast in the red zone, there was a high chance that he will get stronger than him once he got to the orange zone and had some time. And since these guys were people who had been close below, they will send out carrier pigeons even if they were separated for just a moment and bunch up again. Ken knew after thinking to this point why the others had caused a huge massacre near the Margoth. The moment when the Margoth was spitting them out. If it was now, then it was possible. These guys will get separated because of the dimensional current of the mirror. And they would be confused by the existence of something like the Margoth and would have been weakened too. Those guys were at Orange Room 0.01. They were over 30% because they had hunted for a whole year. Amilstiden of the old days was something Ken had trouble even looking at. But Ken was confident now that he could smash Amilstiden 99 out of 100 times if they fought now. Ken thought up to this point and then went to search them out. In order to participate in the revenge. People who had gathered in order to return the pain they had received in the red zone. No, it was actually people who had gathered to cut off the roots. While they hated them this much, the people who came up wouldn't really like them either. And when those guys got strong again, then the thing that happened below will just repeat itself. Because of this they had to cut off their necks in this period where the door opened once a month. So it was a group that gathered once a month. Ken stared at the participants who were causing a massacre all around. You son of a bitch. Did you really think you will be able to live long after killing my friend? Die. You bastard. You didn't know that things would turn out like this. There was chaos everywhere. As soon as the Margoth made some distance from them, the people who had been on standby had assaulted the clansmen. Eppelen was part of the people who had been swept over by this tidal wave. Eppelen couldn't believe the reality. This is insane. It has only been 8 months. Eppelen, who had both his arms smashed apart, looked at the person charging at him with an expression of disbelief. Enjadi was bleeding in front of that Eppelen but was in a much better state than Eppelen. Eppelen grinned at his teeth and shouted to his surroundings. You bastards. What are you doing? Help out. As the people were watching from the side with an awkward expression, Jidi shouted out coldly. If you aren't part of this, then don't butt in. This has nothing to do with you. Look. Our targets are just these guys. Then the people who had been looking at the situation realized that those words were true and quickly backed off. They knew even after looking at it for a bit, that the people who were charging at them were precisely charging at their targets only. And there was no reason why those from the 6 pillars or the 12 roots who were getting attacked would look as people who should get saved to them. No, it actually felt rather good. The fact that people who had been oppressing them and were acting arrogantly had gotten beaten up and sliced apart. This damned. Eppelen made an expression of despair as he looked at Jidi slowly walking towards him. Ken, who had been invigorated from the massacre that was happening all around, smirked at Sophia. This place was a very honest world. In some way, much more than the modern society they used to live at. In society, once a gap was created between, then closing that gap was almost impossible. Like how no matter how much a normal businessman made, they wouldn't be able to get richer than the landlord who just laid about lazily. But this place was different. The moment they get strong and relax, a chance is created for those who struggle. The people dying off over there was the evidence for that. Those guys had looked amazing when they were below, but it was different once they had gotten up here. You guys are just departed souls. Just a title. Their attitude was the problem and not the strength. One would get left behind even by just lazing around for 1 or 2 years. Those who had been lazing for 8 to 9 years would be even further back. Those who had come in the other world at the same time as the departed souls could probably kill off the departed souls with just a press of their thumb. At that time a carrier pigeon flew towards Ken. The reply to the carrier pigeon before had come. One couldn't look over every Margoth mouth in this wide open area. So they shared the information. When a person on the list came into view, they would either send a carrier pigeon to those who had grudges against them, or kill them for them instead. There were a few carrier pigeons belonging to the 6 pillars out of those flying above, but most of them were theirs. There were 2 things written on those carrier pigeons. First, that they had found Amilstiden whom he had grudges against. Second, Sophia Vergara. You got onto the list too, huh? While Ken was mumbling, Sophia's eyes squinted in an instant. The status of him changed on her trait. From passive to hostile. Though he wasn't showing it from the outside, he would charge in as soon as he got the chance to. Look at this kid. She didn't have such a bad temper to the point where she would beat them down because she had been ignored, but hostility was a different story. Though she wanted to turn him into frozen tuna right now, but causing a face-to-face fight the moment she came up was a bit unattractive to her. Since the aura of those charging weren't average. And we haven't understood the situation completely yet either. And another thing. This Hansu guy had a plan, I think. It might have been different if she was acting alone, but once you had comrades, you couldn't act any way you wanted. Sophia tapped Hansu with her elbow as she whispered. What are you going to do? Hansu looked at Ken in front of him at those words. Chapter 99, Orange Zone, 5. Kududududu. A tremendous vibration ran throughout the ground. Kururu. Yuk. What? From the single wave of the huge vibration, the people's bodies flew into the air and then bounced off all around. They hadn't gotten hurt due to their inhuman physiques and skills, but it was a vibration that was strong enough to bounce these guys into the air. What? Is it an earthquake? But it didn't seem like even an earthquake would be at this level. While Sophia was shocked from the huge vibration, a huge sound wave rang from far away. Kyo. The cry of a Margoth was loud enough on its own, but the level of this cry was on a different dimension. A cry which shook the heavens and was like thunder that pushed apart the clouds. Pain. While Sophia was frowning at the emotion that was carried upon that cry, somebody hugged Sophia from behind. Sophia was shocked at the sudden actions of Hansu. What is this sudden? While Sophia was blushing, Hansu spoke towards Sophia behind her. We need to fly away quickly, Sophia. Hurry. What? I don't have a flying skill. Sophia looked at the surroundings at those words. Damn it. Run to the shelter. God damn it. Why the clash already? Ken and the others who were killing and hunting were hurriedly running in all directions. Some went through the hole on the ground and hid. Another one used all their skills to harden themselves and then smashed their body into the ground. Some threw their body into the air and then quickly flew towards a direction. As the seniors of the Orange Zone were acting like that, the people who were getting attacked and those who were watching the attack started to follow them as well. Since that strange vibration and the actions of their seniors were enough to make them feel uneasy. Kyuyum. The giant Margoths started to cry out as they smashed their heads deep into the grounds. At the same time they compressed their bodies as much as possible and stuck as close as they could onto the ground. As if they were trying to prevent getting flicked off somewhere. Sophia was dazed at the tens of hills that were created in an instant. What is going on? Tekelin approached Sophia and then hung onto the back as well. And then spoke. I'll be in your care too. Female. Sophia suppressed the sudden rage which skyrocketed for some unknown reason and then started to activate her skill. Boom. Sophia's body carried the two male bodies and then started to rise high up into the sky. How far do I have to go up? It was better to copy others when one didn't know. As she saw, the people who had gotten onto the sky already had climbed up hundreds of meters. But their expressions didn't really look that great. As if they wanted to go up higher but couldn't due to the restrictions of their skills. While Sophia was pondering while looking at these people, Hansu spoke to her. Since you've come all the way here, it's better for you to see it. Go up as high as possible. What? Sophia looked downwards at those words. Margoths that had shrunk down. But nothing different could be seen yet. Let's go up a bit higher. Sophia's curiosity was stimulated from the current situation which told her that something might happen. Sophia followed Hansu's words as she went up even higher. Though she had gone up hundreds of meters higher than the others who were floating in the sky, she still could not find the origin of the vibration. Just vast plains. But at that time another wave of a huge vibration rang throughout the lands. Kurururururar. At the same time something smashed the ground after cutting through the clouds on the edge of the plains. Boom. Sophia freaked out after seeing something whipping around in the distance. Ouroboros. The thing that had been smashed on the edge of the land could be seen by their eyes. The beasts below were big as well, but the Ouroboros, which they had fought, was naturally thought of at the humongous size that wouldn't even be compared to them. Though it does seem a bit different. While Sophia was squinting her eyes to see it more clearly, Hansu shook his head and spoke. You'll be able to see it if you go up higher. It'll be hard to see yet. Sophia went up higher with Hansu and Tekelin on her back at those words. After a long while after Sophia had reached the heights where the clouds had shrouded her body, she could see what it was. And where the vibrations had come from. Qoo. Sophia looked beneath her feet. It was a sea of lava all around. No matter where she looked, the only thing she could see was a sea of lava. A hell-like environment that no life could live on. But there was a creature living in such an environment. So we were above that thing, huh? The land they thought of as the land was actually not land. A giant beast that couldn't even be compared to the calamity fish. With that size it could probably be as big as a small country. 4 legs that were like the trunk of the world tree. And a giant body which could be compared to the area of a whole country which was being supported by such legs. The thing which had made her think of the Ouroboros was a long and thick tail. A giant cow-like head and a pair of horns that shot above the clouds. The giant beast had half of its body submerged within the sea of lava and was screaming out in pain. Tekelin mumbled with a bitter-like expression. It's the Gragos. Divine beast, Gragos. A giant beast that should only come out within legends and tales, which maintained its body temperature by submerging its body within the sea of lava, and supplied its body with energy by drinking the lava. A gigantic creature which was located a level above the Margoth. A creature which supplied land and food to other creatures upon the Herringson where no life could exist upon. At that time a question occurred upon Sophia's mind. What could possibly threaten this? It was clearly shouting out in agony. But what would threaten something with a body such as this? The dinosaur-like thing they had seen earlier was big too, but those things taking a few bites would just feel like fleas gnawing on its bits. And they were probably allowed to do so because it was only that much. If they could actually inflict pain onto it, then it would just roll around once or so. It may only be a flip to it, but once that thing flipped upon the sea of lava that was probably thousands of meters in depth, the creatures living upon it would probably go through an Armageddon. At that time Tekelin spoke. The only thing that can threaten a Gragos is another Gragos. Kill you off. At that time something jumped out from the sea of lava and then attacked the Gragos. Though they were both Gragos, they still looked different. If the giant Gragos they were on looked like a cow, then the Gragos that popped out from the sea of lava and was trying to bite down upon the buttocks of the cow-like had the form of a lizard. The lizard-like Gragos which had popped out from the lava opened its jaw and then bit down onto the buttocks of the bull-like Gragos. Then a battle occurred. The bull-shaped Gragos was much larger than the lizard, but as if it didn't want to fight, it smashed at the lizard with its hind legs, whipped its tail and tried to run away from it. The lizard-shaped Gragos continued to bite down upon the buttocks of the bull-shaped one as if it wouldn't let go easily. So that thing was a tail. Sophia then finally understood why all the creatures above that thing ran away in fear and tried to firmly tie down their bodies. Though the bull wasn't really fighting back vigorously, this much was still a calamity to those living upon it. Though they could live through the shock wave, what if they got flicked off into the sea of lava? Or get swept by the tail that was swinging from side to side? But that thing's a bit weird. Sophia realized that the attacking lizard and the bull had differences. No, their size and looks were both different, but there was another difference on the lizard. That the lower half of its body had blackened. She couldn't tell when it was submerged under the lava, but once it got upon the bull's buttocks with its front legs, she could see the blackened lower body. And as if the blackened lower body didn't move properly, the lizard only used its front legs and its mouth while it hung onto the bull's buttocks. Q. Soon the bull-shaped Gragos had succeeded in flinging off the lizard and running away. Though their sizes had an impact, the fact that the lizard couldn't use its lower body was a major factor as well. The lizard looked at the running bull with a regretful expression but looked at the flesh in its mouth contently as it started to chew on it. Then a change occurred. The lower part of its body, which was blackened, started to recover its color. The lizard-shaped Gragos cried sadly upon looking at the color of the body that had slightly returned and then plunged its body back into the sea of lava. Let's go down. It'll be hard to catch up to the Gragos if it went off further away from us. Sophia stayed silent from Tekelin's words and then slowly went downwards. Sophia looked around the surroundings after reaching the ground. Chaos. The giant trees had been all broken and pulled off, and the Margoths were slowly raising their bodies while crying out in agony as if their bodies were in pain. Kahak. The adventurers stumbled up as they walked off into a direction as they released their skills as if they had barely survived this time as well. It was just a lizard biting off a bit of the meat on a cow's butt. Since it was humongous in size even compared to the lizard, there wasn't a calamity this time. No, it was only this much because the bull didn't like to fight. If it were to madly charge with its horns like in a bullfight, then it would have been much worse than this. No, if that thing had lost. The bull had won because a small one had come. What if an opponent which the bull needed to fight against with all of its strength appeared? Or an existence which could devour the bull? Insane. Sophia looked at Tekelin as she spoke. What happened? The lizard had half of its body blackened. Though Sophia had thought of Tekelin as a nuisance when they had first come here, now she was very grateful for having him. From the fact that there was a person next to her who could satisfy her curiosity, which was vigorously rising up. Tekelin spoke. Calamity of death. What? It's the name of the calamity that destroyed our world. It wasn't that their race, the Akaran, had died from an epidemic. The things that had gotten sick were another existence. The divine beasts, Gragos. The giant creatures which supplied them with the land and nutrition they needed to survive. Their race, the Akarans, looked up to the power of the Gragos and then used their genes and invented the body modification which would strengthen their bodies. And that attempt had succeeded very well to the point where they had driven off the Margoths that had threatened them and had united their race who were living on multiple Gragos bodies. This was the Second Great War. But the spotlight of the Third Great War was not them. The Gragoses that had been inflicted with the calamity of death had gone crazy and started to chomp down upon the other Gragoses. And their world had embarked on the path of destruction in an instant. Since the Akarans and the Margoths were nothing but bugs compared to the transcendental existence, the Gragos. There was nothing they could do in a situation where the gods were jumping around and the lands were getting destroyed. Tekelin spoke towards Hansu. You saw the Gragos. It's not weird for yours or my race to get killed off at any time. So I want to ask. How are you trying to save our race? Don't say nonsense like killing the Gragos that attack. The Calamity Fish or the Ouroboros were just extremely toned down versions of the Gragos. The four calamities. These were merely toned down versions they had created while researching the Gragos for their body modification. The transcendental creature, Gragos, was perfect beyond reason and much larger and did not have a weakness. A predator of a Gragos was another Gragos. Sophia made an expression full of fear at those words. Chapter 100, Orange Zone, 6. Hansu laughed at those words. Of course that's a bit too far. How would I kill that? Hansu wouldn't be able to kill that no matter how strong he was. Their race was different in the first place and there was a limit to how strong he got from the things that came out in the Orange Zone. Like how the 7 departed souls didn't get infinitely stronger despite the countless years in the Red Zone. And even if he were to get strong enough to kill that thing, why would it let him kill it peacefully? During the time Hansu fights it, about half of the creatures atop the Gragos would die off. Each and every one of them are precious. He had to not kill them even if he could. Akaran, the race which were cultivating their culture throughout numerous Gragoses. The First and Second Great Wars had occurred because of similar reasons. Since only a limited amount of creatures could live atop of the Gragos. No other creature could live upon the Harrington of lava other than the Gragoses. In order to maintain their life, they could only eat the bodily fluids of the Gragos or the other creatures that grew on that bodily fluid. But there was a limit to the bodily fluid of the Gragos. Since a great calamity would occur if they drink too much bodily fluid from the Gragos. Once a too large quantity of fluid escapes, then the Gragos will roll around the sea of lava, Harrington, in order to maintain its health. In order to get rid of the parasites. So there was a limit to how many creatures could live upon the Gragos. Since there was a limit to the quantity of its bodily fluid despite its huge size and vast territory. There were even 3 Akaran tribes who had gotten greedy and had gotten destroyed in the past. No, even if they weren't being greedy, there were quite a lot of Akarans who got swept up by the Margoth who didn't know such a thing as restraint. Because of this, many Arakan tribes, who were each cultivating their own cultures, went through great wars with each other. In order to get atop of each other's Gragoses to take over the land and gather more things to eat. Or to get to a different Gragos before the lava bath of the Gragos started due to the Margoths. This was the First Great War. The Margoths weren't their original opponents. Since the Margoths were powerful beyond comparison to the Akarans. But one man's thoughts were different. In order for Akarans to expand, we have to get rid of all the Margoths. How could our tribe survive when those gluttons keep chugging down the bodily fluids? The much larger Margoths drank a tremendous amount of bodily fluids from the Gragos. And because of this the man focused all his strength on developing the body reconstruction technology, united the whole race with this power and then swept off all the Margoths. This was the Second Great War. Basically the First and Second Great Wars were battles that had occurred in order to obtain food from the Gragos. A lot more humans will come over from now on. One Gragos that was being used as the starting area was enough since there weren't that many humans yet, but once hundreds of millions of humans cross over then a single Gragos was not even close to giving all the humans a place to live. How could he kill the Gragos when he needed more of them? Tekelin replied at those words. And dodging the attacking Gragos is a problem as well. Sadly there are probably only a few Gragos left. Even if you unite all the remaining Gragos, you won't be able to acquire land that your race will live upon. Tekelin had seen the Elvenheims who had expanded under the influence of the World Tree, so he knew the strength of the World Tree. He didn't know how long it would take for Hansu's race to cross over here, but if they borrow the strength of the World Tree then expanding their numbers a few hundreds of times wouldn't take long. Since the World Tree sped up rate of growth, probably hundreds of millions or billions of them would cross over. And they needed tens of Gragoses in order to sustain that race. No, hundreds may be required to live on. They couldn't use all the Gragos as a place to live on. The Gragos had more differences with each other than similarities, and there were a few crucial conditions that were needed to be fulfilled in order for people to be able to live upon them. First, they could not have a habit of enjoying a hot bath by diving under the lava. And the smaller ones who got submerged under the lava could not be used. Their personalities couldn't be bad. Since they would try to fight every Gragos they see if their personalities were bad. Though the Gragos survived by drinking the lava, the ones with bad personalities will attack other Gragoses for stress relief or even as a snack. Of course these things would not fight peacefully. They would roll around the lava and fight aggressively. And it needed to be large enough to survive through the sneak attacks of other Gragoses. The Akarans had searched through every passing Gragos thoroughly in order to find those who fulfill these conditions, and only after that had they moved. Since all the Akarans who had gotten on top of that Gragos would get massacred if even one of those above conditions wasn't fulfilled. They could only find out their movement patterns after countless years because they were so big and were laid back, but they had succeeded in dividing between safe and unsafe Gragos, and Tekelin knew of this. But in order to find tens of Gragoses who fulfilled the above requirements they needed to search through hundreds of Gragoses. There's no way hundreds of them would be alive. The moment the calamity of death was introduced, the number of Gragoses had declined at an extreme speed. Since there weren't many when he had left, there would be even less now. A strange unknown disease which only occurred to the Gragos. The effect of the disease was very simple. It would slowly eat through the infected Gragos and paralyze it. But there was a damned way to cure this disease. The body of a healthy Gragos. The earlier lizard was a Gragos that wasn't really aggressive. Though it was too small and as such it couldn't be used to live, something the Akarans had seen a possibility of being able to live upon once it grew more, but it had gotten that aggressive after catching the disease. It had attacked the uninfected Gragos in order to cure its lower body that was getting paralyzed. The peaceful Gragoses went insane and started to attack and bite off each other after the calamity of death fell. It was a problem even if they didn't get attacked. The Gragos that was infected thoroughly by the calamity of death didn't die but would slowly fall beneath the lava after having its whole body paralyzed. And not much to say for the creatures living atop of it. Damn it. Tekelin grinned at his teeth when he thought of back then. Since he had thought of back then when 23 of the 27 colonies atop of 27 different Gragoses had been smashed apart in an instant. A calamity which had befallen them during the happiness they had attained after driving off the Margoths. Hansu laughed at those words. That's why we need to cure them. What? How are you going to do that? Tekelin shouted out because he was dumbfounded. Tekelin had roamed the outside world after turning into a soul form. In order to find out a way for their race to survive. But they were not stupid. What would have been the first thing they would have tried to do after the calamity of death swept about? Of course they would have tried to cure the calamity of death. And they had been fairly confident. Since if the Elvenheims had a speciality at magic engineering like with the World Tree, then they were skilled at dealing with life and genes. But the result was a huge failure. They lacked time, manpower, and leisure as well, the calamity of death being different from anything they had seen so far. In the end the 13 Akarans who had special physiques and could live through the soul converter left behind the Akarans struggling upon the Gragos while waiting for their doom as they headed to different worlds. But for a random guy to pop out of nowhere and speak like this, how would he not get pissed? Hansu merely shook his head. I know of the cure. They had searched of countless methods in order to solve the 7 zones. But it wasn't only them who had been running here and there in order to solve the 7 zones. Like the Elvenheims whom they had met at the Abyss. The humans, along with Hansu, had not been able to meet the Akarans, but they had found the artifacts of a man while roaming around the Abyss. Within the memory crystal of the man who had called himself an Akaran, there was a clear way to cure the calamity of death which had occurred in the Orange Zone. A cure which he had completed after hundreds of years roaming around the Abyss where time and space had been distorted. Elkadion couldn't handle the harsh environments of the Abyss and had died off, but the crystal he had left behind with his regrets and the cure had been handed down to the humans. If anybody finds this cure, please go to our world, cure the calamity of death and save our race. In that crystal, a method for creating the cure by only using materials that could be found in the Orange Zone was written down. Elkadion had created a cure using the materials from the Abyss much earlier, but he had prepared for the instance where somebody landed upon the Orange Zone with only their body and had found a way to create the cure by only using materials from the Orange Zone. The alchemists who had found this extremely intricate and detailed knowledge could only exclaim. Though it wasn't hard to create a cure with the materials in the Abyss, creating a cure with the materials from the Orange Zone was basically the same difficulty as trying to create a dragon by breeding snakes. It was obvious why Akarans could not figure out a way to cure it. It was a miraculous result created from the countless experiences and knowledge gained through the Abyss as well as the obsession of saving one's race. There was a message from Elkadion at the end of the memory crystal which had the cure. I've learned too much about the personalities of the people who roamed around the Abyss while roaming the Abyss myself. There's no way these people will help my world if I ask them to do this without any compensation. So I will leave you a hint of the reward you will receive after you solve this. A hint of what you can earn after solving this problem. I don't know who you are, how strong you are or what objectives you have, but I believe you won't be disappointed with the reward. Well, I could get that after this all ends. He could only receive those rewards if his work on the orange zone was completed. Hansu opened his mouth in order to finish his talk. There's something we need to kill in order to make the cure. What is it? Tekelin decided to find out the details later, since this guy was somebody who hid too many things and first decided to focus on solving his current curiosity. It was called the Margoth du Tyradus, I think. Margoth of the Tyradus lineage. Tekelin sighed at those words. Damn it. It'll be easier to just put a hole on the skull of the Gragos. The Gragos wasn't reachable, since they were placed far above where they could reach. But Tekelin, who had participated on the Second Great War against the Margoths, knew the fright and strength of the Tyradus too well. They had won against the Margoths but hadn't easily driven them off. They wouldn't have called it the Great War otherwise. It would have been called the Great Massacre. Margoth du Tyradus. The most aggressive and powerful Margoth out of the 8 different kinds. It was the name of a beast which was the least numerous but had massacred the largest amount of Icarans. It seems like you know a lot. Then you know that the food of the Tyradus are those Margoths over there, right? Tekelin then pointed towards the Margoths which had puked them out, walking off in the distance while towering numerous kilometers into the air.